June 4th, 2026. Houston at the Portugal national team's World Cup training base. The door to Roberto Martinez's office is closed. The blinds slice the afternoon sunlight into fractured bands that fall across the tactical board. Cristiano, sit down so we can talk. Cristiano Ronaldo does not sit. He stands opposite the desk, legs slightly apart, arms folded across his chest. He has not yet changed out of his training kit. Grass clippings cling to the collar. Martinez clears his throat. How are you feeling today? He slides an A4 sheet across to Cristiano. Cristiano snatches it up. I feel fine. On the paper is a provisional starting lineup for the World Cup. 3 names occupy the forward line: Neto, Goncalo, Ramos, Felix. Cristiano's name appears on the second page in the substitutes column. This is not a negation of you. Martinez says, speaking faster than usual. You are the greatest player in Portugal's history, without equal. The dressing room needs your experience. At critical moments you will come on from the bench. An impact substitute. Cristiano finishes the sentence for him. Martinez nods. I have to be responsible for the team. Your stamina metrics, sprint statistics, physical duels, all are declining. You saw the training match today as well. I slipped and fell. It is more than just a fall, Cristiano. Martinez stands and walks to the tactical board. In today's training game, your high-intensity runs were only half the team average. Your entries into the penalty area could be counted on one hand. 4 shots, none on target. We replayed the footage again and again, Cristiano. That first burst, you used to have that half step that could eat up any defender. Now it is gone. This is not about form, it is about time. Cristiano clenches his jaw. Give me 30 minutes in the warm-up match, he says. He locks his gaze onto Martinez's eyes while Martinez's glance unconsciously shifts away. Martinez parts his lips. Cristiano, judge me on those 30 minutes. Cristiano turns, pulls open the door. That's enough. The door closes behind him. The corridor is empty. Cristiano stops and glances down at his right hand. In the afternoon scrimmage, he had drained every ounce of strength. After giving his all, the result was 0 shots on target. He tightens his fist, forcing the tremor down. He lifts his feet and heads toward the weights room. 140 m. At that hour, Cristiano is alone in the weights room at the training base. The plates on the barbell carry the load that was most familiar to him 3 years ago. Back then, pushing it up felt no different than pushing against air. 2 years ago, he could grit his teeth and complete an entire set. Now he lies down, grips the bar, presses up. The first rep barely. On the second repetition, his arms start to tremble, betraying him. On the third, the barbell hangs 10 centimeters above his chest, utterly still, the weight compressing his chest until it feels stifled. His arm muscles spasm, veins taut from forearms all the way up his neck. He cannot push it any higher. The muffled thud of the barbell dropping back into the rack reverberates through the empty weights room. Cristiano lies on the bench, sweat soaking his dark blue training shirt until it hangs heavy, its color deepening almost to ink black. The white fluorescent tubes on the ceiling are piercingly bright, exposing his disarray with merciless clarity. Damn. He has won Ballon d'Or's, Champions League's, a European Championship. All that remains is the World Cup trophy, the final missing crown in his life. At that moment, a news notification flashes onto his phone. Martinez confirms the framework of the starting 11, number 7 likely to begin on the bench. A substitute. A damned substitute. Unwilling. The sound squeezed from deep in his throat is hoarse and raw. It is a 41-year-old body issuing one last protest against the unbridled ambition of his 24-year-old self. Sweat blurs his vision. He tries to prop himself up, but his limbs are too heavy to lift. Every muscle is locked in stiffness. In his ears there is nothing but his own ragged breathing. Are you just going to accept it? 41 years old, unable to even push up a barbell. No, he refuses. In the silence, Cristiano hears the sounds of the stadium. Those sounds are distant yet familiar: the rain at Old Trafford, the roaring white surf of the Bernabeu crowd, the Champions League anthem booming through his chest, the crisp snap of the ball slamming into the net. He sees the man in the number 7 shirt rising inside the penalty area. Waist and core coiled like a bow, veins bulging along his neck, his entire body defying gravity, suspended in midair. The dull boom of the ball crashing into the top corner detonates beside his ears. The roar from the stands seems to rip the roof clean off. Cristiano's eyes snap open. His chest heaves violently, cold sweat sliding down from his temple. It is not a hallucination. His heart is pounding, each beat heavier than the last, carrying a rhythm that feels disturbingly unfamiliar. It is not palpitations. Something that has slumbered for years is slowly awakening in his bones and blood. Then a deep voice rises from the depths of his mind. It mingles with the roar of tens of thousands in the stands, and with the hoarse cry of that boy from the slums of Madeira. Do you still want to win? Cristiano's breathing stalls for a heartbeat. Want to win? When has he ever not wanted to win in this life? Even with fluid in his knees, even as his muscles recover more slowly with each passing day, even when the whole world keeps reminding him that this is his last dance. Cristiano, you are old. He still wants to win. He wants to score. He wants to seize every critic by the throat. Staring up at the white fluorescent light, he grinds out a single word through clenched teeth. Yes, I want to win. The voice falls silent for an instant. Then, without any radiance, a strange heat begins to spread from his chest. It travels down along his spine, diffusing into his legs. The familiar heaviness around his old knee injury suddenly lifts. The stiffness in his lower back muscles sheds an invisible constraint. In that instant, he can even clearly sense the air pressure inside the training ball lying in the corner of the weights room. From nowhere, he rediscovers that ingrained muscle memory. If a cross were to arc in from the right flank, on which step should he burst forward, at which second should he leap? How should he twist his body to touch the ball before the center back? It is the primal beast-like penalty box instinct he possessed in his youth. The Battle God Heart system has been activated. Use goals to reclaim your golden era. The voice disappears. The weights room remains as quiet as ever. Cristiano lowers his head and looks at his own hands. Time's marks are still etched across the backs. His breathing still carries a lingering delay. Yet he knows that something is no longer the same. He rolls off the bench and plants his bare feet on the cold floor. He walks to the mirror and stares at his reflection in the glass. The man in the mirror has lines at the corners of his eyes and strands of white hidden at his temples. But the fire in those eyes burns wilder than it did at 20. He bares his teeth in a grin. Use goals to trade back for the golden era. Then let us try. Let us see to which year I can kick myself back. June 6th. He speaks to the mirror, biting down clearly on every word. Against Chile. Warm-up match. 30 minutes. He extends his right hand and taps the spot on his mirrored chest. 1 goal will be enough. The man in the mirror kept staring back at him. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his hand and turned away. The heat in his chest still clung along his ribs, refusing to disperse. The air conditioner in the weights room chilled his training kit to ice, yet he did not feel cold. On the barbell rack, the iron bar that had just crushed the breath out of him lay in utter stillness. He walked over, set his hands on the bar, and wrapped his fingers around it. He hesitated for 2 seconds. Then Cristiano Ronaldo released his grip, picked up the towel from the floor, and flicked it around his neck before turning to switch off the lights. The soft click of the switch fell into silence. The weights room went dark, and the motion sensor lights in the corridor flared on in response. At the far end of the corridor, the vending machine's compressor let out a faint sound, stuttered for a moment, then resumed its low hum. In daytime, such sounds would be swallowed by the din, but at 2 in the morning, they had nowhere to hide. A few more steps on the breathing of the dormitory began to surface, one by one, someone snoring, someone turning over so that the bed springs creaked, someone muttering a Portuguese curse in their sleep. Cristiano Ronaldo stopped at the end of the corridor. Costa's room. The door was shut tight, but he heard the motion of turning over clearly, once contained sharper than a goalkeeper's catch. He stood outside the door for 2 seconds, then let a sentence slip from his mouth. Is a goalkeeper's sleep timed with a stopwatch? No one answered, and he ended up laughing first himself. When the laughter faded, his face grew heavy. His body had not changed, yet a decade of old debts were still stacked in his knees. His lower back carried the stiffness that only 40-year-olds know, and the breath in his lungs wanting to draw deeper, jammed at a certain point. But the sounds of the whole world had been twisted one notch louder. Standing in the middle of the corridor, Cristiano Ronaldo found a sentence surfacing in his mind. The car is old, the engine still worn. Suddenly the steering wheel turns nimble, yet the tires remain unchanged. In other words, now he could anticipate across his trajectory half a beat before the defenders. The premise was that his legs could still reach the drop point. If they could not, then all the speed of perception was useless. That was what you truly called torment. Hot water from the shower crashed down. Cristiano Ronaldo stood beneath the spray with his eyes closed, the patch of his left shoulder taking the water, feeling just a touch heavier than the right. He could not put the reason into words, yet he could tell the difference. The old injury in his left knee reacted to the hot water half a beat slower than the right. He pressed his hand above the kneecap, the muscle still taut. For the first time, he could distinguish which strand of muscle was protesting, which strip of fascia was being tugged. The sensation was new enough. And cruel enough. What if in a match he could know the drop point of the ball in advance? What if he could read the defender's weight shift half a second ahead of time? The premise was still that his body could arrive there. Cristiano Ronaldo turned off the water, and steam clung to the walls. In the fog, he lifted his right leg, miming a shot, his left foot a ghostly plant on the tile's waist, and core beginning to rotate. Halfway through, the back of his thigh tightened, lodging its complaint honestly. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his leg and flicked the water from his hands. Fair enough, he thought. The settlement would come only after the match. Which meant that against Chile in those 30 minutes, he had to rely on this 41-year-old chassis to wrestle a single goal. Substitute 30 minutes, 1 goal. Suddenly, he found it interesting. Back in his room, the digital clock by the bed read 3:07. The phone screen was still lit. Mendez, your name is on the list. You might be the 26th man. Sent at 11:58 that night. Cristiano Ronaldo picked up the phone. The 26th man. The last name squeezed into a squad. Allowed to go, but not necessarily to stand on the grass, allowed to sit on the bench and applaud, embrace, and when the camera swept past, show the expression befitting an old warrior. Dignity. His fingertips hovered over the input field, typing a few words, deleting them, typing again, deleting again. In the end, he sent just 2. Understood. He hit send and set the phone down by the bed. The room lay silent for a few seconds. Then the phone buzzed again. Mendez had replied with a single period. Cristiano Ronaldo gazed at that period. Old fox. Do not be impulsive, do not cause a scene, do not tear things apart with the coaching staff at this moment, solve it in your own way. A single mark contained all of that. Cristiano Ronaldo tossed the phone beside his pillow and rolled on. The air vent on the wall droned softly blowing. The curtains were not fully drawn. A light from the parking lot seeped through the gap and cast a small, irregular patch of brightness on the opposite wall. He fixed his gaze on that patch of light. His mind refused to obey and began to turn out the bottom drawer. Old Trafford at 19, studs clattering on concrete in the player's tunnel, back. Then his shoulders were narrow, his movements flashy. He loved to take half an extra touch when dribbling past someone. Sir Ferguson had clapped him on the back from behind. The palm had not been heavy, but he remembered exactly where that hand had landed for more than 20 years. The old man had been chewing gum, eyes narrowed, regarding him with the appraising look one gives livestock. Cristiano, you can make mistakes, you can be booed, you can play like an idiot. He had waited for the second half of the sentence. But you cannot hide. Lying now on a bed at the training base in Houston, Cristiano Ronaldo could still smell the turf in that tunnel 2 decades later. Cannot hide. Was he afraid at 19? Yes. Afraid of the sound of kneecaps shattering, afraid of a stadium's booing crashing down over his head, afraid of the looks those big brothers in the dressing room gave him, at one point harder than any defender's tackle. But he had never hidden. After a loss, he was the first back out on the training pitch that night. After being berated the next ball, he still drove into the box. And if he squandered chances, simpler, score and silence them. Because once you hide, even once your body remembers the comfort, and next time trouble comes it will make the decision for you. After that you are no longer yourself. Cristiano Ronaldo turned over. On the bedside table lay a black training log, its corners curled from use, the cover bearing only a small CR7. He reached for it and flipped to 3 days earlier. 30-meter sprint 4:41. The space next to it was blank. According to his habit, any anomalous data would have a note beside it. Soft pitch late in the session, discomfort in the left leg, anything. This time there was nothing. The fitness coach had stared at the tablet for a long while that day and asked whether they should test again. Cristiano Ronaldo had said no. Once was enough. He refused to build himself an excuse. The pen lay tucked inside the journal. Cristiano Ronaldo pulled it out, and the tip hovered beside the 4:41. It stayed there for a long time. A question mark fell onto the page. He stared at it for a few seconds, then turned to the next page. It was blank, waiting to be filled. Since the last activation, the system had shown no response. No interface, no quest prompts. Only that indescribable warmth in his chest and his sharpened 5 senses. June 6th against Chile, 30 minutes. A 41-year-old body straining for a single goal. What would it earn him? A year? 3 years? He did not know. But when had he ever known? At 19, he had not known whether that first shot would go in, or at 24, before the Ballon d'Or voting, he had not sworn guarantees to anyone in the European Championship final. When he went off injured, he had not known whether his teammates could hold. Every time, he only found out once he was on the pitch. Cristiano Ronaldo set the journal back on the bedside table and sat up. When his feet touched the floor, his left knee delivered that familiar catch. He opened the door, and at the far end of the corridor, another door opened in the same instant. Costa stood at the threshold of his room, hair tousled, a cup of water in his hand. They looked at each other across the 30-meter corridor. Costa stared for 2 seconds. You're not sleeping either. Cristiano Ronaldo gave him a look. You turning over woke me up. Costa lowered his head to glance at his own door, then measured the distance between them. My room is nearly 30 meters from yours. Which means you turned very loudly. Costa lifted the cup and took a slow sip of water. Captain, you should be sleeping. You should be practicing penalties. Now. The World Cup won't wait for you to wake up. Costa held the cup, thought it. He nodded. 10 minutes from now, see you on the training pitch. Cristiano Ronaldo had meant it as a casual retort, but at those words, he was the one who froze for a moment. Very good. Costa closed the door to get changed. Cristiano Ronaldo stood alone in the corridor. One sensor light blinked off, another flicked on, while from Costa's room came the sounds of a bench scraping and a zipper being pulled. Costa's door soon opened again, the sound barely audible. He was already in training gear. The two of them met at the far end of the corridor and headed toward the stairwell. Mendez stared at the computer screen. The office in Lisbon was dimly lit. A desk lamp illuminated a printed list of the national team, with Cristiano Ronaldo's name at the bottom, accompanied by the pencil-written number 26. Having been an agent for many years, he had witnessed too many stars descend from their pedestals. Some turned to embrace the new era, while others quarreled with the media, losing their last shreds of dignity. Cristiano belonged to the third category. He simply refused to accept it. If you told him the sun had set, he would ask if it was possible to kick the sun back up. Mendez opened the chat window, typing the first message quickly. He informed Cristiano that he made the list, but the coaching staff had placed him in the last spot, with limited playing time. He stared for a while, then pressed the delete key. Once sent, Ronaldo would storm into the Houston coaching office wearing flip-flops. For the second message, he wrote, "The situation is complicated. Martinez respects you, but this arrangement is dignified." He deleted the entire sentence. The word dignified was a comfort for most veterans, but an insult to Cristiano. Ultimately, Mendez sent only a dry fact: there was a position for you on the list, possibly as the 26th. After sending, the office was left with only the sound of the computer fan. Mendez leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his nose. His phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. Cristiano sent back the 2 words, "Got it." Mendez looked at those 2 words, and his body, previously leaning against the chair, slowly straightened. There were no insults or questions about why no voice messages. This was even more dangerous. He replied with a period. After sending it, Mendez placed the phone on the table and muttered softly, "It's over. The old man is going to hold back something big." At the same time, in the meeting room of the Houston training base, Martinez had not yet left. A final list of 26 players was spread out on the table. The assistants had already dispersed, and the projector displayed the rotation plan for the forward positions. In the crucial last item, Cristiano was circled 3 times by Martinez with a pen. Leaning back in his chair, the black pen he held stopped at the last slot on the list, its tip creating a small black dot on the paper. He crumpled the list and tossed it into the trash, and then rewrote a second one. The door to the meeting room opened, and Carvalho walked in holding a bottle of mineral water. He glanced at the crumpled paper in the trash without saying a word and walked to the table, unscrewing the water bottle and placing it beside Martinez. "You wrote it twice." Martinez did not deny it. Carvalho pulled out a chair and sat down. At 5 in the morning, he was shooting on the training ground. Martinez's pen stopped. Who followed him? Costa. He went voluntarily. Martinez fell silent for a few seconds. 5 o'clock, 41 years old. The report on his knee meniscus damage was right in his drawer. How was the quality of the shots? I don't know, I didn't see. Carvalho's face showed no expression, but when Costa returned, he washed his gloves. Martinez set down his pen. If he starts, the forward pressure will break. After 60 minutes, his high-intensity running will drop to nearly 0, and he himself, he knows. That doesn't mean he accepts it. Carvalho interrupted him. I don't need him to accept everything. I need him to do the right thing at the right time. He will ask to hell with the right time. Martinez nodded. On June 6th against Chile, he'll give him 30 minutes. Is 30 minutes enough? Carvalho asked. If he can still change the game, 30 minutes is enough. If not, giving him 90 makes no sense. Carvalho did not refute. Football does not grant extra half a minute just because a legend is aging. Martinez casually tossed the pen that had written Cristiano's name into the trash can. Carvalho raised an eyebrow. Did the pen offend you? It hesitated just now. Carvalho's lips twitched slightly. You're done, Roberto. You're starting to talk like Chris. Martinez picked up a marker and wrote the starting trio on the formation board: Neto, Ramos, and Felix. If the media asks, I will say he is our captain. Carvalho reminded him he will want to play the 7th match and will want to start from the first minute. Martinez capped the marker. So we need to make him believe that the bench is not the end, but a weapons rack. Carvalho responded quietly, then you'd better sharpen that knife. On the dining table at home in Lisbon, 2 sets of cutlery were laid out. Georgina brought the roasted fish to the table and pushed the children's plates aside. The television was broadcasting sports news, and the predictions for the national team list had already been repeated 3 times. A line at the bottom of the screen rolled: the legendary captain may face his last World Cup as a substitute. The host said that Martinez needed to choose between emotion and competition, as Cristiano could no longer bear the pressure of being a regular starting striker. Georgina grabbed the remote and turned down the volume. The screen showed footage of a young Cristiano at Manchester United, his lean face in a red jersey, getting knocked down while cycling, but getting back up to continue. She stood to watch that clip and pressed the power button, casting a shadow in the now dim living room. Georgina poured herself half a glass of red wine, the liquid swirling against the glass wall without being sipped. The phone lay quietly on the table. She knew Cristiano would not call home to complain at such a time. He would say everything was fine and then be photographed the next morning shooting madly on the training ground. Georgina sat down. She opened her phone and entered the chat with Cristiano. She typed a few lines of comforting words, but then deleted them all. In the end, she sent nothing, just placed the phone down and took a small sip from her wine glass, the bitterness spreading in her mouth. She turned her head to the corner of the dining room, where a pair of small soccer shoes lay tossed aside after the kids played during the day. Georgina got up and walked over to straighten the shoes, one facing left and the other right. She squatted down, adjusting them several times until both shoes pointed in the same direction. The black screen of the television reflected her shadow and also the emptiness across the dining table. She smiled, but her eyes turned red. You must be battling with yourself again. At 9 in the morning, the final squad was submitted and media news quickly followed, internal reports stating that Cristiano was positioned as a substitute surprise. Leao leaned back in his chair, the phone screen lit up, a piece of bread in his mouth. Nuno Mendes leaned over to take a look. They really dare to write it. Leao replied vaguely. It's the media. Oh, a dog sees a bone. Bruno walked over with a cup of coffee and directly placed Leao's phone face down on the table. Stop watching. Leao shrugged, indicating he didn't care. Of course you don't care. You might not even care about Leal nearly choked on his bread, while Bernardo chuckled nearby. Just then the restaurant fell silent. Cristiano walked in his training gear, neat hair, still damp, holding that black training log. Leal stopped chewing his bread. Nuno Mendes quickly hid his phone under the table. Cristiano walked straight, oatmeal, eggs, fruit, and water, no more no less. He carried his plate over and sat down next to Leo, who immediately straightened his back. Cristiano placed the training log on the edge of the table and picked up a spoon. Bruno glanced at him and asked if he had seen the news. Cristiano swallowed the oatmeal. I saw everything. Everyone at the table paused their actions. Cristiano scanned the room. They didn't write harshly enough. They should have said the 41-year-old old man is no longer capable and can only sit on the bench reminiscing about life. No one at the table laughed. Cristiano took a sip of his water. This way it will be more satisfying when I score. Bernardo was the first to crack, lowering his head and laughing, and Bruno shook his head in amusement. Leal flipped his phone over, pretending it was nothing. Captain, you really know how to give the media work to do. Cristiano looked at him. You have work too. In today's training, if you stroll again, they'll send you to practice defense with Carvalho. Leal's face fell immediately. At the other end of the restaurant, Carvalho happened to look up, and the two made eye contact across the room. Leal immediately lowered his head to eat, insisting he would definitely run. Laughter finally erupted in the restaurant. But beneath the laughter, everyone knew the captain would not back down. Cristiano swallowed the last bite of oatmeal, opened the training log, and wrote a number on the blank page for June 6th. Closing the notebook, he stood up and left. Lisbon, June 6th, National Stadium. The pre-match warm-up has just concluded. The players' tunnel is dimly lit, with only the bright green of the grass visible at the exit. The buzzing sound of 60,000 people drifts in, weighing down the air. Both teams are retreating to their locker rooms. In the narrow tunnel, the deep red of the Portuguese training kits mixes with the white of the Chilean jerseys. Cristiano Ronaldo walks at the back of the crowd, raising his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth with his thumb. There's nothing there, but it's just a habitual gesture. Just then a shoulder suddenly comes across from the side. It's broad, the muscles stretching the red Chilean jersey tight. Number 25, Felipe fenders a 25-year-old young center back. The two nearly collide at the corner of the tunnel. Felipe stops his gaze, sweeping straight over. It travels from top to bottom, finally resting on the fine lines at the corner of Ronaldo's eye. Ronaldo has seen that look countless times. Every young defender stepping onto the professional field for the first season, it means you're old, it's time to step aside. Ronaldo doesn't dodge, his back is straight, his hands hanging by his sides. Felipe's lips twitch, chewing gum is Portuguese, laced with a heavy South American accent. Make sure to wear more on the bench, old man. Lisbon nights are very cold. The tunnel falls silent for a few seconds. Carvalho, walking ahead, suddenly stops, turns around, and strides over. He steps right between the two, his forehead nearly touching Felipe's nose. You'd better shut your mouth, kid. Ronaldo raises his right hand, pressing down on Carvalho's shoulder, halting Carvalho's next move. Ronaldo takes half a step forward. A familiar protest echoes from his knee as he stands firm, locking eyes with Felipe. Kid, Ronaldo speaks. You'd better pray I don't have to take off my jacket today. Felipe pauses for a moment, then scoffs. What? Has the Saudi League not taught you to face reality? If I step, Ronaldo interrupts him, eyes fixed on Felipe's pupils. Your name will only appear in the bloopers tomorrow. After saying that, he doesn't glance at Felipe again, releases Carvalho's shoulder, and strides straight toward the locker room, his steps unwavering. Carvalho remains in place, his gaze pinned on Felipe's receding figure. As a 20-year veteran, Carvalho knows all too well. Provoking Cristiano is the most foolish thing in the world. He strides after Ronaldo. Martinez has you playing left winger in the second half. Carvalho leans in beside him. Avoid the center, target the space behind that kid. No need to avoid. Ronaldo raises his right hand, pinching a thread from the left sleeve of his training kit, with his thumb and index finger pulling it forcefully. With a soft pop, the thread snaps. Ronaldo flicks it away carelessly. I'll go straight down the middle. Let him remember this. The stadium broadcast begins, announcing the visiting team's starting lineup. The section occupied by the Chilean fans erupts with waves of sound, a mix of clapping and stomping, large red cheering flags billowing in the wind. Ronaldo squats in the technical area, looking down at his soccer shoes, the white parts blindingly bright under the June 6 sunlight. He taps the grass with the tip of his right foot. Soft, moist, watered twice before the match, particularly slippery. The TV commentator is discussing pre-match details. Tonight's focal point is undoubtedly Ronaldo, the 41-year-old legend, who has been placed on the bench by Martinez. We see him wearing a training jacket, walking toward the substitutes bench. Yes, Ronaldo will not start today. Replacing him in the starting lineup is Gonzalo Ramos, who plays for Paris Saint-Germain. On the opposite half, Felipe is talking to his fellow center back. He looks up, his gaze falling on Ronaldo from several dozen meters away. Ronaldo meets that gaze. In the first half, they have played 32 minutes. Portugal holds 67% possession, with 7 shots, 2 on target. The Chilean team has retreated into their half, building a wall with their bodies and fouls. Every time Portugal pushes into the attacking 30-meter area, the player with the ball is surrounded by at least 3 red jerseys. Ronaldo sits on the substitute's bench, his jacket draped over the back of the chair, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, his eyes fixed on the field. In the 35th minute, Neto crosses from the right, the ball arcs, landing in front of the near post of the penalty area. Gonzalo Ramos jumps, and Felipe closes in at the same time, shouldering him firmly. Ramos loses balance in the air, manages to get a header on it, but sends it over the bar. The crowd lets out a collective. Felipe lands and pats Ramos on the back. Ronaldo's nails dig into his palm. Martinez stands at the edge of the technical area, hands in his suit pockets, repeatedly rubbing his thumb against the fabric. He doesn't look back, but his voice carries over. Cristiano, go warm up. Ronaldo stands up, his movements slow, but his muscles tense instantly. He yanks off his jacket and throws it to a nearby staff member, revealing the substitute jersey underneath. He walks towards the warm-up area by the sideline. With every step, the grass gently sinks underfoot. The sideline camera immediately follows, zooming in on his profile. He begins to stretch, pressing his left leg forward, extending his right leg back, straightening his back muscles taut beneath the skin, the lines more defined than any young player on the field. But Ronaldo knows what lies beneath those lines: fluid in the left knee, an old shoulder injury, protruding lumbar vertebrae, a 41-year-old body, every muscle telling the story of time. In the 7th minute of warm-up, Martinez's voice comes through again. Prepare to come on in the second half. Ronaldo stops his movement, straightens up, and glances at the big screen. The score is 0-0, time 45 minutes. He walks back to the substitute's bench, takes a sip from his water bottle, the cold water stinging his throat, sliding down, but the fire in his stomach remains. Carvalho hands him a towel. In the second half, play left winger. Ronaldo takes the towel, wipes his face. Felipe will be specifically marking you. I know. Your speed right now. I know. Ronaldo interrupts him, tossing the towel back to the bench. I know what I need to do. Carvalho looks at him, not saying another word. The referee blows the whistle for halftime. Both teams head towards the players' tunnel, while Ronaldo stands by the field waiting for the last Portuguese player to leave, then turns to look back. At the tunnel entrance, Felipe happens to look back. Their eyes meet. Felipe's lips twitch slightly. A tiny movement resembling a smile, yet not quite. He retracts his gaze, following his teammates into the tunnel. Ronaldo stands at the edge of the field, watching that figure disappear from sight. There are 45 minutes left in the second half. The second half begins. Cristiano Ronaldo stands on the sidelines. The fourth official raises the substitution board, and the green number 37 lights up. He takes off his training shirt, revealing the deep red jersey underneath. The number 7, with Ronaldo printed on the back. The shirt clings to his back, dampened by sweat. He bends down, pulling his socks up by 2 centimeters, then squats to check his studs. Bits of turf cling to the white stripes. He brushes them away with his fingers. Martinez's voice comes from behind. 40 minutes. Just 40 minutes for you. Ronaldo does not look back. That's enough. He lifts his foot and steps onto the field. The studs crunch against the grass, producing a subtle scratching sound. The blades of grass are crushed, releasing juices that stain the soles of his shoes. He's performed this action since he was 19 for 22 years. The first time was at Old Trafford against Newcastle, where he took 3 steps before scoring in his debut. Since then, it has never changed. All his teammates on the bench stand up. Bruno is the first to applaud, clapping loudly. Bernardo follows with 3 claps, then stops. In the stands, the Portuguese fans explode with excitement. A banner is raised, and on the white canvas, the phrase "The Last Dance" is written in deep blue paint. The cheers crash in like waves. Ronaldo does not look at them. He runs straight towards the left flank and high-fives Neto. Neto retreats to the center circle, allowing the left flank to him. The Chilean team's formation is set. 4 defenders stand parallel, with Felipe on the far right facing Ronaldo. The two stare at each other from 20 meters apart. Felipe raises an eyebrow provocatively. The referee blows the whistle to signal the start of the second half. The match resumes. Portugal plays out from the back. Dias passes the ball to the left side to Nuno Mendes. Mendes pushes the ball forward, crossing the halfway line, looking for options. Ronaldo makes a diagonal run into the space on the left. Nuno Mendes understands immediately. A precise ground pass slices through the defense, rolling into the open space on the left. A brilliant play. The moment the ball is played, Ronaldo's mind has already calculated everything. Felipe, behind him, has his weight leaning inward. He only needs to feint a step towards the center to bait the opponent's turn. Then with a powerful push off the ground with his right foot, he can burst into the open space. At 24, he could use this trick to easily outmaneuver any top defender at Old Trafford. His brain sends the precise command. He has even envisioned his route into the penalty area in his mind. But at the moment his body begins to execute the plan, everything slows down. It's not just a little slow, but it's a fatal half-beat too late. His right foot heavily lands on the grass, trying to harness the rebound's explosive power. But all he feels is the dry friction of his knee's meniscus. The force of his push off the ground is as light as stepping on cotton. He feels like a beast attempting to sprint in the deep sea, using all his strength, yet only stirring a sluggish ripple. The footsteps behind him sound like the relentless beat of a death drum. It's time mocking him. A red figure bursts into his peripheral vision like a moving wall unreasonably obstructing him from the ball. A collision occurs. A force much stronger than him slams into his right side. Ronaldo's center of gravity is completely knocked off balance, stumbling out of bounds. Turning back, he sees Felipe calmly controlling the ball under his foot. Felipe doesn't even look at him. He simply lowers his head to control the ball, and then casually spits out the chewing gum he has been chewing. The ball is lost. Ronaldo supports himself on his knees, sweat dripping onto the grass in front of him. Damn, he tells himself. I fucking knew he would play that route. I knew the ball would go there. I know everything. A chorus of boos rises from the stands mixed with a few screams. It's not directed at Ronaldo, but at the Chilean team's rough defense. Ronaldo turns and runs back. Defensive tracking is the coaching staff's requirement and also his habit. But his running posture has changed, his strides have shortened, his arm swings have widened, and his breathing is much heavier than when he was younger. At the 50-minute mark, Portugal organizes another attack. Bruno receives the ball in midfield looking for options. Ronaldo raises his hand on the left side to ask for the ball. Bruno sends a long pass. The ball flies over the halfway line, landing near the left sideline. Ronaldo sprints to chase it, and Felipe also starts moving. The two run side by side, occasionally bumping shoulders, producing a dull thud. Felipe is faster. He gets in front of Ronaldo, using his body to shield the ball, stopping it at his feet. Ronaldo reaches out to tug at his jersey, his fingers barely catching the edge of the red fabric, but Felipe pulls away with force. The jersey wrinkles, but does not tear. Felipe has already passed the ball to the fullback. The ball is lost again. In the commentary box, the commentator's voice carries a hint of sympathy. Ronaldo, the 41-year-old Ronaldo. We see that Ronaldo's intentions are very clear. His positioning is still world-class, but his pace can no longer keep up with his mind. Yes, this is the cruelest side of football. Time never stops for anyone. Ronaldo stands still, bending over, hands on his knees. Sweat drips from his chin, creating dark spots on the grass. The air in his lungs feels drained. Inhaling burns his throat. Exhaling has a metallic taste. The voices of 60,000 people blend together, making it hard to distinguish between cheers and sighs. He looks up at the opposite goal. Felipe stands at the edge of the penalty area talking to a teammate. His youthful face glistens with sweat under the lights. It conveys an unabashed sense of superiority, as if saying, see, this is reality. Ronaldo straightens up, taking a deep breath. The old injury in his knee protests. Each bend feels like needles piercing. The muscles in his back are as stiff as stone. But he stands tall and walks back to his position. At the 58th minute, the Chilean team counters. The forward carries the ball deep into the attack, and Diaz fouls in front of the penalty area, receiving a yellow card. A free kick. Ronaldo stands on the outer edge of the wall. He watches the Chilean player preparing to take the free kick, his peripheral vision scanning the penalty area. Felipe stands at the back post, raising his arm to signal for the ball. His jumping height is terrifying with prolonged hang time. His heading ability is the Chilean team's secret weapon. The free kick is taken. The ball curves over the wall, flying towards the back post. Felipe and Ronaldo jump simultaneously. Felipe rises like a red helicopter. Meanwhile, Ronaldo's legs feel heavy, as if filled with the rainwater of Lisbon, sluggish and cumbersome. He just begins to jump when Felipe has already completed his powerful motion in the air. Felipe easily surpasses Ronaldo, heading the ball towards the goal. The ball is parried out by Costa, going out for a corner. Ronaldo lands back on the grass. A sharp pain shoots through his knee. He grits his teeth, but does not show it. He turns and runs towards the penalty area to participate in defense. The corner is taken again, this time to the back post. Felipe jumps again, but this time Ronaldo anticipates, positioning himself to lean against him. But he lacks the strength. Felipe powers through in the air, knocking Ronaldo's balance completely off. He floats like a leaf in the confrontation, then crashes heavily onto the grass. The referee does not blow the whistle. The game continues. Felipe was warned by the coach before the match that Ronaldo is lethal in the box, even for just a second. But now, as he consistently beats Ronaldo to the position and easily pushes past the number 7, he feels the coach's warning is a joke. Ronaldo lies on the ground, his face pressed against the damp grass. He supports himself with his hands, trying to stand, but his arms tremble. From the sidelines, Martinez's voice faintly reaches him. Cristiano. Ronaldo grits his teeth, kneeling on his knee, then pushes himself up with one leg. He brushes off the grass from his shorts. All 60,000 eyes are on him. The camera zooms in on his dirt-streaked profile and those red-rimmed eyes. The commentary box falls silent for a few seconds. Then Heifeng's voice sounds again, very softly, as if talking to himself. He has stood up. 41 years old, knocked down, then standing up again. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo walks back to the left flank. He raises his right hand, the index finger pointing skyward. It's not a celebration, it's a declaration to all, I am still here. Felipe stands in the penalty area watching him. The expression in his eyes changes, no longer pure disdain, but rather something unnameable. In the bottom right corner of the big screen, the time jumps to 62 minutes. Ronaldo lowers his head, glancing at his hands. They are still shaking, but his breathing has steadied. The pain in his knee has morphed into a persistent soreness, as if a dull knife is slowly grinding. He knows that a 41-year-old body cannot endure 90 minutes of high-intensity confrontation. But it's only 62 minutes now. There are still 28 minutes left. He looks up at the goal. The corner of his mouth twitches slightly. Fine, then let's run another 28 minutes. Let's see who collapses first. Cristiano Ronaldo slowly returned to the left flank. His steps were a third smaller than before. There was no compromise. He simply changed his approach. In the first 15 minutes, he had tried to overpower Felipe with speed, only to be completely overwhelmed. At 41, his body struggled to keep up with a 25-year-old defender, like trying to chop an armored vehicle with a rusty knife. So he stopped running. Ronaldo reduced his operating range to a very small area, a rectangle about 15 by 8 meters between the left flank and the center, just outside the penalty area. He began to drift. Like a shark cruising in shallow waters, he couldn't be bothered to chase his prey, waiting for it to swim right into his mouth. Felipe sensed something unusual. He exchanged a glance with his center-back partner, and the distance between them quietly closed. Ronaldo stood 2 meters outside the penalty area line, hands on his hips, breathing steadily. He was calculating. The distance between Felipe and his partner was 8 meters. The goalkeeper was leaning slightly to the left, positioned half a step forward. Nuno Mendes had returned to the left flank, observing for a chance to cross. Bruno held the ball at the top of the center circle, his view unobstructed. All the positioning information of his teammates was fully absorbed in his mind. These 41-year-old legs indeed couldn't outrun Felipe. But this brain, honed over 22 years of professional play, was enough to swallow Felipe whole, skin and bones. 65th minute. Bernardo received the ball in midfield and attempted a through ball, only to be thwarted by a Chilean midfielder's leg. The ball was lost. Chile quickly transitioned, exchanging 3 passes before reaching the front. Diaz stepped up to press and regained possession, but a threatening attack was snuffed out. Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area. He glanced at the heat map of Ronaldo's movements he had envisioned in his mind. In the past 3 minutes, Ronaldo had touched the ball 0 times, covering less than 40 meters. He had hardly moved from that area. He raised his right hand, half extending it towards the 4th official. Substitution. Bring on Felix. Fresh legs capable of running, dribbling, and shooting were far more useful than a 41-year-old center forward standing still. This was absolute rationality. His fingertips had yet to touch the 4th official's shoulder. A hand pressed down on his forearm. Carvalho. The pressure was light, but precisely placed just enough to push Martinez's outstretched arm back. Give him another 5 minutes. Carvalho leaned in closer, speaking softly. Martinez turned his head to look at him. Carvalho's gaze was fixed on the field, his expression mirroring that of someone analyzing opponent footage during training. He's fishing. Martinez remained silent. Look into his eyes. Carvalho released his grip. For 20 years, every time he intends to strike, his eyes have that same look. Martinez withdrew his hand, slipping it into his suit pocket, thumb rubbing the fabric inside. 5 minutes. He began counting down in his mind. Bruno advanced the ball into the attacking third. Ronaldo shifted 2 steps to the right, signaling for the ball. Bruno lifted his foot, delivering a curved long pass. The ball soared through the air, landing at Ronaldo's chest. Ronaldo turned sideways to prepare for the stop. But Felipe closed in from behind. There were no violent actions. Felipe was like a piece of adhesive plaster stuck to Ronaldo, his chest pressing against Ronaldo's back, arms locking down the space. The referee would not blow the whistle. The ball struck Ronaldo's outer thigh, and Felipe's extended leg poked it away. The attack was interrupted. Felipe firmly controlled the ball, then made a move. He raised his right hand and patted Ronaldo on the back. Twice. The touch was gentle, like comforting a lost old man. Not bad, old man. Felipe chewed his newly swapped chewing gum, his voice only audible to Ronaldo. It's about time to head home. Ronaldo turned around. His face was remarkably calm. There was no sign of anger, no gritting of teeth, not even the earlier competitive demeanor. He merely glanced at Felipe before turning away. Commentary booth. Ronaldo's attempt this time was once again thwarted by Felipe. It must be said this young center-back has kept a tight watch on Ronaldo tonight. If I were Martinez, I would have to consider substitutions by now. Ronaldo's touches tonight are in the single digits with virtually no impact on the game. Yes, the legendary curtain call may need to be dignified. 69th minute. Ronaldo retreated near the center circle. Felipe remained in his position, not a 41-year-old center forward retreating to the center circle posed no threat. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to the goal. He controlled the ball without turning. At that moment, a storm brewed in his mind. The image inside the penalty area unfolded like a high-definition map in his view. This image did not even need to be seen with the eyes. He could calculate it even with his eyes closed. Felipe had withdrawn 2 meters inside the penalty area line, his weight on his left foot. The center-back partner leaned right, stretching the distance between them to 9 meters. The left back was drawn in by Leo, his position advanced by 3 meters, leaving gaps behind. The goalkeeper stood 1 meter in front of the goal line slightly to the left. Nuno Mendes was speeding down the left flank, preparing to overlap. Bernardo was making an off-the-ball run in the channel, distracting the Chilean holding midfielder. Ronaldo returned the ball to João Neves and turned to walk forward. His steps were slow. He was waiting. 71st minute. Portugal launched an attack down the right flank. Dalot delivered a diagonal pass to Neto, who was double-teamed on the right side of the penalty area, forcing a cross. The ball was headed away by a Chilean center-back, bouncing to the top of the penalty area. Bruno rushed forward, stopping. The ball lay at his feet. In that same second, Ronaldo initiated his movement in the penalty area. His direction of movement was completely opposite to what everyone predicted. He did not rush forward. Instead, he took a step and a half back towards his own goal. Felipe's body instinctively followed. Half a step. Just half a step more. Ronaldo halted suddenly, both feet firmly planted on the grass. His upper body remained completely still. Felipe's weight tilted forward for a fraction of a second. Just that tiny bit of inertia allowed him to overextend by a body length. In an instant, a gap of 1 meter opened between Ronaldo and Felipe. Bruno saw it. His right foot was already angled perfectly, but he did not pass. He was not timid, he simply could not decipher Ronaldo's true intentions. The space was fleeting, and he was unsure if he could feed it accurately. The ball lingered at Bruno's feet for half a second longer. Felipe had already retreated back into position, and that 1 meter of vacuum was refilled by the wall of flesh. Ronaldo stood still. No complaints. No hands thrown up in frustration. He merely faded back into the crowd. On the substitute bench, Bernardo held a water bottle, his gaze firmly locked on Ronaldo's figure. He understood. Ronaldo's reverse run at 71 minutes was not aimless, it was a test of Felipe's defensive instincts. Draw the snake out of its hole, Bernardo mumbled. Cancelo leaned in to ask what he was mumbling about. Nothing. Bernardo set the water bottle down, eyes focused on the field. Just watch. Next time it won't be wasted. 70. Nuno Mendes received the ball, pushing down the left flank. He was at full speed, having bypassed the Chilean right back, without any signs of slowing down, directly charging to the goal line before crossing. The ball flew into the penalty area from the left. The arc was high, the speed rapid. The penalty area erupted in chaos. Ramos attracted the attention of Felipe's partner with his near-post challenge. The Chilean center-back jumped, heading the ball away, but he did not clear it far. The ball bounced off the defender's head, rolling toward the center of the penalty area. All eyes followed the ball's flight. Except for one person. Ronaldo didn't even look at the ball. Half a second before it left the Chilean defender's forehead, he had already launched himself. 2 steps. Just 2 steps. He did not need to sprint to explode, or to match the speed of any youthful. He simply needed to be in the right position. After 22 years in the penalty area, he had found gaps, angles, and that vacuum where defenders could not react countless times. This body could not outrun anyone, but his instinct told him where that position was. The ball descended. Ronaldo appeared like a ghost in the gap between Felipe and the center-back partner. No one saw how he slipped through. Felipe's body remained in the pose of contesting the header, his weight, high legs naturally apart. The ball bounced to the outside of Ronaldo's right foot. He refused to stop it. His upper body tilted slightly, right, his left shoulder pressing down by 2 centimeters. This motion allowed his right leg to make contact in the shortest distance without swinging. His eyes remained locked on the gap between Felipe's legs, and the goalkeeper's shifted weight behind that gap. With the outside of his right foot, he poked the ball lightly. The force was gentle, like pushing open a half-ajar door. The ball slid through the space between Felipe's open legs. The Chilean goalkeeper lunged madly to his right. Too late. The ball brushed against the inside of the post, diving into the net. The entire stadium fell silent for 3/10 of a second. The vocal cords of 60,000 people seemed to be simultaneously choked by a giant hand. Immediately after, the Estadio Nacional in Lisbon was completely overturned by the roar. Goal! Goal! The commentator's voice shattered completely in that moment. 73rd minute. Ronaldo scores. Cristiano Ronaldo. Just when everyone thought he should be leaving the field, he scored. Through the legs. A goal through the legs. From between Felipe's legs. The commentator's voice trembled. 41 years old. This man is 41 years old. The Portuguese bench erupted, jumping to their feet. Bruno was the first to leap over the barrier, sprinting towards Ronaldo. He took 3 steps, stumbled, nearly fell, got back up, and continued running wildly. Cancelo shouted behind him, his voice swallowed by the tsunami of the stands. Bernardo stood still, hands on his head, his lips stretching to his ears. I told you, he murmured to the air. Martinez stood in the technical area. His right hand was still in his suit pocket, the hand that had almost reached. Slowly he withdrew his hand. Carvalho stood beside him, silent, merely nodding slightly. In the penalty area, Felipe was frozen in place. He looked down at his legs spread wide. The ball had passed. He raised his head, his gaze frantically searching for that number 7, but just 5 meters behind him. Ronaldo stood there, not at the corner flag, not tearing his jersey, not performing that world-renowned celebration. Ronaldo stood firmly in the penalty area, eyes closed. His arms hung naturally at his sides. His chest rose and fell slightly, sweat trickling down his forehead, sliding down his cheekbones, heavily splatting onto the grass. 60,000 people screamed madly around him, yet his face showed no ecstasy. The rise and fall of his chest gradually calmed, like someone who had just completed a marathon finally crossing the finish line. Bruno rushed over, hugging him tightly, shaking him back and forth, while cursing wildly. Ronaldo's mouth twitched. He told himself one thing in his mind. One is not enough. I want to score more. Bruno's embrace loosened and Leo came over along with Nuno Mendes and Ramos. A group of deep red jerseys surrounded him tightly. Ronaldo opened his eyes. His peripheral vision brushed past Felipe. The young man stood there, hands hanging, lips tightly pressed together. The arrogance painted on his face before the match was shattered, like someone who had just been publicly slapped, forgetting even to cover his face. Ronaldo did not approach to offer any words. There was absolutely no need. That goal had already delivered all the slaps that needed to be delivered. The match continued. Ronaldo emerged from the embrace of his teammates, jogging back to his half. He glanced down at his right hand. No longer trembling. Was it adrenaline or some other damn thing? He couldn't be bothered to delve deep. The warmth in his chest persisted. It was hotter, heavier, like coals that had been thoroughly stoked. Ronaldo lifted his head, locking his gaze on the big screen. 73rd minute. He did not know what would happen after the match. What price would that golden era promised by that voice ultimately entail? But he was certain of one thing. One was far from enough. The match restarted. The Chilean team completely released their formation, with both fullbacks advancing past the halfway line. The red jerseys surged across the Portuguese half. Cristiano Ronaldo stood slightly to the left of the center circle, letting sweat trickle down his temples. His shirt clung to his back, rising and falling with each heavy breath. He did not follow the run. He couldn't afford to sprint, and there was no need to do so. At 41, each full-speed sprint felt like burning the last bit of oil in his muscles. He began to conserve energy. The moment the Chilean defensive midfielder lifted his head to receive the ball, Ronaldo pressed his right hand inward. Nuno Mendes was about to press forward, but upon seeing the gesture, he hesitated for a moment. The ball was passed out. The target was indeed not the flanks. The Chilean midfielder made a direct pass, skimming the grass, as it slipped past João Neves, aiming for the advancing forward. Ronaldo had already moved. He angled himself between the ball and the teammate, taking 3 steps to perfectly position himself in the middle of the path. The Chilean forward rushed in, attempting to bypass him by pushing against his back. Ronaldo turned his body, planted his left foot firmly, and pushed his right shoulder outward. The collision was not forceful, yet it firmly established his position. The opposing forward was pushed off by half a meter. By the time he reached the ball, he had lost his angle and could only deflect the ball out of bounds. The linesman raised his flag, signaling a throw-in for Portugal. Ronaldo bent over, resting his hands on his knees, and took 3 deep breaths. He straightened up and pointed at his temple towards João Neves. Neves immediately understood, reminding him to check for players before going for the tackle. Carvalho stood up from the bench, arms crossed. Martinez stood beside him, his shirt collar soaked with sweat. "He's not running anymore," Martinez said. "But he's always in the right position." Carvalho looked at the number 7 on the field. As an opponent, he must be quite annoying. "Annoying enough to want to drag him off the field," Martinez laughed. "They can't move him." The 81st minute. The Chilean team forcibly attempted a cross from the flank, but Ruben Dias blocked the first header. The ball fell to the perimeter, where the Chilean defensive midfielder shot on goal. The ball struck Gonzalo Ramos' leg, deflecting towards the left side of the penalty area. Felipe rushed in. He stopped the ball at his feet and looked up to find Ronaldo just 3 meters ahead of him. Felipe's expression changed instantly. Just minutes ago, he was nutmegged by a central defender. Now with the ball, he faced this old man again. Felipe nudged the ball outward with his right foot, attempting to slide past on the flank. Ronaldo did not stretch out his foot, but merely took a half step back to block the inside. Felipe pushed again. Ronaldo retreated once more. Felipe grew impatient. He forced a cross, but it was poorly executed, and the ball flew out of bounds on the opposite side. A strange yell erupted from the Portuguese bench. Cancelo tossed a towel over his shoulder. Even the old man can annoy people with his defense. Bruno on the field heard it and turned to shout, "Shut up. If he hears you, you'll have to practice more." Cancelo immediately raised his hands, pretending nothing had happened. Ronaldo glanced back at the bench. That glance made Cancelo sit back down obediently. "I just said the weather is nice." Leo next to him chuckled, his shoulders shaking. In the 88th minute, Chile earned a corner kick, one of their last chances. The Chilean goalkeeper stood near the center circle, with both center backs pushing into the Portuguese penalty area. Costa stood on the goal line, raising his hand to direct the defensive positioning. Ronaldo stood at the back post, closely marking another Chilean center back, who was nearly 6'3". The opponent was accustomed to taking a half step back before jumping, using the momentum to leap. Ronaldo saw through this tactic. The corner kick was taken. Chaos ensued in the penalty area. The center back in front of Ronaldo prepared to spring into action. Ronaldo did not pull the jersey, he merely pressed his shoulder against the opponent's ribcage, bending his left arm to block the space for the opponent's arms during the jump, disrupting his launching posture. The opponent jumped, but couldn't fully take off. He barely made contact with the ball, which brushed past his head and flew out of bounds. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a goal kick. Costa ran out from the goal line and gave Ronaldo a thumbs up. Ronaldo released the opposing player and patted his left knee twice with his palm. As he passed, Felipe, the young center-back, glanced at him this time, without any trash talk. Ronaldo did not speak either. The scoreboard had already said it all. In stoppage time with 4 minutes added at 92 minutes and 50 seconds, Chile made one last attempt to cross the ball into the penalty area. Diaz stepped back 2 paces, channeling his core to head the ball away. Bruno rushed to the spot and controlled the ball with his chest. "Clear it," Martinez shouted from the sidelines. Bruno raised his foot and launched a powerful kick, sending the ball forward. The referee glanced at the watch and blew the final whistle. The match ended with Portugal winning their first warm-up match 1-0. The substitutes rushed onto the field. Bruno was the first to reach Ronaldo, jumping up to hang on him. "Don't break the old bones. The old bones can still nutmeg and score. Who are you fooling?" Bruno laughed heartily, hugging his neck. Diaz was the last to come over, patting Ronaldo on the back of his head and pointing towards their own penalty area. They exchanged no extra words. Ronaldo squeezed out from among his teammates, raised his right hand, and pointed towards the sea of deep red fans, then clenched his fist. In the players' tunnel, the wall muffled the cheers outside. Costa caught up from behind. "Your last corner, if you had moved your arm a bit more, the referee would have called it." "So I didn't." Ronaldo turned to look at him. At the corner of the tunnel, Felipe brushed past Ronaldo. The young man moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing, lowering his head and quickening his pace to leave. Carvalho walked beside Ronaldo, lowering his voice. "In those final minutes, you kept appearing in the most annoying places. The privileges of an old man." Ronaldo smirked slightly. At the entrance of the locker room, Martinez embraced every player who passed by. When it was Ronaldo's turn, he paused for half a second and patted Ronaldo's back. 37 minutes, 1 goal, 1 crucial defense. Martinez looked at him. "Cristiano, the knife in the weapon rack is still not rusty." "Not done yet," Ronaldo replied, lifting his gaze to meet the light above the tunnel. After saying that, he walked into the locker room. Inside the locker room, it was a chaotic scene. Ronaldo sat in front of the locker with his name on it, bent over and untied his sweat-soaked shoelaces. He took off his shoes, placing them side by side beside the locker with the toes facing outward and equal distances apart. As he removed his socks, a rush of warmth spread, enveloping his ribs and coursing through his entire body. The sound of his heartbeat drowned out all the noise. Ronaldo pressed his hands on his thighs and closed his eyes. The heat receded, leaving a long-lost sense of relief. The soreness in his left knee diminished significantly, and the tension in his waist and back also relaxed. He moved his right shoulder, feeling none of that uncomfortable friction. Ronaldo lowered his head, clenched his fist, feeling a solid and powerful response from his palm. Post-match assessment completed. Detected 1 effective goal. Goal evaluation, nutmeg score, possessing tactical and crucial scoring value. Body age reversal initiated. Reversal completed. Current body condition assessment, 40 years old. Main improvements, reduced joint effusion, enhanced muscle recovery speed, slight increase in basic endurance. The sound faded and Ronaldo stood up, rising up on his tiptoes. He felt as if he had shed a heavy burden. A sharp pain shot through his mind. Ronaldo swayed, pressing his hands against the edge of the metal locker, his knuckles turning white. A profound sense of fatigue engulfed him, making even the effort to open his eyelids require immense willpower. Warning: accumulated mental exhaustion completed 1/10. Cristiano, are you okay? Nearby, Bernardo Silva paused his action of wiping his head. His rational eyes were fixed on Ronaldo's arms resting on the metal locker. Ronaldo clenched his jaw, suppressing the dizzying sensation that spun around him. Seconds later, he released his grip, donning his signature smile. "What could happen? I was just thinking about how to deal with the reporters outside." B. Silva scratched his nose with his right index finger, saying nothing more. Ronaldo turned and walked towards the shower room, his steps steady with the lines of his muscles sharply defined under the light. Only he knew how terrifying the mental pressure was that this time-reversed body was bearing. Hot water splashed onto the back of his neck, drowning out the noise outside the changing room. The dizziness from earlier had faded, but his head felt as if it had been twisted by someone's hand, with a pulsing pain at his temples matching the beat of his heart. Cristiano Ronaldo turned off the shower and wiped his face with a towel. The man in the mirror still had creases at the corners of his eyes, and the outline of his jawline was slightly clearer than yesterday. The changes were too subtle for the camera to capture, and his teammates couldn't perceive them. But he was aware. His left knee was unnervingly quiet, the slight stiffness that accompanied him to sleep when he got up and with every landing had evaporated. "Cristiano." Bernardo's voice came through the shower door. "Still alive." Ronaldo grabbed a towel. "Just confirming, B." Silva paused. "Your face was quite pale a moment ago." Ronaldo opened the door, his wet hair slicked back, putting on training shorts with a precision that made one's teeth itch. After I score, you should show me some respect, like allowing me to contemplate life in the shower. Bruno poked his head out from beside the cabinet, thinking about how to get through your shorts again. Ronaldo glanced over, thinking about that shot of yours in the 71st minute, why you didn't pass. Bruno instantly shut his mouth, and Cancelo beside him chuckled quietly. Ronaldo returned to the cabinet, arranging his shoes precisely, the tips pointing outward, the spacing perfect. As he bent down to fasten his slippers, the throbbing pain surged back into his head, enveloping him. He didn't let anyone see it. The sheets were pulled into deep creases. Ronaldo opened his eyes. The room was dim, and the digital clock on the bedside read 5:12. He didn't get up immediately. The back of his head felt heavy. His tongue was bitter, as if he had downed half a bottle of cheap liquor and then ran 10 kilometers. Current physical condition assessment, 40 years old. 40. Losing a year. No one in the world would bounce back to their prime from the bench just because they lost a year, but for Ronaldo, a year was not just a number. A year meant less wear on his left knee, fewer minutes in recovery, and whether his muscles could still muster enough breath for that last 10-meter sprint. He lifted the blanket, placing his left foot firmly on the floor. There was no sound accompanying him for nearly 2 years, the faint click that had been replaced by a sharp pain shooting from below his kneecap. Ronaldo's movements stopped at the bedside. The air conditioning blew a breeze, and gray-white daylight seeped through the curtains. Usually at this time, as soon as his left foot touched the ground, his knee would reflexively remind him to take it easy. Today it said nothing. He slowly bent his left knee, straightened it, then bent it again. The joint moved smoothly, cleanly, as if someone had cleared out years of accumulated grit inside. Ronaldo sat at the edge of the bed, his palm pressed against his knee, feeling the warmth of his skin and the solid feedback from his muscles beneath. He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse from just waking. You really are working hard. The system did not respond. The only sound in the room was the air conditioning. Ronaldo stood up, pulling on a dark blue training suit from the wardrobe, raising his arms, feeling no trace of that familiar stiffness in his shoulder blades, sharp and clean. He tucked the black training log under his arm and pushed the door open. The corridor was empty. Costa's room was quiet, with no sounds of tossing or the clink of a water cup. Ronaldo paused outside the door for half a second, listening intently. They'll let you off today. He shook his head and headed downstairs. His training shoes felt lighter on the steps than they had in previous days. That lightness wasn't floating. With every step, his body could absorb the ground's reaction force and send it back into the next step. He pushed open the side door of the training facility, and the cold wind mixed with the smell of grass enveloped him. In the distance, the floodlights were only half on, and the field was shrouded in a gray-blue hue, not yet fully awake. This patch of turf belonged solely to him. Ronaldo placed the log and his phone on the bench at the side of the field, the stopwatch resetting to 0 as he stood at the 30-meter starting point. A few days ago, that page of records flashed in his mind. 30-meter sprint 4:41. The question mark beside it was like a thorn. He didn't warm up much, just did 3 sets of dynamic stretches to awaken his knee, hips, and ankles. His left knee remained silent. He bent forward, placing both hands on the ground, lowering his shoulders and tightening his breath. His calves tensed, first toes gripping the grass, powering through his hips and legs. Ronaldo burst out. From the first step off the ground, he sensed something was off. In the past 2 years, that initial burst would always lose some strength to his knee, and the stiffness in his back would sap some energy. His body felt like a leaky bucket. However much willpower he poured in would always lose some to the turf. This time there was no leakage of strength. The turf flew swiftly beneath him. The wind brushed past his ears. 30 meters seemed alarmingly short. Just as he picked up his stride, the marker cones popped into view. Crossing the line, he pressed the stop button. After slowing down, Ronaldo took 2 steps, his chest heaving, but without that burning sting. He lowered his head to check the reading. 3:96. The number danced in the cold morning light. He stared at it for a few seconds. 3.96 was not a jaw-dropping peak figure, but for him, now that number felt like someone had handed him a key. That door welded shut by the years might just crack open. Damn, he muttered under his breath, reset the stopwatch, and walked back to the starting point. Run again. This time he held back a bit. 4:02. Third time. 3:99. Ronaldo stood beside the finish line, leaning on his knee, his gasps resounding clearly in the empty training ground. Numbers are the most honest. They say you have taken half a step back. In the strength room, the top light of the vertical jump tester was still off. Ronaldo turned on the small lamp beside him, casting a narrow shadow on the scale. A week ago, his vertical jump data was written on the small whiteboard beside him, and the fitness coach had comforted him at the time, saying it was already impressive to maintain such at this age. Ronaldo didn't respond that day. Impressive in his view was still not enough. He stood directly under the tester with his toes touching the marking line, without a running start, relying on no external force. Tightening his core, he swung his arms back. Squatting down, he powered up. His calf muscles tensed, his body shot upwards, and his fingertips tapped the scale, the plastic piece flipping several notches. Landing, his knees bent slightly to absorb the impact. Still smooth. He looked up at the scale. It was 4 centimeters higher than a week ago. 4 centimeters on a dining table is just a common impressive. In professional football, 4 centimeters determines whether a header brushes against the forehead or is deflected by a central defender, deciding whether a leap is a highlight or just background. Ronaldo touched the cold column of the tester. Not bad, he said lightly, but the fire in his chest had already burned up to his throat. Beside the squat rack, the weight plates were neatly hung. Ronaldo didn't add weight. Today, he wasn't going to compete with the plates. What he needed to test wasn't his knee. That account had just been settled on the track. What he needed to test was his mind. The dizziness in the shower, the hangover feeling upon waking, the intermittent throbbing pain at his temples. The system had given him a body a year younger, while taking away a piece of his spirit. Would this deficit surface at the moments he needed to concentrate the most? He stood in front of the mirror, feet apart. Squatting down, rising second, 1/3 one, each movement executed perfectly. Even a fitness coach wouldn't be able to pick out a mistake. He consciously sped up the tempo, squeezing an extra half second into each rise, forcing himself to the edge of oxygen deprivation. On the 4th set, his heart rate rose. On the 5th set, as he squatted down, his peripheral vision blurred momentarily. Here it comes. A sharp pain shot through his temple. Ronaldo didn't stop. He rose, exhaling 4th, 5th, counting, while tightening his abdomen. 3 to 4 seconds he could endure it without affecting his movements. As the pain subsided, sweat dripped from the tips of his hair onto the floor. He raised his hand and patted his knee. Good. The account for his knee was settled, but the one in his mind was still growing. The golden era spoken of by the system was not mere talk. It came at the cost of goals, of mental strain, of rules he had yet to fully grasp. Ronaldo suddenly understood that nutmeg from last night didn't just grant him a body a year younger, it provided him with precise control over training, recovery, and every exertion. He could once again measure this patch of turf by his own standards. This was more addictive than merely being younger in numbers. On the bench by the field, the training log was blown open a few pages by the morning breeze. Ronaldo walked over and flipped back to that page. 30-meter sprint 4:41. The question mark was still there. He pulled out a pen from the compartment, its tip hovering over the next line. 3:96. He drew a triangle beside it, sharp at the top, like an arrow piercing the penalty area on a tactical board. Ronaldo stared at that, marking his eyebrows raising slightly. Inside the old shell of a 41-year-old, a younger engine had been forcibly stuffed. This feeling was unreasonable and undignified. But football has never handed out trophies just because you were dignified. Ronaldo closed the log. His phone lit up briefly. It was a message from Georgina, timestamped at 1:17 in the morning. A photo of mini Ronaldo barefoot kicking a ball in the living room with the pair of little shoes she had placed neatly still in the corner. There were no words. Ronaldo looked at it for 2 seconds, a smile spreading across his face. The whistle sliced through the thin mist. Martinez stood at the center circle, his training vest snapping as he swung it. Cristiano Ronaldo pulled the yellow vest over his head, his mind already calculating the game. It couldn't be too absurd. Yesterday he was knocked off his feet by a Chilean defender, and this morning, running at 24-year-old's pace, the medical team would have strapped him to a stretcher on the spot. A reasonable rebound or recovery informed the adrenaline from scoring. These excuses barely kept him afloat. The issue was that this body, which had just reverted a year in age, was sometimes more honest than his mind. Chris, main group center forward. Ronaldo put on his jersey. Renato Vega was called out to mark him. This big guy's shoulders were as broad as load-bearing walls. He didn't play dirty, but never held back in a challenge. Ronaldo walked over and patted him on the arm. Play normally. Vega stood straight. Captain, I will be mindful of the balance. Play for real, don't hold back. It's easy to get injured. Leo chuckled. Vega's face turned beet red, his neck stiffened. Understood, Captain. The scrimmage began. In the first 10 minutes, Ronaldo played like a 41-year-old veteran. Receiving the ball, passing back, positioning himself. Vega was glued to him, chest pressed against his back, arms locking down his turning space. Ronaldo cooperated, occasionally making forward runs, but only in second gear. Carvalho watched the running lines, his brow slightly furrowed. In the 19th minute, Leo crossed from the left. Ronaldo and Vega contested the near post, positioning themselves half a step early, and when they jumped, Ronaldo intentionally held back. The ball grazed his head and flew out of bounds. Vega let out a long breath. As Ronaldo landed, he glanced at him. You lost half a body length in defense. But the ball didn't go in, Captain. In a real match, half a body length would be enough for me to score 3 goals against you. Vega shut his mouth, his expression darkening. In the 30th minute, Bruno received the ball on the left flank, and Vega, with his weight shifted outward, blocked the retreating route, exposing all his slow movements. Ronaldo's eyelids flickered. Just hold back a bit, half a step would suffice. The thought had barely crossed his mind when his body acted first. His left shoulder dipped, and with a push off the right foot, he slipped past Vega. Too late to pull back. He cursed himself silently. Vega reached out, but only grasped at air. Bruno's through ball was perfectly timed, but given Ronaldo's earlier pace, the ball should have rolled half a meter in front of his right foot. He ran too fast, the pass was too late. Ronaldo forced an abrupt stop, using the arch of his right foot to bring the ball back in front of him, his body half turned. By the time Vega lunged at him, the ball was already shot into the net. The ball drilled into the net. The training ground fell silent for 2 seconds. Leo exclaimed, "Beautiful, boss." Vega stood rooted, staring at the grass. He didn't misjudge, he just didn't keep up. But that was Ronaldo at 41. Bruno strode over, his brow furrowed. "You're not quite right today. When I score, you always say that. Stop messing around. You started faster than I calculated. You should eat more beef. Stop making excuses for your passes." Bruno glared at him. "I slept well last night." Bruno rolled his eyes. "If you ever say that sleeping is how you win the World Cup, I might believe you. Then you'd better sleep early so you don't hold me back. I've made 20 key passes, you say I'm holding back. That last pass was late. Because you ran too fast, so you were the one who was late." Cancelo was laughing on the sidelines, nearly spitting out his drink. On the other side, Silva was stretching. He straightened up, his gaze fixed on Ronaldo's abruptly stopping right foot. Acceleration could be explained by form, but that sudden stop was off. The knee bore the strain of the reverse stop, and the hip joint twisted along. Anyone with a worn meniscus would find this motion torturous. A slight delay, and the ball would bounce away with the knee sending out an alert. Ronaldo stopped too cleanly. Silva retracted his hand, brushing his knuckles against his nose. Fooling Bruno worked. Fooling biomechanics did not. The contest continued. Ronaldo tightened his play, no longer charging into the back, focusing on the wall play. In the 37th minute, Leo wandered down the left flank. Ronaldo received the ball and passed back, then fixed his gaze on him. "Rafael, if you keep strolling, I'll have Carvalho practice defensive drills with you all afternoon." "His name alone carries tactical intimidation," Martinez chuckled. The whistle blew, signaling the end. Just as Ronaldo sat down to drink water, Felix sauntered over, holding the ball and hesitating. Ronaldo twisted the cap back on "Go ahead." Felix choked a bit, steeling himself to ask, "Captain, how did you know Vega would follow out during that fake run in the box?" Ronaldo extended his foot, kicking the ball to Felix. "Come on, dribble, watch my shoulder." Felix stepped on the ball and licked his lips. Under Ronaldo's intense gaze, Felix felt a tremor in his feet. He initiated a left-footed flick to the right, but Ronaldo didn't reach out. He merely shifted half a step and let his shoulder sink, sealing off the inside lane. Felix wanted to change direction, but as he pulled the ball back, his next movement was already blocked. Not a steal, just a barrier. Felix was forced to stop the ball. Ronaldo pointed to his left shoulder. "You were watching the ball just now." The ball can deceive, but the shoulder cannot. A big guy like Vega must use his shoulder to turn before he spins. You step back, and he fears losing position, so he will definitely follow. The more you retreat, like you're receiving the ball, the more he can't resist. Felix's eyes widened. Ronaldo stepped back half a step, opening his right shoulder, while keeping his left foot on the ground without applying force. When the opponent's weight followed, he lowered his knees and rotated his hips, directly cutting back behind him on the second step. The movements were slow, but every frame was frighteningly clean. He accelerated and repeated it, the deceptive effect instantly maximized. At first glance, it looked like a retreat, but in the next moment, he had already slipped past. "Practice," Ronaldo said. Felix complied. The first time, his shoulder fake was too exaggerated, and Ronaldo stomped on the ball. "Are you acting in a play? Defenders don't buy tickets." The second time he retreated too far, Ronaldo shook his head. "Retreat 3 steps, and the defender thanks your whole family." The third time, he only retreated half a step, lightly offered his shoulder, kept his hips in place, and Ronaldo didn't snatch. "You're looking a bit more like a player. Isn't it just a bit faster that would let me shake them off?" Ronaldo shot him a glance. First deceive the person, then talk about shaking off. The most common mistake geniuses make is always wanting to skip the first half of the sentence. Felix stood frozen in place. The words hit him like a knife, scraping against his bones. Benfica, Atletico, Chelsea, Barcelona, everyone praised his exceptional talent, yet everyone said he was missing that last piece. He used to think it was the coaches who didn't understand him, but now, as Ronaldo kept the ball at his feet, without any motivational speech, he simply tore away the curtain with a fake run. He stared at the grass, and after a long pause, he managed to say, "It'll come again." Ronaldo nudged the ball over. That sounded like a human being. 10 minutes later, Felix left the training ground, his palms all sweaty. He glanced back. Ronaldo was bent over, picking up the ball, looking as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. Felix suddenly felt that while he had once idolized the goal-scoring Ronaldo, today what he feared was this Ronaldo, who could dissect and reassemble one's mind. The locker room was filled with steam. Leo stuffed his socks into his bag and approached Dallet. "The old man is really on fire today." Dallet adjusted his shin guards. "He can't hear you." Cancelo peered from behind the locker. Whispering won't help, his hearing is sharper than the referee's VAR. Leo immediately sat up straight, pretending to tie his shoelaces. Ronaldo opened his lunchbox. Carbs on one side, protein on the other, fruit set aside, and he cut the chicken breast into even small pieces with a fork. As Bruno walked by, he still wouldn't give up. "Is it really just that you slept well? So now you're here to check on my sleep quality. I want to understand how you suddenly regained your explosiveness." Bravely admitting your passing mistakes is a sign of a mature midfielder. Bruno gave him the finger and walked. Silva, having changed his clothes, walked by and paused for half a second. His gaze swept over Ronaldo's left knee, which lacked an ice pack. According to his previous habits, that knee should have been iced for at least 40 minutes after high-intensity contact. Ronaldo closed the lunchbox lid, and his phone vibrated. National team group, friendly match, second game versus Nigeria Thursday at 2:00. He stared at the screen, his thumb unconsciously rubbing his knee. It didn't hurt. The things gained from reverting a year were limited: half a step of acceleration, a clean sudden stop, and a night without needing an ice pack. That was enough. Enough for him to know that this body could still move backward. Nigeria's center back line was young, fast, fierce, and had a completely different rhythm from Chile. Just right. Today he had hidden for half a match, only revealing one step. In the next game, he wanted to score a few when he didn't hide. Ronaldo locked the locker door, unable to suppress the arc of his smile. 16 years. I want to take it 1 year at a time. As the whistle blew, a collision occurred on his shoulder. Bang! Cristiano Ronaldo received the ball with his back, turned his right foot, pressing down on the ball, as Okoye collided into his back. An arm wedged beneath his ribs, a knee pressing against the outer thigh, warm breath puffing against the back of his neck. It was neither a foul nor clean. The whistle remained silent. Okoye chewed gum, his voice drifting from behind. There's nowhere to fish tonight, old man. Ronaldo twisted his ankle, intending to pass back to João Neves. Adebayo silently approached from the side, his knee against Ronaldo's lower back, his long legs stretching to block the passing lane. The ball was poked away. The Nigerian defensive midfielder launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Ronaldo stumbled forward from the impact, bracing himself with his palms on the grass to steady himself. Okoye jogged past him leisurely. The Chilean is too lenient on you. Adebayo patted his chest and glanced back at Ronaldo. The look in his eyes was more straightforward than trash talk. You won't get past me. Ronaldo stood up, brushing the grass clippings from his palms. His left knee didn't hurt, nor did his waist or back. The collision was solid, his muscles had withstood it, and his joints held firm. 40 years and 1 year apart. On the field, that 1 year's difference meant being able to rise without grimacing after being knocked down. In the 7th minute, Nuno Mendes made a low cross from the left flank. Ronaldo sprinted to the near post, Okoye followed, and Adebayo shifted laterally from the center to block. Just as the ball rolled to Ronaldo's feet, it was swept away. In the 11th minute, Bruno made a diagonal pass from the center toward Ronaldo's flank. The moment the ball arrived, Ronaldo tapped it with his foot to shield it in front of him, while Okoye pressed forward, his right arm resting on Ronaldo's shoulder. Ronaldo held his ground. Adebayo circled to the right to seal off the route, his long legs allowing only a single shoe to fit between them. Ronaldo tapped the ball towards Bernardo, choosing to relinquish it, turning away with slow steps. He observed the first step Adebayo took while covering. First the ball, then the man. It was always the same. The Portuguese commentary echoed. Nigeria's strategy is very clear, with the two center backs taking turns to engage physically, giving Cristiano no space to turn. In the Chinese studio, Hiwei spoke faster than usual. After the kickoff, Ronaldo has faced strong confrontations while receiving the ball with his back. The physical conditions of these two Nigerian center backs are indeed impressive. Su Yang chimed in. They are betting that Ronaldo no longer has the ability to evade continuously. The screen showed Ronaldo standing at the top of the penalty area, hands on his hips. Okoye moved his neck behind him, a relaxed expression written larger than a billboard. Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area, hands tucked in his pockets. He was watching Ronaldo's footwork. In the 11th minute, Ronaldo wasn't intercepted. He had let the ball go himself. Being intercepted is passive, while voluntarily giving up is a choice. 41 is a cruel number. It makes every feint seem like a genuine exhaustion of physical resources. Carvalho stood nearby, repeatedly rubbing a coin between his fingers. In the 16th minute, Ronaldo received the ball again, with Okoye closing in. Ronaldo didn't even stop the ball, but sent a direct pass back to the center. Okoye lunged, but missed, nearly tripping over his own feet. Carvalho laughed, the corners of his mouth twitching before he held it back. Martinez turned his head to look at him. These fools. Carvalho fixated on the number 7 in the penalty area. Cristiano is measuring them up. He lifted his chin, pointing at the two center backs. Okoye must first dip his right shoulder before jumping, while Adebayo should watch the ball first, then the man when covering. In those previous confrontations, Cristiano didn't genuinely contest the first ball. He is measuring the jump height. Carvalho nodded, and the jump timing. Martinez looked onto the field. Ronaldo stood near the top of the penalty area, breathing steadily. Okoye's ease was too blatant to hide. It wasn't a lack of strength to contest. He was making the opponent believe he could only be passively knocked down. The hunter crouches in the grass while the prey thinks it is the hunter. In the 21st minute, Nigeria's counterattack was intercepted by João Neves, who sent it out of bounds. As Ronaldo retreated, he passed by him, raising a hand to point at his temple. João Neves wiped his sweat. I know, Captain. Don't just know. Ronaldo looked towards the two walls of meat still charging at him. Teach them a lesson later. What did you say? Bruno, who had run past, turned his head immediately upon hearing this. Ronaldo did not respond. Bruno glanced at his face, then at the two walls of meat swaying in the penalty area. The corners of his mouth began to stretch. All right, I'll take care of sending the coffin board. In the 26th minute, Portugal executed a complete offensive. Vitinha controlled the ball in the center, passing it sideways to Bernardo, who used his right foot to flick it to the left, prompting Nuno Mendes to sprint. Ronaldo saw Nuno start to accelerate, but instead of charging forward, he took half a step back. Okoye followed while Adebayo moved inward, blocking the jump path. Nuno's cross hit the calf and bounced out of bounds. Corner kick. Bruno walked towards the corner flag, while Ronaldo bent down to adjust his socks. Okoye pushed against his waist with his left hand. Are we relying on set pieces again? Adebayo stood on the other side, giving Ronaldo's shoulder a squeeze with his right hand. The force was not light. The meaning was clear: try jumping. Ronaldo looked up. You can try. Okoye laughed. We've been trying for over 20 minutes. Ronaldo turned around and spoke in Portuguese towards the corner flag. Bruno, don't cross it too high. Bruno raised his right hand, crossing his index and middle fingers. The signal established during yesterday's extra practice: fake a jump at the near post, make a late run into the center with the landing spot half a meter outside the small penalty area line. While it wasn't the most comfortable heading position, if Ronaldo could jump early, it would become the execution ground. On the bench B, Silva twisted open a water bottle, not looking at the water. He was watching Ronaldo's positioning. The distance covered in the first 26 minutes was suspiciously low, but even more suspicious was Ronaldo, showing no signs of irritation. After being pushed for over 20 minutes, a normal 41-year-old forward should start getting anxious. Ronaldo did nothing. He just stood there waiting. The penalty area was congested. Ronaldo was pinned from behind by Okoye while Adebayo stood to his right, their arms pressed against him like stuffing a person in an iron cage. The referee rushed over to issue a warning. Okoye raised his hands in a gesture of innocence while Adebayo loosened his grip but didn't move his feet. Ronaldo was watching the grass. There was a patch of slightly darker grass just outside the small penalty area. Stepping there would be slippery. The first step couldn't land there, but 20 centimeters to its left. Left foot planted, right foot pushed off. The jump point mustn't wait for the ball to reach the top of his head. It must be early, so early that the opponent thinks you're crazy. The whistle blew. Bruno started his run, striking the bottom half of the ball with his right foot, sending it curving inward straight towards the edge of the small penalty area. The moment the ball left his foot, Ronaldo moved. It wasn't a retreat. He charged forward. His left foot landed beside the dark patch of grass, the studs gripping the dry ground, his knees steady, thighs exerting power, and waist propelling forward. As Okoye prepared to chest it, Ronaldo had already used his left shoulder to carve out half a position. Adebayo reached out, but only brushed against a piece of fabric, slipping through his fingers. Ronaldo's right foot landed, grass flying up, and his next movement propelled him into the sky. Only then did Okoye begin to dip his right shoulder, and Adebayo lifted his head to search for the ball. Always look at the ball first, then the man. It was clearly 3/10 of a second late. Ronaldo rose first. The two Nigerian center backs followed, but they jumped into present, while Ronaldo jumped half a second later. His abs tightened back, arched arms spread wide in the air to maintain balance. The red jersey stretched under the lights like a flag. The ball hadn't arrived yet, but Okoye's forehead had reached its maximum height. Ronaldo was still in the air. The ball arrived. He contracted his waist, tightened his neck, and met the ball with his forehead. Bang! The soccer net bulged backward under an immense force. After half a second of silence, the Estadio Nacional de Lisboa erupted with deafening roars. It's a goal. Hiwai's passionate voice sliced through the Chinese broadcast room. In the 28th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo scored with a header. He executed a perfect jump, even amidst the pressure from two Nigerian center backs. Suyong tapped his pen on the table twice. Ladies and gentlemen, watch the slow-motion replay. The most terrifying aspect of this goal lies not in its height, but in its timing. He jumped ahead of the two center backs without losing his landing point. The screen replayed the moment Bruno took the free kick. The ball traced a fast, inward spiraling arc through the air, heading straight for the edge of the small penalty area. Ronaldo made his first step, his left foot firmly planted on the edge of the dark green turf. He powered off with his right foot, his waist and abdomen fully extended in midair. The two Nigerian center backs leapt a beat late. By the time they jumped, Ronaldo had already reached his peak height. Everyone else began to descend, yet number 7 remained suspended in the air waiting for the ball. Suyong stared at the screen. This is the muscle memory accumulated from countless battles in the penalty area over his 20-plus-year career. At 41 years of age, he can still outjump two prime African center backs. It's truly astonishing. The Portuguese commentator shouted hoarsely, Cristiano. They say he's old, that he can't run anymore, and can only capitalize on set pieces. They claim he can only fish with experience. Just when you think he can't fly, he declares dominion over the sky above your head. The guest next to him removed his headphones and put them back on. Okoye and Adebayo have been completely deceived. They spent the last 20 minutes trying to physically dominate him. They thought they controlled the rhythm of the confrontation, but in reality, it was Cristiano who adapted to their jumping habits. He has deciphered the defensive blind spots where opponents first watch the ball before the man. In the penalty area, Okoye stood still after landing. He looked first at the net, then at Ronaldo. Adebayor bent over, holding his knee, muttering a curse in English. Ronaldo walked out between them and pointed towards Bruno in the corner flag area. Bruno came rushing over with arms wide open. After being embraced by him, Ronaldo took half a step back. "You passed 2 centimeters too low. It went in, and you're still nitpicking. So there's still room for improvement." Bruno spat out a string of Portuguese curses. Leo rushed in from behind, hugging both of them. Nuno also charged into the crowd. The substitutes bench stood up collectively. Cancelo turned to the field, shaking his fist, and yelled at Weghorst. "Did you see that? You were already gentle yesterday." Weghorst nodded seriously while sitting in his chair. "I'm much more comfortable now." Cancelo looked stunned. "How did you learn to be sarcastic?" After the match resumed, Nigeria's momentum changed. They still used physicality, but every time they approached Ronaldo, their hands and feet hesitated by a half beat. Okoye was no longer smiling, and Adebayor kept looking back to confirm the position of that number 7. Ronaldo ceased to force the attack in the first half, starting to distribute the ball to the sides. Leo was brought down by the Nigerian right back during a breakthrough on the left. Nuno nearly collided with Leo while pushing forward, receiving a scolding from Ronaldo across half the field. "Are you two here to dance?" Leo spread his hands, and Nuno muttered under his breath while sprinting back quickly. At the end of the first half, Portugal led 1-0. In the player tunnel, Okoye walked past Ronaldo with his mouth tightly shut. Martinez was waiting at the locker room door. "Very good." Ronaldo stopped in his tracks. "Only very good. What do you want to hear?" "Perfect." "That's not possible. Bruno passed 2 centimeters too low." Bruno protested on the spot. "Can you two not hold a meeting about my pass?" Laughter erupted in the locker room. Ronaldo threw the towel into the locker, sat back down, and pressed his palm against his left knee. The impact of the header had borne the entire weight on his knee. A few days ago, that pain would have lingered for 3 minutes. Now there was none at all. The system wasn't lying. Time was indeed turning back. Deep in his mind, a taut string had begun to heat up since the goal. Each borrowed moment of youth had to be repaid. At the beginning of the second half, Nigeria made 3 substitutions, and their attack became faster. In the 52nd minute, Nigeria equalized with a cross from the wing, but the goal was disallowed for offside. In the 58th minute, a Nigerian forward's low shot from the edge of the penalty area was parried by Costa. The ball bounced into the center of the penalty area, where Dias cleared it off the line before a follow-up shot could be taken. Costa got up and patted Dias on the shoulder. Dias said nothing, only pointed to the right flank. The situation began to get chaotic. Martinez shouted João Neves' name from the sidelines, instructing him to drop back in midfield. Carvalho observed the field. They want to disrupt the game. In the 63rd minute, Nigeria's left side attack was blocked by Dalit. João Neves anticipated the position, cushioning the ball with his chest, and sent a long pass with his right foot without letting the ball touch the ground. The pass crossed the halfway line successfully, finding Bernardo Silva, who had made an advance on the right. Silva's first step to receive the ball was not quick, but his dribbling rhythm was excellent. The Nigerian left back lunged in aggressively, but Silva pulled the ball away from the opponent's toe. The second defensive midfielder quickly filled the gap. Silva feigned with his left shoulder to mislead the opponent's center of gravity, gently pushing with the outside of his right foot to slip through the narrow space between 2 defenders. He looked up to see red and green jerseys entangled in fierce combat at the edge of the penalty area. Ronaldo sprinted through the middle at high speed, slightly behind the optimal position. According to Silva's judgment, if the ball was passed directly to him, Ronaldo would have to stop and adjust. But any pause would allow the Nigerian center back to recover, completely squandering the fast break opportunity. However, if he didn't pass, the space for a breakthrough on the right was also rapidly closing. Silva clenched his right hand around his sleeve and made the most reasonable choice on the field. A half-height ball was played across. The trajectory swept across the edge of the penalty area, the ball slightly bouncing on the turf. The moment the pass was made, Silva silently cursed himself for being slow, even preparing to chase after the second ball. Then he saw Ronaldo not slowing down at all. That glance shattered all the formulas in Silva's mind about the physical longevity and muscle response of a 40-year-old forward. Ronaldo took a big step with his left leg firmly planting his foot on the turf, his right arm fully extended backward, and the strength from his waist and abdomen locked his center of gravity securely. Without a transitional stop, without adjusting his steps, he met the ball in midair directly with his left foot. The dull sound of the strike echoed throughout the forward line. The ball was struck hard with the front of his left foot, drawing a straight white line in the air, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. The Nigerian goalkeeper reacted extremely quickly, leaping off the ground with both legs and stretching his right hand to the limit, his fingertips grazing the surface of the ball. The goalkeeper's gloves were flung backward by the immense force, the trajectory of the ball barely deviating by half a palm's breadth, continuing straight into the corner. 2-0. Ronaldo landed on his left foot and took 2 steps forward, glancing at the goal and then at his left foot. The stands erupted. A brace. A violent long-range shot with the weaker left foot from outside the penalty area. Soo-young focused on the slow-motion commentary. Normally, he should have taken a pause. Bernardo's pass wasn't exactly comfortable, it was still bouncing. But Ronaldo shot directly, and it was with the back of his left foot. He chimed in. That's the ability of a superstar. Soo-young shook his head. The quality of the power was so exaggerated, you see, even the goalkeeper's gloves touched it, but couldn't stop it. This is power-shattering science. Bernardo was still standing on the right, his knee bent from the pass. He tried to apply the formula for a 41-year-old to this man. But that number 7 on the field shattered the formula with his left foot. Bruno ran past from the middle, calling out. Stop daydreaming, you assisted. B. Silva followed suit, running towards Ronaldo. I passed it too slowly. Ronaldo turned to look at him. I know. Then why did you shoot? Because you already did your best. B. Silva fell silent for 2 seconds. Are you complimenting me or scolding me? Depends on your mood. Bruno laughed and bent over. Cancelo rushed from the bench to the sidelines, throwing his jacket on the ground and shouting at Ronaldo. What kind of medicine did you take this morning? Ronaldo looked at him across the sideline, raising his hand to smooth his jersey collar. Olive oil. Cancelo looked puzzled. Ronaldo turned back and walked away. Eat more, it's good for your brain. Laughter erupted from the substitutes bench. Leo laughed so hard he slid off his chair, while Weghorst covered his face. Bruno caught up with Ronaldo, patting him on the shoulder. Do you know that olive oil in all of Portugal's supermarkets is going to increase in price tomorrow? Then you can buy some now. Do I look like I need that little money? You need a brain. Bruno turned to find B. Silva to complain. B. Silva sighed as he looked at Ronaldo's back. He has the right to scold today. In the 71st minute, Nigeria's corner kick was delivered to the far post of the penalty area. Inacio lost his mark, and the opposing forward's header bounced off the ground and into the near corner. 2-1. The Nigerian bench rushed to the sidelines, with someone from the coaching staff slamming their fists on the tactical board. The fans in green jerseys erupted with cheers. In the next 6 minutes, Nigeria attempted several long-range shots from the periphery. Crosses from the left repeatedly crashed into the heart of Portugal's penalty area. Dias leaped high to clear the first threatening header. Ruben Neves held his position and went down to clear the second low cross. The third close-range shot was heroically parried by Costa with one palm right in front of the goal line. Martinez shouted from the sidelines, directing the whole team to tighten their defense and stabilize their formation. In the 77th minute, João Neves successfully intercepted the ball in the backfield and sent a long pass to find space on the left. The immense pressure on Portugal's defense was finally relieved. In the 79th minute, Leo utilized his speed to forcefully break through on the left and sent a back pass in a triangle. Bruno surged forward, meeting the ball and shooting towards the far corner with his right foot before it even settled. 3-1. As Bruno slid on his knees toward the corner flag, he pointed at Ronaldo behind him. Did you learn anything about passing quality? Ronaldo, standing at the center circle, smiled and gave a thumbs up. In the 86th minute, substitute Felix took the ball on the left side at the edge of the penalty area. He hesitated not at all, pressing forward with his left shoulder to create half a step of space, directly feeding the ball behind the center back with his right foot. The ball skillfully slipped through the ankles of 2 Nigerian center backs. Ramos successfully timed his run to stay onside, dribbling into the penalty area and scoring with a low shot to the far corner. 4-1. Felix excitedly ran over to celebrate, with Ramos bumping chests, then glanced back at Ronaldo. Ronaldo nodded in acknowledgement, raising his chin. Felix, satisfied, ran back to his defensive position. The final whistle blew. Okoye stood on the grass for 5 seconds before turning around. As he passed by Ronaldo, he stopped, mouth agape, then closed it. After being nutmegged, he did not speak another word. Ronaldo didn't even look at him. He bent down, touched the grass with his fingertips, performing a prayer gesture. Then he turned and walked towards the players' tunnel. Cancelo patted Ronaldo's shoulder from behind. Seriously, what brand of olive oil? You can't afford it. So you can't afford it even more. Cancelo clutched his chest, turning to find someone to complain to. Ronaldo entered the locker room, bent down to take off his shoes in front of his locker. A heat surged wildly from deep within his chest. This time the temperature far exceeded the past, carrying a slight burning sensation. Scorching warmth streamed rapidly through his veins to his fingertips and toes. The heavy, powerful heartbeat completely drowned out all the laughter of his teammates in the locker room. Ronaldo closed his eyes, feeling every subtle change in his body. The joint in his left knee moved more easily, the heaviness in his waist and back significantly lessened, and the muscles in his calves were tighter. He attempted to clench his fist beside him. The speed at which his fingers tightened was noticeably faster than a few hours ago. The youthful vitality was fully taking over this body, which had endured 20 years of hardships. But the corresponding price was also arriving on schedule. The bus glided slowly through Lisbon's nocturnal streets toward the hotel. The players in the rear half of the cabin had already begun dozing off. Leo leaned against the window, eyes closed, while Cancelo continued murmuring with Vega about olive oil. In the front corner, fitness coach Paulo Sanchez balanced his laptop on his knees and opened the post-match GPS movement data sync interface. He waited 30 seconds. The moment the data refreshed, Sanchez froze, his finger hovering above the touchpad unmoving. High-intensity running distance up 41 from the previous match. Sprint count doubled. Top speed 34. 2 kilometers per hour. The figure hadn't changed. He cranked the screen brightness to maximum and leaned in for another close inspection. 34. 2 kilometers per hour. The number rolled over in his mind 3 times. He opened another folder. The UEFA Competition Data Center's shared season-long compilation of peak GPS metrics for active players across Europe's top 5 leagues. His cursor scrolled to the very top. Erling Haaland Manchester City counterattack sprint against Arsenal in the 72nd minute 34. 8 kmh. A gap of 0.6. A 26-year-old Viking behemoth, 194 centimeters tall, widely hailed across Europe as a human tank. The other officially registered age 41. Sanchez snapped his laptop shut, leaned back into the seat, and let his gaze drift, unfocused, toward the reading light mounted on the ceiling. He had spent 18 years in this field, monitoring physical performance for 3 national teams and publishing 11 peer-reviewed papers in sports medicine. 18 years of expertise yielded only one conclusion: should this dataset be submitted to any reputable journal in sports medicine, reviewers would reject it outright, with a single terse note in the comments: equipment malfunction. Yet he had rebooted the system. The equipment was functioning perfectly. His assistant fitness coach leaned over. Sanchez, has Seven's data synced yet? It has, Sanchez replied calmly, already dragging the report from the shared folder into his personal encrypted directory and applying dual-layer encryption. How much latency are you seeing on your heart rate monitor? About 10 or 15 seconds. Nothing serious. Right? We'll recalibrate tomorrow. The assistant nodded and turned back. Sanchez stared at the confirmation prompt. Encryption complete, and realized with quiet disquiet that he had no idea why he'd locked it away. Perhaps instinct: when one witnesses something that ought not exist, the first impulse is always concealment. On the 5th floor of the same hotel, Martinez's room light remained on. On his laptop screen, the footage paused at the 63rd minute, the long-range shot. He rewound the timeline by 2 frames. Cristiano Ronaldo's left foot was mid-swing, meeting the ball. The laptop's cool blue glow cast sharp contours across Martinez's face. He froze the frame, zoomed in until pixelation frayed the edges. His eyes locked onto the left ankle. At the instant of impact, the joint was rigid, fused like steel. As the calf muscles contracted, their deep sinewy grooves pressed visibly through the fabric of the sock. Martinez pressed play. Tum. A dense muffled thud erupted from the laptop's tinny speakers, jarringly loud in the hushed hotel room. His finger jerked. He halted the video. Silence rushed back and broken only by the low, steady hum of the air. He rose and walked to the window, hands buried deep in his suit trouser pockets, thumbs grinding fiercely against the inner seam of the fabric. Over 20 years of coaching, he'd witnessed many veteran players' final flares. Zidane's sudden resurgence before the 2006 World Cup final, Ibrahimovic's improbable renaissance at AC Milan at 38. Those moments were traceable: less running, more efficiency, experience compensating for lost speed, positional intelligence, conserving energy. But Ronaldo's shot defied all such logic. It was neither tactical nor experiential. It was raw, unyielding physical explosiveness. The goalkeeper touched it, and still it went in. Martinez mentally recalibrated the forced transmission, roughly equivalent to Ronaldo's Primera Champions League knockout goals for Real Madrid, when he was 27 or 28. A fine sheen of sweat broke across his forehead. What exactly had this man been hiding from everyone? Martinez didn't pursue the thought further. He returned to the desk and closed the laptop. He withdrew his hands from his pockets. His thumbs pad raw and reddened. On the 3rd floor of the same hotel, Cristiano Ronaldo locked the door behind him. The bathroom light was stark white. Bare-chested, he stood beneath the shower head as icy water cascaded. Heat had swelled inside his chest for nearly 2 hours, beginning in the dressing room, held at bay by deliberate breaths during the bus ride, suppressed all the way here. Like a white-hot iron sphere tumbling through his viscera, reaching its breaking point. A taut cord deep within his skull was wrenched, twisted beyond endurance, then snapping violently outward, pain detonating from his temples in every direction. Not the ache of injury, but the sensation of consciousness itself being torn apart and stitched back together. One hand braced against the tiled wall, the nails of the other dug into his palm. Water streamed down his taut forearms, washing over the floor. Last time it felt like a single needle twisting in his brain. This time it was an entire bundle. Time dissolved in the sealed space. Perhaps 3 minutes, perhaps 10. Pain receded like tide, slowly from its violent core, outward, fading, softening, withdrawing. Ronaldo released the wall, straightened, lifted his face to the cascade, then switched off the tap. He stepped before the mirror above the sink and stopped motionless for 3 full seconds. The deltoid's full sculpted curve had returned to his shoulders. The line from acromion to upper arm was seamless, fierce. The subtle layer of laxity that age had deposited along his waistline had vanished. The external obliques stood out with such clarity he could trace each fiber with his fingertip. He bent his left knee, fully deliberately, then extended, then bent again. No burn, no gritty resistance, no sandpaper rasp grating across the joint surface. Ronaldo stepped back, then launched upward, right foot driving hard into the floor. The explosive lift startled even himself. His forehead nearly struck the ceiling light fixture. 38 years old. The system had pulled him back to 38. That year at Juventus, knees intact, back forged of iron, every sprint cresting above 34 km/h. Ronaldo stared into his own eyes in the mirror. Their pupils reflected the harsh white light, but the eyes themselves had changed. No longer the tempered composure of 41, now edged with sharpness, with that cold predatory aggression reserved solely for the penalty area. 20 minutes later, wrapped in the hotel's white bathrobe, Ronaldo sat on the edge of the bed, holding the black bound. His pen moved across the page. Estimated 30-meter sprint 3.95 seconds. Estimated vertical jump 68 centimeters. Estimated body fat percentage under 8. He closed the log and placed it beside his pillow, then lay back. Ronaldo picked up his phone. His index finger scrolled downward through over 100 images, training shots, family portraits, frozen frames from commercial appearances. He scrolled all the way to the bottom. December 18, 2022. A screenshot. In the image, 35-year-old Messi, wearing Argentina's black and gold embroidered jersey, raised the World Cup aloft. 80,000 fans rose as one in Lusail Stadium. Ronaldo's thumb hovered above the screen, neither enlarging nor swiping. He gazed for 2 seconds, then tapped the lock button. The display darkened. The moment the screen went black, a vibration pulsed softly in his palm. A new message. Sender Mendes. Ronaldo glanced at the notification preview in the status bar and did not open it. He placed the phone face down on the nightstand, folded his hands over his abdomen, and closed his eyes. From outside, a distant siren sliced through Houston's night, its cry fading several blocks away. The entire room fell silent, tense, coiled like a bullet chambered and ready to fire. The title of that 10-minute special program by ESPN is filled with malice. The video compared Cristiano Ronaldo's physical running data from the last half year in the Saudi League with these two warm-up matches, showing a line graph with a gap as large as if the electrocardiogram had malfunctioned. In the Saudi League, the average high-intensity running is 4.2 kilometers. Against Nigeria, it was 7.8 kilometers. The comments in the video section went crazy. He's on fire, brothers, it's confirmed. Cristiano is rushing to get a Nigerian passport overnight, a professional in bullying the weak. So did the fruits in Saudi Arabia rejuvenate him. Stop boasting, wait until the World Cup meets real defenders, then he will show his true colors. Rational analysis, this is just a moment of glory, I've seen too many of those. On Twitter, the topic CR7 miracle surged to the third trending topic globally within 6 hours. Supporters and skeptics were arguing fiercely. Supporters posted a slow-motion GIF of Ronaldo's long-range shot, analyzing the angle of his ankle lock and body weight control frame by frame. Skeptics shot back with a screenshot of Ronaldo missing an open goal in the Saudi League in 2024, captioned, "This is the real level." The entire internet was in a frenzy. Everyone was consuming this topic. No one truly cared about the truth. In London, in the Sky Sports studio, Jamie Carragher sat in a swivel chair, his long legs crossed beneath the table. He held a marker pen, tapping it rhythmically on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the hottest topic of the past few days. The director cut to highlights of Ronaldo's 2 goals against Nigeria. Carragher leaned back in his chair, his hands spread wide. First, let me clarify something. He leaned forward, his index finger emphasizing the table. Nigeria. Warm-up match. The 2 center-backs combined had less than 20 appearances in European competitions. He chuckled. This is like beating 2 amateur players in a park, and then the whole world is shouting you are the new Maradona. Next to him, Rio Ferdinand did not respond. Carragher continued. Cristiano Ronaldo, 41 years old. Played 2 years in the retirement league in Saudi Arabia. Scored 3 goals against a second-rate national team in a warm-up match. So we are going to canonize him. He raised his hands again. Wait for the World Cup, wait until he faces real top defenders, someone of Van Dijk's caliber, someone like Rudiger. This 41-year-old man will be crushed in the penalty area, reduced to nothing. I'll bet you, Rio, by the end of the group stage he'll be benched by Martinez, then retire with dignity. He turned to Ferdinand, his smile full of confidence. Ferdinand tilted his head, his eyes fixated on the large. The director was playing a slow-motion replay of Ronaldo's left-footed shot. In the frame, Ronaldo's left leg was taut like a bowstring. The moment his foot struck the ball, the contraction of his calf muscles was clearly visible. Ferdinand stared at that muscle for 5 seconds. Carragher. His voice was a bit rough, as if something was stuck. Carragher turned around. Moi. You didn't understand. Carragher frowned. What didn't I understand? Ferdinand finally tore his gaze from the screen and turned to Carragher. His expression was strange. I've known him for 20 years. He was 18 when he came to Manchester United in 2003, and I practiced with him. Later he went to Real Madrid, and every year during the Champions League, I had to face him. He paused. Look at the contraction frequency of his calf muscles when he strikes the ball. I am very familiar with that power mode. Carragher was impatient. So what? So that frequency is not that of a 41-year-old. Ferdinand's voice dropped low. That power mode is from 2008. Carragher, that was the year he won the studio fell silent for 2 seconds. Carragher chuckled, but his smile lost some of its confidence. Rio, you must be joking. Ferdinand shook his head. Carragher, you were once a defender, you should understand. The pressure of defending against an old veteran is completely different from that against a peak player. He pointed at the still frame of that left leg on the screen. I don't care if he used stem cells or what crazy serum, but veterans before striking will have extremely slight delays in their movements because their joints need to buffer. But you see this moment of his, zero buffering from power to lock. My memory of this power mode runs deep into my bones. Ferdinand's voice was very low. I've been humiliated by him countless times. That is not something a 41-year-old veteran can do. That is a prime beast reawakening its fangs. The director reminded them through the earpiece that it was time for an advertisement. But the silence in front of the camera lasted for another 3 seconds before it was cut away. In Houston at the Portugal team's base, it was 7:15 in the morning. The restaurant was sparsely populated with less than half of the seats filled. Bernardo Silva held a plate of boiled chicken breast and vegetable salad sitting in a corner against the wall. In front of him lay a printed tactical report, and he was slowly bringing food to his mouth with his right hand while flipping pages with his left. Cristiano Ronaldo entered the restaurant. He wore a tight black training t-shirt and was carrying his fixed meal. As he passed an empty table, a bag strap that had just been placed on the table dangled down, tripping the leg of a nearby chair. The wind blew the curtains, and the already tilted chair finally lost its balance, falling in the direction Cristiano. There was also a cup on the chair that had not been tightened. When Bernardo looked up, he only saw one action. Cristiano stepped sideways with his left leg, the angle of his knee folding deeply and quickly like a spring that had been compressed to the limit, releasing instantaneously. He moved half a meter sideways. His right hand accurately caught the cup that was flipping and falling in the air. Not a single drop of water was spilled. The entire process took less than a second. Cristiano placed the cup back on the table and continued to carry his plate forward, his expression completely unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Bernardo's fork slipped from his fingers. The sound of metal clanging against the plate was particularly loud in the quiet restaurant. Bruno across the table looked up at him. What happened? Bernardo stared at Cristiano's back. The angle of that sideways step, the transition between power and braking with zero delay. This reminded him of a club teammate, Holland. The explosive power at Holland's level when it comes out in daily life is just like that. And Cristiano, he is already 41. Bernardo lowered his head to pick up the fork. It's nothing. He stuck the fork back into the chicken breast, but for the next 3 minutes, he didn't bring it to his mouth. The system of kinematics that had been operating in his mind for 31 years felt like a computer that had been unplugged. The screen went dark. The next morning at 9:40 a.m., 3 unfamiliar faces in dark blue polo shirts appeared at the edge of the training ground. The WADA logo was embroidered on their chests. They were holding a silver-gray sealed sampling box. The team doctor, old Pedro, jogged over to greet them, wearing the standardized cooperative smile of team staff, facing a flying drug test. News spread quickly across the training ground. The drug test is here. Random selection. Who got picked? Heard there are 3 spots. P. Cancelo and Cristiano. Bernardo was doing passing warm-ups. When he heard that last name, the ball in his hand was just passed out. He kicked it too hard. The ball flew past Joao Felix's feet and hit the fence. Bernardo didn't turn back. He watched Cristiano walking into the indoor facility with the team doctor in the distance. His gait was relaxed with no hesitation or doubt whatsoever. Cristiano, the sampling room is over here. The team doctor Pedro opened the door, followed by 3 staff members carrying silver-gray sampling boxes sealed with the World Anti-Doping Agency stickers. Cancelo shoved his shin guards into his socks. Random. Pedro did not answer, instead handing the list to the staff for verification. Neto and Cancelo were called by name in succession. Cristiano Ronaldo. The passing sounds on the training field came to a halt. Bruno stepped on the ball, frowning as he looked towards the passage. How long since the warm-up match ended? Pedro waved his hand to explain that this was the normal procedure. Cancelo complained while walking out that he hadn't had coffee today and was afraid he wouldn't be able to urinate. Neto couldn't help but chuckle. CR7 draped a towel over his shoulder and followed the team doctor inside, pausing for a moment as he passed by B. Silva. The training continues. B. Silva looked at him. Are you sure? They want a urine sample, not my leg. Bruno muttered a Portuguese curse from the side. At this time you still have the energy to joke. CR7 did not turn back, continuing to walk forward. If I don't joke, you will play worse. Leo, who had been distracted, quickly nudged the ball back to his feet upon hearing this. I'm practicing. CR7 pointed at the ball beneath him. Then don't just stand there in a daze. Leo looked down and saw that Nuno had rushed past him to steal the ball, even sticking his tongue out at him. The dull passing sounds on the training ground resumed. B. Silva watched as the door to the sampling room closed, his ball rolling back and forth under his foot before he finally stopped it. FIFA headquarters building in Zurich, Switzerland. A freshly delivered raw surveillance data document was placed on Dr. Henrik de Vries' desk, its cover only labeled Portugal team warm-up match. The assistant stood properly in front of the desk reporting on the direct delivery process after sampling. Henrik picked up a red marker and requested to first see the heart rate recovery data. The assistant paused, inquiring why he wasn't looking at the blood test results. The blood test will tell me if he has violated any rules. The heart rate will tell me if he still behaves like a normal 41-year-old player. The line graph labeled with the number 7 for Cristiano Ronaldo was extracted separately on the dual-screen monitor. Resting heart rate 52. Heart rate range during the first 20 minutes of the match was between 135 and 158. The peak reached 184 during the header goal in the 28th minute. Henrik dragged the cursor to the recovery interval after the peak. 47 seconds. The assistant's hand holding the folder paused in midair. This does not constitute a violation. Henrik circled that segment on the graph. I didn't say it was a violation. I'll pull up the database for forwards aged 25 to 30. The assistant walked over to the adjacent computer operating it and reading out the summary results from various leagues. Recovering to below 140 after the same peak takes an average of 50 to 65 seconds with top samples at 48 seconds. Henrik tapped the paper with his pen. He took 47. The assistant remained silent. Henrik flipped to the data from the second match, locating the heart rate curve after the long-distance goal in the 63rd minute. After the peak, he recovered to below 140 in just 43 seconds. The assistant closed the folder, confirming that the device calibration records were normal. Henrik pulled out another sensor record. In the same match, his acceleration curve and muscle load are all moving in the same direction. The assistant looked at the line on the screen, unable to maintain his professional expression. Getting younger. Henrik turned to look at him. Don't write that statement in any report. The assistant immediately fell silent. Henrik picked up the intercom phone, requesting the updated schedule of the biological passport submitted by the Portuguese Football Federation. He paused for a moment and added, pull out all samples for Cristiano Ronaldo from the past 5 years, including blood, urine, cardiopulmonary monitoring, and rehabilitation records without missing a single one. The assistant quietly inquired if there was suspicion of using new methods. Henrik looked at the outrageous curve on the screen. I suspect we are missing a textbook. Houston George Bush Intercontinental Airport. After the Gulfstream private jet came to a halt, Mendes stepped off the gangway carrying a black briefcase. The driver approached and asked if he was going to the hotel, directly to the training base. As the car drove on the highway, Mendes opened his tablet to check clips of Sky Sports programs. Ferdinand's remark on the 2008 power model had been turned into a headline by the media. Mendes turned off the video and reopened the panoramic view of the Portugal team's training. In the photo, CR7 was walking from the edge of the field towards the indoors without ice packs or team doctors behind him, nor the knee brace that had been a constant presence in previous years. Mendes placed the tablet on his knee. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and reminded him that the media had begun asking whether new recovery techniques were being used. Reply that it's not yet time to release medical details. What if they press for more? Let them press. Mendes took out another mobile phone from the briefcase and dialed a number. From now on, all questions regarding Cristiano's physical condition will be directed in 2 ways. There was no interruption from the other end of the line. The first is a long-term stem cell repair plan, and the second is the new high-pressure oxygen recovery chamber introduced by the Portugal team. The other party inquired if these 2 explanations were credible. Even if they aren't credible, they'll be enough for 3 days of arguments. The other party remarked that this was preparing a smokescreen. Mendes switched the phone to his other hand. What I am preparing is a labyrinth. He requested his legal team to ensure that every testing process leaves a trace and that every sampling and signature must be clean enough to be presented in court. The other party asked if Cristiano was aware. He doesn't need to know. Then do you know what's actually wrong with him? Mendes looked at the increasingly close outer wall of the base. I am responsible for protecting him, not interrogating him. Outside the training base, several reporters were already standing by the entrance with cameras. Mendes opened the car door to let the reporters interview him. The reporters surrounded him, asking whether CR7 was receiving special treatment and the situation regarding surprise drug tests. Mendes buttoned his suit jacket and paused in front of the camera. Cristiano undergoes all legal tests. The reporters pressed for updates on recent physical changes. Mendes looked at the questioner. Discipline. The reporter was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. Mendes chuckled. You can try training every day for 20 years with strict diet, then come back to ask me. After saying that, he turned and walked into the base, leaving all questions outside the door. Later that evening in the tactical meeting room, Martinez stood in front of the whiteboard waiting for the last player to sit down. After the sampling was completed, CR7 sat in the last row with a bottle of mineral water by his side and the zipper of his training jacket pulled up to his chest. Cancelo complained that he had drunk 3 bottles of water and almost turned into a swimming pool. Neto covered his face and laughed. Martinez tapped the whiteboard with a marker. If you're done chatting, we'll start. Cancelo immediately fell silent. Martinez scanned the entire team, announcing the training was entering World Cup mode. He wrote terms such as high-intensity pressing and set-piece protection on the whiteboard. The friendly rules are cancelled for the scrimmage. Anyone who pulls back in training will have to run sprints in the next lesson. Leo raised his hand to ask about the extent of the pullback. CR7 from the last row chimed in. The extent you usually defend. The laughter in the meeting room was interrupted by Martinez's subsequent actions. Martinez raised his hand and removed the red round piece representing CR7 from the whiteboard. This piece had been positioned lower right for the past 2 weeks, marked as containment and substitute impact. Martinez moved the piece, pushing it straight up from the right edge, finally stopping at the front line in the formation. Center forward. Its significance had completely transformed into the absolute offensive axis of the entire Portugal team. The only sound left in the meeting room was the faint hum of the projector's cooling fan. Martinez's gaze crossed the front row to the corner where Goncalo Ramos sat. If there are any objections, speak now. Ramos turned his head to look at the man sitting in the last row. I have no objections. As long as he can score, I'm willing to create all the space for him. B. Silva, sitting next to him, raised an eyebrow slightly. Martinez returned his gaze, nodding. Cancelo looked at Bruno and then at B. Silva, indicating that he just wanted to know if crossing the ball would count as a dangerous profession in the future. Bruno suggested he should first pass the ball past the first defender before discussing danger. Cancelo pointed at him in retort. Someone like you who loves to lose the ball isn't qualified to judge me. CR7 took a sip from his water bottle. You both are qualified to sit on the bench. Both of them immediately fell silent. Martinez turned on the projector, and the screen displayed the flag of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. First match of the World Cup group stage. The image switched to photos of two center backs. Axel Tuanzebe, Premier League Burnley season's best defender. Chancel Mbemba, League One's highest success rate in aerial duels, single defending success rate 95. Carvalho stood nearby, supplementing the defensive characteristics of these two, emphasizing their high intensity of strangulation at the edge of the penalty area. Nuno frowned and inquired about their speed. Carvalho glanced at him, indicating that they were definitely fast enough to catch him. Nuno, not convinced, stated that they should try. Martinez continued to introduce the name the media had given to this center-back duo. The title meat grinder popped up on the projection. Bruno quietly complained that the nickname was too exaggerated. Martinez looked at CR7. They will turn the first match into a physical battle. CR7 put down his water bottle. That's good. The meeting room fell silent again. Martinez inquired about the reason. CR7 stood up from the last row, the chair legs scraping against the floor. Because everyone will be nervous in the first match of the World Cup. He walked to the whiteboard and pointed at the red round piece representing himself. They will be too. Bruno's eyes lit up as he looked at him. CR7 did not look at his teammates, but focused on the two center-backs photos on the screen. 2 weeks ago, someone told me a 25-year-old Chilean center-back would send me to the nursing home. Cancelo quietly added about the fate of the opponent being nutmegged. In the last match, someone said Nigeria's physique would force me into early retirement. Neto chimed in, teasing that everyone was starting to believe in olive oil. CR7 raised his hand to suppress his laughter. Tuanzebe and Mbemba. He pronounced their names once. Tell them the first tackle can be a bit rough. Because by the second tackle, they should be looking for where I have run off to in the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo pushed open the fire door leading to the guest room area, and the cold air of the corridor enveloped him. He paused and rotated his right wrist. He stared at his right hand, fingers spread wide before clenching them tightly, the bones cracking with a crisp sound. The once relaxed skin texture had been stretched, and he tugged down the cuffs of his sports jacket, covering the hand that had regained its youth. He placed the room card on the sensor, the green light lit up, and he pushed the door open and walked in. The warm yellow wall lights in the hotel restaurant's private room illuminated the dark wooden table. Mendes was already seated by the window, a bottle of sparkling water and 2 menus in front of him. Ronaldo pulled out a chair and sat down as Mendes opened the itinerary to start reporting on work. The details of the Nike contract renewal needed confirmation. The Saudi Tourism Board requested 2 additional brand appearances during the World Cup, and a new Swiss watch brand had sent a proposal for endorsement. His speech was steady and filled with trivial details indistinguishable from any of the work meals over the past. Ronaldo took the menu, ordered grilled chicken breast, and steak, chose broccoli and brown rice as sides, and explicitly requested the kitchen to control the weight to precise grams. This habit had never changed. The waiter served the dishes. Ronaldo picked up his knife and fork when Mendes suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His gaze shifted from the bottle of sparkling water to Ronaldo's right hand. The silver knife and fork pressed into the medium-rare beef with steady force, the hand cutting through it cleanly and evenly, even the slightest tremor absent as he turned his wrist. Mendes halted, his hand holding the sparkling water glass in Madeira, memory of a dinner in Riyadh a month ago flashing through his mind. At that time, the same cutting motion saw Ronaldo's right index finger trembling uncontrollably. That was undeniable evidence of tendon degeneration and nerve fatigue. Mendez had remained silent then, but he had etched that image in his memory. Now the tremor associated with aging had completely vanished. Mendez took a sip of water, concealing his scrutiny behind the glass, and naturally transitioned the conversation to the filming schedule for Nike. During the next half of the meal, Mendez transformed into a precisely operating scanner. Ronaldo's posture, leaning against the back of the chair, was much more upright than before. This was not the kind of uprightness that required muscle effort to maintain, but rather a natural state where his spine no longer needed to combat years of fatigue. Ronaldo reached for the sides on his plate. The range of motion in his shoulder blades noticeably increased. He turned to look at the waiter coming over to refill the water, his cervical spine turning without making any sound. In the past 2 years, every time Ronaldo turned his head sharply, it was accompanied by a slight creaking sound. Mendez stored all these details in his mind. He casually chatted about Adidas attempting to poach a new star, avoiding any mention of physical condition or warm-up matches, steering clear of topics that might alert Ronaldo. 20 years of collaboration had made him very familiar with this man, whose direct inquiries would only push the other further away. The two stood up after finishing their meal and walked towards the elevator. Mendez walked slightly behind and to the left of Ronaldo, a position he had maintained for 20 years. An agent should never walk ahead of the client. The elevator doors slid open and Mendez stopped, turning his head to look at the person beside him. Cristiano. Ronaldo turned around. Mendez gazed at that face, the jawline, much clearer than a month ago, with fewer fine lines at the corners of the light in those eyes was no longer the dull steadiness of an aging veteran. Instead, it clearly reignited the aggression belonging to youth. Mendez concealed these observations within a casual greeting. "You look good lately." Ronaldo offered a standard response suitable for all media, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Stay disciplined." Ronaldo stepped into the elevator, the metal doors slowly closing. Mendez was left alone outside the elevator. He removed the Patek Philippe from his left wrist, flipping the watch face over the worn metal back, reflecting his blurred image. He only performed this action when he was extremely agitated. Back in his room, he sat on the edge of the bed and took out his personal phone, dialing the number of a sports medicine professor in Madrid. This was the second time he had called in the past few days. "Professor, it's still the same question for a 41-year-old elite athlete. If the hand tremor disappears within a month and joint mobility significantly increases, excluding all known surgical and pharmaceutical interventions, is there any possibility of natural recovery in the medical field?" The breath on the other end of the line paused for a moment. "Jorge, you know what the answer is." "I know, I just need to confirm it." Mendez hung up the phone and fastened the watch back onto his wrist. He opened the notebook on the table and wrote down the words stem cells and hyperbaric oxygen therapy on a blank page. This line of reasoning would at least satisfy external inquiries for several months. He closed the notebook, picked up another work phone, and sent an encrypted group message to the legal team. All medical consultation records regarding Cristiano must be doubly backed up and stored in a physically isolated manner from today onwards. At the same time, Ronaldo pushed open the door to his room. He walked into the bathroom and took off his training clothes. The body reflected in the mirror was firmer than last week, the abdominal muscles, now sharply defined from their previously blurred edges. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and then clenched with no tremor. He reached out and turned off the bathroom ceiling light. Darkness instantly engulfed the entire space. Standing in front of the sink, the nerve endings deep in his temples seemed to be roughly tugged, a sharp pain forcing him to close his eyes. At that moment of pain, a memory flashed in his mind of him jumping high against Nigeria. The borrowed youth was now starting to demand repayment. His chest rose and fell once, and he turned the light back on. On the sink lay his phone with a video call invitation from Georgina just popping up. The screen lit up, showing Georgina sitting on the sofa in their Madrid home, the sounds of children playing on the carpet. Ronaldo raised his phone, taking in the tidy hotel room. He reported that everything in training was normal, praised the hotel food, and mentioned the good atmosphere in the locker room. Mini Ronaldo suddenly dashed into the frame from the edge of the screen, making a celebratory gesture towards the camera before running away with laughter. A smile spread across Ronaldo's face. A family was the only switch that allowed him to drop all defenses. He and Georgina discussed the children's school arrangements for the second half of the year, and the atmosphere of their conversation completely relaxed. Ronaldo prepared to end the call. "All right, get some rest early." Georgina looked at him. "How have you been sleeping lately?" "Very well." Ronaldo's tone was steady, with a standard curve at the corners of his mouth that he used when facing the media. Georgina did not avert her gaze. In the screen, there was a thin layer of bloodshot veins under Ronaldo's eyes, clearly not just the result of staying up late. She had seen this look before. On the night of the 2022 World Cup knockout match against Morocco, when Ronaldo sat alone on the bathroom floor of the hotel, it was with these eyes overdrawn with vitality that he had looked at her. Georgina refrained from pressing further and simply smiled at the camera. "That's good. Good night, Cristiano." Ronaldo wished her good night and hung up. As the screen went completely dark, he closed his eyes, a needle in his temple digging deeper. The night sky in Madrid showed no stars. Georgina flipped her phone over and placed it on the bedside table. The back of the phone case bore several deep nail marks made during a recent live broadcast of a match. She opened a drawer and took out a diary, flipping to the latest page, the pen hovering over the paper for a long time before finally writing the words "he lied." She closed the diary, showing no tears or anxiety, simply pulling the blanket to her shoulders and lying on her side, facing the window. Occasionally the sound of car tires rolling over the asphalt road could be heard from a distance. On the third floor of the Houston training base, the lights in Mendez's room were still on. On the laptop screen, images of Ronaldo's public physical examinations from 2019 to 2026 were lined up. He stared at the changes in bone and muscle density on the screen, the computer's cooling fan buzzing in the quiet room. He spoke to the pitch-black screen. "Even if you really signed a contract with the devil, I still have to help you calculate the penalty for breach of contract first." He pressed the switch on the wall. On another floor of the same building, Ronaldo lay flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling. The quieter it became, the more intense the pain in his temple grew. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow. In the darkness, a voice only he could hear emerged. "Just 5 more matches." The next morning, under the sunlight, the grass on the training field exuded the scent of soil. Ronaldo had just completed the last set of dynamic stretches when Team Dr. Pedro hurried over with a blue-covered document. It was the result of the flight drug test. All biochemical indicators were fully compliant, with no positive reactions to any banned substances on the report. Pedro let out a long sigh of relief. Ronaldo reached out to take the document and flipped to the last page. A line of small printed words had appeared in the blank section of the notes. "The FIFA Medical Committee has applied to retrieve this sample for secondary independent analysis." Ronaldo flicked the report back to Pedro's chest without changing his expression. "Tell them to check as they please." He turned and walked towards the team that was gathering, his back straight as an arrow. The weather in Houston in June is stiflingly hot. Even with the air conditioning at full blast inside the bus, the players in the back row were still so hot that they tore off their training jackets and haphazardly hung them on the armrests of their seats. Kansai Sang held up his phone, leaning in to discuss the World Cup championship odds with Nuno. Upon seeing the odds of 3-5 for the French team, Nuno let out a cold snort. The raucous sounds from the back row did not reach the front. Cristiano Ronaldo sat by the window in the middle row, pushing his sunglasses up to the bridge of his nose, crossing his arms over his chest and resting his eyes. Nuno came out of the restroom and walked back. As he passed by Cristiano's row of seats, he instinctively lightened his footsteps. His cautious demeanor resembled someone tiptoeing past a prized artifact in a museum, afraid to even breathe. Cristiano opened his eyes and glanced at him. Nuno felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if he had been jabbed with a needle, so he hurriedly quickened his pace to slip back to the rear. "Damn, my legs are numb from sitting." Nuno returned to his seat, patting his chest as he lied. Cancelo leaned on the front seat's backrest and winked at Dalit. "Don't you think everyone looks at the old man like they're gazing at an unearthed artifact?" Cancelo lowered his voice. Dalit didn't even lift his head. "I don't want to participate in this kind of conversation. I just want to quietly return to the base." Dalit's expression was blank. Cancelo pouted. He reclined his seat back, mimicking Cristiano's posture, crossing his arms and resting his eyes. Less than a minute later, he opened his eyes again, complaining that this position felt too constricting. Cristiano, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but smile slightly upon hearing this. The training ground in Houston was under the most scorching sun of the day. The reflection from the artificial turf was glaring. Martinez stood in the coach's area holding a stopwatch. "The entire team will split into 2 groups for a competitive warm-up," Martinez shouted. During the initial phase of the match, Cristiano used his positioning to create several opportunities to receive the ball. However, the ball never reached his feet. João Neves received the ball in midfield and scanned the field. He overlooked the gap in the flank where Cristiano was and passed the ball to Vitinho on the other side. Bruno received the ball and looked up to see Cristiano's position. After a noticeable pause in his actions, he ultimately chose to pass it back. Cristiano observed all these details, but he said nothing. He deliberately constricted his range of movement, keeping his running speed tightly within the reasonable limits of an elder's recovery zone. He moved leisurely across the field. He was fishing. Carvalho stood by the sideline, hands in the pockets of his shorts, watching the situation on the field. The angle at which he squinted his eyes was identical to the way Cristiano calculated his opponents on the field. Leo received the ball on the left flank and encountered a pressing challenge from Dalit of the red team. He used a feint to evade half of Dalit's body, then took a few steps forward. His vision opened up. Cristiano was making a diagonal run from the middle towards the right flank. The rhythm of his start perfectly aligned with the tiny gap created by the 2 center backs of the red team switching positions. The angle of entry was so tricky it made one's scalp tingle. Leo's brain hadn't even had time to analyze the situation. His right foot had already pushed the ball forward. This was the first time he actively passed the ball to Cristiano during national team training. Cristiano's reception was remarkably light. He gently controlled the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball settled perfectly half a meter in front of him, without turning around, without unnecessary adjustments. The outer instep of his right foot swept directly across the side of the ball. Whoosh. The ball zipped past the narrow gap between Vega and Ignacio. The direction of the spin and the landing point seemed as if measured with a protractor. Nuno, making a forward run, didn't need to slow down at all. He just had to extend his foot to comfortably take the ball and head downfield. The shouting on the training ground instantly ceased. The lazy expression on Leo's face vanished. He frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, revealing an unusually serious expression. Ignacio turned to glance at the direction in which the ball was rolling, opening his mouth, but failing to speak. The honest Vega muttered quietly beside him, "Damn, how did that ball go through us?" Cristiano was already jogging back. In the afternoon, Martinez arranged a five-a-side match. The rotated and resting Cancelo set up an inverted tactical board on the sidelines, forcibly adding a commentary role for himself. Leo, chewing gum, sat on the far left folding chair, stretching out his long legs. Ruben Neves held a sports drink ready to watch the show at any moment. The whistle blew. In the opening phase, Cristiano clearly held back in his play. He stood in the middle, acting as a pivot, with his first choice always being to pass back. João Neves intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack. He advanced the ball from the center circle. Glancing at Cristiano's position, he chose to direct the ball toward Cristiano's right side blind spot. In the eyes of this 22-year-old talented defensive midfielder, the aging Cristiano could not have the explosive speed to chase down and intercept the ball. The ball had just left his foot. Cristiano launched into action. There was no preparatory squat motion. He was like a heavy car that had just been catapulted forward. He intercepted the ball's path with his toe. João Neves' forward steps abruptly halted on the turf. He widened his eyes, scanning back and forth between Cristiano's face and lower leg. Cristiano flicked the ball to Bruno, who was making a run back to receive it. João Neves turned to run back, his eyes still darting toward Cristiano's legs. Sitting on the sidelines, Leo switched the gum to his right side, and the hairs on his arms stood up. He was too familiar with that kind of power mode. He saw it every day at AC Milan. It was the same way Theo Hernandez kicked off at full speed. "Damn it," Cancelo mumbled while holding the tactical board. Did Cristiano secretly swap legs? The score was now tied at 3 each, and the match entered the final clutch phase. Bruno held the ball on the right side, tightly marked by João Neves. In a panic, Bruno's toes flicked the ball, sending a high floating half volley toward the edge of the penalty area. The ball flew toward the top of the penalty arc. Ruben Dias moved early, positioning himself securely for the drop. He blocked all angles for Cristiano to receive the ball hidden. Cristiano struck with the outside of his right foot to the left side of the ground. His weight shifted instantly. His left knee pressed down in sync. Dias instinctively reached out to grab. He caught only air. Cristiano slipped through the narrow space on Dias' right side, where there was barely half a body width. He established his position just before the ball hit the ground. A touch with his chest. The ball descended. The height it bounced back to perfectly settled below his knee. Cristiano did not wait for the ball to land. He turned sideways. His left leg anchored. His right foot swung directly at the ball. Bang! A brutal volley. The ball skimmed along the turf, hurtling into the bottom corner like a bullet. Whoosh! The ball went in. Dias hadn't even completed his defensive action. This entire sequence of direction changes and shots was already over. Cancelo's incessant chatter abruptly ceased. He gripped the edge of the tactical board with both hands, involuntarily muttering, "Holy SHD. It's like a return to 2017. Dias looked at his empty right hand and awkwardly rubbed his bald head. Bruno shouted and rushed over to celebrate, with Cristiano bumping shoulders. Dias approached Cristiano. He raised his right hand and slapped Cristiano's back hard. No words were needed. This was the most honest form of submission from a top defender to a forward. Martinez stood outside the white line of the coaching area, his thumb rubbing the fabric inside his pocket. Carvalho slowly nodded at the head coach. He was confirming that everything that had just happened was real. Silva bent down to pick up the ball that had rolled to his feet, rubbing his right index finger forcibly against the side of his nose. The five-a-side match ended. Cristiano called out to Felix, who was about to sneak away, pulling him back onto the field for an extra 15 minutes of practice. Cristiano took 5 soccer balls from the goal area and aligned them in a row near the top of the penalty arc. "Thinking too much before receiving the ball is your biggest problem." Cristiano pointed to the grass at the edge of the small penalty area. "Watch my movements carefully." Cristiano started running from outside the penalty area. He feigned a half step to the left, distracting the defensive focus. Cutting back to the middle, the ball was passed. At the moment of receiving the ball, the angle of contact between his foot and the ball was extremely shallow. The ball barely bounced, sticking tightly to his foot. Felix's eyes lit up, nodding 3 times in quick succession. He tried it himself. The first time the ball bounced away. The second time his footwork was off. The third time it still rolled too far. Cristiano said nothing, merely flicking the ball back to him, demonstrating the standard technique with a blank expression. Until the 9th attempt, Felix's right foot finally made contact with the ball at the correct angle. The ball obediently settled at his feet. "Remember this muscle memory, don't overthink it." Cristiano walked over and gave Felix a slap on the back of the head. Felix flashed a bright smile. As he packed his bag and walked toward the player tunnel, he finally stopped habitually looking down at his feet. In the shadow of the player tunnel, Leo spat out the dry gum he had been chewing. He stood for a moment with his hands in the pockets of his shorts before turning and walking toward the strength room. Around 9 o'clock at night, B. Silva sat at his desk staring at his phone screen. The memo document already listed 5 records. The kilometers of high intensity running in the warm-up. The knee that had not been iced after the match. The angle of the knee fold when ducking water cups in the restaurant. The passing strength of through balls during training. The launch speed of the first step when intercepting the ball. His finger hovered over the keyboard for a long time. He typed out the 6th line. The dribble past Diaz and the subsequent volley with no stiffness at any joint throughout the process. B. Silva stared at these 6 items, looking over them repeatedly. He moved the cursor to the bottom and typed out a line. The problem isn't that he has improved. B. Silva's expression grew serious as he stared at the screen. The problem is he is pretending not to be that good. By the time training ended, night had fallen completely. June nights in Zayusadin were stifling as a steam box, but the air around the base pool was a little more forgiving. Palm trees sliced the moonlight into shards that scattered across the blue water. Players drifted toward the hotel in small knots. Liao had his arm over Nu Nua's shoulder. Whatever they were saying, their laughter carried from afar. Wu Nua jogged along, clutching a tactics board as he caught up with B. She still rehashing the afternoon's question about a passing angle. Si Luo walked alone. He skirted the main building and strolled slowly along the flagstone path that ringed the pool. Still in his training kit, the sweat on his back cooled in the night breeze. When he turned the glass door of the pool changing room, he heard flip-flops slapping the tiles behind him. Slow metronome. He did not need to look back to know who it was. Kawalu was already seated on a deck chair at the poolside, legs submerged from the knees down on the low table. Beside him sat 2 glasses of whiskey, the ice not yet melted. Sit. Si Luo looked at the glass and was silent for 3 seconds. Then he crossed over, sat in the adjacent chair, kicked off his training shoes, and dipped his bare feet into the pool. The water was cool. The muscles around his ankles twitched reflexively. Neither spoke. From the distant changing room came the sound of showers. Someone singing wildly off-key from the timbre. It sounded like Kinsai Luo. Kawalu lifted his glass to sip. Si Luo did not touch his. Silence stretched for perhaps 2 minutes. 5 aside today. Kawalu was the first to speak. Si Luo turned his head to look at him. Kawalu's gaze rested on the water. His tone was as flat as a remark about the weather. When you went past D, you see your fainting stride was 12 centimeters shorter than last year. Si Luo's finger rested on the rim of his glass and froze. Why, oi? Kawalu asked. The question sounded simple, but Si Luo knew it was not. A 12-centimeter reduction in stride length meant greater hip mobility than the year before, muscles responding faster. A normal 41-year-old player in the process of aging would only see his stride grow longer, joints stiffening, forcing larger motions to compensate for lost speed. There is only one explanation for a shortening stride: his body was growing younger. Kawalu had been a center back. The memory for an opponent's movement details that a top defender possesses is more exacting than any fitness coach's. Si Luo raised his glass. The whiskey slid down his throat with a smoky trace. He did not answer the question directly. When I first arrived at Man Lian at 19. He watched the moon's reflection quiver on the water. My first injury, the metatarsal fracture. Sir Fugu's son said at least 2 months rest. Kawalu did not interject. But 3 weeks later I was playing in a reserve match. Si Luo smiled. I ran 2 kilometers more than before the injury. The team doctor said it was impossible. Fugusin shouted at me for an hour. He set the glass back on the low table. What happened next? They could not explain it either. Kawalu finally turned his head to look at him. The overhead pool light struck from the side, bisecting Si Luo's face with shadow and brightness. One half showed fine lines at the eye and shadow, the other revealed a sharp jawline in the light. This face was not the same as a month ago. Kawalu had served 3 years on the national team coaching staff, watching Si Luo train every day. He knew better than anyone what a 41-year-old Si Luo ought to look like. This man before him was not. So, Kawalu asked. Si Luo looked at him. So some people are simple. The sentence sounded as if it spoke for Kawalu and as if it defended Si Luo. Kawalu smiled. Coolly Si. Si Luo met his eyes. I'm not here tonight to ask how you got better. Kawalu took a bottle of mineral water from the ice bucket by the chair, twisted off its cap, and handed it over. I'm here to tell you that if you think you can start, I will strongly recommend you to Ma Ding NEIC. Si Luo took he did not drink. He held the bottle in his hand, his thumb slowly tracing a circle on its side. Kawa, aren't you curious? Kawalu leaned back in the deck chair, hands crossed over his stomach. I've been a center back for 20 years. Curiosity isn't my job. He tilted his head, his gaze shifting from Si Luo's face to his right hand. That hand held the bottle as if welded to it. A month ago, in Liya, to the base of his index finger had an uncontrollable tremor when he carved a steak. Kawalu returned his gaze. But you must promise me one thing. His voice dropped, not a performance, but because the words themselves were not fit for a third party to overhear. Don't hide too much in training. Si Luo did not move. The more you hide, the more they suspect, Ka Lu said, fixing his eyes on him. Today Bishi watched that move past D. You see, he scraped his nostril 3 times with his finger. Si Luo frowned. 3 times. Ka Lu held up 3 fingers. The kid has started taking notes. The night wind ruffled the pool into tiny waves, blue light danced across their faces. Si Luo was silent for a long time. Then he twisted the cap and drank. He raised his left hand and spread his palm. In the moonlight, the skin on the back of his hand was taut veins like clear cords, the raised arcs full and powerful. This was not the hand of a 41-year-old. Ka Lu saw it. Si Luo's voice was a little husky. What if I told you this is only the beginning? The night wind stilled for a beat. The pool circulation pump emitted a low hum. Ka Lui's expression dipped. He rose slowly, slipped his feet into flip-flops, and bent to take the towel draped over the chair back. Coolly si. He gave Si Luo a firm pat on the shoulder. The weight of the hand was heavy. Only a true brother could press with such measure. I don't care what has happened to you. He walked toward the changing room. Nor do I care what substances you used, nor what devil's contract you signed. The flip-flops slapped on the tiles one by one. At the threshold of the changing room, he stopped. There is only one thing I know. Si Luo watched his back. Tomorrow morning, Ma Ding NEIC will announce the starting lineup for the World Cup opener. Ka Lui's right hand rested on the doorknob. If your name appears at the center forward position, and you make any mistake on the pitch. He opened the door, corridor light spilled through the crack, stretching his shadow long. I will personally carry you up. His voice was calm, as if speaking of something that had happened many times. 20 years, I have carried you 3 times. I don't mind a 4th. Only Si Luo remained by the pool. The pump's hum was unusually clear in the night. He dipped his left hand, his fingertips stirred the water, and the moonlight shattered. Beneath the surface his fingers were long and strong, the creases at the knuckles were half as many as a month ago. The water was chilly. But the burning sensation deep in his palm, the one that had lingered since the system's settlement, was tonight weaker than usual, as if something had pressed it down. Si Luo drew his hand from the water, droplets slipped between his fingers. He lowered his head. 8 matches left. He stood, picked up the bottle, and walked barefoot toward the changing room. He stopped after 2 steps. He glanced back at the whiskey Ka Lu had left. The ice was mostly melted, the liquid diluted to a pale amber. Si Luo did not hesitate long. He turned and continued onward. It was 217 A.M. on the 3rd floor of the base in Mendesis room. In the corner of the desk, the small thermal fax machine linked to the Rue Li Shur encrypted line suddenly lit its faint green work light. SSS. SSS. The faint whir of the machine's roller spun harsh in the silent room like the cocking of a gun. Mendesis startled awake from a light sleep. He did not switch on any lights, padding quickly to the desk in slippers. This was the expensive private line he had placed at the FIFA Ishua Weiwanhui headquarters, a single-channel transmission activated only in the highest-level crises. The fax pushed out its first sheet. Mendesis grabbed it, reading the red-headed title by the cold light of the parking lot lamps outside the window. FIFA Ishua Weiwanhui, Special Biopass Review and Independent Investigation Authorization Draft Copy, issued by Hung Li Ku de Fu Li Si. In the lobby of the Houston Hotel, the Aztec fireworks exploded on the 80-inch screen, casting a red and blue glow on every face. Cancelo sprawled across the 3-person sofa, his legs hanging over the armrests, his thumb swiping the phone screen faster than watching the game. Nuno and Conceição nearly came to blows over the remote control. I want to watch the replay. What replay? It's live now, what do you want to replace? Nuno snatched the remote away, and Conceição kicked his calf. The two of them caused the entire sofa area to shake. Cristiano Ronaldo sat upright in the corner on a single sofa with a cup of warm water in front of him. His hands, however, did not touch it. On the screen, the Mexican players were walking out of the player tunnel, and the roar of over 80,000 people reverberated through the speakers, sending a tremor through everyone's eardrums. The captain of the Mexican team raised his arms high, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, embracing the roar of the entire Aztec stadium. Ronaldo watched that scene, his fingers resting motionless on the rim of the cup. In 2002, Lisbon, at 17 years old, in a 20-square-meter apartment living room, the snowflakes on the black-and-white television hurt the eyes. Ronaldo, sporting that ridiculous afro hairstyle, scored 2 goals on the Yokohama pitch, leaving the Germans lost. His mother cooked rice porridge in the kitchen, the cooking fumes making her silhouette seem faint. He pointed at the screen and shouted a sentence loud enough for the entire building to hear. One day that will be me. In 2006, at the Allianz Arena in Munich. In the semifinals against France, Zidane's penalty split his dream in half. 0-1. At 21, he learned what it meant to feel utterly helpless. The coach patted his shoulder, saying it was okay. Back in the locker room, he covered his face with a towel, sitting for a long time without responding to anyone. In 2014 Brazil, he had 3 injections in his knee, but still gritted his teeth and played. 70 minutes and his steps felt heavy and his movements followed suit. The Ghanaians looked at him as if he were someone who could collapse at any moment. While he was icing his knee on the bench, he heard the commentator say in Portuguese, "A hero in decline." He was 29 that year. In 2018 Sochi, against Spain, a hat-trick. In the moment when the free kick curled past the wall into the corner, he felt invincible. But when he was eliminated by Uruguay in the round of 16, he stood in the center circle waiting for the kickoff, surrounded by silence with only the sound of his heartbeat. On the bench, the whole world watched him cry. Those tears were not for failure, they were for time. He had always struggled with time. At least at that moment, he couldn't deal with it. Suddenly, Cancelo turned his phone around and held it up to Bruno. "Dude, look at this." Bruno glanced at it, his brows furrowing. The screen displayed the latest odds from a betting company ranking each team's championship odds from low to high. Cancelo's voice lost some of its playful tone. France is at 3.5, England at 4, Brazil at 5, Argentina at 6, Germany at 8, Japan at 12. He paused. Portugal is at 18. 7th. The sofa area fell silent. Nuno gripped the remote, raising his voice. 18-1. They have us behind Japan. No one replied. João Neves lowered his head, rubbing his fingers over the label on the water bottle. Felix leaned against the armrest of the sofa, his gaze fixed on the screen, showing the opening ceremony, but clearly he wasn't absorbing a single word. Bruno pushed Cancelo's phone back silent, but his face had already tightened. B. Silva leaned against a column in the lobby, the cold light from his phone screen illuminating his face. He was scrolling through the English social media's World Cup prediction columns, swiping through one post after another. Cristiano's farewell tour, the last dance of a 41-year-old legend. Portugal, a team whose talent is shackled by age. Making it out as second in the group is already the best outcome. Why Group K has no dark horse? The afterglow of the golden generation. Don't joke, that's just an old man and a bunch of kids. B. Silva flipped his phone over screen down and laid it on his lap. His gaze drifted across the scattered teammates in the lobby, landing on the single sofa in the corner. Ronaldo's back was 3 fingers away from the back of the sofa, and that cup of warm water seemed untouched since he sat down. His face bore no expression. It wasn't a forced calm, his mind simply wasn't in that room. On the projection screen, the historical VCR of the opening ceremony was playing. Maradona 1986, Pelé 1970, Zidane 2006, Messi 2022. Each name that popped up was accompanied by footage of them lifting the World Cup trophy. Gold cups, scraps of paper, tears, embraces. The footage ended. Ronaldo's name was not among them. Cancelo instinctively glanced over to the corner. Ronaldo took a sip from the cup, placing it back on the table with the same steady motion. But B. Silva noticed. When he set the cup down, his wrist tensed tightly, a movement that didn't match the act of drinking at all. On the screen, a Mexican forward burst into the penalty area, a low shot drilled into the bottom right corner of the goal. The roar of 80,000 at the Aztec nearly blew the hotel sound system. The lobby instantly erupted. Nuno jumped up and clapped. Conceição whistled, and Cancelo let out a string of Italian curses. But just as the noise began to rise, the person in the corner had already stood up. Ronaldo picked up the phone from the table and turned towards the elevator. Bruno was the first to react, chasing after him with a few steps. "You're not watching. There's still half a game left." Ronaldo pressed the elevator button, turning his back to everyone in the lobby. "I don't need to watch others celebrate." Bruno stopped in his tracks. The elevator's numbers descended from the 12th floor, dinging as it arrived at the first. The door opened. Before Ronaldo stepped in, he paused, turning half his face, revealing only his jawline and half of his mouth's corner. "In 6 days, let them see us." The elevator doors closed. Bruno turned around. The young players on the sofa all looked at him. Even Nuno, who had just been fighting for the remote, fell silent. Bruno pulled out his phone from his pocket, retrieved the odd screenshot that Cancelo had just shown him, and held it up, shaking it in front of everyone. 18-1. He placed the phone screen down on the coffee table. "Remember." João Neves reached for the remote and turned the TV volume to the lowest. The celebration scene of the Mexicans continued to loop on the screen, but no one in the lobby was watching anymore. No one shouted slogans, no one raised their fists in oath. Leo spat the gum he had chewed for 2 hours into a tissue, crossing his fingers behind his head, and closed his eyes. That kind of silence was not a despondent silence. It was the silence after a bullet is chambered, the trigger pulled halfway. When Ronaldo swiped the room card, a sharp throb jolted at his temple. It felt like something had struck the interior wall of his skull. Supporting himself on the doorframe with his right hand, his vision blurred for 2 or 3 seconds, the corridor lights turning into a swirl of white halo. Then it cleared. He shook his head and walked into the room, shutting the door. The bright white light in the bathroom was blinding. Ronaldo turned on the faucet, cupping his hands to splash cold water on his face. As the water dripped from his chin, he looked up at the mirror. The contours of the face in the mirror were tauter than 2 weeks ago, the curve of the jawline sharp, and there was not a hint of looseness in the skin beneath the cheekbones. But beneath his eyes, he leaned in closer. Fine blood vessels spiderwebbed across the whites of his eyes, extending from the inner corners to the edges of his pupils. That was not the redness of staying up late. That was the mark of the system collecting debts. Ronaldo pulled out the black training log from his pocket, flipped to a new page, and took a ballpoint pen from the pen holder by the sink. He wrote June 12th. Opening. The pen tip paused for 2 seconds. Then he continued. 14 years until he turns 24. He closed the log and tossed the pen back into the holder. The phone on the nightstand vibrated. Georgina sent a... In the video, the living room of their home in Turin appeared little Ronaldo wearing the Portugal home jersey, running back and forth between the coffee table and the sofa, his knee socks sliding down to his ankles, the hem of his jersey fluttering in the wind. Georgina's camera followed their son, shaking wildly while she laughed and told him to slow down. Little Ronaldo stopped in front of the camera, raising a finger to point outside the frame, grinning, missing a front tooth. I will win. One day that will be me. Ronaldo's thumb lingered on the screen. This sentence, just like the one from 24 years ago. That year he stood in the Lisbon apartment pointing at Ronaldo on the black and white television and said the same thing. He placed his phone down on the nightstand and lay back staring at the ceiling. The throbbing in his temple lingered, slightly lighter than before. It was hard to tell if it was the cold water's effect or the impact of that video. In the deep of night, the hotel's central air conditioning hummed softly, and there wasn't a single figure in the corridor. Ronaldo lay with his eyes closed, still awake. The tactical analysis room at the Houston training base was left only with the buzzing sound of the projector's fan. Martinez stood in front of the whiteboard, erasing the data from 2 warm-up matches along with the formation diagram. He fished out round magnetic pieces in red and blue from his pocket, lining them up along the edge of the whiteboard. Martinez tapped a marker against the K group schedule on the left side of the whiteboard. The warm-up matches are over. For the next 18 days, this room will only discuss how to break out of the group stage. The 23 players below didn't even shift in their seats. Cavalho took the laser pointer and pressed the switch, projecting the match footage featuring the flag of the Democratic Republic of the Congo directly onto the screen. The opponent primarily plays a 42-31 formation with Siddiqui and Kayambi as the double pivot, capable of covering half the pitch with their running. The 2 wingers have a counterattack speed exceeding 33 kilometers per hour. Cavalho did not let the video continue playing. He switched directly to the next slide, which was a dual photo occupying the entire wall. This is where the trouble lies. The red height and weight data appeared on either side of the photo. On the left is Axel Toanzebe, standing at 1 meter 88, weighing 87 kilograms, Burnley's best defensive player of the season, with a successful aerial duel rate of 78%. The red dot moved to the right. Chancel Mbemba, standing at 1 meter 85, weighing 85 kilograms, third on the League One interception leaderboard, with a successful aerial duel rate of 81%. Nuno whistled from the third row, causing Dalit in the front row to glare at him. João Neves held a pen and was scribbling down data in his notebook. Cavalho brought up defensive highlights from League One matches. In the video, Mbemba jumped to meet the falling ball in the penalty area, shouldering a 1 meter 85 opponent striker out of bounds. Next was Toanzebe's footage in the Premier League, where he successfully headed the ball away from the opponent's striker 3 times in a row. The bottom of the screen displayed the bold nicknames given to these two by the French media. Meat grinder. Bruno leaned against the first row of chairs and snorted. Let's see if their bones are hard or if our knives are sharp. Martinez walked to the side of the screen, blocking half the light. The Congolese will definitely drag the first match into a war of attrition, using endless physical confrontations and tactical fouls to exhaust your stamina, waiting until after 70 minutes to launch counterattacks. His gaze crossed over the front row of players, directly looking at the seat by the window in the last row. They will definitely focus all their defensive efforts on our lone striker. Cancelo turned halfway to look back. Cristiano Ronaldo sat with his legs crossed against the chair, back arms crossed over his chest, not even lifting his eyelids. No one in the conference room responded. Ronaldo uncrossed his arms, pointed at the screen with his index finger, and said, Cavalho, rewind to the 23rd minute when Mbemba was following. Cavalho tapped the keyboard to pull the progress bar back. Ronaldo stood up and walked down the aisle to the front of the whiteboard. Slow it down to half speed. In the slow-motion shot, Mbemba was following a forward, turning and pivoting. Ronaldo grabbed a marker from the whiteboard stand and poked it at Mbemba's side hip without removing the cap. This kid's hip joint rotation speed is 3/10 of a second slower than that of a normal center back. He drew a circle on the screen with the marker. The width of his pelvis locks in his hip rotation limit. As long as I strike in the opposite direction the moment he turns, he definitely won't be able to recover. João Neves stared at the screen, watching it over and over again. He could not see any delay in the defensive actions in the footage. Ronaldo ignored the reactions of others and indicated for Cavalho to switch to footage of Toanzebe competing for the ball, the marker's tip landing on the opponent's knee. Toanzebe's ground reaction is indeed quick, but he must first squat to lower his center of gravity before jumping. He is accustomed to looking for a man before watching the ball. He removed the cap from the marker and drew a thick red diagonal line between the top of the penalty area and the corner of the small box on the formation diagram. As long as he squats, I will jump. The time difference is enough for me to smash the ball into the net above his head. Ronaldo threw the marker back on the stand and strolled back to the last row to sit down. 1 meter 85 and 1 meter 88 can indeed act as a meat grinder. He leaned back against the chair and propped his legs up again. The taller you are, the slower your turn, and the sturdier you are, the harder it is to follow a change of direction. As long as the ball is passed accurately, they won't even touch the hem of my shirt. B. Silva stared at the red diagonal line on the whiteboard, his ballpoint pen spinning in his fingers. The data report provided by Cavalho did not even include the hip joint rotation speed. Extracting the opponent's hip rotation limit from the footage with the naked eye is the intuition of a peak-level striker. Felix leaned closer to B. Silva and whispered, "Does the 0.3 of a second he mentioned really exist?" B. Silva pressed the ballpoint pen on the table. "If he said it exists, then it must exist." Hearing this, Felix leaned back against the chair and grinned. Martinez did not consult the data analyst for verification, but directly walked to the whiteboard and used a black pen to draw 2 lines on the formation diagram, fixing the red piece representing Ronaldo at the very front of the attack, connecting Leo and Neto on either side. Set pieces, corner kicks, including throw-ins for second attacks, are all our trump cards. He turned to look at the last. When we reached the front, bombard all high balls onto Cristiano's head. Martinez tossed the pen into the holder. "They'll give you the tactical tilt you asked for, but I want real goals." Ronaldo unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle beside him and took a big gulp. "Just be ready to celebrate." As soon as the tactical meeting ended, the players pushed the door and poured into the hallway. Cancelo grabbed Nuno's neck, yelling to mimic Ruben Neves. "The taller you are, the slower your turn, and the sturdier you are, the harder it is to follow a change of direction. Listen to how cocky that sounds." Nuno laughed, slapping his thighs. After everyone had left, Ronaldo picked up half a bottle of mineral water and walked out of the conference room. He stopped in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the hallway, staring at the mist spraying in the training field. As long as he continues to score in the next 3 group matches, the physical condition guaranteed by the system will definitely support him to advance to the knockout stage. He needed a body that was faster and fiercer, ideally one that could return to that peak at 32 years old, capable of sprinting for a full 90 minutes at the Bernabeu. Just as Ronaldo was about to screw the cap back on the mineral water bottle, his fingertip suddenly lost strength and slid off, causing the plastic cap to roll far away on the hallway carpet. The nerve endings deep in his skull began to ache continuously. He propped himself up on the glass window until the backlash from the life regression was forcibly suppressed, then bent down to pick up the cap and tighten it again. No rush, we must win one game at a time. In Zurich, Switzerland, on the 14th floor of the FIFA headquarters, Henrik de Vries flipped through the red folder on his desk, filled with Cristiano Ronaldo's physical monitoring reports from the last 3 months and the running heat maps from 2 warm-up matches. He tore off a red label reading, World Cup Special Monitoring, and slapped it heavily onto the cover of the file. An assistant knocked and entered, placing a long list on the desk. "Doctor, this is the immediate post-match random testing list for 32 teams." De Vries did not even glance at the starting lists of other countries, his index finger pointing directly at the name of the Portuguese player at the top of the first page. "Once the tournament starts, submit an application to the committee immediately." He adjusted his reading glasses on his nose and stared intently at the year of birth. "I want to conduct the most in-depth biomarker disassembly analysis on all samples from Cristiano Ronaldo." The dull thud of the barbell plates hitting the clips echoed in the spacious gym, only to be swallowed by the hum of the central air conditioning. Cristiano Ronaldo returned the barbell from the squat rack to its hook, taking a step back to rest his hands on his knees. A weight of 160 kilograms was far from his limit. He could actually squat 180 or even 200, but today he only managed this. Sanchez stood nearby, watching the screen of his tablet, his thumb gliding over the power curve chart, stopping at He opened the encrypted folder and dragged today's training data into it. Ronaldo removed his wristbands and walked over to the equipment rack to pick up a towel to wipe his face. As he passed by Sanchez, he raised his hand to pat the other's shoulder. "Good work." Sanchez tightened his grip on the tablet's frame, his gaze following Ronaldo's retreating figure. The outline of that back was solid and full. The curve of the waistline was far from the data recorded 3 years ago when he first conducted physical tests for this national team. "You too." Sanchez's response was light, his words fading away with the sound of the gym's automatic glass doors closing. It was 10 in the morning, and the coaching staff's office was busy. The blinds sliced the Houston sunlight into strips, casting them over Martinez's desk. The head coach pushed the printed documents across the table to the opposite side. Carvalho took the paper, his gaze sweeping from the goalkeeper position down to the forward line, stopping at the number 7 and the corresponding name. Carvalho placed the list back on the table, tapping his index finger beside that name. "Are you sure?" Martinez capped the pen and tossed it back into the pen holder. 3 goals in 2 warm-up matches, top 10 in running intensity across the team, and a success rate of 73% in duels. Martinez leaned back against his chair. "I don't make decisions based on feelings." Carvalho aligned the corners of the list and placed it back in the center of the table. "Those reporters will annoy you with this. Let them ask." Martinez stood up, draping his suit jacket over his arm. Notify the locker room of the list. Carvalho picked up the paper and walked towards the door, turning back at the entrance. What time should I post it? Carvalho pinned the list to the tactical board right in the center of the locker room entrance, the only sound in the corridor being the echo of slippers on the tiles. Cancelo strolled over with half an energy bar in his mouth, initially just glancing as he passed, but his steps came to a halt in front of the tactical board, ignoring the energy bar that slipped from his mouth and fell to the ground. He stared at the name on the forward line for quite a while, then turned and shouted down the corridor. He really made the starting line. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the other end of the corridor as Bruno jogged over, slapping Cancelo on the back of the head. Speak louder. Let the Congolese in the hotel across the street hear you. Cancelo covered his head and stepped aside, still mumbling. Can't I be happy? Bruno ignored him and leaned in front of the tactical board, scanning the entire list from beginning to end, lingering on the number 7, unable to suppress a smile. All right. Bruno patted Cancelo on the shoulder and turned to walk back. Pick up your energy bar, don't wait. The news spread throughout the team before lunch. The atmosphere in the dining hall was completely different from the past two. As the young players carried their trays to find seats, their gazes towards Ronaldo changed. It was no longer the polite admiration of a veteran, but the excitement of following the alpha wolf into battle. Goncalo Ramos carried his tray and maneuvered around 2 tables, directly seating himself across from Ronaldo. The tray landed on the table with a light thud. The 24-year-old striker did not lower his head to eat, but met the captain's gaze directly. I'll create space for you and draw the attention of their center backs. Ramos spoke quickly and decisively. You handle the scoring. Ronaldo was cutting chicken breast with a knife, the blade gliding cleanly along the grain of the meat, while his fork steadily delivered a small piece to his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he set down the knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Just make sure your positioning is right, Ramos. Ronaldo's tone was calm. Leave the rest to me. Ramos nodded, lowering his gaze to tackle the food on his plate. He cut into the steak with steady movements, his eyes clear, embodying the pure trust of one striker in another. Leo at the next table observed the entire scene, slowing down the rhythm of chewing his gum. He lowered his head, silently poking at the salad leaves on his plate. At the same time, a push notification popped up on the homepage of the Daily Mail's website. A bold red headline spanned the entire screen. 41-year-old Ronaldo confirms starting position. Is Martinez's emotional decision a tactical suicide? The voting section below the article quickly amassed over 40,000 votes. 67% of readers chose emotional decision. The most upvoted comment in the section garnered over 8,000 likes. One comment read, he can't even play in the Premier League, and now he's starting in the World Cup. It's such a joke. Carragher retweeted the news on social media with a shrug emoji. He added a line below it. What did I say? At 3 in the afternoon, the media center at NRG Stadium was packed. The room was filled with cameras, the click of shutters resonating throughout. Martinez walked onto the podium wearing a fitted dark blue suit, with Bruno sitting down to his right. He answered the first 2 questions about tactical arrangements and player injuries without a hitch. When it came to the third question, a British reporter from the BBC stood up. He held the microphone to his mouth, his eyes filled with mockery. Mr. Martinez, Cristiano Ronaldo at 41 years old is starting as the center forward in the World Cup. Is this a purely tactical decision, or is it an emotional consideration for a legendary player? The sound of shutters in the press room intensified. The microphone stand in front of Martinez shook slightly. The head coach extended his right hand, pinching the microphone base between his index and middle fingers, slowly drawing it closer. He maintained a standard social smile on his face, but the added firmness in his voice caused the 3 reporters in the front row to simultaneously pause their typing. This is a decision made by the coaching staff. Martinez paused. If you wish, I can tell you the basis for making. Martinez raised one finger. In 2 warm-up matches, 3 goals, one of which was played for only half a game. He raised a second finger. An average of high-intensity sprints per minute, ranking in the top 3 of the team. A third finger followed suit. The success rate of physical duels is 73%. He did not continue raising his fingers, but instead spread his hand, flat palm up, and turned it towards the reporter. Do you need me to continue reporting data? The press room fell into a brief silence. The British reporter opened his mouth, but ultimately sat back. Bruno, sitting beside him, pretended to look at the water bottle on the table, his shoulders slightly shaking as he struggled to suppress his laughter. After the press conference, there were few people in the connecting passage between the media center and the training base. Bruno followed half a step behind the head coach, his voice bursting out directly from his throat. That data slam to his face was brilliant. Martinez walked in front, adjusting the buttons on his suit sleeves with his left hand. I'm only stating facts. That night at 9. In Ronaldo's room, only the bedside reading lamp was on, its warm yellow glow just covering the pillow and half of the open black training log. He leaned against the headboard, holding a ballpoint pen in his right hand, writing down 2 names on the blank page. Twanzebe, Bemba. He marked a clean cross next to each name. He closed the log and stuffed it under his pillow, tossing the pen onto the... Then he took his phone, set the alarm for 5 in the morning, and turned off the bedside lamp. This was an action he hadn't taken before the first match of every major tournament in the past decade. The darkness instantly engulfed the entire room, leaving only the even sound of the air conditioning vent. Ronaldo closed his eyes, not suffering from insomnia, not tossing and turning, and feeling no prickling sensation in his temples. His breathing quickly became long and steady. It had been a long time since he fell asleep with such certainty. That certainty did not come from the system or the coach's starting list. It came from the eyes in the mirror belonging to the 18-year-old player in the Old Trafford tunnel, in the corner room on the third floor of the same building. The reading lamp in B-Seat's room was still on. He leaned against the headboard, his phone resting on his knees, his thumbs slowly gliding over the Notes app. The page recorded 6 observations from the peak running intensity in the warm-up match to the angle of muscle exertion when he lifted the ball over Diaz. Each entry was followed by a line of commentary. B-Seat moved the cursor to the line at the bottom. That was the conclusion he had previously written, pretending he wasn't as good. B-Seat's finger hovered above the screen, adding a line after that sentence. In the first match of the World Cup, let's see how much he has hidden. B-Seat turned off the screen and placed the phone on the bedside table. Outside, the night sky in Houston was low, and the distant car lights on the interstate formed a slowly moving river of orange. B-Seat pulled the blanket up to his chest, staring at the louvered grill on the ceiling. If your running heat map coverage exceeds the average of the warm-up match, we might really have a chance. As Mbappe pushed the ball into the lower left corner of the goal, the sound system in the hotel lobby was nearly overturned by the roar of the French commentator. On the big screen, the French number 10 ran towards the corner flag with his arms wide open. Cancelo's thumb scrolling on his phone came to a halt. Another goal. A brace. Felix stared at the lively figure on the screen, unconsciously squeezing the paper cup in his hand, leaving a shallow crease. When he makes his run, the Senegalese defenders can't even commit a foul to catch up. Leo, who was originally scraping the edge of his phone case with his thumb, looked up at the TV upon hearing this, his jaw, chewing gum, slowing down. It's not that the defenders are slow, it's that he accelerates too fiercely. Cancelo sank deeper into the sofa, his phone resting on his knee. This kid is becoming more terrifying by the day. No one responded. As the final whistle blew with France leading Senegal 3-1, Mbappe approached the sidelines to high-five his teammates, not celebrating extravagantly, but simply glancing at the nearest camera, his forehead glistening with sweat, while his expression remained incredibly relaxed. The young players in the lobby gradually put away their phones, and even Cancelo stopped scrolling. Ronaldo sat on a single sofa in the corner, his right hand resting on the armrest, tapping his index finger along its edge. Silva's gaze shifted from the television to that hand, then back again. The rhythm of that index finger had not changed since Mbappe scored his second goal. The second broadcast began with Group J's Argentina facing Algeria. The camera panned across the field where Messi stood in the center circle, wearing the Argentine number 10 jersey, bending down to adjust the grass beneath his feet, as if greeting an old friend. When the commentator mentioned his name, the tone automatically carried a sense of nostalgia. This could be Messi's final. Cancelo tossed the remote onto the coffee table. They say that every time, yet he's still here. Bruno glanced. You could say the same about Cristiano. Cancelo's mouth closed, and he casually pushed the remote toward Nuno, sinking further into the sofa. 19 minutes in, after Enzo intercepted the ball in midfield, Messi received it without accelerating, merely using the outside of his left foot to nudge the ball diagonally forward, and shot with his left foot. The ball curled past the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the net. 1-0. Messi raised his right index finger to the sky, smiling slightly. Felix's paper cup was once again creased in his hand. 19 minutes, and he hasn't even broken a sweat. Leo paused, chewing gum, focusing on the slow-motion replay of Messi's touch. It's not that he didn't run fast, he just didn't need to. He anticipates where the ball will go 2 steps in advance. In the 60th minute of the second half, Messi passed the ball back from the left side to the center. Argentina's number 20 McAllister received the ball and took a quick shot, the goalkeeper failing to hold on to it. Messi, ever alert, seized the opportunity and pushed the ball into the net. 2-0. Someone in the lobby muttered a curse. Cancelo pulled his body out from the depths of the sofa, resting his hands on his knees, no longer scrolling through his phone. Is he really 38? In the 71st minute, Enzo played the ball back from the right side of the penalty area, and Messi waited near the penalty spot for this ball, like waiting for a train he knew would never be late. The Algerian midfielder dared not press forward. He glanced up at the goalkeeper's position, then curled his left foot to shoot, sending the ball over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. 3-0. A hat-trick. The entire Argentine bench stood up, and Messi was engulfed by his teammates near the penalty area with only one hand raised visible. As the final whistle blew, the already substituted Messi wore a calm expression that only those who had won all championships could possess. Neither rushed nor flustered, even his smile was restrained, yet his eyes shone. The lobby was uncomfortably quiet. Ronaldo's fingers resting on the armrest came to a stop. It wasn't an angry stop, it was the kind of stop a beast makes when it hears another beast roaring in the distance, raising its ears. Bruno caught that shift in his peripheral vision, and the foot that had been lifted went back down. The corner was silent for about 5 seconds. Ronaldo stood up, picked up the cup of water at the edge of the coffee table, and walked towards the corridor. This time Bruno didn't follow. Felix turned to look at him. "Aren't you going back?" Bruno returned his gaze to the screen where Messi's delicate chip shot was still being replayed. Because in those 5 seconds he had already slaughtered the Congolese 3 times in his mind. As Ronaldo closed the door behind him, his phone screen lit up, notifications buzzing in succession. ESPN's pre-match feature, one belongs to the past, the other to the future, accompanied by a data comparison between Ronaldo and Mbappe, where the age column was highlighted in glaring red. The Daily Mail's headline was more direct: 41 years old, and starting Portugal is gambling with the dignity of a legend. Betting companies were also flooding social media with Ronaldo's first goal at odds of 3.5. The most liked comment read, 41 years old starting in the World Cup. This isn't bravery, it's cruelty towards himself. Ronaldo pressed the power button on his phone, tossing it onto the bed. He stood by the window for a while, the evening light of Houston streaming through the blinds, cutting the carpet into alternating stripes of light and dark. Suddenly, a tingling sensation surged through the joint of his right ring finger, followed by that numbness crawling up the inner side of his arm to the depths of his shoulder blade, as if something were slowly tightening within the seams of his bones. This sensation arrived differently than before. It wasn't the needle-like sting at the temples, it was deeper, more oppressive, as if the entire skeleton were being slowly bent by some force. Ronaldo pressed his left hand against the window frame and clenched his right fist a few times, the pressure easing only when the nails sank into his palm. He looked down at his right hand. The knuckles did not tremble, the tendons were intact when he clenched his fist, and the veins beneath the skin were distinctly visible. A 38-year-old hand. He lowered his hand, took a step back, sat on the edge of the bed, and gradually relaxed his breathing. The youth borrowed each day was accruing interest. But no matter how high the interest, he would have to wait until he spent all the principal. In the darkness, Ronaldo did not sleep. With his eyes closed, he mentally replayed tomorrow's match 3 times. First round, the Congolese are sitting deep at the start. Sidiki and Mbemba move laterally in the midfield to block Bruno and B. Silva's passing lanes. Mbemba stays close to the penalty area, and Tuanzebe is in the path of Ronaldo's run. He cannot start by diving between the 2 center backs. He needs to draw Mbemba out, taking the meat grinder away from its most comfortable position. Second round, Bruno receives the ball curling across with the inside of his foot. Ronaldo needs to loop around Mbemba to get to the near post. A direct pass splits the center back and fullback, and Ronaldo has to take the ball into the box before Tuanzebe can extend his leg from a corner kick. Ruben Dias holds the first zone, while Ramos occupies the second point, and Ronaldo cuts in from the outside of the crowd. Every landing spot is marked in his mind. Third round, jumping. Tuanzebe will first lower his center of gravity to find a matchup before jumping, while Mbemba will slowly shift his hips to lock onto the ball. Ronaldo completed 3 headers in the dark, the first smashing towards the near post, the second grazing the far post, and the third intentionally bouncing in front of the goalkeeper. Each time Passy was a step slow. The digital clock on the nightstand ticked past 1:47 in the morning. Ronaldo reached out to set the alarm for 6. He wasn't unable to sleep, he was excited. A hunter always checks the chamber before dawn. The phone screen lit up briefly with Georgina's message containing just 3 words and a heart. "You got this." The message was sent at 1:52 in the morning. It was already 7:52 in Turin. She hadn't slept well either. Ronaldo picked up the phone, his thumb hovering above the input box, the letter keyboard popping up only to be retracted. He didn't reply, just gently set the phone down again and smiled. 2 minutes later, the room fell completely silent. The 6 o'clock alarm hadn't gone off yet, but Ronaldo was already sitting at the edge of the bed. He lifted his foot, rotated his ankle, and extended his knee, performing 2 sets of squats, joints making no sound, no stiffness. He stood up, his feet firmly planted on the carpet, jumped up in place, and absorbed the impact as he landed, his calves tightening under the skin, the feeling of his Achilles tendon rebounding, lifting his body upward. 38 years old, that was enough. He put on his training gear and went downstairs. The restaurant lights weren't fully on, yet only the coffee machine in the corner shone with a circle of white light. Diogo Costa sat by the window, a plate of toast and a cup of black coffee in front of him. Their eyes met, and Costa nodded slightly. Ronaldo sat down opposite him with a plate containing fried eggs, chicken breast, and half a banana. Costa took a bite of toast, chewed it, and then spoke. "Did you sleep, E?" Ronaldo sliced the fried egg with a knife. "I did." Costa raised his coffee cup for a sip. "So did I." After that statement, both fell silent. The knife and fork clinked against the porcelain plate. The coffee cup was returned to its saucer, and outside the restaurant, a cleaning cart rolled down the corridor, its wheels clicking rhythmically over the tiled floor. Costa finished the last bite of toast and wiped his hands with a napkin. "If it goes to penalties today," Ronaldo lifted his gaze to him. Costa folded the napkin and placed it at the edge of his plate. "I'll die for it." Ronaldo gathered the banana peel into the plate. "Then don't let the match go there." Costa, "All right. In the away dressing room of NRG Stadium Disastrous stood in front of the whiteboard circling 2 positions on the formation chart with a red marker. One circle was in the Portuguese midfield area and the other circle was on the number 7. The midfield is their brain center. Fernandes and Silva distribute the ball quicker than you can turn around. Sidiki Mbemba, your task is to cut off the passing lines between the midfield and the front line, forcing them to play wall. As long as the ball doesn't reach the feet of the number 7, he's nothing. Mbemba lowered his head to finish wrapping his last ankle guard, patting his thigh. Don't worry, I can handle it. Disastrous turned and squatted down in front of Mbemba, aligning their gazes. He's 41, but his jump is quicker than any forward you've ever seen. Don't wait for the ball to reach him. Move the moment the ball is kicked, shoulder up close, and give him no comfortable jumping space. Mbemba pulled his hands from his knees, looking down at his palms. The calluses on his palms had been honed over 3 years in League One. Coach, I'm 23, he's 41. Disastrous patted his shoulders, standing up. In the corner, Wan-Bissaka was bending down to tie his shoelaces, first the right foot, then the left, his movements no different from when he was in England. After tying, he stomped hard on the ground, the studs clattering against the dressing room floor, the sound muffled and short. He hadn't participated in the discussion about the number 7. His opponent was on the left flank, that speed king in Siri, a named Leo who liked to cut inside, accelerate, then suddenly stop before taking off again. He wasn't afraid of speed. He had defended against faster players at Old Trafford. Disastrous took one last look around the faces in the dressing room. Before 70 minutes, we have only one task: stand firm. After 70 minutes, we'll see if their legs can still carry them. At 9:30 in the morning, the Portuguese team bus pulled out of the hotel parking lot. There was no music playing in the bus. Nuno had his eyes closed, his right leg shaking under the seat, the tip of his shoe tapping against the front row seat, leg only stopping when Dalot glanced back at him. Felix gazed out the window, repeatedly flipping the shin guard in his hand, his thumb polishing the Portuguese team emblem until it shone. Leo wasn't chewing gum, the earphone wire coiling around his fingers, tightening and loosening, and winding again. Silva leaned against the window, not looking at notes, but at a replay of last night's training video, dragging Ronaldo's slow-motion jump and header back and forth 4 or 5 times, the progress bar fading to white. Bruno sat in the front row, turning around to scan the bus. What's everyone doing? You look like you're about to take a retake. Cancelo poked his head from the back row. I'd love a retake. The World Cup doesn't allow for resets. Bruno pointed at him. Shut up, you're responsible for cheering from the bench. Don't injure yourself while clapping. Laughter echoed in the bus, not loud, but enough to crack open the tension. Bruno nodded towards the last row, and the laughter gradually subsided as he did. Everyone looked over. Ronaldo, wearing noise-canceling headphones, had his arms crossed, leaning back in his seat with closed eyes, his shoulders relaxed, and his brow eased, breathing steady with the gentle rocking of the bus. He didn't look like he was heading to play in a World Cup match. He resembled someone on his way home. Leo untangled the earphone wire from his fingers and stuffed it back into his pocket. Felix also stopped flipping the shin guard. Bruno leaned back against the seat, his voice low but audible to everyone. See, the old man is already asleep. Why are you all so tense? In the last row, Ronaldo didn't open his eyes. Bruno, if you call me old man again, you'll be the first to head for the corner on the first set piece today. The tension that had weighed down the bus finally dispersed, and Cancelo laughed so hard he nearly sprayed water, while Nuno's leg had stopped shaking. In the players' tunnel, both teams stood side by side. At the end of the tunnel, the evening light of Houston in June poured in, and the roar of 70,000 fans surged through the concrete walls, shaking their chests. Ronaldo stood at the front of the Portuguese line, lowering his head, grinding the studs of his right foot on the exposed grass at the edge of the tunnel, first feeling the soil's looseness and tightness, then the feedback from the grass fibers on his studs. Behind him, Ruben Dias reached out to smooth the edge of his captain's armband. How's the grass? Ronaldo didn't. It's good for running. Ruben Dias withdrew his hand. That's enough. On the other side, Mbemba moved his shoulders, inching closer to Ronaldo, his left shoulder nearly brushing against Ronaldo's right arm. Cristiano. Ronaldo didn't look at him. Mbemba nudged his shoulder forward, an inch, his tone carrying a hint of laughter. Today I'll show you that the World Cup isn't a warm-up match. Ronaldo turned his head, his gaze settling on Mbemba's shoulder before slowly rising to his face. You'd better keep up with me. Mbemba's smile faded, his tongue pressed against his cheek, and his shoulders stopped advancing. Wan-Bissaka stood further back in the Congolese lineup, his hand pausing as he adjusted his sleeve, his gaze crossing over the heads of his front row teammates to rest on Ronaldo's profile. That face bore no anger, no disdain, no extraneous emotions. Only the kind of calmness Wan-Bissaka had seen countless times in the Premier League. The silence of a top scorer confirming his prey. The tunnel's broadcast began the countdown for entry. Ronaldo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, Ruben Dias noticed the change behind him. All the signs of being 41 disappeared from his eyes. What remained was hunger. Ronaldo took his first step, moving towards the light. As Cristiano Ronaldo stepped out of the player tunnel, the studs of his right shoe sank into the turf for the last time, grounding his foot with the traction feedback from his sole. The roar of 70,000 fans surged from all directions as the humid night wind of Houston in June flowed through the partially open roof of the NRG Stadium, mingling with the scent of grass and soil that sank down his throat. Mbemba stood directly in front of him, his hands hanging at his sides with his shoulders stretching the tight wrinkles of his jersey as he moved. Tawanzabi stood just behind Mbemba's left shoulder position, neither too far forward nor back, ready to fill the gap when Mbemba was drawn away. Ronaldo looked up and adjusted the captain's armband on his right arm, while the two Congolese midfielders in the penalty area prepared to pounce. The referee put the whistle to his lips and blew to signal the start of the match. Bruno stood beside the center circle, controlling the ball and looking for Ronaldo's position. Ronaldo did not turn back, instead pressing his right palm down flat. Bruno grinned. "Here we go, boss." The referee blew the whistle to signal the start. 24 years had passed since the last World Cup. This was his 6th time stepping onto the World Cup stage. The first kick of the match finally rolled over the center. Portugal kicks off first. Pedro Azevedo sat in the commentary booth, pressing his palm down on the papers blown up by the air, conditioning his gaze always following the ball on the field. "We can see that Martinez has set up a 433 formation today, with Ronaldo standing as the solitary striker at the front, while Bruno and Bernardo Silva provide support behind him. The Congolese side is adapting quickly. It hasn't been long since the match began, and they switched from a 42-31 to a 451 the moment they lost possession, creating two horizontal lines that locked down their half. On the field, João Neves received a short pass from Dias and smoothly passed the ball to B. Silva. B. Silva pulled the ball sideways while Siddiqui couldn't reach him, but moved toward the center to block the passing lane between Bruno and Ronaldo. B. Silva could only pass the ball to Dalot. Dalot looked up to the right wing, where Elia had retreated to the inner side of the sideline, completely sealing off Pedro Neto's receiving route with Kaká behind him. Dalot returned the ball to Ruben Dias for a reorganization. Ruben did not rush to push forward. He passed the ball to Inácio. Inácio then distributed the ball to Nuno Mendes on the flank. The Portuguese ball circulated around the center circle 7 or 8 times, and every time it seemed ready to advance, the Congolese defense shifted as a whole. Bruno dropped back to receive the ball, looking up to find Ronaldo's position. Siddiqui took half a step forward, his body perfectly blocking the direct passing route. B. Silva ran over to support, lowering his voice as he reminded, "Don't rush, let them chase after us first." Neves spread his hands at the defensive midfield position, asking for the ball. "Give it to me, switch sides." B. Silva passed the ball back. Neves controlled the ball with a stop and turned, pushing it toward the left corridor. Nuno Mendes had already been observing Wan-Bissaka's position before receiving the ball, but the right back didn't press forward. Instead, he angled his right shoulder backward for defense, leaving his left foot poised to cut off any wide passes. Pedro Azevedo's voice deepened. "The Congolese defense is tightly organized. This 20-year-old Siddiqui is remarkably positioned." Pedro Azevedo clicked his tongue in admiration. "They're not here to vacation. This team truly has something." The match reached the 7th minute, and Bruno finally seized an opportunity to pass. Kayembe moved to cover Nuno Mendes' side, creating a gap as he leaned toward the sidelines, immediately exposing a seam in front of Siddiqui. Bruno flicked the ball forward with the outside of his right foot, and immediately saw Ronaldo making a run from behind Mbemba into the gap. "Go on." The ball rolled along the grass. Siddiqui, who was initially moving sideways, immediately shifted his body when he saw Bruno's leg swing, using the sole of his right foot to block that passing line. The ball bounced off his foot and fell. Siddiqui, who intercepted the ball, did not clear it with a big kick. He nudged the ball to his left side, avoiding B. Silva's intercepting foot, and raised his head to look toward the right side. Bonganda had already started along the sideline. Siddiqui sent a long pass along the ground, the ball slipping past Neves, making it difficult for him to turn and chase. Bonganda received the ball on the right, while Nuno Mendes immediately turned to chase back. On the substitute bench, Carvalho picked up the tactical board, red pen in hand, and circled Siddiqui's name again. Martinez stood beside him, hands in his pockets, rubbing the fabric. Carvalho stared at the tactical board and spoke up. The footage didn't look this stable. Martinez focused intently on the transition between offense and defense on the field. "This kid doesn't look 21. Carvalho bit the pen cap and continued marking on the board. "If Bruno rushes, he will suffer." Martinez walked to the sideline and loudly reminded, "Bruno, don't feed him the ball. To intercept, go around him." Bruno gestured with a signal to the sideline, mumbling, "Got it, got it." In the 10th minute, Portugal moved the ball to the left corridor again. Nuno Mendes immediately sprang into action after receiving the ball, his first explosive step, leaving Bonganda behind. The Portuguese fans in the stands had just raised their arms in anticipation of a cheer when Wan-Bissaka quickly moved to block his path. Nuno Mendes did not slow down. He directed the ball inward, lifting his left foot to prepare a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Wan-Bissaka's right shoulder firmly blocked the cutting route, and his left foot reached out as Nuno Mendes touched the ball, forcing both the ball and the player out of bounds. This defensive move was clean and decisive, giving no unnecessary contact. Nuno Mendes turned around and glared at him. Wan-Bissaka retreated to his defensive position, his face devoid of emotion. Nuno Mendes put his hands on his hips, using his tongue to push against his cheek to catch his breath. This guy is really annoying. After the throw-in, Wan-Bissaka safely passed the ball to Siddiqui in midfield. Siddiqui looked up at the field and sent a ground pass toward Bongonda. Bongonda sprinted forward. Nuno Mendes turned to chase back, and Ruben Dias came in from the center to cover, positioning himself to shield the ball out of bounds. Ruben turned to shout at Nuno Mendes, "Don't gamble on that first touch. He loves to intercept the first pass." Nuno Mendes nodded, sweat sliding down his forehead. "Got it." Ronaldo stood in the forward line watching the defensive play, his right hand resting behind him to move his joints. Wan-Bissaka positioned himself without advancing. Siddiqui was not chaotic in his passing. Mbemba guarded the penalty area tightly. Disabra had positioned every player on this team in the most comfortable spots. This was certainly not a weak team. In the 12th minute, Bruno received a pass from B. Silva near the right flank. As he turned, he saw Ronaldo positioned with his back against Mbemba, with just enough space in the penalty area to Bruno did not hesitate for a moment and directly lifted his right foot to flick the ball into the penalty area. Cristiano. The ball arced over Kayembe's head and landed on Ronaldo's chest. Ronaldo met the ball with his back, stabilizing his weight with his right foot on the grass. Just as he received the ball, Mbemba's defense was already pressing against his back. Mbemba collided hard, using his upper body to push Ronaldo away without pulling or grabbing. "Turn around." Mbemba's taunting voice emerged close to Ronaldo's ear. "Aren't you supposed to turn?" Ronaldo nudged the ball half a step to the side with his right foot, preparing to use the momentum to turn around. Tuanzebe decisively provided cover from the flank, blocking the turning route with his left shoulder and placing his right foot in front of the ball. The two center-backs trapped the Portuguese captain in a narrow space, with Mbemba responsible for the physical collision and Tuanzebe sealing off the passing options. Ronaldo did not gamble on a strong turn. He safely passed the ball back to João Neves at the top of the arc. Neves received the ball and immediately distributed it to the flank. Mbemba retreated to defense, slapping his chest heavily twice. He stopped hurling insults. This act of defiance was enough to say it all. This was his territory in the penalty area. Pedro Azevedo paused for a moment before continuing. In the first direct confrontation, Ronaldo was unable to turn. Yen Kang's commentary was more straightforward. Mbemba and Tuanzebe closed him down too quickly. If Ronaldo had forced the turn, the risk of losing the ball would be high. Disabra at the sidelines crossed his arms, his gaze locked on Ronaldo. An assistant coach leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Effective." Disabra did not turn back. "It only counts if it happens again." In the 14th minute, Vitinha received a back pass from a defender. He stopped the ball with the outside of his right foot and looked up to see Ronaldo once again retreating to the edge of the penalty area, raising his hand to ask for the ball. Mbemba decisively followed him and pushed the defensive line forward. Tuanzebe stood in the left area ready to provide cover at any moment. Vitinha delivered a diagonal grab. The ball rolled to Ronaldo's feet. This time Ronaldo moved left to receive the ball, attempting to throw off Mbemba's balance before using the outside of his right foot to turn out. Tuanzebe's support came in even earlier than before. His shoulder pressed hard against Ronaldo's left arm, and he stabilized his lower body by firmly planting his right foot on the grass before exerting force to seal off the inward cutting route. Mbemba closed in from the other side, his right knee blocking the angle for Ronaldo to turn. Ronaldo stopped the ball, lightly tugging it away from the interception, and then laterally pushed it to the left where Phoenix was making a run. As soon as Phoenix received the ball, Wan-Bissaka instantly glued himself to him. Phoenix started cycling the ball in place, pretending to cut inside, before suddenly launching his right foot to push the ball toward the baseline. Wan-Bissaka did not fall for the feint. After matching his first step of acceleration, he forced Phoenix toward the dead angle along the sideline. Phoenix could only pass the ball back to the supporting Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes then returned the ball to the center-back. The Congolese fans in the stands erupted in celebration for this successful defense. Mbemba applauded Tuanzebe in celebration. "That's right, don't let him turn around." Tuanzebe nodded, adjusting his defensive position. The television broadcast showed a close-up of Ronaldo's face. He pursed his lips as he walked back, showing no signs of frustration, barely sweating. But B. Silva at the center circle noticed another detail. After Ronaldo withdrew from the confrontation, he did not even glance at the direction of the ball. His gaze remained fixed on Tuanzebe's right foot at all times. Every time Tuanzebe closed in, he first planted his right foot firmly on the grass before daring to apply his B. Silva was preparing to run forward to offer support, but his steps slowed. He glanced at Ronaldo, and then turned to look at Tuanzebe. "Are you watching that?" Bruno asked as he ran past. "Watching what?" B. Silva ignored him. Ronaldo had already turned and jogged back to the center, shoulders relaxed and pace steady. This posture B. Silva had seen countless times in the Manchester Derby footage. He was waiting for the prey to reveal a real flaw. Ronaldo slowly jogged back to the vicinity of the center circle, controlling his breathing deep within his chest. In the first two possessions, he had been completely locked down by the two center backs. But the information he sought to measure was already in his grasp. Mbemba was pressing with all his weight on the front of his foot, exerting tremendous pressure with his body, but when he turned his hips, he had to take an extra moment to gather his strength, moving a half-beat slower than the footage had shown. Tawanzabi's support arrived extremely quickly. His shoulder-to-shoulder duel was fierce, and he cleanly intercepted the ball, but once he closed in, he had to plant his right foot firmly on the grass before sending his upper body strength out. That moment of planting his foot was the only window in that defense. Ronaldo looked down at his right hand. In the previous two high-intensity confrontations, Mbemba had delivered a forceful push to his back, and Tawanzabi's side impact was also solid. His back held firm against the squeeze. The muscle fibers in his thigh responded with sufficient resilience. But this response was not the exhilarating experience of trampling through Nigeria with pure physicality. At 38 years old, thrown into the meat grinder of the World Cup's top-level confrontations, he could only provide a functional feedback akin to that of a 36-year-old. Acceptable, but it was by no means easy. Ronaldo gripped his right hand tightly, then slowly released it. The tendons on the back of his hand were fully elastic, and his fingertips showed no tremor. That was enough. The hunting rifle did not need to be brand new. It only needed to shoot the bullet out. In the 15th minute, Bruno advanced with the ball in the center. He looked for Ronaldo's run, his ankle already taut, ready to flick the ball into the penalty area. Ronaldo did not raise his hand for the ball. He actively ran into the penalty area, drawing the two center backs away while pointing toward the left corridor. Bruno understood the intention and turned to shout at Neves. Switch sides, look for Joao, look for Rafa. Neves received the ball and did not delay, quickly delivering a horizontal pass to B. Silva. B. Silva saw that downward gesture clearly from not far behind Ronaldo. Although he did not know the full tactical meaning of the signal, he was sure of one thing. That man was starting to take control of the game. As Felix nudged the ball forward, Mbemba had just shifted his center of gravity away from Cristiano Ronaldo. That gap was open for less than 2 seconds, but B. Silva had already seen it. Bruno lifted his head in midfield, opting not to force the ball into the penalty area, but instead played it sideways to Dalot. Dalot returned it to Neves, who then distributed it to the right flank, looking for Pedro Neto. The moment Neto received the ball, Wan-Bissaka was already closing in his right shoulder, arriving first his footsteps and sink his body, acting like a door blocking Neto's path. Neto didn't press forward, but gently nudged the ball back to Neves with his right foot. In the 17th minute, Portugal's attacking route shifted, no longer drilling straight down the middle. The frequency of passing on the wings increased within half a minute. Pedro Azevedo, sitting in the commentary booth, glanced down at the data board. In the first 15 minutes, Portugal's central passing accounted for 64%, but in the last 2 minutes, it dropped to 31%. He bit the pen cap in his mouth, his gaze following the ball as it transitioned from the right flank to the left. Martinez is changing the route. On the sidelines, Disabra also noticed, lowering his arms from his chest and glancing at his assistant. The assistant drew 2 arrows on the tactical board, pulling towards the flanks. They are stretching our width. Disabra nodded, his gaze returning to Ronaldo. Ronaldo stood at the edge of the penalty area, neither making a forward run nor retreating, like a nail wedged between Mbemba and Tawanzabi. As the ball kept switching between the flanks, Mbemba had to divert his gaze to the sides. His positioning moved almost a meter outward from the start. Ronaldo glanced down at the direction of Mbemba's toes, committing that 1 meter distance to memory. 19th minute. B. Silva received Neves' pass in midfield, shifting his body to the left. In his line of sight, Felix was dropping back to receive the ball from the left half, and without hesitation, B. Silva delivered it with the inside of his foot. The force was just right enough for Felix to turn toward the ball, without allowing Kayambi to make a premature tackle. As Felix turned with the ball, his rhythm slowed. He didn't accelerate, but instead lightly stuck the ball to his left foot, gently swaying his shoulder, as if waiting for Kayambi to make the first move. Kayambi focused on his feet, waiting for Felix to accelerate. But that moment never came, as Felix pushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, nudging it to his left front, his shoulder sinking. Kayambi stepped forward with his right foot to intercept, but the ball slipped past him. Just half a body width was enough. Felix bypassed Kayambi and immediately picked up speed. Bongonda chased back from his right wing position, the distance between the two closing rapidly, forcing Felix to pass the ball to the overlapping Nuno Mendes. After passing the ball, he stopped in place, hands on hips, catching his breath. Although the breakthrough wasn't fully realized, Disabra had already stood up from the coaching bench. He shouted towards the field, his voice swallowed by the noise of the stands, but Kayambi turned to glance at the coach. In the next 30 seconds, the Congo midfield tilted slightly to the left. Siddiqui took 2 lateral steps, and Kayambi's defensive focus also shifted over a body length. Felix stood near the sideline, took a sip from a water bottle, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smiling slightly. He had the opposing coach adjust a formation just for him. Ronaldo saw that expression at the edge of the penalty area and pursed his lips. The guy who always looked down at his toes finally dared to lift his head. 20th minute. Bruno received Ruben Dias' return pass at the center circle, nudging the ball forward with his foot and taking 3 steps forward with the ball. In just those 3 steps, the defensive focus of the Congo midfield was pushed back by 2 meters. Siddiqui hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering from Bruno's feet to the empty space behind him and back again. After less than half a second of contemplation, he chose to press. The moment his left foot stepped out, Bruno's ball was already gone. With the inside of his right foot, he made a precise pass, threading the ball through the narrow gap between Siddiqui and Kayambi, spinning toward the left flank. Felix, running at full speed, met the ball without much contact. As it bounced up, he pushed it forward with the outside. His center of gravity shifted in line with the direction of the pass, accelerating directly to the highest gear. Wan-Bissaka glanced back from his right-back position, confirming that Felix's direction of play was not in his defensive area, before refocusing on Neto. He was unervingly calm, but this time Felix faced only one opponent. Tuanzebe shifted from his center-back position to assist, his left shoulder leaning forward, his right foot planted firmly on the turf, ready to block. Felix's speed didn't drop. He lowered his left shoulder, pressing his upper body toward the baseline. Tuanzebe pushed off with his right foot, shifting his center of gravity outward by half a step. It was that half step. Felix used the inside of his right foot to hook the ball back from behind his left foot, the studs scraping the grass, squeezing through the gap between Tuanzebe and the recovering Bongonda. The roar of 70,000 people at NRG Stadium rose simultaneously. "He's through," Bruno shouted from the center. Felix burst into the edge of the penalty area, lifting his head to take a half-second glance at the box. Ronaldo stood at the near post, his body slightly angled towards the direction of the incoming ball. Neto accelerated slightly to cover the far post, the space in front of him widening as Mbemba's shoulder twisted towards the near corner, his toes pointing towards Ronaldo. Felix didn't hesitate. With the inside of his right foot, he curled a pass that skimmed along the grass into the penalty area. The moment the ball entered the box, Mbemba and Tuanzebe reacted instinctively, having trained for such scenarios countless times. They watched the ball, searching for a target. The only person they sought was Ronaldo. He stood at the near post, his left foot leaving the ground, his knee bending slightly, his hip opening up, and his right arm extended naturally for balance. That was the standard posture for a shot. Mbemba pressed forward with his shoulder, his left foot pushing off as he took half a step toward Ronaldo. Tuanzebe tracked from the side and rear, his right arm extending to block Ronaldo's space for a turn. On the goal line, Pace's center of gravity sank, his gaze shifting from the rolling trajectory of the ball to Ronaldo's lifted left foot, his body leaning toward the near corner. The whole world was watching Ronaldo. All eyes, all weight, all defensive resources in the penalty area were drawn towards the near post in that instant. Then Ronaldo withdrew his foot, very lightly, very cleanly, as if it had never been lifted. The ball slid past the outside of his left foot a distance of 15 centimeters without touching anything. At the far post, the space in front of Neto was cleaner than on a World Cup pitch. The half-step Mbemba pulled back, and the half-step Tuanzebe followed, combined to create a vacuum at the far post. Neto met the ball with the arch of his right foot, his studs catching the turf, his body stable, as the ball drilled toward the lower left corner of the goal along the grass. Pace dove towards the near corner, deceived by Ronaldo's left foot that had never touched the ball. By the time he reacted and reached out, his fingertips only brushed through a gust of wind. The ball crashed into the net, the white net sagging in and then springing back out. 1-0. Pedro Azevedo's voice exploded in the commentary booth. "It's in." Pedro Neto. Portugal leads 1-0. After shouting this, his voice suddenly paused as the director switched to a replay from the baseline camera. Azevedo focused on the screen, his speech slowing down. "Wait, let's see what Cristiano did at the first post." When Neto slid to the corner flag, Ronaldo was the first to catch up. He didn't follow him in the slide, but instead reached out to pat Neto's head, his palm brushing against the scalp as he withdrew, lifting a handful of hair damp with sweat. Neto turned his head and shouted at him, his voice drowned out by the noise of the stands, but his mouth was open wide, his eyes slightly red. Felix was the third to rush over, panting heavily, his eyes bright with excitement. Ronaldo turned to look at him, leaning in half a step to whisper, "Just play like that, find my position, and do it again." Felix nodded vigorously, clutching the sleeve of Ronaldo's jersey, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Silva ran over and bumped chests with his teammates, but his gaze crossed the crowd to land on Ronaldo's left foot. That foot did nothing, but it deceived the entire Congo defense line. Bruno wrapped his arms around Neto's neck from behind, shaking him vigorously. "Awesome." Neto was so shaken that he could barely speak, only reaching out to grab Ronaldo. It was Cristiano who created that space. On the substitutes bench, Cancelo jumped up, applauding, his mouth firing like a machine gun. "It's in. It's in. Neto is awesome." The big screen started playing in slow motion, 4 cameras locking in on Ronaldo, lifting his foot at the first post. Cancelo's clapping slowly ceased, his mouth hanging open for a long time. Wow. He never even touched the ball. Ramos stood up beside him, resting his hands on the railing in front of the substitute's bench as he watched the back of the number 7 on the field swallowing hard. Forwards understand these types of plays best. One person doesn't touch the ball, yet still steals all the valuable defensive attention from the attack. Azevedo slightly caught his breath. Let's watch it again. The broadcast switched to the baseline camera, elongating that instant in slow motion. Felix's cross. Cristiano stands at the first post. Pay attention to his body orientation, completely facing the direction of the incoming ball, his right arm extended for balance. In the frame, Ronaldo's left foot leaves the turf. Mbemba pulls back half a step, Tuanzebe follows in half a step, and goalkeeper Mpesa's center of gravity shifts to the near corner. Then Ronaldo lowered his foot. The ball slid past the far post, was open. Azevedo paused for 2 seconds, readjusting his headset. He did nothing, but everyone in the box was drawn away by him. That's the power of a veteran. Young forwards need to touch the ball to pose a threat. He can stand there without touching it and still make you afraid. Azevedo chuckled softly. 22 years of experience all compressed into that 1-foot lift. Tell me, how do you defend against that? On social media, discussions about Ronaldo began to spiral out of control, with the most popular comment being just one sentence: he didn't touch the ball, but he took down the defense. After the Congo team kicked off again, disastrous stood at the edge of the coaching area, his face taut, as if under Mbemba. He called to Mbemba, who had run to the sideline, lowering his voice to whisper in his ear. Next time he appears within a meter of you, shoulder up, first, no space given, even if you have to foul. Mbemba clenched, and then relaxed his jaw, his molars grinding softly. He glanced back toward the center circle, seeing Ronaldo jogging back, breathing steadily, as if on a leisurely walk, never looking in this direction. Coach him, 23, he's 41. Mbemba adjusted his shin pads on his shins, his face only reflecting the fire of being toyed with. There won't be a second time for this. Disastrous patted him on the shoulder. Then show me. In the VIP box, the air conditioning was pleasantly cool. Mendez's shirt stuck to the back of the chair. The mini binoculars were returned to his suit pocket. The assistant next to him was jotting notes, and Mendez reached out to close the notebook. No need to take notes. His gaze remained on the field, where Ronaldo was jogging back in tandem with Bruno, both expressions light and joyful. Mendez rubbed the watch on his left wrist, recalling the strange improvements in Ronaldo's physical capabilities over the past month. His prepared public relations statements could explain the veteran's speed, muscle, and recovery abilities, but could not explain the terrifying dominance he exerted in the penalty area over everyone else. A notification popped up on his phone with a live comment. This isn't a physical issue, oh, it's a mental one. A 41-year-old mind is 20 years faster than a 23-year-old defender. This old guy's ambition is much greater than what the outside world sees. On the field, Mbemba returned to the defensive line and bumped fists with Tuanzebe. My bad, I shouldn't have followed you back, Tuanzebe murmured. Mbemba shook his head, shaking off the sweat. It's not your fault. When he lifted his foot, I shouldn't have moved. As he looked up, his gaze collided with Ronaldo's back, the number 7 jersey billowing slightly in the Houston night breeze. Next time, whether you lift your foot or not, my shoulder will arrive first. Ronaldo stood near the center circle, waiting for the ball to be kicked off again, moved his fingers a couple of times, his knuckles flexible, his fist bouncing back completely. B. Silva ran past him to receive a pass, dropping a comment that only the two could hear. You did that on purpose. Ronaldo glanced at him, but B. Silva had already sped off. He turned his gaze back to the front, where Mbemba was watching him, the rationality in those eyes almost burned away. As Disastrous reached the edge of the technical area, the cheers of 70,000 people swirled around him. All in all of you. Disastrous shouted continuously into the field, his voice hoarse, without turning to check the tactical board handed by the assistant coach, his gaze fixed entirely on Mbemba and Tuanzebe, who were repositioning. Siddiqui moved forward. Cambi follow-up substitute Bakambu. We are starting the plan ahead of schedule at 70 minutes. Let's go now. The players from the Democratic Republic of the Congo kicked the ball with evident fire. Bangonda received the ball but did not return it obediently. Instead, he leaned forward, shifting his posture from a defensive stance to an attacking mode. Pedro Azevedo quickly flipped through the material in his hands, and the commentary speed picked up. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has changed formations, going from a double pivot in a 42-31 to a single pivot, with an attacking midfielder, with Siddiqui moving closer to the forward line, substituting in a new striker. This is a gamble. In the 26th minute, Visa received the ball on the left flank, and Nuno Mendes immediately closed in. The sound of their studs scraping the grass was particularly loud near the baseline. Visa faked with his left foot, but Nuno Mendes barely budged, his body weight firmly locked in on the Visa had no choice but to pass the ball back to the advancing Bangonda. Bangonda did not stop the ball, but pushed it directly to Siddiqui in the center. Siddiqui first pressed the ball under his foot, then looked up to see Visa cutting in from the flank, while the substitute Bakambu was lurking at the edge of the penalty area, searching for space. Bruno leaned in from behind Siddiqui, the invisible pressure making Siddiqui abandon the thought of a risky forward pass, instead opting to pass the ball sideways to a teammate on the right. This attack did not pose a substantial threat, but the rhythm of the match had completely changed. In the 28th minute, Mbemba, after receiving the ball in the backfield, did not pass it to the pivot, but instead advanced with the ball until he was parallel to Cristiano Ronaldo near the center circle before stopping. Cristiano turned to look. Mbemba placed his right hand on Cristiano's shoulder and pushed hard, using his body to occupy the opponent's space. Cristiano was pushed off balance, his right foot firmly planted on the grass to steady himself. The referee held the whistle in his mouth, but after seeing the action, did not stop the match. Mbemba leaned close to Cristiano's ear and opened his mouth. "How's that, old man?" Cristiano didn't even turn his head, his gaze directly passing over the opponent's shoulder to focus on the body below. As Mbemba charged forward, the unusual angle of his right knee caught Cristiano's eye. The strain on the fabric of his shorts from the tension became a prime target in the eyes of the seasoned hunter. Cristiano stored this information in his mind and shifted his gaze back to the front. B. Silva ran over from midfield to offer support, his voice rising. "Are you alright?" Cristiano moved his right shoulder, his breath steady. His knee is weaker than his mouth. B. Silva did not press further and accelerated back to his defensive position. In the 31st minute, the Democratic Republic of the Congo attacked again from the left flank. When Visa received the ball in front of Nuno Mendes, he did not hesitate as he had in the previous two attempts, but pushed the ball forward with the outside of his right foot and accelerated. Nuno Mendes kept up with the initial burst, but Visa forced a reduction in pace at his top speed, leaning his upper body inward, while keeping the ball under control, slipping the ball through the narrow gap between him and Dalit just before Dalit's defensive step landed. The Congolese fans in the west stand of NRG Stadium erupted in celebration. Desabley clenched his fists on the sidelines, the veins on his neck bulging from exertion. Dalit turned to chase back, but unfortunately the angle of Visa's cut was too sharp and Dalit, losing his balance, did not even find the chance to extend his foot. Ruben Dias charged in from the center to intercept his solid positioning, cutting off Visa's direct shot angle, yet leaving the center of the penalty area completely exposed. Visa did not overreach. Instead, he pushed the ball horizontally with the outside of his right foot. Bakambu had already run into the deadly gap, adjusting his steps to receive the ball firmly, planting his left foot on the grass as his right thigh muscles tensed. "Shoot!" Pedro Azevedo's shout rang through the microphone. The ball shot off Bakambu's foot at great speed, tracing a low arc directly towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Inacio's outstretched foot fell short, the ball grazing the edge of his shoe. Costa, following gravity, fell towards the left side of the grass, his left arm stretched out to its fullest extent. The ball struck the palm of his hand with a dull thud. His arm, bent from the impact, managed to sustain the force with his shoulder joint, pushing the ball from the inside of the post to the baseline. The football rolled out of play. Bakambu knelt on the grass, covering his face, and slammed his fists into the ground in frustration. Visa rushed over, wanting to pull him up, but Bakambu shrugged off his teammate's hand and pushed himself up, turning to stare intently at the Portuguese goal. Costa pushed himself up from the grass, casually brushing off the grass clippings from his gloves, his eyes showing no relief from surviving the near miss. Ruben Dias ran over and placed a hand on Costa's neck, shaking him hard. Costa nodded, tightened his gloves, and turned to shout at the defensive line. "Dalit, get back. Nuno, don't chase too deep. You can't recover from his cut." Dalit wiped the sweat from his forehead, giving Costa a thumbs up. On the substitute bench, Cancelo rested his hands on the barrier, muttering to himself, "If that goal goes in, it's all over." Ramos did not respond, his eyes fixated on Bruno, who was jogging back into position. Desabley strode out from the coaching area, cupping his hands around his mouth, and roared towards the field. "Siddiqui, go for support." Siddiqui, nodding at his position just behind midfield, was about to take a step forward when a chill shot up his spine. Bruno Fernandes stood a few meters behind him, casually resting his hands on his hips. The man did not press or shout, yet he was like a nail, accurately pinning down the intersection of Siddiqui's forward run and passing route. Siddiqui looked left, KMB was entangled by João Neves. Looking right, Banganda was too far away to provide. Bruno's positioning carried a sense of calculated pressure. As long as Siddiqui dared to step forward to receive the ball, Bruno could intercept from the side. Siddiqui's feet were completely nailed to the spot. Bruno smiled at Siddiqui's hesitant gaze, his voice drifting on the wind into the opponent's ears. "Where do you want to go?" The Democratic Republic of the Congo's counterattack shattered in midfield. The moment Siddiqui hesitated, Banganda's pass lost its target, and the ball rolled around the top of the center circle. João Neves circled out from behind KMB, decisively stepping on the ball with the outside of his right foot to complete the interception. Neves looked up for a teammate, and Dalit and Nuno Mendes had already launched down the flanks at full speed. Pedro Azevedo's commentary rang out again. Portugal intercepts and counters, and Neves plays the ball to Dalit on the right. Dalit, after receiving the ball, surged along the sideline, Wan-Bissaka, closing in from behind, applying significant pressure. Dalit did not choose to resist, but pulled the ball inward and handed it over to the advancing Pedro Neto. Neto had barely received the ball at the right rib of the penalty area when Benba and Tawanzabi closed in, simultaneously sealing off the angle for a shot. Neto decisively used the arch of his foot to pass the ball back to B. Silva at the top of the arc. B. Silva lofted the ball directly into the penalty area, but unfortunately, he did not control the power well, and the ball flew out of play. However, the right back Maswaka stumbled as he stepped on Neto's heel while trying to cover the cut, inadvertently pushing the ball out of play with that last defensive action. The referee pointed towards the corner area. In the 34th minute, Portugal was awarded a corner on the right side. Cristiano Ronaldo began walking towards the penalty area from midfield, his pace, leisurely arms swinging naturally at his sides. Mbemba kept his eyes on the number 7 entering the penalty area, resting his hand directly on Cristiano's left shoulder. Tuanzebe squeezed in from the other side, using his knee to press against Cristiano's lower back, intertwining their forearms to trap the prey in the middle. Cristiano kept his head down, allowing them to squeeze him, his focus entirely on the grass beneath his feet. Bruno steadied the ball at the corner spot, his eyes scanning the penalty area. Cristiano raised his right hand that hung by his side, his index and middle fingers together pointing downwards. Bruno, standing at the corner, saw the gesture clearly. He bent down to retie his right shoelace, and when he stood up, his demeanor resembled that of a crucial assist he had delivered while at Manchester United. Mbemba tightened his arms around Cristiano, the sound of fabric rubbing against fabric drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Cristiano did not even lift his head, his breathing, once normal, sank deep into his chest. The referee's whistle pierced through the clamor of 70,000 spectators as Bruno began his run-up. 3 steps. The inner side of his right foot accurately wrapped around the lower half of the ball. With his ankle tightened, the force he exerted was precise to the millimeter, sending the ball spinning violently toward the penalty area. Its trajectory plummeted sharply at the apex, crashing into the muddy pit filled with grappling bodies just outside the small box. Cristiano moved. Instead of running toward the direction of the ball, he took a large step backward in the opposite direction. With this move, Mbemba's arm, which was tightly draped over his shoulder, was violently flung off by the fierce twist of his torso. Tuanzebe's knee, which had jumped from behind, missed completely. This Premier League iron wall's center of gravity foolishly remained at the position where Cristiano had stood just a moment ago. Cristiano's second step firmly planted him on the grass. The power from his right foot pushing off propelled him like a cannonball toward the ball's real landing spot. Mbemba's action of turning to chase back was delayed by half a beat. His right foot had to first stabilize in the opposite direction before he could rotate his hips and finally push off the ground. It was this deadly half-beat. Cristiano's third step had already completed the ultimate build-up before jumping. The tip of his left foot forcefully pressed into the grass. The muscles at the back of his calf were pulled from his ankle all the way to the bend of his knee, the outline of his gastrocnemius bulging under the sock like a knife-edged line. He leapt into the air. Pedro Azevedo suddenly stood up in the commentary booth, his chair sliding back half a meter without him noticing. Mbemba also jumped. His jumping ability ranked among the top 3 in League One. His 190-meter-tall muscular frame combined with elite core strength resulted in a successful header rate, second in the entire league. But at this moment, the top of his head was a full 3 centimeters lower than Cristiano's. Cristiano's body hung suspended in midair. He did not fall. His waist was locked, his arms spread wide, and his back arched into a bow stretched to its limit. Tuanzebe jumped from the side and reared, desperately stretching his neck to reach. His head barely reached Cristiano's waist. The ball spinning rapidly descended. Cristiano's neck suddenly tightened, his forehead lining up perfectly with the high-speed flying meteor. His upper body resembled a taut bow fiercely releasing its power. Bang! The frontal bone shattered the ball's trajectory. The force angle and landing point were all calculated in the half-second. He closed his eyes. The ball struck the ground at a steep angle before transforming into a white flash that pierced toward the lower right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Mpazi flung himself into the air. He judged the direction correctly and descended rapidly. But after bouncing off the ground, the ball slipped past his fingertips and into the net. The white net bulged deeply from the impact before being violently thrust back. The net trembled wildly under the floodlights. Gulul. Azevedo's roar erupted from deep within his chest, shaking the commentary desk violently. Cristiano. A header. His first goal in the 2026 World Cup. His voice cracked for a moment, the oxygen in his lungs depleted, yet he forcefully pushed the next sentence up his throat. 41 years old. 6th World Cup. 2-0. Cristiano Ronaldo is telling the whole world that he is still alive. Cristiano landed heavily. At the moment his left foot touched the ground, his knee bore the full impact of his body. There was no sting. Not the slightest discomfort. This body reversing back to 38 absorbed the impact that could have shattered a veteran's meniscus. The cartilage made no cries, and the ligaments trembled not. The rebounding wild force pierced through the Achilles tendon forcefully, pushing his body upright once more. Cristiano spread his arms wide and turned toward the corner flag. 3 steps, 5 steps, 7 steps. 2 meters away from the flag, he abruptly halted, and his entire body shot up like a spring, completing a half-turn in midair. 2. The The roar of 70,000 people ignited simultaneously with his landing. There was no synchronized rhythm, only the frenzied shouts surging from all directions lifting the roof of the stadium. Cristiano bent down to adjust his sock. Turning around, his teammates rushed in like wolves. Bruno was the first to arrive, tightly wrapping his arms around Cristiano's neck from behind his forehead, pressing forcefully against the back of his head. My corner kick was spot on right. You must have radar on your head. Bruno grinned, laughing like a madman who had just won. Neto crashed into the crowd next, pounding his fist hard against Cristiano's chest. To hell with the defense. King of headers. By the time Felix arrived, his eyes were already tinged with red. This usually sensitive genius said nothing, simply placing a heavy hand on Cristiano's shoulder, his knuckles turning pale. Only B. Silva. He walked at the back, not squeezing into the chaotic crowd. He stood half a meter away, his gaze fixed over the ecstatic arms, intensely focused on Cristiano's left leg that had just landed. There was no shock absorption, no slight bending of the knee to cushion the impact. Bearing the weight of a 190-meter muscular man crashing down, the 41-year-old knee showed no stagger at all, directly pushing off the ground to celebrate. This was simply against the common sense of human biomechanics. B. Silva's throat constricted. He silently locked this image deep into his memory, not making eye contact with anyone. Mbemba stood like a wooden post on the goal line. His hands hung by his sides, his fingertips trembling. His mind was consumed by that half second. He had clearly jumped, and his height had surpassed all the towering forwards in League One. Yet that 41-year-old man's forehead was solidly pressed above him. Tawanzabi walked over and slapped him. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find a single comforting word. In the technical area, Coach Deschamps folded his arms back across his chest, his back teeth grinding. His gaze crossed the grass, staring at the number 7, surrounded by teammates. The assistant coach leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Coach, should we adjust the defensive positioning?" Deschamps slowly shook his head. The number 7 was walking toward the center circle, his steps light, his breathing not betraying the slightest hint of chaos, as if that headbutt, which was like a meteor colliding with the earth, was merely a warm-up. "It's not a tactical issue." Deschamps' voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. "He is just a monster." Cancelo took off from his spot, kicking the tactical water bottle away. Water splashed all over Ramos' shorts, but no one bothered to look down. "Holy shit. Did you see that?" He jumped over Mbemba to score. Cancelo clung to the metal railing, spitting as he spoke. Ramos stood beside him, gripping the railing tightly, his thumbnail unconsciously scraping off the paint. As a center forward, he understood just how terrifying that ball was. To win aerial dominance over Mbemba, one must not only jump high, but also possess top-notch landing point prediction, core strength to withstand impact, and the courage to unleash power at the highest point. If any link faltered by half an inch, the goal would have been lost. But Cristiano achieved all of it. At the age of 41. When Ramos pulled his hands away from the railing, his palms were slick with cold sweat. In the VIP box, the air conditioning was sufficient. Dolores sat on the front row of the leather sofa, her hands folded over her knees. Her eyes were red, but she managed to keep the tears from falling. Her lips were pressed tightly into a line, nodding slightly. Katia beside her had already lost her voice, her palms clapping like two hot irons. Cristiano. Cristiano. Dolores' right hand reached into her designer bag and found the emergency medication she always carried. She clenched the medication box and then slowly released her fingers. Her son was still flying, still using his flesh and blood to break through the iron wall, 20 years younger than him. The tightening worry in her heart was ultimately overwhelmed by a surge of pride. Mendes sat 2 rows back. He tucked the miniature binoculars into his suit pocket, habitually rubbing his thumb over the watch buckle. The phone screen kept flashing with unread message notifications in green light, but he didn't even lift his eyelids. This oldest sly fox in football squinted, his eyes fixated on Cristiano on the field. "Old buddy," Mendes murmured softly in his heart. "What on earth have you concealed from the world to become what you—" In London Sky Sports studio. The studio was silent for a full 5 seconds. 3 camera angles focused on Carragher's reddened face. His jaw muscles were tightly clenched, raising a water cup to his lips to mask his discomfort, but before it reached his mouth, he put it down again. Ferdinand sat beside him. He said nothing, just comfortably sank into his chair, his right index finger rhythmically tapping the leather armrest. Carragher strained his neck, his voice dry and raspy, as if he were chewing sand. "This can only mean the defensive positioning of the Congolese center back is too poor, not even reaching mid-table level in the Premier League." Ferdinand's fingers stopped tapping the armrest. He turned to look at Carragher, a face full of sarcasm, his eyes glinting with the reverence that only elite defenders understand. Mbemba, second in successful aerial duels last season in League One, in the absolute core of the quarter-finalists Lille. He couldn't be bothered to argue further with Carragher, instead turning his gaze to the high-definition monitor in front of him. The screen was replaying the entire sequence of Cristiano's landing in slow motion. 4 times slower. That left knee landing fiercely without the slightest bend to absorb the shock. Ferdinand's pen was creaking under his grip, the barrel indented with a white mark. What Carragher saw was merely a fleeting moment of an old veteran. But in Ferdinand's eyes, a true monster that had broken free from the shackles of time had fully opened his eyes on this night. In the final 30 seconds of stoppage time, Bruno received a horizontal pass from Vitinha at the arc's peak and unleashed a powerful long-range shot with his right foot. The ball grazed the left post and flew out of bounds. The referee glanced at his watch, and his whistle sliced through the tumult of 70,000 spectators at NRG Stadium. The first half was over. Cristiano Ronaldo stopped near the center circle, looking up at the lights cascading down from the dome, sweat flowing down his jawline and dripping onto the collar of his soaked jersey. He turned and walked towards the tunnel, his steps light, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll in the neighborhood, showing no signs of the grueling 45 minutes he had just endured in the World Cup. Mbemba and Tuanzebe walked past him on either side, their heads nearly drooping to their chests, their steps heavy and sluggish, leaving behind none of the harsh words and trash talk they had exchanged in the tunnel earlier. In the commentary box, Pedro Azevedo pushed his headphones to his ears and calmly summarized the last 45 minutes. A dominant half. Portugal not only took a 2-goal lead, but more importantly, they completely shattered the defensive confidence of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. And that man only needed one shot. At the corner of the corridor inside the players' tunnel, the bright white light transitioned to the warm yellow glow of the changing room at the end. Fitness coach Paulo Sanchez leaned against the concrete wall, not returning to the changing room with the main group. The tablet in his hand was lit up, displaying a dense array of running heat maps and data lines glowing a ghostly blue in the air conditioning. Footsteps echoed from the end of the tunnel. Martinez was at the back of the line, hands in his suit pockets, his thumb absent-mindedly rubbing the fabric's interior, his face betraying no emotion. Sanchez sprang from the wall and took 2 steps forward, presenting the tablet to Martinez, his voice low. "Coach, here are Cristiano's stats." Martinez took the tablet, his gaze landing on Cristiano Ronaldo's name on the screen. High intensity, running distance, 4th in the team. The 3 names ahead were Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes, and Nuno Mendes. Combined, these 3 players averaged 14 years younger than Cristiano. Sanchez swiped his finger across the screen, pulling up a line graph of peak speed and sprint frequency, leaning closer to Martinez's ear to add faster than in the warm-up match against Nigeria. He swallowed, continuing with the second half of his statement. His average heart rate recovery speed is also quicker. After 45 minutes of high-intensity combat, his heart rate curve dropped faster than some 25-year-olds on our team. Martinez furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing it. He looked up at Sanchez. "Are you saying he's in good form?" Sanchez was pinned in place by that gaze. He opened his mouth, his thoughts swirling in his throat, swallowing and regurgitating them until all that remained was the faint cheer from the changing room at the end of the corridor. "I mean, it's fantastic. It doesn't seem like." In the corridor, the silence was so profound that one could hear the hum of the air conditioning vent above. Finally, Sanchez managed to squeeze out the last sentence. "If these stats belong to a 28-year-old forward ID, but for him, it's unscientific." Sanchez could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing up, who, after 10 years with the team, had never seen data show growth in a player over 35. This contradicted the most basic laws of sports medicine. Martinez returned the tablet to Sanchez. His face displayed no surprise, confusion, or even any hint of shock. Only a cold, pragmatic realism remained. "Paulo." His voice was soft, but each word was as soft. "He is our sharpest weapon. You only need to tell me one thing: can this gun still fire in the second half?" Sanchez, the medical discussion he had anticipated did not happen, nor did any ethical inquiries. The head coach didn't even intend to ask why again. "Yes." He nodded, his voice steadier than before. "From the data, his energy reserve is more than enough to last the entire match." Martinez said nothing more, turning to walk towards the changing room, leaving Sanchez with only his back and a statement. "These data are encrypted. Do not let a third person see them." Sanchez watched as that figure disappeared around the corner at the end of the corridor. He glanced down at the tablet, seeing the heart rate curve that could be deemed a violation of natural laws. His chest rose and fell, his fingers sliding on the screen, re-encrypting Cristiano's dedicated data page. Password. Fingerprint. Dual verification. In the moment the screen dimmed, Sanchez realized that from this moment on he had become the gatekeeper of this secret that transcended science. From the direction of the changing room, Cancelo's iconic loud voice exploded through even the fire door couldn't muffle it. Two goals. I got 2 in the first half. Damn it, I want to score 1 tonight too. Followed by Ramos' laughter and the thud of a water bottle hitting the ground. Sanchez tucked the tablet under his arm, rubbed his face, adjusting his expression to match the relaxed demeanor of the others in the changing room, and pushed open the door to walk in. Inside the changing room, chaos reigned with joy. Bruno stood in front of the tactics board, clutching a bottle of water, using the bottom of the bottle to illustrate the arc of the corner kick from the first half. "You see, the ball comes up from here, goes around that tall guy at the near post, and then smashes down. What did I say? My footwork can deliver it right to his forehead. What's there to brag about with your arc? If it were me passing, Cristiano wouldn't even need to jump. He could just trap it with his foot and send it into the net. Go ahead and try passing one. Oh, I'm afraid you'd send the ball right into the opposing goalkeeper's arms. Bruno threw the water bottle at Cancelo, who dodged his head, and the bottle bounced off the storage locker behind him. Felix sat quietly in the corner, changing into fresh socks, the stark white of the new socks contrasting sharply with his grass-stained ankles. Nuno Mendes poured half a bottle of mineral water over his head, the water streaming down his neck, thoroughly soaking his substitute jersey. He shook his head, splattering droplets onto Vega's face, who wiped it off without saying anything. B. Silva leaned against the wall on the other side, his phone screen face down on his knee. His gaze swept over the perimeter of the crowd, finally settling on the quiet figure in the innermost corner. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in his spot, not gasping for breath, not bent over with his hands on his knees, nor applying ice packs to any joints. He simply sat there drinking water, as if he were taking a breather between training sessions. B. Silva unlocked his phone, the cursor in the notes flashing a few times. His thumb hovered above the screen for 3 or 4 seconds before he locked the phone again, unsure of what to write down. The first 6 observations could barely be summarized with phrases like form is rising or training recovery is effective. But what he had witnessed in those 45 minutes tonight surpassed any reasonable explanation he could conceive. The changing room door swung open as Martinez walked in. The raucous laughter gradually subsided. Bruno was still debating the corner kick arc with Cancelo, only now in hushed tones. Martinez's gaze swept across the entire changing room from left to right, finally landing on the quiet figure drinking water in the innermost corner. Cristiano sensed that gaze, put down his water bottle, and looked up. The two locked eyes for less than a second. Cristiano nodded slightly, his expression devoid of any excess. No gratitude, no seeking praise, no explanations. Martinez also nodded slightly. This nod was devoid of doubt or testing, it was a mutual understanding. No questions asked, and he would deliver this match for you. Martinez turned and walked to the tactics board, clapping his hands twice. The last bits of chatter in the changing room immediately ceased. All right, everyone gather around. Tactics for the second half. Everyone gathered around. Cristiano was the last to rise, tightening the cap on his water bottle and placing it on the bench, walking towards the group at a steady pace. As he passed by B. Silva, their eyes met briefly. You're in good form today. Cristiano halted his steps. He looked into B. Silva's eyes, which calculated better than any defensive midfielder, and smiled. The second half will be even better. As he spoke these words, the joint in Cristiano's right ring finger suddenly tightened. He crossed his arms over his chest, fingers naturally curling into the crook of his elbows. This motion was fluid and graceful, unnoticed by anyone as he pressed down on the numb knuckle. His breathing was steady, his gaze calm, like a hunter who had just calibrated his scope, the shell in the chamber still warm and the next round already chambered. Before the sound of the whistle for the second half had fully faded, the positioning of the Democratic Republic of the Congo had already changed. Siddiqui was absent from the field, replaced by a slender young forward with well-defined calves, wearing number 19. Azevedo immediately noticed this change. His tone grew slightly serious. Di Sabra had substituted, taking off Siddiqui and bringing on Ma Yella, a pure speed type forward, shifting the formation from 42-31 to 41-32. He paused, his tone now imbued with gravity. Only one defensive midfielder remained, and there were no more bodyguards beside KMB. Di Sabra had put all his chips on a fence, aiming to engage Portugal in a back-and-forth battle. After kickoff by the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the ball did not touch the ground as a long pass was sent directly forward. The entire defensive line pressed over the halfway line. After intercepting the ball in their own half, the Democratic Republic of the Congo quickly transitioned to the left side at the feet of Visa. Dalit closed in, maintaining a defensive distance of about half a meter, his steps quick and light, his center of gravity low. Visa received the ball with his back turned without any flashy feints. He merely pushed the ball forward and then took off. Pure speed. Brutal speed. Unreasonable speed. Dalit's brain sounded the alarm, his legs instinctively reacted to chase back, but his body lagged behind the signal. Visa's first step of acceleration left him half a body length behind. Dalit desperately pushed off the ground, his thigh muscles filled with lactic acid during the sprint. Each step felt as if he were treading in a swamp. Visa's stride was as rapid as if he had springs attached. Competing in a straight sprint against him was like chasing a supercar with a family sedan. It wasn't that Dalit was slow. It was that Visa was unreasonably fast. After shaking off his defender, Visa cut into the danger zone, striking the ball with his left foot without stopping, curling it towards the far post. The ball traced a bizarre curve in the air as Bakambu leaped high at the far post, fiercely heading towards the upper left corner of the goal. Diogo Costa flew horizontally. His entire body twisted to the limit in the air, his fingertips grazed the ball just as it was about to cross the goal line, forcefully deflecting it from the inside of the post. A corner kick. The entire crowd of Portuguese fans let out a gasp, followed by louder applause and calls. Costa landed, knelt briefly, then sprang up, his expression showing little emotion, brushing off the grass from his gloves and raising a finger towards the back line. Once. Just once. No one noticed Dalit. He knelt on the grass, hands on the ground, his shoulders heaving violently, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the green blades. His mind was filled with the residual shadow of Visa's burst from earlier. He was all too familiar with that feeling. It was exactly the same as facing Mbappe, exactly the same as facing Vinicius. Pure crushing speed disparity. You know where he is going, you know how he will handle the ball, next your brain calculates it all, but your legs simply cannot keep up. Your body just won't comply. Dalit looked down and saw his socks stained with grass and mud, sweat mixing with the dirt as it dripped from his nose. The roar of the stadium filled his ears, but those sounds felt like they were coming through thick glass, blurred and distant. The only clear sound was his own panting. A hand reached out in front of Dalit. 5 fingers splayed palm, facing down, the knuckles dry and strong. It was Cristiano Ronaldo's hand. No one noticed when he had run back from the front, nor did anyone question why he was now standing in the right defensive. All eyes were on Costas' miraculous save and the impending corner kick. But he stood right in front of Dalit, breathing as calmly as if he had just stood up from a sofa. Dalit lifted his head, meeting those calm eyes. Calm. So calm that it didn't seem like he had just faced a near goal-conceding danger, so calm that it didn't seem like a forward who had run over 50 minutes in a World Cup match. Cristiano grabbed Dalit's wrist, pulling him up from the grass. His ring finger momentarily slowed by a fraction of a second, as if a thin layer of rust had settled on the hinge. He tightened, then relaxed his grip, ensuring his fingers were still responsive. Nothing is wrong, nothing to worry about, none of the hollow comforts repeated 1,000 times in the locker room. Cristiano clasped the back of Dalit's neck, fingers pressing on either side of his spine, his lips close to Dalit's ear, his voice low and steady like a nurse in the operating room reporting the model of a surgical instrument. Keep an eye on his left foot. Dalit's breath hitched. He will only use his left foot to finish. Crosses are with his left foot, cutting in to shoot is with his left foot, all finishing actions are with his left foot. Force him to use his right foot, and he becomes an ordinary person. 6 seconds. Dalit recalled the entire process of being torn apart just moments ago. Visa receiving the ball, pushing it, accelerating, cutting in, and curling the pass. The last curling pass was with his left foot. In the first half of the match, all of Visa's threatening balls, the shots after cutting in, the crosses after breakthroughs, and the through balls during counterattacks were all with his left foot. All of them. Cristiano released his grip, patting Dalit on the back of the head, the force neither too light nor too heavy, like a soldier's helmet being tapped before deployment. Go. Dalit's spine straightened one segment at a time. He clenched his fists and ran back to his defensive position, his steps heavier and steadier than before. In the 57th minute, after a quick interception in midfield, the Democratic Republic of the Congo rapidly sent the ball to the left, where Visa once again received it on Dalit's side. The hearts of the Portuguese fans collectively leaped into their throats. The nightmare from 5 minutes ago was still fresh, and Visa's lightning-quick start burned a shadow into everyone's retinas. No one believed Dalit could stop him a second time. Yet Dalit did not rush forward. His positioning was completely different from 5 minutes ago. Instead of confronting Visa's advancing path directly, he shifted half a step inward, positioning his body directly in front of Visa's habitual cut-engine route. The route for cutting in with his left foot. After receiving the ball, Visa instinctively tried to move inward with the outside of his left foot, his thigh and calf muscles primed for acceleration. But suddenly a wall appeared in front of him. Dalit's body fit perfectly in that spot, not aggressive, not hurried, not. He simply stood there. Visa's left foot brushed the ball, but the space for the next move was gone. He hesitated. This hesitation lasted only a fraction of a second. But for a top-level match, a fraction of a second is the distance between an iceberg and a volcano. Visa was forced to push the ball outward with his right foot taking a step. The rhythm slowed. His control with the right foot was noticeably less fluid than with the left. The ball was 5 centimeters farther from his foot, and the force of contact was 2 degrees stiffer. João Neves arrived from behind, light and quick on his feet, cleanly poking the ball away from Visa with his ball interception. Portugal's counterattack. On the sidelines in the technical area, disastrous slammed his hands against his thighs, the force so great that even the assistant coach glanced over. His face was ashen, his jaw clenched like iron. 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago, Visa had sliced through Portugal's right defense like a red-hot knife through Butter Bakamba's header, just missing by a fingertip, sending the entire 70,000 crowd in the NRG stadium trembling. 5 minutes later, the same flank, the same Visa, the same Dalit. But everything had changed. Visa's most lethal left-footed cutting route was completely blocked, as if someone had drawn a white line under his feet, marking it as a no-go zone. Disastrous understood exactly what had happened. He saw it clearly. Dalit's defensive positioning was not a random adjustment. It was precisely blocking Visa's left-footed starting angle. This meant someone had informed Dalit of Visa's weakness. That someone who had run back from the front pulled Dalit up and whispered in his ear for a few seconds, the number 7. With a single sentence, he had rendered Visa's sharpest weapon useless. Disastrous shut his eyes, pinching his nose between his index and middle fingers for 3 seconds. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze crossed half the pitch, landing on that figure walking back to the front at a leisurely. After completing his defensive duty, Dalit ran a few steps, looking far towards the center circle, tightening his fist and raising it, giving Cristiano a thumbs up. His face was full of excitement and gratitude for surviving, sweat streaming down from the corners of his mouth, completely unaware. Cristiano did not respond to any celebration. He simply raised his right hand calmly, pointing his index finger to his temple. Use your head to play. This action flashed briefly on the screen. But Silva saw it. After just completing a midfield interception and preparing to release the ball, his peripheral vision caught Cristiano's raised finger and Dalit's face, filled with gratitude. Silva passed the ball to Vitinha, his own pace slowing by half a beat. He connected this scene with the previous moments from the first half. Cristiano's 15 minutes of not watching the ball, but observing the opponent's footwork details, deceiving Mbemba with a tactical leak, and his centimeter-precise positioning before the corner kick. Plus this act of running from the center circle to the defensive line, dismantling Visa's weakness with a single sentence. A terrifyingly clear outline gradually took shape in his mind. On this night, Cristiano was not merely returning to some incredible physical state. His perception accuracy regarding the movement habits and technical flaws of all 21 players on the field, as well as his speed in extracting information and making tactical decisions in real time during the match, had reached a realm beyond what the term top player could encompass. Silva turned and ran back to his defensive position, his expression unchanged. But he felt a thought growing clearer and heavier in his mind, like a stone slowly sinking to the bottom of a lake. This was not a fleeting glory for a 41-year-old veteran. He had a problem. In the 60th minute, the Democratic Republic of the Congo finally discovered something even more despairing. They were not only 2 goals behind, but could not find any path forward. After 2 failed counterattacks, they were forced back by Portugal's second wave of pressure. The Congolese formation quietly retreated 10 meters after being stuck on the left side of Vicena. The defensive midfielder Kai Yambia's position retreated from the midfield circle to the edge of their own penalty area. The entire defensive line resembled a metal fence dragged back 10 meters, still standing, but each bar beginning to deform. At this moment, Cristiano Ronaldo strategically withdrew. It was not a slight retreat as a forward for support, but he walked all the way from the edge of the opponent's penalty area to near the midfield line, standing next to João Neves. Azevedo's voice held a layer of doubt. Ronaldo has dropped very deep. He has reached near the midfield circle. Is there a problem with his stamina? After all, he is 41 years old, and the first half was indeed quite taxing for him. On the field, Mbemba stood at the edge of the penalty area, staring at the figure in the number 7 jersey 50 meters away, his mind racing. Should I follow him, pulling the center back out 50 meters, leaving a wide expanse of grass behind? The risk of being countered from behind is too high. Not following him, allowing Ronaldo to freely take the ball in midfield, given the passing vision he had just displayed, the threat would be even greater. Mbemba clenched his back teeth, choosing not to follow, betting that he truly could not keep up. In the 63rd minute, Silva completed an interception in midfield, took 2 sideways steps, and passed the ball to the right. Ronaldo stood there near the midfield line as the ball rolled to the inside of his right foot, gently cradled. He did not play the ball immediately, instead keeping it under his right foot facing the opponent's goal as he raised his head. There was no need to scan the entire field. The instincts honed over 22 years were faster than the naked eye. On the left, Nuno Mendes accelerated forward, his left foot's rhythm indicating he would reach full speed in 2 seconds. On the right, Wan-Bissaka's weight shifted back, his shoulders slightly tilting towards his own goal, his attention pulled away by Mendes' forward movement. In the center, Tawanzabi's body was shifting, taking half a step towards Wan-Bissaka, a textbook response for as his teammate was drawn away, he instinctively filled the gap. But it was just that half step. The once tightly knit defensive line between Tawanzabi and Wan-Bissaka now had a gap less than 2 meters wide, visibly shrinking at a noticeable pace. Tawanzabi had realized he had overcommit and began to retreat. In that instant, Ronaldo's brain completed all calculations. Mendes' sprint speed was 34.8 kilometers per hour, and it would take 2 seconds to reach the end of the gap. The gap's lifespan was a mere second and a half. The force and spin needed for the ball to reach that position involved the outside of his right foot striking the ball, keeping it low with an outward spin, causing it to curve slightly outward by 5 to 8 centimeters as it approached the gap, bypassing Mbemba's outstretched leg. That was enough. Ronaldo's body made no unnecessary adjustments. There was no pullback, no feint. His right foot swept smoothly from the side and rear of the ball in an exceptionally relaxed posture. The point of contact was on the outer side of his foot, the angle of power infused, causing the ball to fly along the grass with a slight outward spin. 40 yards. The ball passed between Kai Yambia's legs. The defensive midfielder's brain had not yet had time to issue an interception command. The ball had disappeared under him, slipping past Mbemba's right leg. That slight outward spin caused the ball's trajectory to deviate slightly in the final 30 centimeters, sliding past the outer side of his boot by 2 inches without even a touch. The ball drilled into the disappearing gap between Tuanzebe and Wan-Bissaka. Their bodies resembled two closing gates, but at the last moment the ball squeezed through that pinhole space, rolling along the grass and spinning towards the vacant area on the left side of the penalty area. Nuno Mendes couldn't believe his eyes. He surged forward according to the muscle memory of a fullback's overlapping runs, his left leg pushing off, while his right swung, not expecting the ball to arrive at all. Ronaldo's position was at the midfield circle, who would deliver a through ball from there. 3 defensive lines separated them, along with 4 opposing players and an angle of pass that theoretically should not exist. Yet the ball appeared just 1 meter in front of his sprinting path. No need to slow down, adjust his stride, or pause to control the ball. It was as if someone had measured the landing points of each of his steps with a ruler and placed the ball exactly there. Mendes lightly touched the ball with his left foot and charged into the left side of the penalty area without losing speed. Goalkeeper Mpesai rushed out his entire body, diving to block the shooting angle. Mendes remained calm, pushing the ball towards the far corner with his left foot. The force was neither too much nor too little. The ball rolled along the grass past Mpesai's outstretched arm, its trajectory carrying a slight curve as it slid towards the far corner. The net was gently lifted. Goal. Azevedo jumped up from his seat, leaning forward on the commentary table, with both hands, his voice erupting from deep within his chest. Nuno Mendes, 3-0. But that pass, that was Cristiano's through ball from the midfield circle, 40 yards, piercing through the entire defensive line. As he finished the last few syllables, his voice broke, as if something inside him had been forcefully torn apart. Mendes ran back like a madman. His mouth wide open in a scream, his eyes red, arms spread wide like a crazed bird. He rushed towards the number 7, who was standing still at the midfield circle. As he reached Ronaldo, he raised his right hand, ready to slap him on the chest. He had done the same when celebrating Neto's goal in the first half, and that slap had made Ronaldo grunt. This time Ronaldo was prepared, grabbing Mendes' descending wrist, fingers closing around it, trapping that hand in midair. Mendes was stunned, the entire celebration action frozen in a comically awkward pose, his right hand suspended in the air, mouth still agape. Ronaldo smiled slightly, the lines at the corners of his eyes tightening as he softly uttered 2 words. Easy on me. Mendes paused for a moment, his entire face crinkling into a bright smile, his excited roar turning into playful scolding. That pass of yours, you sent it from the midfield circle 40 yards. How did you see me? The entire Portuguese bench rushed to the sidelines to celebrate the goal. On the field, teammates surrounded him one by one, then dispersed, applause, fists, and backslaps mixing together like a pot of boiling hot water. In the few seconds after the crowd dispersed, Ronaldo returned to the midfield circle, waiting for the kickoff. He blinked his right eye, not a conscious blink, but rather his eyelid moved on its own. He then lowered his head to adjust the laces of his left shoe, his fingers wrapping around the laces twice, though there was no looseness at all. This action occurred at a moment when he did not need to bend down. He stood up straight again, breathing steadily, his expression unchanged from before. No one noticed. After completing a short pass, Silva's gaze swept from the ball's landing point over Ronaldo. He paused for less than the time of a breath over that action of bending down to adjust his laces, then moved on. He wasn't yet sure what words to use to describe that action. In front of the technical area near the bench, Martinez stood at the edge of the white line, hands in his slacks pockets, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the fabric lining. His gaze followed the number 7, who was jogging back into position for several meters, then he glanced at his watch. 68 minutes. He turned his head slightly and nodded at Carvalho beside him. The roar of 70,000 people on the field drowned everything at the lowest level. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Carvalho did not need to hear, he understood. 75 minutes, take him off. Carvalho nodded, his gaze resting on the number 7 on the field. Watching Ronaldo jog back to the midfield circle, hands on hips, his breathing appearing as calm as if he were taking a stroll in the park. But Carvalho, being a defender, was not observing the breathing stride frequency or expression. He noted the action Ronaldo had just performed after the crowd dispersed, bending down to adjust his laces and the hand hanging at his side, now the middle and ring fingers pressed together tighter than usual, as if he were resisting something with those 2 fingers. Carvalho had been teammates with this man for 20 years, from Lisbon to London to Madrid, from 19 to 41. He understood better than anyone what that action meant. Ronaldo never showed pain on his face, but his hands always knew first. Carvalho shifted his gaze back, glancing at Martinez's profile. Martinez remained silent, his gaze returned to the field, his lips moving lightly for the last time, but no sound. That word fell into the noise of the stadium, disappearing. Carvalho noticed it. Protect. As the 4th official raised the electronic board, an inexplicable emotion surged through the throats of the 70,000 spectators at NRG Stadium. Azevedo's voice came through the broadcast signal, deliberately slowed down. In the 75th minute, Portugal makes a substitution. Cristiano Ronaldo, 1 goal and 1 assist, along with a 40-yard through ball that pierced through the entire defense, has concluded his first match of the 2026 World Cup. When Ronaldo saw the board, he did not move his feet. He stood slightly to the right of the center circle, sweat sticking his jersey to his chest, and shoulder blades the damp fabric outlining his muscles. He looked down at the armband on his left arm, pressed down the raised edge with his thumb, his fingertip resting on the red fabric for 2 or 3 seconds before he lifted his head and glanced towards the sidelines. Martinez stood outside the technical area, his hands already out of his pockets, fingers interlaced in front of him, his expression unchanged from an hour ago. See, Ronaldo turned and walked towards the sidelines, his pace neither fast nor slow, his back straight. As he passed midfield, Bruno jogged over. They exchanged a quick high five, and Bruno patted him on the shoulder, saying something that was drowned out by the noise of the stadium. As he crossed the halfway line, João Neves gave him a thumbs up, his lips pressed tight, his gaze offering the utmost respect a 22-year-old could give. As he moved down the left flank, Vitinha stepped aside, half a step to make way, whispering something about a masterful performance. See, Ronaldo did not turn back, but raised his right hand to pinch Vitinha's shoulder. The applause erupted completely as he approached within about 15 meters of the sideline. It was not a polite clap, it was a wave of sound from all sides of the stands, mixed with whistles and roars as Portuguese fans stood with scarves raised, and even in the section of the opposing Congolese fans, scattered applause mingled with boos. At the edge of the penalty area, Mbenza lifted his head to look at that figure. His lips moved slightly, but the trash talk he had prepared all night in the tunnel never made it out. He couldn't speak. This man had been on the field for 75 minutes, had only taken 1 shot, and had only made 1 key pass, yet at this moment the entire Congolese defense seemed to have lost a crucial backbone. See, Ronaldo reached the sideline where Leo was already waiting. His socks pulled up above his knees, his short-sleeved jersey stretched tight over his lean body. He resembled a blade just drawn from its sheath, his eyes gleaming a bit too brightly. They high-fived, their palms meeting with a crisp sound. See, Ronaldo's 5 fingers tightened slightly in Leo's palm, the grip a bit firmer than usual for a farewell. Run, don't walk. The voice was low, drowned out by the applause of 70,000 behind him, just loud enough for Leo grinned, exposing a row of teeth, nodded, and dashed into the field, his steps light, almost bouncing as he ran. See, Ronaldo took a step forward, entering the white line of the technical area. Martinez stood there, extending his right hand. The moment their hands met was captured by 4 of the 16 camera. See, Ronaldo's voice was very low, barely audible to Carvalho standing beside him. I haven't played enough yet. Martinez's expression didn't change at all, the line of his lips as straight as if drawn with a ruler. But his left hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, pulled out. Martinez simply replied softly, "That's why I want you to be able to play 1 more match." After hearing this, something flickered in Ronaldo's eyes before extinguishing. He nodded, let go of his hand, and turned to walk towards the bench. Carvalho stood half a step behind Martinez, watching that figure move 3 or 4 meters away before his gaze returned to Martinez's left hand that had just pulled out. The fingertips slightly reddened, showing clear traces from 75 minutes of friction with the fabric in his pocket. When Ronaldo sat down on the bench, Cancelo squeezed through from the left. 1 goal, 1 assist. Uncle Ro, your efficiency is even higher than a printing press finishing a job in 75 minutes. Ronaldo took the towel handed to him by the staff and wiped his face and neck without turning to look at Cancelo. A cold glare shot through from behind Cancelo. Carvalho sat in the furthest right position of the coaching area, not turning his head, only slightly shifting his eyes towards the back of Cancelo's head. Cancelo's mouth closed midway through his sentence, faster than his pace on the field. Ronaldo smiled faintly, a barely noticeable gesture making Cancelo think he might have imagined it. He draped the towel over his knees, his right ring finger and middle finger together, gently pressing his fingertip against the inner side of his left wrist, as if measuring a pulse or perhaps just needing a point of support. This motion lasted only a few seconds, overshadowed by his subsequent action of picking up a bottle of mineral water to drink. Leo's first touch when he entered the field was a standard Leo-style disaster. He stood on the left flank, receiving Vitinha's cross, and after the ball reached his feet, he did not make a move immediately. His entire body relaxed, as if still jogging in the warm-up area, casually nudging the ball forward. Wan-Bissaka was waiting for this. He stretched his right foot from the side, the front half of his shoe connecting cleanly with the ball's side, deftly knocking it out of play. Leo's center of gravity was still moving forward, but the ball was no longer at his feet. He stopped and stared for a second, turning his head to glance towards the bench. Ronaldo sat there, the towel on his knees, his gaze calmly fixed on him, his lips unmoving, his expression unchanged, even his sitting posture unadjusted, just watching him. Leo turned his head back, his tongue touching the inside of his cheek. When the second ball came, Vitinha spread it from near the center circle, the ball rolling towards the left flank along the grass. Leo's acceleration, this time, was completely different from the last. As he received the ball, his left shoulder dipped forward, lowering his center of gravity to its lowest point at the moment of contact. His right foot's outside, nudging the ball into the vacant space ahead, his stride reaching its maximum pace from a standing position with almost no transition to full speed. Wan-Bissaka was forced to retreat half a step in the face of that acceleration. Just that half step. The entire right side defense was a beat slow along with him. On the bench C, Ronaldo's back rested against the chair, his eyes focusing the moment Leo took off. In the 78th minute, Leo received the ball on the left flank, Wan-Bissaka, closing in Kayambi, moving in from the middle. Leo stopped the ball at his right foot, his body leaning back at a slight angle, his left foot even taking a small step back towards the passing direction. Wan-Bissaka's legs had already begun moving towards intercepting the return pass. Then Leo's right foot's outside lightly grazed the inner side of the ball, incredibly fast, his ankle twisting back upon contact, the outside of his shoe sweeping over the opposite side of the ball again. A reverse flick. The ball traced in curve within half a meter, passing between Wan-Bissaka's legs as Leo's body circled around two defenders, nudging the ball forward, accelerating. The collective gasp of 70,000 at NRG Stadium erupted almost simultaneously. Mbinza emerged from the middle, Tuanzebe constricting the space behind him as yet another path was torn open in the Congolese penalty area. Leo charged into the left side of the penalty area. Everyone thought he was about to shoot as he lifted his right foot, and Passy had already begun shifting his weight to cover the near post. But as Leo's foot came down, it contacted the ball with the inside arch. A back pass in a triangle. The ball rolled towards the penalty spot along the grass at speed, neither fast nor slow. Bruno darted in from behind the arc, arriving at that position half a step ahead of the ball, his right foot swinging, the shoe's surface stretched to the limit, the arc of his calf whipping out like a lashing whip. On the bench, Cancelo leaped up from his seat. Pass's body lunged to the left. Tuanzebe slid in for a tackle, his shoe barely missing the ball's trajectory. Bruno's shot was powerful and perfectly angled. The ball rocketed towards the lower right corner of the goal. NRG Stadium fell silent in an instant. Ding! The sound of the metal frame of the post being struck reignited the cheers of thousands. The ball rebounded from the interior of the post back into the penalty area. Cancelo's words caught in his throat. He stood frozen there, his hands suspended in midair. See, Ronaldo's eyes briefly closed at the moment the ball hit the post, and when they reopened, his expression had returned to the same calm as when he first sat down. On the bench, Cancelo slammed his raised hand back onto his seat, cursing under his breath. Ramos turned to look at him. You were just about to charge out there. Ramos saw it, and Cancelo saw it too. He initially wanted to make a couple more quips, but swallowed his words before his tongue could even touch the roof of his mouth. This was not a compliment, it was a debt to be remembered. In the 82nd minute, the Democratic Republic of the Congo pushed all their players forward. Desabre was on the sidelines with his hands cupped in front of his mouth, constantly shouting at Visa on the left flank. Charge! Dalit had sealed the inside line, but Visa forced out half a meter of space along the outside and curled a shot with his left foot. The ball curved between him and Diaz, dropping towards the back post. Inacio had just turned around when Bakambu slipped past him from the outside of his shoulder, sending the ball into the far corner with his right foot before he could stretch out to block. 3-1. Costa stood up from the goal line, bent down to pull the ball from the net, and directly tossed it to Diaz. Mine. Inacio gritted his teeth and spoke. Diaz didn't look back, merely tucked the ball under his arm and raised his hand towards the penalty area line. Get back. Inacio wiped his face and quickly returned to his position. The bench became quiet. Cancelo straightened up and closed his mouth. Leo turned around to glance at the bench. Cristiano Ronaldo was sitting there, a towel draped over his shoulder, his right leg crossed over his left, not leaning forward or speaking. But the temperature around the bench had dropped. Ramos passed a water bottle over, but halfway through he noticed Cristiano hadn't taken it and silently pulled it back to his feet. Cancelo nudged him with his elbow. Who was he angry with now? Ramos looked at the field, answering, quite everyone. In the final moments, Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area, raising his right hand to make a brief gesture. Vitinha understood. He received the ball in the midfield, not pushing it forward, but passing it at the safest angle to Joao Neves, who then passed it to Diaz, who in turn passed it to Inacio, and Inacio pushed it with his left foot to Nuno Mendes. As the Congolese players rushed in, Nuno didn't force the play, retreating the ball back to Vitinha's feet. Don't rush towards them, who should be worried. As Vitinha said this, Joao Neves ran past him, casually pointing out a space on the right. In the 88th minute, Leo got the ball again. Wan-Bissaka closed in, and Kayambi filled in from the middle. Leo barely grazed the ball with his toes, pushing his body forward, just about to accelerate. From the direction of the bench came two words. Enough. Leo withdrew the foot he had already stepped out with, pulling the ball back from the outside to hand it to the advancing Vitinha. Wan-Bissaka missed completely and almost took himself out of bounds. Cancelo was left dumbfounded. Ramos gave him a glance. Aren't you listening? Cancelo turned his head back to the field. I'm not an idiot. The fourth official raised the stoppage time board. For minutes, the Congolese team made one last long ball into the penalty area. Diaz blocked Bakambu behind him, and Inacio cleared the second ball. Bruno shielded the ball near the sideline, and after being knocked down, refused to let go of it. He sat on the grass looking up and spreading his hands. He bumped into me, you saw that right? The Congolese players, infuriated, reached out to try to pull him up, but Bruno held onto the ball even tighter. "Don't touch me, on my back hurts." The bench erupted in laughter with Cancelo slapping his thigh and cursing about his back pain. The referee's whistle blew, and only then did Bruno release the ball. 3 whistles sounded. Portugal defeated the Democratic Republic of the Congo 3-1, securing 3 points in their World Cup opener. Azevito's voice rose above the din of the crowd. An imperfect, yet substantial victory. Cristiano Ronaldo had 1 goal and 1 assist, making it clear to everyone that he was not here to say goodbye to the World Cup. He was here to continue winning. Bruno was the first to run to the bench, high-fiving Cristiano across the sideline. Nuno Mendes shoved him aside. "How did you see that? I thought there was no hope when I ran for that ball myself, and you passed it from the center circle, center circle." Cristiano stood up, throwing the towel back to his seat, and patted the back of his head. "Because you finally ran properly for once." Nuno was stunned, then laughed so hard his shoulders shook. "Is that a compliment?" "Sure. Sounds a bit insincere." "Then don't run next time." Nuno immediately fell silent. Bruno reached out to wrap his arm around Cristiano's shoulder, but Cristiano shifted to the side to avoid him. "Don't pat me." "All right, Captain, I won't pat you tonight, but I'll do it again at training tomorrow." Cristiano shot him a glance. "You first practice that shot off the post tomorrow." Bruno's smile faded. "You really hold a grudge." In the locker room, Cancelo was the first to start causing a stir. Bruno connected his phone to the speakers, and as the beat of Portuguese electronic music started, Cancelo stood in the center of the locker room, mimicking Bakamba's celebration, with a pounding chest shouting slogans in unintelligible French. Ramos walked by and playfully slapped the back of his head. "You celebrate more passionately than he does himself. This is called respecting the opponent's culture." Dias, sitting on the bench taking off his shin guards, finally let his stern expression crack, smiling as he looked down. In the corner, Leo couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth while taking off his shoes. Cristiano walked past him and paused. 15 minutes was good. Leo's eyes lit up, just about to speak. "Next time start from the first minute." Leo swallowed his words, lowering his head to continue taking off the other shoe, his hands moving much faster. "Got it." Cancelo chimed in from a distance. "Did you hear that, lazybones? Start running from the first minute." Leo looked up. "You better not dance on the bench first." The locker room burst into laughter again. Cristiano returned to his locker and sat down, taking off the captain's armband. The fabric, soaked with sweat, felt heavy. He folded it neatly with his left hand and placed it in the side pocket of his bag. As he zipped it up, he felt a problem with his right hand. It wasn't the short, sharp pain experienced during a match, but a continuous, directed numbness creeping from his fingertips into his palm, traveling along the bones of his hand, towards his wrist, accompanied by an undeniable certainty. He picked up a towel to wipe his neck, casually draping the towel over his right hand, and twisted open a water bottle to take a sip. Silva emerged from the shower direction, a damp towel draped over his shoulder. As he walked past Cristiano, he didn't stop, his gaze sliding down from the locker number to the dry towel draped over Cristiano's right hand, and the curve that formed when his right hand closed. Silva reached his own locker, his fingers brushing against the phone inside, without picking it up right away. Behind him, Cristiano set the water bottle back down by his feet. The numbness persisted, moving from his palm to his wrist, from his wrist to the inner side of his forearm, steadily extending upwards along an invisible path. The locker room door swung open, and Martinez walked in, clapping his hands twice. "Hold on a minute. 3 points. But that goal conceded should not have happened." Inacio looked down, tugging at the edge of his sock, but when Dias glanced at him, he let go. Costa still hadn't removed his gloves. "Mine." Dias immediately took it. "We let someone slip at the back post. That's on me and Goncalo." Inacio looked up. "I was slow." Martinez didn't let them continue dividing responsibilities and looked at Inacio. "You're the ball-playing center back, but first and foremost you are a center back." "Understood. Ruben, I'll keep an eye on him." Martinez surveyed the room. "Recover, sleep. Tomorrow at 9 the medical team will assess. Anyone who dares to be late will have Carvalho make them practice defending alone the day after." Just as Cancelo was about to laugh, he saw Carvalho sitting near the coaching staff, immediately swallowing his laughter. Martinez walked toward the door and stopped in front of Cristiano. Cristiano looked up. "Can I leave?" Right as he finished speaking, several nearby heads turned up. Bruno looked over, and Silva also raised his head from in front of his locker. Cristiano took the towel off his right hand, stood up, and slung the bag strap over his shoulder. "I can still run back to the hotel. Just walk back." Cristiano smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. The door opened, and the corridor's cold air rushed in, cutting a path through the heat and music in the locker room. Cristiano stepped outside, and the door closed behind him, muffling the commotion inside. The only sound remaining in the corridor was the echo of shoe soles on the tiled floor. The numbness that had been creeping up from his fingertips had now reached his elbow. He paused before the corner, placing his right hand against the wall, palm pressed against the concrete. A chill seeped into his palm, and the numbness receded slightly. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the locker room door swung open. Silva stepped out, holding his phone, but not lighting up the screen. Cristiano removed his hand from the wall and continued forward. Silva followed closely behind their footsteps, echoing one after the other, stretching out into the corridor's white light. The jolt of the bus starting up shook Ma.E once more. Ronaldo leaned against the window, his right hand tucked into the pocket of his training jacket, fingertips tracing the fabric lining as he counted the vibrations of the wheels passing over the seams in the road. It didn't hurt, but it was harder to deal with than pain because it couldn't be ignored. The voices of his teammates drifted from the front rows. Cancelo was still practicing Bakamba's chest-thumping celebration. Bruno's laughter filtered through the 2 rows of seats. The sound system connected via Bluetooth. The electronic beats never ceased. B-Seat sat in the second row in front of him, head resting against the glass window, earphone cord dangling down to his chest. The phone screen dim. Ronaldo could see the outline of the back of his head, knowing he wasn't asleep. He didn't think about what those 2 words were. Now he needed to focus on one thing: return to the hotel, lock the door, and wait for that moment to arrive. The bus pulled into the underground garage. Players stood up to grab their bags, crowding the aisle. Ronaldo waited until everyone had exited before standing up, left hand holding the bag, his right hand never leaving his pocket. Carvalho stood at the door, sidestepping to make way, his gaze sliding down his face, pausing briefly on the hand tucked into his pocket before returning. Tomorrow at 9. Ronaldo nodded as he walked past him, the sound of his shoes striking the concrete floor crisp and clean. He was the only one left in the elevator. As the door closed, he withdrew his right hand from his pocket, spreading his fingers to inspect them. The skin from fingertip to palm showed nothing. No redness, no swelling, and nothing abnormal was visible to the naked eye. The string was still there, vibrating from within the bones. The key card was pressed against the lock. The door unlocked, and he stepped inside without turning on the main light. The curtains were drawn back. The city lights of Houston poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 23rd floor, splitting the room into light and darkness. Ronaldo threw his backpack on the carpet at the foot of the bed, pulled his phone from the pocket of his jacket, and set it screen down on the bedside table. He paused to glance at the half-open bathroom door, a line of white light spilling through the gap. He took a deep breath once, then walked in, turning the lock all the way back with his hand. The person in the mirror had bloodshot eyes. The collar of his jersey was clinging with grass and dried sweat, a red mark on his cheekbone from a brush with Mbemba's shoulder, no longer painful, but still discolored. He leaned on the sink with both hands, lowering his head, waiting, counting his breaths, 1, 2, 3. By the 4th it arrived. 37 years old. Just that one sentence. Ronaldo leaned on the sink, his jaw tightening, the force of his clenched teeth causing the muscles on either side of his temples to tense. 1 year. He replayed these 3 instances in his mind. The first warm-up match, 1 goal, rewinding, a year. The second warm-up match, 2 goals, 2 years, this time 1 goal and 2 assists, 1 year. It wasn't just a simple count of goals. He thought, slowly considering what was changing between the numbers. The goals in the warm-up matches had the least value, but they counted as 3 years because at that time he was furthest from his peak. The starting discount was the greatest. Now it was the World Cup finals. Each year gained brought him closer to the 32 coordinate, and the closer he got, the more expensive each step became. It was like climbing a slope. The closer he got to the top, the steeper it became, and the same effort covered less distance. In his mind, he drew a line from 37 to 32. There were 5 years left. 5 years based on this tightening slope wasn't a gap that could be filled by 5 matches with 5 goals. What was needed might be a goal in each match, something critical each time, and the criteria for that critical judgment was continually rising. With each year he approached, the threshold was redefined. He didn't know where the rules were written, nor did anyone tell him. He only had 3 data points. 3 points connected to form a slope, then he pushed back. He might have guessed wrong, but there was no other way. The information flowed in, and the cost followed closely. Right beneath the sternum something began to tighten, then ignited. Not a widespread burn, but a fine concentrated heat moving along the outer walls of the alveoli. Each breath felt like scraping the surface of that path with the inner sides of his lungs. Ronaldo's fingers tightened against the marble countertop, his upper body arched, his forehead nearly touching the mirror's surface. Different from the first 2 times, the first was a sharp jab at the temples, the second was a whole bunch of needles piercing simultaneously, quick in and quick out like being slapped. This time it was slow. The warmth rose from his sternum to the collarbone, the bifurcation of the carotid artery, the base of his jaw burning all the way to the top of his head. Then it exploded, radiating outwards to his limbs. Ronaldo's right hand suddenly lost its grip. 5 fingers slipped from the edge of the marble, the support beneath his entire right side vanished, and his upper body tilted to the right, with only a fist distance remaining between his forehead and the edge of the countertop. He wanted to push back with his right hand, but that hand did not respond, hanging over the edge, unable to grasp anything. In that moment his left hand exerted force, the heel of his palm pressing firmly against the countertop, stabilizing his body, beads of sweat sliding down from his temples, dripping onto the white marble. The warmth began to recede from the extremities. First the toes regained feeling, then the calves, the thighs, and finally the path in his chest gradually dimmed and cooled until it disappeared. Ronaldo slowly straightened up, supporting himself on the sink, his right hand grasping the edge of the countertop again, squeezing it once, feeling the strength return. He looked down at his palm, which bore a red mark from the pressure of the marble edge slowly fading. He looked at the mirror. The person in the mirror was different from the one who had arrived. The deltoid curve from shoulder line to upper arm was fuller, the separation line of the external oblique sharper, the contours on either side of his neck clearer, as if redrawn with a pencil. He bent down, pressing the inner side of his left knee. Since the 2014 World Cup, there had always been an area of chronic swelling there, not painful, but noticeable, hidden between the ligaments and fat pads, and after each intense match he would instinctively seek it out. He had been searching for it for 12 years. When he pressed down with his fingertip, the skin beneath felt smooth and flat. He paused in that position, his fingers still pressing deeper, but felt nothing. Straightening up, he moved his ankles, twisting left and right a few times. The lubrication of the joint fluid felt as smooth as if he had replaced them with new bearings without any stiffness. 37 years old. Ronaldo looked at the person in the mirror and waved his fist. He walked out of the bathroom, performed a set of crunches on the carpet. The feedback from the contraction of his core was clean and crisp. Each effort felt like all muscle fibers activating simultaneously. He then approached the door frame, pulled out a portable training bar from the side pocket of his luggage, wedging it above the door frame, gripping the bar with both hands, and did 3 sets of pull-ups. The first set was 8 reps easy. The second set was 8. The angle of his scapulae perfectly tightened. In the third set, he focused on his right hand, feeling the residual fine string in his elbow pit, but it had diminished to a barely noticeable vibration from its previous state. He released the bar, landing on his feet evenly and steadily. He pulled out a black training log and a ballpoint pen sitting on the edge of the bed, a hardshell notebook on his knee, and began to write. Resting heart rate 58. Breathing rate normal. Left inner knee old injury gone. Right arm residual weak sensation below the elbow pit, no abnormalities in fingertips. Sternum area heat has receded, no residual. He wrote one last number on the final line, the pen tip, pausing on the paper before writing. 37. He closed the log, stuffed it back into the bag, picked up his phone resting screen down on the bedside table, and found a message from Mendez. Good performance. Take care to rest. 8 words with no extra punctuation. Mendez never simply said good. Each of his statements carried at least 3 layers of meaning. I saw your performance. I know what the outside world is discussing, and I am handling matters you do not need to know about. Ronaldo typed a single word in response. He flipped the phone back, over screen down. The night view of Houston looked like a glowing circuit board from the 23rd floor, the dense lights stretching out to the... He walked to the bathroom door, leaning against the frame, taking one last look at the person in the mirror. The jawline was harder than before the match, the skin fitting more tightly around the bones, but the gaze was colder, sharper, yet there was now an additional crack. Ronaldo spoke softly, just enough for himself to hear. It's enough. The score of Portugal defeating the Democratic Republic of the Congo 3-1 had already shaken half the internet before midnight. 3 positions in the top 5 of the Twitter trending list were occupied by CR7, that precise through ball, and Nuno Mendes. However, the most viral moment was not Cristiano Ronaldo's header or Nuno Mendes' goal, but that 40-yard curling through ball sent from the center circle. Someone turned it into a tactical diagram from a god's eye view. The ball's trajectory was marked with a red dotted line, starting from Ronaldo's feet, passing through the legs of Kayembe, evading the outstretched leg of Mbemba, slipping into the disappearing gap between Tuanzebe and Wan-Bissaka, and finally landing before the speeding Nuno Mendes. That red dotted line made 3 bends on the diagram, passing through 4 players. The comments section exploded. A 41-year-old center forward sent a through ball from the center circle that penetrated the entire defense. I've watched it 6 times and still don't understand how he saw it. Is the angle wrong? Did he glance before passing? I watched it repeatedly. He never looks up. No need to look. This person has played professional football for 22 years. He knows better than GPS where everyone is. Suddenly, what does it mean to have a Pirlo-like presence? Can Ronaldo give the center-forward position to someone else and play as an attacking midfielder? Carragher come out and take the heat. Over 10,000 replies followed, all Portuguese fans posting screenshots of Carragher mocking Ronaldo. Technical analysis bloggers dissected it further. Someone extracted frames from 300 milliseconds before Ronaldo's pass, proving that his gaze was not on Nuno Mendes, but on the space between Kayembe and Mbemba. He calculated the lifespan of the gap, not the positions of the players. This analysis tweet was retweeted 80,000 times, with the most liked comment being just 4 words, "This is not human." London Sky Sports Studio. The lights for the post-match special were brighter than usual, and the producer looped the wide shot and close-up of that through ball on 2 large screens. Carragher sat behind the analysis desk, his stylus spinning around on the table. Then he spread his hands and spoke to the screen, showing Ronaldo's header. The header was beautiful. The timing of the jump was perfect. Mbemba is a League One level center back, and to score over him shows that Ronaldo's jumping ability and judgment remain world-class. The host nodded, preparing to respond. Carragher pointed the stylus at the screen. But that through ball, I need everyone to stay calm. Nuno Mendes' timing for the forward run was excellent. His movement created space for receiving the ball. Additionally, that gap indeed existed at that moment. Any top-vision midfielder standing in that position who could see that line would be able to execute that pass. He put the stylus back on the table and leaned back slightly. Ronaldo did very well, but it wasn't good enough to redefine what being 41 means. Let me clarify my point. This is a pass made in a static ball-holding situation, not a decision made after a continuous sprint in open play. A 41-year-old player still having such vision in a stationary position isn't surprising. The brain doesn't age that quickly. The issue lies in the quality of his execution. He looked directly into the camera, deliberately slowing his tone. Let's see if he can prove he can make similar judgments and execute them effectively after running for 60 minutes in a knockout match. At that point, I will be the first to stand up and applaud. But until then, I believe this excessive praise does more harm. He paused slightly, a barely noticeable smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. After all, this is just the first match of the group stage. Within 3 minutes of this statement being broadcast on social media, Carragher's name had topped the trends. Was this guy kicked by Ronaldo in his past life? Does static ball holding not count? In the first half, he ran from the front line to the right back position to help Dalit, and then shut down Vissa with a single word. Does that not count as open play? Forget it, let's wait until Ronaldo scores a hat-trick in the knockout stage to screenshot and slap him in the face. I suggest Carragher frame this statement and hang it on the wall for easy reference later. In the BBC link, Ferdinand sat in a dark brown leather chair with several Manchester United jerseys hanging behind him. The host's question was direct. Rio, how do you evaluate Ronaldo's performance tonight? Ferdinand did not answer immediately. Looking at the replay on the screen, it was a side view of Ronaldo's header from the corner, 3 steps of a run-up, right foot pushing off the ground, the arc of his body, rising the angle of his shoulder, opening the timing of making contact with the ball at the highest point, and then landing. His finger paused on the armrest. The host thought there was a technical issue with the link and was about to confirm. His timing for the run, Ferdinand spoke his pace slower than usual, is exactly the same as before. He leaned forward, tapping the armrest with his right index finger. I saw the same thing in Moscow in 2008. In the Champions League final against Chelsea, his 3-step run-up before jumping the rhythm is the same. The angle of his shoulder, when he made contact with the ball, is the same. 18 years have passed. The host interjected, so you believe this is a matter of talent, not physical condition? Ferdinand nodded. Talent doesn't age, technical memory doesn't age. His body may not be 23 anymore, but his brain knows when to perform what action. Precise to the millisecond. This is not something you can maintain through training. This is something borrowed from. When he said this, his tone was restrained, but his jaw tightened, and that movement was caught on camera. The end of the link, Ferdinand took off his headset and placed it on the armrest, then turned to look at the assistant standing beside him. The footage of Ronaldo's header in 4x slow motion. Help me find the original file and send it to my personal email. The assistant nodded without asking further questions. Ferdinand leaned back against the chair, his right hand rubbing the headset cord, his gaze falling on the now black screen. That landing posture had issues. The knee showed no signs of cushioning, and the Achilles tendon didn't have protective unloading. His entire lower body straightly plunged into the turf, absorbing all the impact with bones and ligaments. If a 25-year-old player consistently landed this way, it would incur a high cost to his knees. If a 41-year-old player landed like this, he would need to be on the operating table the next day. Either his knees are not 41 years old. Ferdinand did not voice these thoughts, but he knew he would not be the only one to notice that moment. Houston's 7th floor of the hotel. B. Silva leaned against the headboard in a hotel white bathrobe, his laptop open, displaying the complete video of tonight's match. He dragged the progress bar to the 35th minute, watching the slow motion of Ronaldo's header 3 times. Then he dragged it to the 63rd minute, watching the moment of that 40-yard through ball again 3 times. Finally, he dragged it to the 75th minute, the moment after Ronaldo was substituted, sitting on the bench with a towel draped over his right hand for those few seconds. He closed the laptop and leaned back against the pillow. His phone was on the nightstand, the notes page open with those 2 words quietly sitting in the input box. He neither typed more nor deleted them. He stared at the ceiling for a long time, then turned over and flipped the phone face down, screen side down. He didn't need to. Switzerland's Zurich FIFA headquarters, 14th floor. The office was lit only by a desk lamp, and a cup of coffee sat on the left side cold after 40 minutes. Henrik de Vries laid out 3 data files side by side on the screen. On the left was the physical recovery curve of Ronaldo after the friendly match against Chile. In the middle was the data from Nigeria, and on the right were the initial screening indicators extracted from publicly tracked data sources for tonight. Post-match lactic acid metabolism curves. In the first match, the recovery speed was 15% faster than that of top athletes in the same age group. In the second match, it was 22% faster. In the third match, it was 28% faster. This was not random fluctuation, it was a steadily rising diagonal line. Heart rate recovery followed the same trend, with the time taken from the end of the match to the heart rate dropping into the resting zone shorter for each match. The latest match's figure was even faster than João Neves, who was 23. Henrik's right index finger hovered above the keyboard, eventually pressing down to open Ronaldo's athlete profile page, adding a new line in the notes section. Second group of anomalous data, trend confirmed. He did not close the profile. He pushed the chair back slightly with his hands crossed in front of his abdomen, watching the three curves glowing on the screen. The trend was confirmed, but confirming a trend and proving an anomaly were two different matters. He needed a fourth data point. Henrik opened the calendar, found the date of Portugal's second group match, and marked it with a red tag. Then he typed a line in the adjacent notes box: request for a live medical observer position. The cursor blinked twice after that line. He clicked save. So, Mini Ronaldo jumped down from the sofa, swinging his arms back. Before he could steady himself, he kicked over a can of cola on the carpet. Brown liquid flowed down the leg of the coffee table, staining the cream-colored wool carpet with an unsightly mark. On the television, a slow-motion replay of Cristiano Ronaldo's header was playing. He leaped up before Mbemba, shoulders back, neck straight, and after his forehead struck the ball, he hung in the air for a moment, causing the commentator to reach a climax. Mini Ronaldo wore an oversized Portugal jersey with the number 7, the hem dangling below his knees, swaying around his legs as he ran. "Mom," he called out to the kitchen. "Did you see that? Dad just flew up." As Georgina came out of the kitchen, she was still holding unwashed grapes, droplets of water falling from her fingers onto the floor. She first looked at the TV, then at her son, and finally at the carpet. Cristiano Ronaldo Jr. Mini Ronaldo quickly retracted the celebratory pose he had just struck. As soon as his full name was mentioned, it was more effective than the referee's whistle. "I didn't do it on purpose." He pointed at the television, trying to shift the blame onto the goal. "When Dad scored, my hand just went out by itself." Georgina placed the grapes on the coffee table and grabbed a tissue to press down on the cola stain on the carpet. "Your hand can celebrate by itself." "Yes." Mini Ronaldo squatted next to her, answering with conviction. Just now, all the hands in the world were celebrating. Georgina looked up at him. Mini Ronaldo quickly changed his tune. "I'll drink one less can tomorrow. Next game you can only drink water." "Mom." "No negotiations." Mini Ronaldo glanced down at the carpet, then at the television, ultimately choosing to prioritize watching the game. "All right, water is fine as long as Dad scores." Georgina pressed the tissue on the carpet. The brown stain lightened a bit, but still left a mark. Mini Ronaldo leaned in close to her ear, his voice dropping in excitement that a child could hardly contain. "Mom, Dad jumping looks exactly like the video I watched before." Georgina slowed down her movements. The TV screen switched back to the slow-motion replay of the goal. Mini Ronaldo reached his hand above his head, striving to lift it as high as possible. Look, when he jumped, Mbemba couldn't withstand it. Even though he's so strong, he was still taken down by Dad. He spread his arms wide, mimicking how Mbemba was knocked aside, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression. Georgina couldn't help but laugh. "Don't imitate people falling down." "I'm not imitating falling down. I'm imitating him questioning life." Mini Ronaldo turned back to the screen, beginning to count the rhythm of his father's jumps. 1, 2, 3 at the highest point. Georgina watched the man on the television. She had seen him for too many years. Training grounds, home, hotel corridors, private jets, post-match press conferences, recovery rooms at dawn. She knew when he was truly relaxed and when he was just holding on, and she also knew that every time he walked after a match, his shoulders would be a little lower than usual. But the Cristiano Ronaldo on the screen was different. After landing, he turned around, his chest rising and falling lightly, running towards the corner flag with an unusually light step. That lightness did not belong to a 41-year-old after a match. "Mom, look." Mini Ronaldo pointed at the screen. The commentator in the small window raised his volume. "Pay attention to this landing." He practically didn't bend his knees to absorb the impact. Mini Ronaldo immediately chimed in. "Because my dad's knees are super strong." "Go wash your hands. Wait until this replay is done. Now." Mini Ronaldo glanced at his mother's face, resignedly stood up, and ran to the bathroom. "Don't change the channel. No one is competing with you." Once the living room quieted down, the sound of the television commentary became clear. Azevedo was reviewing Cristiano Ronaldo's performance in the match. 1 goal, 2 key assists, 75 minutes of playing time, the core pivot of the entire match. Georgina sat at the edge of the carpet, still holding a clean tissue, not wiping anymore. The screen cut to Ronaldo celebrating. He ran toward the camera, his right fist pounding against his chest, a proud smirk on his lips that Georgina was all too familiar with. Bold, confident, completely unwilling to leave room for any doubt. Georgina looked at his jawline, then at his shoulders, then at the collarbone just below the neck of his jersey. She couldn't pinpoint which part had changed, but she knew something had changed. He seemed to have been tightened anew. His shoulder line, neck, and waist were all sharper. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Mini Ronaldo was still restless inside. "Mom, can I wear this to—" "No." "Why not?" "Because it's too long, you might trip over it." "Then I'll tuck it into my pants." "You'll end up looking like a ball." "Dad must have worn it like this when he was little." Georgina didn't respond. She picked up her phone, checked the time, and calculated the post-match schedule in Houston. At this point, he should have returned to the hotel. She dialed the number. As the ringtone echoed, the television was playing the header again. The call connected. "Hi." Cristiano Ronaldo's voice came through the receiver carrying the relaxed tone of someone who had just finished showering. Georgina had been accustomed to this voice for over a decade. She could tell even with her eyes closed what he was likely doing. My champion. She switched the phone to speaker mode, softening her tone. 1 goal and 2 assists tonight. Laughter came from the other end of the line. It was not the weary laughter from the past 2 years after a match. That voice was lower and fuller, as if there was an endless strength left in his chest. Just dinner. Georgina's hand holding the phone paused by her leg. You played 75 minutes today. It's the World Cup knockout stage. I know. You shouldn't be talking like this now. The other end fell silent. On the television, the commentary was still praising him, the sound flowing through the living room, then being drowned out by the man's breathing on the receiver. Cristiano spoke up. Georgina, I feel unbelievably good right now. Georgina lowered her gaze, seeing the cola stain on the carpet that hadn't been cleaned properly. How good? Good enough that I want to continue training tomorrow. Roberto will kill you. He wouldn't dare. Carvalho would. A chuckle came from the other end of the line. Georgina didn't join in the laughter. You're hiding something from me. After she said that, the living room was left with only the sound of the television. Cristiano didn't respond immediately. Georgina heard the sound of fabric rustling from his side, as if he was switching the phone from one hand to another. During the World Cup, everyone hides something from their family. Don't try to fool me with that. I'm not fooling you. Cristiano. She called his full name. Mini Ronaldo turned off the faucet in the bathroom, the sound of his slippers approaching the living room. Georgina looked toward the hallway, swallowing back the words she wanted to say. Cristiano heard it on the other end as well. His tone immediately shifted. Is he still awake? He just spilled cola on the carpet and wants to wear your jersey to school. Let him be. Georgina chuckled coldly. Who's going to clean the carpet? I'll have Mendez reimburse me for it. Does Jorge know you're doing this? He should be used to Dad. He lunged to Georgina's side, reaching for the phone. Let me talk. Georgina handed the phone. Dry your hands. Mini Ronaldo wiped them casually on his jersey. Just as Georgina was about to scold him, he already pressed the phone to his ear. Dad, can you score 3 goals in the next game? A hat trick. Cristiano laughed from the other side. Sure, 3. Really? Can you guarantee it? When have I ever lied to you? Georgina looked up at the television. The screen just switched to a shot of Cristiano on the substitute bench when he exited the game. A towel draped over his right hand, his right arm steady, so steady that it seemed unnatural. Mini Ronaldo continued talking. Tomorrow I'll tell them that your pass from the center circle was crazier than in a game. They definitely won't believe me, so don't just focus on the offense. Cristiano said. You should also see how Dalit defends against Visa. But defense can also win games. Do I need to learn defense if I'm playing forward? If you want to win, you have to learn. Mini, Dad, why do you sound like the coach? Because the coach is right. Are you tired? Georgina's finger paused at the edge of the tissue box. The question came too suddenly. The child didn't realize it, but she was waiting for an answer. Cristiano responded quickly. Not tired. Really? Not tired at all. Mini Ronaldo was delighted. Then you can really score 3 in the next game. You finish your homework first. Mom. Mini Ronaldo covered the receiver and turned to complain. Dad brought up homework again. Georgina reached out to straighten his messed-up collar. He's right. You two are on the same team. We've always been on the same team. Mini Ronaldo huffed, then continued telling his father on the phone about the header, about how he almost knocked over the coffee table while reenacting the celebration, and how he planned to set the goal scene as the wallpaper on the tablet. Georgina leaned against the bottom of the sofa, watching her son's face flush with excitement. The oversized number 7 jersey hung on him, the sleeves extending beyond his wrists, and the name on the back swayed with his movements. Ronaldo. The same last name. The same number. The slow-motion replay on the television returned to the moment of landing. Cristiano Ronaldo descended from the highest point, his legs hitting the ground straight into the grass, without the normal, knee-bending motion to absorb the impact, leaving deep imprints in the grass. The commentator in the small window raised his volume. This landing style is too exaggerated. Normal players would protect their knees, especially veterans. He made no effort to absorb the impact. Mini Ronaldo heard this and immediately shouted at the television. Because my dad's knees are strong. Cristiano asked from the phone. What are you guys watching? Mini Ronaldo answered quickly. You're landing. The TV says you're not normal. Georgina reached for the phone. All right, you should go to sleep now. I haven't finished talking. You have class tomorrow. Dad, tell Mom. Cristiano quickly played along. Listen to your mother. Mini Ronaldo's attempt to betray failed. He clung to the phone, unwilling to let go. Then say hat trick again. If the opportunity comes to my feet, I'll score 3. No ifs. Then I'll score 3. Mini Ronaldo was satisfied and returned the phone to Georgina. Good night, Dad. Good night, champion. Mini Ronaldo hugged the hem of his jersey, unable to stop smiling. Georgina brought the phone back to her ear. You've made him unable to sleep tomorrow. He will sleep. What about you? There was a moment of silence on the other end. I will too. Don't lie to me. Cristiano didn't respond immediately. Georgina focused on the slow-motion replay on the television, lowering her voice. I'm not the media nor a doctor, and definitely not one of those people who scrutinize your stats. I know. So don't let me be the last to know. This time a soft exhalation came from Cristiano's side. Georgina. After the group stage, Georgina listened. I want to see you both. He didn't explain. He didn't promise anything else. But those words carried more weight than all the lighthearted jokes from earlier. Georgina watched Mini Ronaldo lying on the sofa continuing to study the replay, his fingers tracing back and forth on the number 7 on the jersey. Okay, she said. We will go. After the call ended, the screen showed the call duration of 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Mini Ronaldo was still muttering at the television. Mom, look at this landing, but so cool that the ground got damaged. Georgina watched that moment. His legs fell straight, the knees unbent, yet his body was perfectly balanced. This body was no longer the one she had become familiar with over the past 2 years. She got up and walked to the bedroom, opened the nightstand drawer, and took out the diary from the very bottom. The last page originally had only one line. He lied. Georgina picked up a pen and added a line underneath. This time I want to see it with my own eyes. Colombia 3, Uzbekistan 0. In the tactical analysis room, Vitinha looked up at the scoreboard on the wall, noting that both Portugal and Colombia had 3 points, and their goal differences were exactly equal. The two teams were tied for first place in the group. Bruno sat in the front row, arms crossed, clicking his tongue at the screen. This scoreboard looks quite pleasing, but not pleasing enough. Cancelo leaned back in his chair, zipping up his training suit to his chin. What would make you feel better? A 10-goal loss for Colombia. I'd be satisfied with just 1 loss. You're truly a kind person. Cancelo tilted his head. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the corner against the wall, a position that allowed him to clearly see everyone's profiles. The black training log rested on his knees. He did not engage in the verbal sparring in the front row. Martinez stood in front of the screen, pressing the remote control in his hand. The scoreboard disappeared, replaced by a recording of the match. The final moments of Colombia versus Uzbekistan were fast-forwarded, with the players running paths marked out glaringly by white lines on the screen. Everyone, look here. The room immediately fell silent, with only the hum of the projector's cooling fan remaining. The image paused at the 83rd minute. Colombia scored their 3rd goal. The Uzbekistan goalkeeper retrieved the ball from the net. The forwards did not throw up their hands in complaint, nor did the defenders blame each other. The 2 wingbacks had dropped back to the edge of the penalty area, forming 5 defenders with the 3 centerbacks, while the 2 defensive midfielders firmly blocked the arc's top. Martinez pointed the laser pen at the arc line on the screen. They've conceded 3, but their formation hasn't broken apart. This is the most dangerous signal. Martinez turned off the recording. The screen went dark and everyone's faces fell slightly in the dim light. Their head coach is Cannavaro. You all know what that name means. Bruno whistled. The Ballon d'Or center back. Martinez picked up a marker and quickly sketched Uzbekistan's positioning on the tactical board. 5 defenders lined up at the edge of the penalty area, with 4 midfielders cramped in the center, while the furthest forward, Shmuradov, was isolated in the center circle. Cannavaro doesn't bring flashy football, he brings a concrete defense. He bit off the cap of the pen and switched to the laser pen to bring up player profiles. They will retreat, entirely blocking the center, completely relinquishing possession, waiting for us to make a mistake before launching a counterattack. Martinez looked at the entire team. They know they can't win by brute force, so they will do everything they can to make the game ugly, slow, and fragmented. They want to make us anxious, to lose patience, and then seize the opportunity to strike. Bruno spread his hands. Then let's start with long shots. I don't mind helping them break the door down. Cristiano Ronaldo finally lifted his eyelids. You'd better practice scoring that shot first. The room erupted in laughter that could not be contained. Bruno turned to look at the corner. Captain, can't we just turn the page on that account? If you score, we can turn the page. Then I'll score tomorrow. Martinez did not interrupt. He needed this banter to relax the tense nerves before the match, but he also knew when to tighten the reins. Bruno, long shots are a tactical reserve, not an emotional outburst. Bruno stopped joking and nodded. Martinez switched the data page. A photo of a young center back appeared on the screen. Abdulkadir Kuzanov. Ruben Dias lifted his head. Bernardo Silva also paused his action of sliding his thumb on his phone. Martinez focused the laser red dot on that name. Ruben Bernardo. He trains with you every day at Manchester City. He understands your every breathing rhythm, every faint center of gravity, even the angle of your shoulder tilt before each stop. B. Silva placed his phone on his lap, his voice soft but clear. This kid doesn't talk much, but his mind works. Ruben Dias then spoke, his tone serious. He is very clean in physical duels, extremely decisive in stealing the first touch. Ordinary rhythm changes can't fool him. Cancelo glanced at the Manchester City duo. Sounds like you both really admire him. Ruben Dias shot him a glance. Admiring him is one thing, encountering him on the pitch is another. B. Silva added. He knows exactly when I will pull the ball back to my left foot, and when Ruben will choose to step up. Bruno furrowed his brows. So does he know Cristiano? The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his head, flipping through the black, logged the tip of the pen, tapping the paper unconsciously twice. B. Silva turned his head, his gaze sliding discreetly from that pen over Cristiano's right elbow, and then calmly returning. Ruben Dias answered Bruno's question. He has watched all the match recordings available, but he hasn't played alongside the current Cristiano in training. Cristiano did not lift his head. Recordings can be deceptive. Leo chuckled. So can people. The tip of Cristiano's pen paused. Especially you. Leo opened his mouth wanting to add another quip, but after meeting Cristiano's gaze he decisively closed his mouth. Martinez turned around and sketched Portugal's positioning on the tactical board with a black pen. On the left, Felix and Nuno Mendes overlapped at the edge, while on the right Neto and Dalot spread wide. In the center, Bruno lay in ambush behind Cristiano with Vitinha and João Neves controlling the base. Tomorrow we don't need to sprint back and forth with them. We need to make the ball run. He removed the cap from the red pen and wrote a heavy Portuguese word in the center of the tactical board. Paciencia. Patience. The defense must not be hasty. The midfield should not blindly push forward, and the first cross from the wings should not be rushed into the air. Bruno raised his hand. What about the forwards? Martinez looked towards Cristiano in the corner. Forwards need to be clever. Cancelo muttered under his breath. That's as good as saying nothing. Carvalho's cold gaze immediately swept over. Do you want to hear something specific? Cancelo quickly zipped up his jacket to the top, covering half his mouth. I don't want to. Martinez continued to write on the whiteboard. Use continuous passing to mobilize them. Exhaust them. Make Kuzanov and Ashurlatov constantly run laterally, making their two defensive midfielders work tirelessly to cover. He emphasized. By the last 15 minutes, when their legs feel heavy like lead and can't keep up with their brains, that will be our opportunity to strike. Dalot nodded. If they refuse to press us, should we keep passing around the perimeter? Not ineffective passing, but tearing apart their formation. Martinez moved the red dot to the gaps on the ribs of the Uzbekistan penalty area. With every lateral pass, you must draw a defender away. With every withdrawal, you must create a vertical passing line. With every reception on the wings, you must force the opposing wingback to make painful choices. Vitinha softly summarized. Use passing to force them into making the first mistake. Yes. Martinez tossed the red pen back onto the table. Patience. Cristiano Ronaldo stared at the word on the log paper, the pen tip hovering in midair. At that moment, deep in his right elbow, that string seemingly hidden within the bone seams was abruptly plucked. A violent tremor instantaneously swept along the nerve clusters. He did not move his shoulders, nor did he change hands to cover. He just bit down hard on his molars, applying downward pressure with his wrist, firmly pressing down the edge of the log, trying to suppress the nerve twitch with physical pain. But the pressure of his fingers suddenly lost control. Crack! The ballpoint pen tip violently tore through the page. The crisp sound of ripping paper was amplified infinitely in the silent tactical room. Everyone looking at the tactical board turned their heads in unison. Cristiano drew a deep black cross over the word Paciencia. The stroke violently pierced through the paper, leaving deep marks on the page below. Snap! The black log was closed with one hand. Leo quickly retracted his legs that were extending into the aisle. Bruno raised an eyebrow. Ruben Dias back instantly tensed, his posture adjusting, as if ready to rise and fill the impending rift in the locker room. Carvalho said nothing. He merely fixed his gaze on Cristiano Ronaldo's writing hand. Martinez stood in front of the tactical board. He did not lose his temper, furrow his brow, or immediately respond. He simply watched the captain sitting in the corner quietly. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at him too, his gaze hard, showing no intention of explanation. The room even softened its breathing. Cancelo swallowed the words he was about to say. Neto slowly placed his water bottle on the floor, and Felix lowered his head to study his shoelaces before cautiously raising his gaze. This was a silent confrontation. After a long few seconds, Martinez suddenly smiled. It seems our captain has a completely different understanding of the word patience. As soon as these words were spoken, the taut string in the room that was about to snap instantly relaxed. Martinez tapped the tactical board with his knuckles. It's okay. The patience on the tactical board is for you guys. The defense cannot be chaotic, the midfield must not rush, and the wings should not blindly pass the ball to the opposing center back just to boost statistics. He deliberately looked at Leo. Leo spread his hands innocently. Boss, I haven't even stepped on the pitch yet, so I'm giving you a heads up. That's a bit too targeted. Cristiano Ronaldo suddenly interjected from the corner. You deserve that kind of targeting. Finally, someone in the room couldn't hold back a laugh. The atmosphere came alive. Martinez focused the red dot of the laser pen directly on the center of Uzbekistan's goal. As for the attacking firepower, he glanced deeply at Cristiano Ronaldo. As long as you can smash through that damn shell, you can have no patience. Bruno immediately sat up straight. What about me? You are responsible for accurately delivering the hammer right to his coach. That metaphor shows a lack of respect for the midfield core. Cristiano opened the log, tearing out the page he had just ripped, crumpling it twice, and stuffing it into his training pants pocket. You get the ball in the frame first, and then I'll give you respect. Bruno pointed at him. If I score tomorrow, don't come running to steal my spotlight. As long as you score, I'll be the first to rush over to hug you. That tone doesn't sound very rewarding. Cancelo chuckled. Bruno, you'd better score too. One for yourself, and the other to settle the grudge in that account book. Amidst the laughter, B. Silva did not smile. His gaze remained fixed. He clearly saw that when Cristiano stuffed the crumpled paper into his pocket, his right hand was not fully extended. Those fingers paused rigidly at the seam of his pants for half a second, then only very reluctantly flattened the pocket. Martinez clapped his hands, regaining control of the rhythm. The starting lineup will not be announced for now, but everyone sitting here prepare according to starting standards. Leo, am I also preparing as a starter? Cristiano's sharp gaze swept over. From the first minute. Do you remember? Leo leaned back against the chair, the slackness on his face completely vanishing. I remember. Don't just remember. For tomorrow's match I'll run for you. If you run to the wrong position, I'll still yell at you on the field. Then I'll score a goal and completely shut you up. Cristiano nodded slightly. That answer sounds somewhat like it should. Martinez didn't waste any more words. He knew that this team had gathered all the fuel needed to win the next match in this room. Uzbekistan is definitely not a soft touch. Cannavaro's bus is not here just to make an appearance. Kuzanov will bring the muscle memory from Manchester City's training ground sticking to them like chewing gum. But so what? Their captain, the man sitting in the corner, has no intention of playing any 75-minute attrition. The meeting was adjourned. The players began to rise one by one, carrying their water bottles. B. Silva remained seated, taking out his phone, the dim light of the screen illuminating his face. The memo interface lingered on the post-match notes from the last game. After deleting the 7th title, only 2 words remained lonely below. Protection. He stared at these 2 words for a few seconds, then pressed the power button heavily, and the screen went dark. As Carvalho passed by, his footsteps paused beside him. Bernardo. B. Silva looked up. Don't use that intelligence of yours in the wrong place. The old center-back's voice was deep, but carried an undeniable warning. B. Silva turned his head to look at the door of the tactical room. Cristiano Ronaldo was walking out alongside Bruno. The captain's right hand was tucked into the pocket of his training pants, while his left hand casually held onto the black log. His silhouette remained as upright as ever. I know. B. Silva replied calmly. Carvalho stared at him from a high position for a few seconds. You better really know. In the corridor, the sound of studded shoes hitting the rubber floor echoed. Bruno was still chasing after Cristiano, nagging. It's settled. Tomorrow if I score, you have to be the first to hug me. Let's see if you score beautifully enough. As a forward, why do you have so many demands of the person feeding you the ball? Because I'm old and more picky. With your current physical condition, how can you still claim to be old? Even Carragher would call the police directly. Cristiano stopped at the corner of the corridor. He tucked the black log under his left arm. Then let him call the police. Bruno was taken aback. Cristiano pulled his right hand, which had been stuck in his pocket, out. His fingers hung naturally at his side, looking completely fine. He looked down the corridor, his voice cold and hard as iron. Tomorrow I'll be the one to knock on the door. The global viewership ratings for the opening match are in Joao. Barrejo slid the folder to the center of the table and instinctively adjusted his cuff, speaking faster than usual. National team ratings have surged to a 20-year high. Brazil, Spain, the United States, Saudi Arabia, and all of Asia posted gains. Within 2 hours of the final whistle, 2 sponsors proactively increased their budgets. Mendes held his coffee cup, not yet reaching for the file. How much? 200 million euros. His gaze skimmed the figure. No expression flickered across his face. Barrejo's smile softened slightly. Joao, you seem to have known this would happen. Cristiano scored in the World Cup finals. Portugal won, and he delivered 2 assists. The entire internet is ablaze with discussion about him. Any sponsor who fails to capitalize on this moment deserves a new marketing department. Barrejo shook his head, a faint smile lingering as his index finger hovered near the signature page. So we hold an unprecedented opportunity. If we win the second match, the budget will rise further. Mendes placed the teaspoon back beside the saucer, waiting patiently until Barrejo had finished delivering all the good news. And Barrejo did. Player bonuses, logistical support, youth academy funding. All were slated for an across-the-board upgrade. Mendes pulled the letter of intent toward himself and scanned the addendum page. Barrejo finally realized he'd spoken for 5 minutes without eliciting a single response, and shifted his approach. Of course, we fully endorse Cristiano's central role. Mendes set the porcelain cup back onto its saucer, the sharp crystalline chime echoing distinctly through the suite. Therefore, his starting position isn't open for discussion. Barrejo's hand froze midair over the document. Naturally, who would question it? He is captain, Portugal's greatest player in history. So long as his physical condition permits, he must take the field. Not merely, so long as his physical condition permits. Barrejo's smile vanished entirely. Mendes withdrew a slim dossier from his briefcase and slid it across the table. Sponsors aren't purchasing Portugal's average viewership. They're buying the image of Cristiano standing at the heart of the pitch. Broadcasters aren't investing in tactical systems. They're paying for every second the number 7 jersey appears on screen. Joao, that's unfair to the other players. Commerce has never been tasked with fairness. Barrejo's Adam's apple bobbed. After several silent seconds, he steered the conversation elsewhere. You know, the external narrative is shifting. He retrieved several printed pages from the side table and pushed them forward. ESPN, BBC, a German sports medicine website, and several data analytics accounts are all asking the same question: how can a 41-year-old player suddenly perform at such an extraordinary level? Mendes didn't pick up the papers. Doping tests passed. Blood panels cleared. His biological passport shows no anomalies. I'm aware. Barrejo wiped his brow. But these questions become pretexts, accumulate enough, and demands follow deeper medical data, GPS tracking logs, mandatory medical observation, even formal hearings. Even if nothing is found, public scrutiny will drag us into the mire. So what do you propose? Barrejo hadn't expected such directness. I need to know whether you're prepared. Mendez rose and walked to the window. Floodlights bathed the training pitch below. 2 staff members bent low, planting marker discs into the turf. No investigation will be launched. Without violation, there is no legal basis for one. That statement is too idealistic. It isn't idealism, it's procedure. Mendez turned back, neatly stacked the printed pages, and slid them back across the table. They may write articles, produce documentaries, invite pundits to frown skeptically over statistics, replay slow-motion footage 10 times. But they cannot, on mere suspicion, unlock a player's complete medical archive. What if they bypass the Portuguese FA and petition FIFA directly? FIFA operates within rules too. Rules allow for interpretation. Interpretation requires advocates. Barrejo held Mendez's gaze. Advocates are already moving. Mendez leaned back into the sofa, thumb and forefinger rotating his cufflink halfway around. Barrejo read the answer in that unhurried gesture. The color drained from his face. You knew? I knew an application had been filed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because you didn't need to know sooner. Barrejo jerked upright from the sofa. I am president of the Portuguese Football Federation. Then you know now. Only the low hum of the air vent filled the suite. Only then did Barrejo realize, while he'd been animatedly reciting viewership metrics, Mendez had waited, calmly, for him to lay all his cards on the table, then used those very cards to pin him to the same negotiating surface. Mendez's voice remained unchanged in volume or tone. The true risk lies in Portugal possessing the world's most valuable player. Yet your first instinct isn't protection but apprehension that he might become a liability. Barrejo opened his mouth, then closed it. Mendez slid the sponsorship letter of intent before him. One path leads to 200 million euros, and more beyond. The other leads only to speculative noise and opportunists seeking to inflate their own stature by scrutinizing Cristiano. Mendez spread his hands. Mr. President, that choice is hardly difficult. And if things spiral, I've never asked you to cover legal fees. I manage sponsor and broadcaster relations. I unify all external messaging. Your sole obligation is to stand publicly with the team. Barrejo rubbed his temples. And the crux of it. Cristiano keeps scoring. Mendez placed a pen beside the letter of intent. If FIFA truly intervenes, you won't be left alone to face them. I won't let them lay a hand on him. That's not what I wanted. It's the best you'll get. Barrejo held the pen suspended for several seconds, then signed decisively. The 200 million euro commitment became an inescapable lever for the Portuguese FA. Mendez gathered the documents and slipped them into his briefcase. Enjoy tomorrow's match, Mr. President. Barrejo rose to shake hands. Mendez's grip was warm, dry, perfectly calibrated. Impeccable in every detail. Yet when their palms parted, Barrejo discovered his own palms slick with sweat. After the suite door clicked shut, Barrejo sank back onto the sofa. His phone lit up. A message from his secretary appeared. Mr. President, FIFA's medical committee has confirmed one observer will join the on-site medical staff tomorrow evening. His thumb hovered above the screen, motionless for a long pause. At the far end of the corridor, Mendez pressed the elevator button. His private phone vibrated first. An encrypted notification flashed. Enrique has arrived in Houston. He tucked the phone into his inner pocket. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and pressed the floor button. Just before they sealed shut, he reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a second phone, sending Cristiano a single message. Good luck tomorrow. The floodlights of the NRG Stadium bathed the pitch in a blinding uniform green. Cristiano Ronaldo led the Portuguese team onto the field, the captain's armband wrapped tightly around his left arm. He lowered his gaze and used his right thumb to smooth its edge downward, ensuring it would not flip during sprinting. His face revealed nothing. Not deliberate composure, but a profound hollow stillness, every emotion compressed deep into the lowest chamber of his chest. Opposite him, a line of white jerseys stood motionless, shorter in stature, yet shoulders squared, chins slightly tucked, no whispers exchanged. Fabio Cannavaro stood at the edge of Uzbekistan's technical area, arms crossed, his suit jacket unbuttoned to reveal a dark gray waistcoat beneath. His lips moved rapidly, alternating between Italian and English. Words clipped low in volume, yet relentless in rhythm. Then the whistle pierced the air. Ronaldo touched the ball lightly with his right foot, dragging it laterally to Bernardo Silva before turning and beginning a measured jog toward the opposing half. His eyes did not follow the ball. Instead, they swept across the opposing defense. 5 defenders precisely aligned across a 2-meter band straddling the penalty line like a freshly painted white wall. 4 midfielders stood shoulder to shoulder in the narrow zone between the arc and the center circle, their bodies sealing every vertical passing lane. Shomurodov stood alone at the apex, neither pressing Vitinha nor closing space, but angling his body to cut off Bernardo Silva's forward passing lane. Not an attack, merely obstruction. Concrete, Bruno muttered under his breath as he jogged through midfield. Vitinha replied, even uglier than last time against Congo. Bruno glanced once more at Ronaldo's position near the front line, then back at that wall of bodies. His jaw tightened, and he fell silent. Bernardo Silva received the ball pass sideways to João Neves, who returned it to Vitinha. Vitinha fed it back to Bernardo Silva. 3 crisp passes, 100 possession, yet the ball had not advanced a single meter beyond the center circle's arc. After receiving the return pass, João Neves tilted his head just enough to survey the horizontal alignment of the 5-man defensive line, expressionless, and sank back into his base position. Nuno Mendes advanced 2 paces down the left flank. The opposing wingback mirrored him step for step. Mendes halted, shrugged, and retreated. High above in a VIP box, Nuno Mendes leaned against the leather armrest of his seat, holding an untouched glass of sparkling water in his right hand. His gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling glass, settling on the No. 7 at the heart of the pitch. Beside him, his personal assistant held a tablet refreshing real-time social media sentiment on the match. "Jorge, it's begun," the assistant murmured softly. Mendes did not respond. His eyes tracked Ronaldo's jogging cadence, the length of his stride, the subtle deceleration as he neared the edge of the penalty area. "He's waiting for the first crack." The assistant didn't understand, but dared not ask. Mendes placed the glass on the coffee table, his right index finger resting lightly on its rim, pausing, then pausing again. On the opposite side of the pitch, a middle-aged man in a navy blue polo shirt adjusted the angle of his tablet. The screen displayed FIFA's official match medical monitoring system in real time. Enrique de Vries tilted the device, slightly shielding it from nearby staff. He pulled up the live heart rate curve for player No. 7. Barely minutes into the match, the reading pulsed steadily between 72 and 78 beats per minute, lower than any other player on the field. Enrique's eyebrows flickered, cross-referencing the figure instantly with post-match data from the previous 3 games, then closed his notebook and laid it flat across his lap. 5 minutes elapsed on the clock. Portugal's passes continued to circulate just outside the final third, Bernardo Silva and Vitinha weaving patiently, shuttling the ball endlessly between defense and midfield. Occasionally they threaded a pass wide to Diogo Dalot or Nuno Mendes, but the moment the ball reached the flank, the opposing wingback was already there, pressing tight. No space. None in any direction. Then at the 7th minute, the breakthrough came. Bernardo Silva accelerated a pass that slipped past Shomurodov, landing cleanly at Cristiano Ronaldo's feet atop the penalty arc. The instant Ronaldo cushioned the ball with his right foot, heat flared against his back. Kuzanov, this young man who trained daily alongside Bernardo Silva at Manchester City, closed in from Ronaldo's right rear. His left hand brushed lightly against Ronaldo's lower back. Not a foul-level tug, but a tactile calibration, the warmth of his palm mapping Ronaldo's center of gravity. Simultaneously, Ronaldo's peripheral vision caught a Shomurodov tightening in from the left front. A half-step behind defensive midfielder Kajmbek had already sealed the route backward. 3 men, one ahead, one behind, one to the side, converging like iron plates folding inward. Ronaldo hesitated not. With his right foot, he drew the ball backward beneath him, pivoting halfway. As Kuzanov's palm slid free from his waist, his left instep guided the ball softly into the side rear. Bernardo Silva was already there, ball regained in safe territory. Bruno's forward run proved futile. The entire attacking line was pushed back once more to the periphery. At the 10th minute, Ronaldo stood in the right half space, subtly angled toward the center, arms hanging relaxed at it. Bruno drove forward to within 30 meters of the goal, attempting to surge ahead with an outsidey off the right foot touch, only for Shomurodov retreating into midfield to intercept with a precise block. The ball rebounded to João Neves. Bruno showed no frustration at losing possession. His eyes darted swiftly toward Ronaldo's position, and Ronaldo raised his hands. Palms facing down, he pressed gently twice into the air. "Don't rush. Don't shoot." Bruno absorbed the signal. His Adam's apple bobbed once as he swallowed the complaint rising in his throat. Cannavaro watched the gesture from the touchline. His expression shifted faintly, then immediately turned his gaze to his assistant coach. "He's holding back." The assistant nodded. Cannavaro refocused on the white No. 7 at midfield, crossing his arms tighter still. "Let him keep holding." On the opposite technical area, Fernando Santos stood with both hands in his pockets, his left fingertips rubbing almost imperceptibly against the fabric. He'd seen Ronaldo's subtle gesture, but offered no reaction, continuing to monitor the unfolding dynamics. Ronaldo stood at the right edge of the penalty area, his left foot resting lightly on the turf, head bowed slightly. To the outside eye, he did nothing at all. Yet in that moment of lowered gaze, he internalized the trajectory of Kuzanov's hand sliding from his lower back. The angle of pressure applied the infinitesimal rhythm of imbalance, just before weight shifted, storing it somewhere deeper than memory. Bernardo Silva received the ball in midfield and glanced toward Ronaldo. Ronaldo merely flicked his left index finger, barely perceptible, a silent prearranged signal. Wait. Bernardo's peripheral vision caught the movement, immediately recentering his balance. He planted his right foot firmly into the turf, testing the ground's firmness beneath him. From the touchline, Cannavaro looked away. He had no idea that finger had just moved. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Portugal's possession rate had climbed to 76%. The passing success rate was 91%, and the number of shots was 0. The ball moved back and forth between the defense and midfield. It was smooth, so smooth that it made one a bit drowsy. Vitinha and B. Silva maintained a steady rhythm, yet whenever the ball attempted to penetrate the final 30 meters, the two white defensive lines of Uzbekistan would immediately converge. A sharp sound echoed as the ball rebounded. Cristiano Ronaldo repeatedly moved in the penalty area from the left flank to the right, from the near post to the far post. Each step was purposeful, as if he was measuring some invisible coordinates with his movements. Husanov stayed close. The young man maintained a distance of a step and a half, not too close and not too far, allowing him to interfere the moment Cristiano received the ball, without being completely shaken off by a sudden change of pace. This was a skill honed on the training grounds of Manchester City against Holland, and Foden now ingrained in his muscle memory. Cristiano failed to receive the ball for the third time. Bruno's diagonal through ball was intercepted by Husanov's outstretched right leg before it could reach him, sending the ball towards the sideline and giving Uzbekistan a throw-in. Cristiano did not chase the ball, nor did he complain. He simply shifted his gaze from the ball to the spot where Husanov had just made contact, paused for a moment, and then looked away. Husanov felt that gaze. The young man's jaw tightened as he stood tall, refusing to back down. Cristiano was no longer looking at him. In the 30th minute, Bruno received Neves' return pass at the edge of the arc. His first instinct was to look up at the penalty area, where Cristiano was entangled with a Shermatov with no space available. Looking to the right, Dalit was tightly marked by the wingback, and finally, he looked down at his feet and assessed goalkeeper Yusupov's positioning. Slightly to the left, Goncalo Ramos was moving laterally from the edge of the arc, his body blocking Yusupov's sight line to Bruno. At that moment, Bruno's thigh tightened, and with his right foot, he took a large step, locking his ankle, and struck the ball. The ball flew toward the upper left corner of the goal, like a cannonball, prompting a brief gasp from the Portuguese fans in the stands. Yusupov had already anticipated the direction of the ball the moment it left Bruno's foot. He struck out with both fists, his knuckles colliding with the ball, producing a dull sound as it was sent high into the air out of bounds. A corner kick. Bruno bit his lip and glanced at Cristiano. Cristiano stood at the far post, his head turned toward another direction, his gaze resting on Husanov's heel. The corner kick posed no threat and was cleared out of the penalty area. Shomurodov played the ball back, sending a long pass over the heads of the Portuguese defenders. Uzbekistan's wingback surged forward, but Costa calmly intervened to clear the ball just in front of the penalty area. Cristiano glanced back, signaling with a downward motion for the team to maintain their composure. The game continued with Portugal's one-sided siege. The possession stats kept climbing, yet this machine had been running for a full 35 minutes, its gears meshing flawlessly, but producing nothing. In the medical area, Enrique tilted the tablet at an angle to avoid the gaze of nearby staff. The screen displayed the real-time heart rate curve of the number 7 player, stabilizing between 72 and 78 beats per minute, lower than any other player on the field. In the 38th minute, Leao received the ball on the left flank, his left shoulder dropping slightly. Beknazarov's right foot shifted half a step in response. That half step was enough. Leao nudged the ball outward with his toes and slipped past the narrow gap between the sideline and the defender. Charge! The Portuguese fans erupted in a loud roar. Leao caught up with the ball, skillfully curling it with his left foot toward the penalty area, the arc perfect with sufficient power, flying towards Cristiano at the far post. Husanov did not follow the ball toward the sideline. The moment Leao initiated his breakthrough, he began to retreat, positioning himself at the edge of the small box to block Cristiano's jumping path. Cristiano's body was already in the air, but his height was constrained, narrowing the angle for a header to the extreme. A Shermatov rushed in from the other side, and in midair used his shoulder to press against Cristiano's right arm. The bodies of the three intertwined in the air, and the ball was deflected out of bounds by the back of a Shermatov's head. Another corner kick, another resolution. The referee's whistle for halftime sounded in the 46th minute, the numbers on the scoreboard coldly illuminated. 0-0. Enrique lowered his head and wrote a line in his notebook, casually placing it on his lap. The heart rate curve showed almost no fluctuations after Cristiano's aerial confrontation with the two center backs. The door to the locker room swung open and shut. The sound of cleats hitting the rubber floor echoed. Bruno pulled at the collar of his jersey to cool off, his gaze fixed on his shoelaces, not lifting his head again. Leao unscrewed a bottle of sports drink and took a couple of swigs, the liquid trickling down his chin, which he did not wipe. Dalit leaned against a locker, legs stretched out, breathing heavily. Ruben Diaz sat down in his spot, hands resting on his knees, his back slightly hunched, as if he was gradually unloading the weight of the first half from his spine. Martinez stood in front of the whiteboard, silently erasing the first half's offensive play diagram, with the eraser white chalk dust settling on his sleeve, which he did not brush off. Once the board was blank, he picked up a red marker and drew a circle in the center. Bernardo. B. In the second half, pull your position back to here. Martinez's pin tip pointed at the circle. His position already moved to near the top of the center circle. B. Silva glanced at the new positioning diagram. Draw them out from their defensive midfielders. Are they planning to stand like this until tomorrow? Martinez nodded lightly. Their defensive midfielders did not move from the top of the arc throughout the first half. You have always received the ball in front of them. They do not need to leave their positions to block your passing routes. If you retreat, they must make a choice to follow or not to follow. He drew a dashed line between B. Silva's new position and the opposing defensive midfielders. Bruno lifted his head. If they follow, the center will be open. Correct. Martinez drew a vertical red arrow in the center. The endpoint aimed at the penalty area with a dot at the arrow's end positioned in the gap between the two center backs. Cristiano sat quietly on the bench in the corner, drinking water. His gaze wandered past the edge of the water bottle, landing on that dot and staying there. Martinez continued. Leo, continue to push down the left flank in the second half, but don't rush to cross, take it to the end line, and then return it back. Leao nodded, chewing on the cap of the drink bottle before spitting it into his palm. Goncalo. Ramos straightened up. Shift your position to the left, appearing in the space between the left and right center backs, drawing Husanov's attention away from the center. Ramos stood up and moved to the empty spot next to Cristiano, sitting quietly, with his body slightly turned, gazing at Cristiano's profile. Cristiano set down his water bottle and turned to glance at him. His right hand formed a fist, gently pressing against Ramos' chest, pausing for a moment before withdrawing. The punch was not heavy, but Ramos' spine instantly straightened, as if some unspoken energy had been transmitted. He nodded and did not move again. Martinez tossed the red pin back onto the table, his hands resting on the metal frame of the whiteboard. In the 45 minutes, their defensive midfielders and wingbacks recorded the highest lateral running distance of the match. Every lateral pass you make is exhausting their legs, and their minds will not be as quick in the second half as in the first. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across everyone before finally stopping in the corner. Opportunities only come once. When a crack appears, someone must be the first to rush in. Cristiano placed the empty water bottle on the ground, stood up, and tugged at the edge of the captain's armband, ensuring it was securely fastened on his left arm. The thin string hidden deep in his elbow remained silent, neither vibrating nor causing pain, as if it had never existed. He did not look at the whiteboard again. Let's go. Before the first ball of the second half was even passed, the defensive midfielder from Uzbekistan lifted his head to look for someone. In the next moment, he saw that the Manchester City midfielder had already retreated to the top of the center circle, his body slightly angled, left foot on the grass, right foot resting on the ball, waiting for João Neves to return the ball to him. He frowned slightly. Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area, his hands in his pockets, his gaze crossing the halfway line to watch the opposing white defensive line. His left thumb pressed against the knuckle of his middle finger in his pocket, coming to a stop. The ball came out from under Costa's foot. Diaz received the ball and passed it laterally to João Neves. Neves didn't hold onto the ball, using the arch of his foot to send it to B. He received the ball without turning around. He didn't need to look back to know that a shadow was already creeping up behind him. A pass to Vitinha. Vitinha returned it to him. He passed it again to Neves. The three of them made 3 passes around the center circle, the ball never lost, and the speed was not fast. A Portuguese fan in the stands booed briefly, but it quickly stopped. It wasn't that they suddenly became patient. It was that they noticed Portugal's rhythm had changed. Every time B received the ball, he was half a meter further back than the last time. It was as if he was luring the entire Uzbek midfield line outward. In the 49th minute, B had already retreated 2 meters behind the halfway line to receive the ball. This position was too deep. If Uzbekistan continued to apply no pressure, he could easily turn and send the ball in any direction. Shomurodov turned back and shouted. No one could cover for him. Cannavaro raised his right hand on the sideline's palm, facing forward, pressing down slightly. The defensive midfielder finally moved. He took half a step forward, then stopped, turning his head to confirm the distance between Husanov and Ashermatov. Still within a safe range. He clenched his teeth and shifted his weight forward. Martinez's left hand came. In the 51st minute and 30 seconds, Goncalo Ramos made a lateral run from the center forward position. He didn't dart into the penalty area, but jogged toward the left sideline. The speed was not fast. The path was rigid. Every 3 steps he took, he looked back at the center. He wasn't asking for the ball. He was pulling Husanov outward. Husanov turned his head. The young central defender took 3 steps to follow, then quickly sensed something was wrong and stopped to look for CR7. CR7 stood at the edge of the right side of the penalty area. His arms hung naturally, and his body leaned slightly forward. He did nothing. But Leo stood close to the left sideline, pinning Uzbekistan's right wing back to the outside. If Husanov didn't cover, Ramos would receive the ball in the left channel. Husanov took another step. Just 1 step. The distance between him and Ashermatov went from 4 meters to 6 meters. He looked down at the grass. That was enough. In the 52nd minute and 3 seconds, B received Neves' return pass near the halfway line. His body was oriented toward his own half, with his back to the Uzbekistan goal. The defensive midfielder had already rushed out. His left foot stepped out of the last line of defense, while his right foot was ready to push off the angle for the tackle already set. He kept his eyes on his feet, the landing point of his left foot, the direction of force from his right foot, the speed at which he left the space behind him. These thoughts ran through his mind in the blink of an eye. The defensive midfielder came out. There was space behind. Before Neves passed the ball, he had already glanced back once. Just one look. He saw CR7 standing at the right channel and noticed Husanov's toes had shifted half an inch toward Ramos. As B received the ball, his right foot's outside lightly flicked. The football rolled out from his right side, skimming the grass, darting into the gap between the left center back and the right center back. The gap narrowed to only 3 meters wide, and it was closing. Just before B touched the ball, CR7 was still aligned shoulder to shoulder with the Shermatov. In the next frame, he passed by. His left foot stepped forward. His right leg pushed off the ground. His whole body sprang forward from the spot. There was no extra arm movement, no pre-run, nor the adjustment steps that veteran players typically take before they start. Husanov's brain only received the danger signal after CR7 took his third step. He turned quickly. This young man, who had trained with Holland on the Manchester City training ground, had an impressive speed for turning. But as he turned, he saw CR7's back. He was already ahead of him. A Shermatov rushed in from the other side, instinctively extending his arm. His fingertips brushed against CR7's jersey. He didn't manage to grab it. CR7's shoulder dropped slightly, his body slipped out from under that hand's coverage, and he darted into the last bit of space before the two center-backs closed in. A unknown situation. In the medical area, Henrik dropped the pen he was holding. The pen bounced off the edge of the tablet and rolled to the ground. He didn't bend down to pick it up. In the upper right corner of the official medical system, the EPTS synchronized summary delayed half a second before popping up. The heart rate curve jumped from 74 to 138. The sprint peak value lit up briefly. Henrik's finger stopped at the edge of the screen, his nail turning slightly white. In the VIP box, Mendez straightened up from his chair, leaning his hands on the low table in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. The assistant whispered a curse. Damn it. Mendez remained silent. He only saw Husanov chasing. Then he noticed the distance between him and CR7 was not shrinking, but rather being pulled further apart. Finally, Yusupov charged out. He dashed out from the goal line, lowering his center of gravity with arms spread wide, trying to cover as much angle as possible. The timing was perfect. The footwork was flawless. He had done everything a goalkeeper should do when facing an unknown situation. CR7 slowed down at a distance of 12 yards from the goal. His left foot grounded. His right leg lifted. His hip first pressed toward the near corner, and his right leg swing appeared to aim for the near post. Yusupov fell for this move, shifting his weight toward the near corner. At that moment, a subtle string deep in CR7's elbow, which had been silent for half the game, twitched slightly. Very faintly. A tingling sensation traveled from his elbow to his fingertips, then stopped, as if testing his limits. CR7's left foot planted firmly in the grass, his right foot opened up, making contact with the ball, pushing it. The football rolled along the grass toward the far corner. The speed was not fast. The spin was minimal. The trajectory was as clean as a line drawn with a ruler. Yusupov had already lunged toward the near corner. He guessed wrong. Or rather, he could only gamble. The ball brushed the inside of the far post, half a ball's width, and nestled into the net. The net was stretched into a shallow arc before falling back. NRG Stadium fell silent for half a second. Then the Portuguese fans erupted. Green and red rolled up from the south stand, the sound soaring to the roof's steel frame before crashing back to the grass. 10. CR7 didn't slide on his knees. He didn't lift his shirt, nor did he rush toward the corner flag. He turned around, facing the center circle, his right hand clenched into a fist slowly raised above his head. High and steady, like raising a flag. There was no smile on his face, and his jaw muscles bulged slightly. It was not joy. It was fulfillment. He was the first to run over, giving him a light pat on the back. Good ball. CR7 lowered his fist and glanced at him. But B understood. The meaning was simple. It was also yours. Bruno rushed up from behind, pointing at B. That pass was like a human. He glanced back at him. Thanks, you finally know how to compliment someone. I was cursing you for not playing like a human in the first half. CR7 raised his hand, pressing down on Bruno's shoulder, pushing him back slightly. Go back. Bruno's mouth was still open, and he finally cursed in Portuguese before turning to jog toward the center circle. Leo waved his fist from a distance on the left, but didn't come over. He spat out the grass clippings in his mouth, his eyes already looking back toward the opposing right wing back. Ramos jogged back to the center, not even looking at Husanov as he passed him. Husanov stood on the penalty line, hands on his hips, his chest heaving heavily. He looked down at his feet. He knew he had taken the wrong step just now. In the commentary box, Pedro Azevedo's voice took 3 seconds to explode. The goal is scored. Cristiano Ronaldo. 52nd minute. His palms slapped the commentary desk, making the water cup jump. He won half a second first, then used his speed to convert that half second into a unknown. This isn't just a sprint, it's a knife after 45 minutes of patience. The broadcast screen cut back to the replay. The frame where B touched the ball. The frame where CR7 initiated. The time codes overlapped. In the Uzbekistan technical area, Cannavaro stood outside the sideline, slowly uncrossing his arms. He looked at the number 7 surrounded by teammates, breathed out deeply. He kicked a water bottle out of the technical area with his right foot, the cap, not tightened, splashing water on the assistant coach's pant leg. The assistant coach didn't dare to wipe it. Cannavaro raised his head again, looking into the field. The defensive midfielder had come out. The center-backs were pulled apart. The goalkeeper was feigned. From the moment B retreated to the center circle, the ball had already been half performed by the opposing team. It wasn't that the concrete was worn down. It was that the concrete had cracked on its own. At the other end of the field, CR7 brushed off his teammate's hand resting on his shoulder and walked toward the center circle. His steps were steady. His breathing was even. His right hand hung by his side, all 5 fingers spread wide. That subtle string had calmed down. It was quiet, as if nothing had happened just now. But CR7 knew it had sounded. He also knew that next time it might not stop halfway. In the medical area, Henrik finally bent down to pick up the pen. He tapped the upper right corner of the tablet with his thumb, saving that sprint summary. Keep going. Bulu Nua clapped twice near the center circle, signaling everyone not to surge forward in a herd. Uzbekistan had already begun to push outward. The space would reveal itself. Cannavaro stood before the technical area and flipped his right palm upward. The second striker on the bench immediately shrugged off his training vest. As the fourth official began to confirm the substitution, he did not look at the scoreboard. He watched Portugal's midfield and defensive third lift the midfield line. The assistant coach hurriedly bent his head to mark the tactical sheet. Contend for the second ball. Don't let them keep passing comfortably. The assistant coach glanced up at the pitch. What about the space behind us? Cannavaro folded the tactical sheet and tucked it into his palm. We are behind. Shrinking further will only invite the next knife. In the 68th minute, Uzbekistan's shape finally withdrew from the penalty area line. Xiaomulofofu dropped back to offer support, while another forward pinned himself between Diassi and Yanaxio. The two holding midfielders pressed forward. Legs that had grown tired from Portugal's lateral passing were hauled back into the contest. Bulu Nua saw the opposition pushing up and swore under his breath. Watch ahead. Siluo stood on the right flank, refusing to cut into the box. Huzinwafu and Ashuramachafu were not far from him, yet neither center-back dared to press recklessly. Liao stopped the ball on the left. Uzbekistan's right wing-back hesitated to challenge. A holding midfielder was held in check by Bulu Nua, and the defensive line began to lean left. Cavalier stood at the touchline and called to Diassi. Lubin left. Diassi heard, but did not rush a pass. He drew the ball forward with the sole of his foot, inviting the opposing forward to follow deeper. Cavalier shouted again. Keep it left. Don't rush it inside. Nuno Mendezi ran along the sideline. Liao turned to receive, and Wydinia provided a third outlet. The three of them used short passes down the left to increasingly skew Uzbekistan's right defensive sector. Mating Mizi stood at the edge of the technical area, his gaze following the ball, his face betraying nothing. This plan had been discussed at halftime. First, draw the defensive focus to the left. Then wait for the right edge of the penalty area to clear. Finally, give the ball to the one who needs no patience. Ashuramachafu had already shifted laterally with Lamosi for too long. Lamosi had no scenes to steal tonight. His job was painfully simple: run, stop, turn back to ask for the ball, then run again, dragging the center back out of a comfortable position. The work was not elegant. It was disgustingly effective. When Ashuramachafu chased him out, his feet began to feel leaden. Huzangnuafu shouted to him. Return. Ashuramachafu heard it, but Lamosi had already nudged toward the left flank. If he did not follow, Liao's next pass would thread Lamosi into the box. He could only follow. Between him and Huzangnuafu, a door that had been shut tight was being pried open by a succession of unremarkable runs from the Portuguese. Huzangnuafu stared at Luo, his shoulders already turned to the right, yet his peripheral vision could not leave Lamosi. He was miserably uncomfortable. When Diassi held the ball in the middle, Uzbekistan's forward burst up. Ruoang Nawezi reached forward on the right as a safe option. Diassi did not give it. He pushed with the arch of his foot, letting the ball slip past the pressing forward and finding Bulu Nua, who had retreated into the center. Bulu Nua met the pass without taking a touch. Bayerna duo. The ball skidded from his foot across the turf toward the onrushing Bishi. Uzbekistan's defensive midfielder lunged immediately. Before Bishi received, he glanced at C. That flick was so short the television might not even catch it, but he already knew C. Luo's position, Huzangnuafu's balance, and that Ashuramachafu's legs would not be quick enough for another lateral shift. Bishi clipped the ball with the outside of his right foot. It threaded obliquely between two defenders and rolled toward the right flank. Bulu Nua was still running. His mouth had already started moving. Hit it. C. Luo stepped back toward the ball. He struck with the inside of his right foot. The ball did not sit at his feet. It rolled across the grass to his right front. This was not a heavy first touch. It was a deliberate way to clear a lane for a shot. Huzangnuafu lunged from an angle. His body turned sideways, his right leg extending to block C. Luo's shooting line. Yusu Obofu moved left along the goal line, arms spread, his eyes fixed on the ball over Huzangnuofu's shoulder. Si Luo planted his left foot alongside the ball. His right leg drew back. His torso remained calm, no embellishment, no feint for the keeper. He only rotated the arch of his right foot slightly outward before contact. Huzangnuofu's leg was already stretched out when he realized the ball would not obey his expectation. Close him down, Yusu Obofu shouted as Si Luo's right foot snapped into the ball. Boom. The ball skimmed the turf with an unnerving flatness. It slid past the tip of Huzangnuofu's outstretched boot, curled outward through a seam of bodies, and sailed toward the left side of the goal. Yusu Obofu read it correctly. He dived, his right hand stretching to the limit. The fingertips of his glove grazed the ball, but that slight touch could not steer it away. The ball kissed the inside of the left post and thudded into the net. The net bulged back. The dull clang of the post shattered the stadium's hush. The south stand of NRG's stadium erupted. Christ! Bulu Nua, halfway across the pitch, slammed both hands to his head. That went in. Bishi did not rush forward at once. He had meant to signal teammates to retreat. His arm rose to chest height, then dropped. Here it came again. The strike carried a power unbefitting a 41-year-old file. The trajectory was not one that should have been chosen from that angle. The goalkeeper had judged correctly and still could only retrieve the ball from the net because of its velocity. Si Luo turned as Bishi approached. Did you know the ball would hit the post? Bishi asked. Si Luo glanced at him. I knew the post was there. Bishi tapped his jaw with the tip of his tongue and finally muttered, you're asking for a punch. Si Luo patted his chest. Nice pass. Bulu Nua barreled in from behind and threw an arm around Bishi's neck. Nice. That's what you call nice. You were stingy with him. Bishi was pulled slightly off balance. Let go. Your cross pass could be seen. Bulu Nua, immediately seen. Si Luo walked between them. Go back. Bulu Nua clamped his mouth shut, turned, and sprinted toward the center circle. After a few strides, he looked back and swore. We'll discuss this in the locker room. Yusu Obofu knelt on the goal line, palms pressed to the turf, head bent over the ball in the net. He had dived. His read had been correct. But as the ball skimmed his fingertips, the force yanked his wrist backward. In that instant, he knew it was beyond saving. Huzangnuofu bent over and pressed his hands to his knees. Sweat dripped from his chin. Ashuramachafu looked back at the path he had just slid across. He had not been absurdly slow nor entirely out of position, yet he had missed that crucial moment. It was not a question of speed, but of a body that no longer obeyed the brain after being tugged repeatedly. Musabai Kesitan's defensive midfielder stood outside the penalty arc and glanced back toward the technical area. Kanawalo stopped tossing a water bottle. He opened and refolded his tactical paper, watched the replay on the big screen, and said to the assistant coach, this kind of delivery would give anyone trouble in that spot. The assistant coach's throat was dry. Do we keep pressing? Kanawalo turned to look at him. If you retreat, will he stop shooting? The assistant coach did not answer. Kanawalo looked back onto the field. In the commentary box, Peiduo Azawajuo's voice came after a beat. The goal stands. He watched the data pop up at the screen's corner, and for the first time slowed his delivery. Shot speed 118 for kilometers per hour. The technical analyst at his side was about to remark when the broadcast system flashed a historical comparison. The last time Si Luo produced a shot approaching that speed in an official match dated back to 2019. Peiduo placed his hand at the edge of his earpiece, confirming the director's data before he continued. 2019. 7 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing is not an ordinary long-range strike. It is a 41-year-old player on the World Cup stage delivering the power he had 7 years ago to score his second goal today. He pulled the microphone a little closer. 73rd minute. Kelasidianeo Luanerjuo a brace. At the medical bench, Hung Like's finger flicked across his tablet. He did not watch how beautiful the goal had been. He watched peak sprint heart rate 138. It peaked before the shot. After the strike, the heart rate began to fall. At the end of the celebration, it was 112. As he walked back toward the center circle, it was 105. Hung Like dragged the match data aside and pulled up Si Luo's shot speed range for the season at Riyadh Victory. Maximum 97. He stared at the two numbers. The pen that had been pinched between his fingers slid into his palm. The cap tapped the tablet's rim with a faint click. 97. 118.4. A medical assistant leaned over. Device error. Hung Like did not answer. He first pulled other players' shot data from the same match, then cross-checked Bulu Nua's earlier long-range attempt and Nunuo's warm-up strike for calibration. The error margin was normal. The medical assistant's complexion changed. Sampling point issue. Hung Like lifted his head and looked toward Si Luo, who was straightening his armband near the center circle. Lock the raw data. The medical assistant lowered his voice. Report now. Hung Like snapped the tablet back on. Don't move it yet. As he spoke, he had already opened a new marking page. For the label, he did not write goal, or he wrote right upper limb movement. Madingmizi turned and walked toward the bench. On the field, Si Luo was walking to the center circle. Bulu Nua had been summoned to the sideline, while Dinia was preparing to adjust his position. The referee made the substitution gesture. The fourth official nodded and raised the board. Number 7. Luo looked up at the number, but did not immediately change direction toward the touchline. Bulu Nua spread his hands on the sideline. Roberto, he has two. Madingmisi did not look at Bulu Nua, he stared at Luo. Luo looked back. Across half a pitch the unspoken line hung between them, a hat-trick. Kayazino would remember. Me and I Luo would remember too. In the end, Luo still walked toward the sideline. Midway there he pressed his right index and middle fingers together and briefly tapped the hollow of his right elbow. The sleeve hid most of the motion, so it looked like he was only adjusting his arm guard. The medical bench camera caught the gesture. Hung-like lowered his eyes and saw those two joined fingers on the screen. The motion to close the marking page stalled. He clipped that clip and dropped it into the folder he had just created. The folder's name was a single word: 7. The fourth official raised the substitution board and Leo dashed onto the field from the sidelines, his cleats kicking up bits of grass, while the right back from Uzbekistan retreated 2 steps. Cristiano Ronaldo approached the sidelines, and Martinez reached out to give him a light high five. That's enough. Ronaldo took the jacket and glanced towards the field. Not enough yet. Martinez's gaze fell on his right hand, which was obscured by his sleeve. For today, Ronaldo didn't argue further. He turned and sat at the outer edge of the bench. Bruno had already been substituted, clutching a water bottle and staring at the game. Your second goal really caught my attention. I thought you were going to stop the ball and pass it to Dalit. Ronaldo took a sip of water. Too slow. Bruno clicked his tongue. It's really annoying that you say slow now. Ronaldo returned the water bottle. You can practice being faster. Bruno pointed at him. Just don't run away when you go back to practice long-range shots. You should first practice scoring from the post in the last match. Cancelo laughed and Bruno turned to curse at him. Ronaldo glanced over, and Cancelo quickly withdrew his leg from the back of the chair and sat up straight. In the 78th minute, Nuno stood over the free-kick position slightly to the right and not far from the penalty area. He looked up at the bench. Ronaldo remained silent, merely nodding his chin. Nuno took a run-up, striking the bottom half of the ball with his left foot. The ball flew towards the far corner, without spin passing the wall. Yusupov blocked and visioned Dove late by half a second, and the ball grazed his fingertips before finding the back of the net. 3-0. Leo ran up from the left side and hugged him around the neck. If you had said you could do that earlier, I wouldn't have run just now. Nuno shrugged off his hand and pointed at the bench. He's watching. Leo turned to see Ronaldo, swallowed his words, and turned back towards the center circle. On the bench, Bruno squeezed the water bottle until it made a noise. This kid is stealing my spotlight. Ronaldo didn't look at him. The goal went in. In the 84th minute, Felix received a return pass from Leo on the left side of the penalty area, his right foot curling towards the far corner, deflected by the defender's shin, rolling slowly into the near corner. 4-0. In stoppage time, Leo dribbled past the fullback on the left, accelerating into the penalty area and pushing the ball into the far corner with his right foot. 5-0. The referee blew the final whistle and the scoreboard froze with Portugal leading Uzbekistan 5-0. Costa walked up from behind, still wearing his gloves. A clean sheet. Ronaldo looked at him. Clean. Costa nodded and turned to head into the tunnel. In the locker room, Martinez clapped twice, but Cancelo turned off the speaker. A clean sheet, 5 goals, no red cards, no injury reports. He scanned the room, finally looking at Leo. Remember the focus of the last 30 minutes, not just because you scored. Leo bowed his head to brush off the grass from his shoes before lifting his face. In the next match, it'll start from the very first minute. Ronaldo finally looked at him. I noted that down. Leo immediately pointed at him. Don't write it down in your notebook. Bruno chimed in from the side. It's too late, he already has it noted in his head. Carvalho stood in front of the locker watching Ronaldo take off the towel from his right arm, his hand grabbing the water bottle to put it back in the bag, gripping it with such precision that it didn't look like a post-match relax, but rather like checking if every finger still obeyed. He walked over. How do you feel? Good enough. You said that last time too. Ronaldo folded the towel. Because it's always good enough. You pressed your elbow in the match, the medical staff saw it. Ronaldo's hand movements slowed down, then he stuffed the towel into the locker. They've seen me press my knee, my ankle, my shoulder. They've seen too much. Carvalho whispered. This time is different. I don't carry it all alone until it breaks. Ronaldo neatly folded the captain's armband and placed it in his bag. It won't break because I haven't allowed it to. Carvalho stared at him for a long time. Nonsense. Ronaldo patted his shoulder. Only for old friends. B. Silva sat not far away, the words notes still on his phone screen protection. He kept his phone on his lap, not letting anyone see. The hotel room door was locked and the lights were off. Ronaldo sat on the edge of the bed, extending his right hand. His index finger could move, and as his little finger bent the fine string deep in his elbow, began to stretch, a short buzz traveled up his forearm, crossing his shoulder and reaching the inside of his sternum. He fell back onto the bed, pressing his left hand against his chest, letting his breath sink, allowing the oppressive sensation to spread behind his sternum and push back into his right arm along the collarbone. This time it wasn't as fierce as after the last match, but it was quieter and harder to shake off, like a string entwined in his bones that wasn't in a hurry to snap, only repeatedly reminding him that all the returning speed and power would leave a bill somewhere. Gray snowflakes flickered at the edge of his left eye, and the room's edges began to narrow towards the center until the vibrating pathway between his chest and right arm became clear and hot. He didn't close his eyes, knowing it would be harder to determine whether his body still belonged to him after doing so. As the gray snowflakes receded, his right hand's ring finger curled up by itself, and he forcibly stretched it open, pressing it into the bedsheet until that uncontrollable fine movement was pushed back deep into the muscle. Ronaldo sat up and moved his right shoulder. The shoulder joint moved smoothly, and the fine string in his elbow returned to a low state, leaving only a residual tremor against the bone. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the light. In the mirror, the lines of his neck appeared tighter, the muscle separation in his right arm clearer than in the evening. He did a deep squat and stood up. His knees were clean, his ankles clean, and his hips clean. A number settled in his mind. 35. Rewind 2 years. The slope had steepened during the match against the Democratic Republic of the Congo. A single goal and 2 assists only earned him 1 year back. Tonight, scoring twice plus the value of advancing in the group stage regained him 2 years, but he had already calculated the next step. If they secured advancement in the third group match, the importance of scoring any additional goals would diminish. The system doesn't require just data accumulation. It demands life. Ronaldo flipped to a new page in his training log, writing down the date and the score, then drew a curve with the horizontal axis representing the number of goals and the vertical axis his physical age. The line dropped sharply in the first 2 warm-up matches, but after entering the World Cup, the line began to harden, making it more challenging to push it down as he progressed. At the end of the curve, he wrote 2 lines. Before the final, 27 years old still needs 7 to 8 goals crucial. The pen tip paused beside the word crucial, and he did not write further. In the hotel lobby, the television showed an ESPN Sports scientist frowning. The heart rate, recovery, sprint output, shot speed, and lactic acid metabolism have all increased over 3 consecutive matches. This doesn't align with the sports science models we are familiar with. The elevator doors opened, and Mendez stepped out, glancing at the television. His assistant whispered, "Should we let them compress it?" Mendez adjusted his cuffs. "Don't compress it and let them make noise. The louder they are, the slower the program will run." In the same floor's room, Enrique encrypted and packaged all the data collected today, filling in the recipient's address to the Zurich headquarters medical committee, and added the FIFA medical and scientific director in the CC field. The medical assistant saw that name, pausing with the coffee cup at his lips. "Are you sure?" Enrique clicked send. "I'm not sure, which is why I want someone higher up to confirm it." After the email was sent, he leaned back in his chair, watching the replay of Ronaldo pressing his right elbow on the television. "In the next match, I want permission for close-up blood sampling." The medical assistant's expression changed. "That requires the team's consent." Enrique picked up his phone. "Then let the program ask." Ronaldo closed his training log, picked up his phone, opened Georgina's chat box, typed a few lines, then deleted them. In the end, only 1 sentence remained in the input box. "On the day of the final, save me a spot." He sent it. The other party's status changed to typing, but Ronaldo didn't wait for the reply. He set his phone aside, flipped to the next page of his training log, and wrote down a name on the blank sheet. Colombia. The studio lights of ESPN Houston blazed 30% brighter than usual. 5 minutes before airtime, the producer pulled the host aside and uttered only 1 sentence. "Go all out." Once tonight's special episode airs, it will go viral across every platform. Host Tom Wrigley settled back into his chair. The director's countdown echoed in his earpiece, ending at 0. The red recording light flared to life. Tonight's special edition has a single theme. Behind him, the main screen illuminated. Cristiano Ronaldo's name rose smoothly from the bottom, accompanied by a dynamic data curve. Cristiano Ronaldo, 41 years old, scored 3 goals and delivered 2 assists in 2 World Cup group stage matches. Yet tonight, we shall not speak merely of those goals. Wrigley pressed his remote pointer. The first chart materialized: date along the horizontal axis, high intensity, running distance along the vertical. Over the past 12 months, Al Nassr's league GPS average stood between 580 and 640 meters per match, a figure already exceptional for a player of 41. He tapped once. The right side of the chart extended with 4 crimson data points, each soaring higher than the last. First friendly versus Chile, 690 meters. Second friendly versus Nigeria, 780 meters. Opening match versus DR Congo, 850 meters. Last night versus Uzbekistan, 920 meters. Matthew Davis, sports scientist seated in the guest panel, pressed his fingertips flat against the table, knuckles subtly bent, silent. Wrigley advanced to the second chart: sprint count. Al Nassr's seasonal average 6 to 8 sprints per match, exceeding 30 kilometers per hour. Last night, 17. More than double. Davis finally spoke. Wrigley turned toward him. "Can you explain it?" Davis slid his chair forward slightly, gaze locked onto the steep crimson curve on screen. His voice dropped half a tone. "I've spent 20 years researching exercise physiology, football, rugby, track, and field. Every endurance and explosiveness hybrid sport. For athletes beyond 35, their performance curves invariably trend downward." He pointed deliberately at the screen. Occasional single-game spikes occur, psychological factors opponent strength, but for consecutive matches, each surpassing the last climbing this sharply, no such trajectory exists in any professional athlete database I've ever analyzed. Wrigley switched to the third chart peak acceleration. As the number flashed up, Davis froze mid-sip, his water glass suspended halfway to his lips. 9.73 meters per second squared, Wrigley read aloud. Ronaldo last achieved this acceleration peak during the 2019-2020 season while playing for Juventus. Davis set the glass down, thumb tracing its rim. And shot velocity. Wrigley nodded. 118.4 kilometers per hour, the low outward curving strike for his second goal. He placed the remote pointer on the desk and leaned forward slightly. Matthew, if we accept for now that all WADA out-of-competition doping tests conducted so far show no violations, what explanation can sports science offer? Davis folded his hands on the table, thumbs rotating slowly against each other before he spoke again. I have no explanation. He added quietly. I don't mean I'm temporarily stumped. I mean this trajectory does not exist within current sports science models. A 41-year-old athlete delivering 4 consecutive matches of linear physiological ascent, reaching nearly the peak he recorded 7 years ago, is not recovery, nor is it peak maintenance. It is reversal. Wrigley leaned forward another inch. Unconsciously, he clenched the remote pointer in his palm. Reversal is a heavy word. Davis did not retreat. The data is heavy, and my language matches its weight. The director murmured something in his earpiece. Wrigley turned fully toward the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, if these figures are genuine, and we have verified them through multiple independent channels, then what we are witnessing may be the most inexplicable phenomenon in the history of sports medicine. He paused 3 seconds, letting the weight settle in silence. At least according to these curves, he isn't sustaining form. He's undergoing reverse aging. London. Jamie Carragher's living room. His phone screen displayed an ESPN livestream notification. He didn't open the video, only scrolled his thumb across timeline screenshots, each exploding across social feeds. His wife peered in from the hallway. ESPN invited you to join the live call. Did you watch it? Carragher flipped the phone face down onto the armrest. I watched. Aren't you going on? No. He grabbed the remote and changed the channel, lips pressed tight, as if weighing whether to utter a thought aloud. Finally, he picked up his phone, opened Twitter, hovered his thumb over the keyboard, and typed. Wait until he faces a real defender. Colombia isn't Uzbekistan. Sent. He tossed the phone back onto the sofa, sank deeper into the armchair. Cricket played on screen, but his eyes were elsewhere entirely. Retweets surged. 40 minutes later, the count surpassed 20,000. After 1 hour, 40,000. Comments split into two camps. Critics resurrected the old Suarez bite meme, calling Carragher stubborn. Supporters posted defensive highlights of Colombia's center-back Sanchez from last season at Galatasaray. The top-replied tweet came from BT Sports' Rio Ferdinand, an official account. He wrote nothing, only retweeted Carragher's post, with a single emoji. An eye. In the Houston hotel lobby, the TV looped clips from ESPN's special episode. Two night shift clerks stole glances at the screen, where the word reversal filled half the frame in bold crimson. The elevator doors parted. Jorge Mendes stepped out. His gaze swept across the red curve without slowing. His left wrist shifted subtly, pushing the Patek Philippe deeper beneath his cuff. His assistant hurried after him, holding up a phone. Carragher's tweet is trending. Should we respond? Mendes didn't take it. He strode straight toward the hotel side exit. Respond to what? He said Colombia's defenders aren't Uzbekistan's. Mendes pushed open the side door. The Houston night heat rushed in, pressing against his suit front. He's right. The assistant faltered mid-step. Mendes glanced back, smiling faintly, a smile impossible to read as irony or sincerity. Colombia's defenders truly aren't Uzbekistan's, which means tomorrow night's goal will be worth more. Before the assistant could ask what he meant, Mendes had already turned and entered the waiting business sedan. The door closed just enough to let his final words slip through the narrow gap. Don't delete it. Let it spread. While everyone debates whether he's a miracle, the system slows down. The door sealed shut, taillights glided silently down the hotel drive and vanished. Portugal Team Hotel, 14th floor. Ronaldo muted the television. In the lower right corner of his phone screen, a notification appeared. Mendes's message, let it spread. His right hand hung motionless at his side. A faint prickling numbness crept upward from his second finger joint toward his palm. 3 seconds. He clenched his fist, released it. The sensation faded. He walked to the desk and sat. His training log lay open to the latest page. In the schedule column, he found the date 2 days ahead, written plainly Colombia. Beneath that line, he drew a single horizontal stroke. Enrique stood outside his own room door. His phone displayed the same ESPN data summary. He glanced at the screenshot, then slipped the phone back into his pocket. No more consequential than discarding a receipt. These numbers held no news value for him. 3 days earlier, he'd reviewed far more granular versions on site. The medical assistant poked his head out of the room. Zurich replied. Enrique turned and sat before his laptop. The email was brief, signed off by the FIFA Medical and Science Director's office. After reading it, he straightened his chair back, closed the email window, and opened a new document. In the title bar, he typed 4 words, blood sampling request. The cursor blinked across the blank page. He lifted his gaze toward the window. Across the street, NRG Stadium's outline lights blinked out one by one. Tomorrow they would reignite. 70,000 eyes would fix upon that number 7. He looked down, typed the name in the document's first line, Cristiano Ronaldo, then began listing anomalous data identifiers one by one. The final outline light extinguished outside. Inside, the cursor continued its quiet advance across the screen. When the words blood collection application appeared in the inbox of the Portuguese medical team, Cristiano Ronaldo had just turned his training log to the page about Colombia. It's from the FIFA Medical Committee, Martinez said, standing at the door of the tactical analysis room, still holding the folder. When do we need to respond? Before the match day. Carvalho leaned over and lowered the screen brightness a bit. Let's hold a meeting first. Martinez glanced at him, not asking further, nor did he instruct the team doctor to close the email. Everyone come in. The projection screen lit up, displaying Colombia's 42-31 formation across the entire wall. Martinez stood at the table holding a laser pointer, first sweeping over the front row players. We are already qualified. We have 6 points, they have 6 points, and regardless of who wins or loses in the third match, both teams will advance to the top 32. Bruno leaned back in his chair, stretching his legs. So it's about conserving energy. Martinez didn't look at him. Do you think the opponents for the first and second in the group are the same? Bruno pulled his legs back. Martinez removed the cap from the pin, the red laser point, falling on a knockout stage matchup chart. The first place faces the third place from other groups, while the second faces the second from other groups. Based on the current standings in each group, we aim to secure first place to enter the lower half. This will likely avoid traditional powerhouses such as Brazil, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and Spain. Who wants to face these teams before the round of 16 or the quarterfinals? João Neves muttered softly, not me. Martinez nodded. So this match is not a friendly, it's not just a formality. He moved the laser point back to the Colombian formation. Moreover, the opposing team has been unbeaten for over 20 matches. They also want to secure first place and don't want to end up in the upper half against those strong teams. Vitinha spoke up. Both sides have motivation. Martinez twirled the laser pointer between his fingers. Exactly so, don't think the opponent will hold back. The red dot fell on the Colombian defense. Davinson Sanchez, 30 years old, the core of Galatasaray's defense at 187 centimeters, is among the best in South American center backs, preferring to position himself against a forward's right shoulder before making contact. The point shifted to the left. Luis Diaz, 14 goals and 8 assists for Bayern this season, with speed and intuition that are world-class. He can exploit space after Nuno pushes up. He glanced at Nuno Mendes. Remember this when you make your forward runs tomorrow. Nuno nodded. The point landed in the midfield. Leitner is responsible for sweeping, while Castanjos pushes forward. One is strong, and the other soft, so it will be laborious to go head-to-head in the middle. Bisset sat in the second row by the window, his notebook sprawled across his lap, tapping the paper with the pen tip on a drawn circle. Don't go head-to-head, let Leitner run. Martinez turned to him. How should he run? Bisset angled the notebook so Neves could see it. I will alternate retreating with Vitinha. Bruno stands on the right flank, and Leitner decides whether to follow me or mark Bruno. Vitinha added. If he follows, there will be space behind him. Bisset closed the notebook. If he doesn't follow, Bruno can turn and find a through ball. Bruno spread his hands. So after all your fuss, the final task still falls to me. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the front row right in the middle with his training log spread across his knees, his right index finger holding a pen and only one name written on the paper. Davinson Sanchez. Martinez positioned the laser point next to Sanchez's picture. Cristiano, have you studied? Ronaldo closed the log. When he closes in, his left foot stands firm. First, his weight shifts to the left, and his upper body moves faster than his feet when he turns. If I cut in from his right side on the first step, he won't be able to catch up. Martinez didn't ask for the source of his information. What do you need? Half a body's worth of space is enough. Bruno mumbled from behind. When did you change your lines? Ronaldo didn't turn around. If the lines work, there's no need to change them. Leo straightened up from the back row, resting his elbows on his knees. Coach, I'm starting right. Martinez looked at him. I remember what you said last time. Leo immediately replied. I said from the first minute. Ronaldo turned to look at him. From the first minute we defend, can you do it? Leo swallowed hard. I can do it. Ronaldo stared at him for 2 more seconds before turning back. Cancelo leaned in and whispered. You just signed your life away. Leo stepped on his foot. Martinez closed the folder. The starting lineup will be announced tomorrow morning. Go back and rest now. Tomorrow's training will be open for only 15 minutes. Don't answer too much to any questions from reporters. Carvalho added at the door. Especially don't discuss statistics. Ronaldo paused and stopped beside Carvalho. About that email. Carvalho's expression remained unchanged. Mendes already knows. Ronaldo didn't ask again, walked into the corridor and lightly moved his right hand's index and middle fingers. In the hotel where Colombia is staying, Luis Diaz sat on the edge of the bed, a tablet resting above his knees, the screen looping playback of Ronaldo's second goal against Uzbekistan. He dragged the footage back to just before the touch, focusing on the angle of Ronaldo's right foot as it curved outward, watching how Husanov delayed his block for just a moment and how the goalkeeper's gloves brushed the ball, but could only watch it go in. There was a knock on the door. Sanchez walked in holding a bottle of sports drink. Still watching. Diaz didn't. Is that shot speed normal? 118 kilometers an hour. Sanchez placed the drink on the bedside table and leaned down to glance at the still frame. Whether it's normal or not, it's not for me to worry about. Diaz looked up. You'll stick to him tomorrow. Sanchez pulled a chair over, sitting down and dragging the progress bar forward to the frame where Ronaldo initiated the touch. Look here, before he receives the ball, his shoulder opens first, and only after his right foot lands does he exert force. Husanov only reacts after the ball arrives, so he was a step late. Diaz handed the tablet over. Will you anticipate it? Sanchez returned the tablet to him. I'll stick to him before his shoulder opens. If he can't turn, there won't be anything after that. Diaz shifted on the bed, resting his fingers on the pause button. What if his body isn't really 41 years old? Sanchez twisted the cap off the drink and took a sip, wiping his mouth. Then I'll treat him as if he's 27. Diaz chuckled. Take it easy. Sanchez stood up and walked toward the door. I'm not taking it easy, but I'm not watching ESPN either. He paused at the door, glancing back at Diaz. You take care of your side. When Nuno Mendes pushes up, there will be enough space behind for you to exploit. You have the speed. Diaz closed the tablet. I'll run my route, you mark yours. Sanchez slapped the door frame. There are no statistics in the penalty area, only people. Oh, don't forget that tomorrow. After the door closed, Diaz opened the tablet again, this time not looking at the game, but focusing on the moment Ronaldo initiated his run. He watched it 3 times, then tucked the tablet under his pillow and turned off the light. On Lorenzo's tactical board, Ronaldo's name was circled twice in red. The assistant coach stood beside him, waiting for him to finish drawing the last arrow. Sanchez will stick to him, and Lukumi will fill into the defensive line will tighten. Lorenzo capped the marker. What about Bruno? Leitner follows him to the 30-meter zone, not allowing him to look up, forcing him to pass sideways. The assistant coach looked up after finishing the sentence. Anyway, we're already qualified. Do we need to secure first place? Lorenzo turned to look at the matchup chart. If the goal difference is 7 for them and 4 for us, if we draw, they take first place. The assistant coach paused his pen. So we must win. Lorenzo turned the tactical board to face himself. If the opportunity arises, win. If not, don't take risks. He pointed to Drad's position. Let him comfortably take the first counterattack. He may not be able to run at 35, but is still the clearest thinker on the team. Don't force him to retreat. Let him conserve his energy for the final pass. The assistant coach flipped a page. Did you see that ESPN special episode? Lorenzo picked up his coat. I did. Do you believe those statistics? Lorenzo walked to the door, picked up the room card from the table, and looked back at the assistant coach. I believe in Sanchez's knees and Diaz's speed. I'll let the reporters argue about the rest. The assistant coach didn't ask more. Before Lorenzo turned off the light, he added, tell everyone to get 8 hours of sleep. Those who can't run don't qualify to be on the field. In the Portuguese medical office, the computer screen was still lit. The file name of the email attachment occupied the top of the inbox. Blood collection permission request. Martinez returned from the hallway and stood in front of the computer, reading the title without opening it. The team doctor asked, do we need to respond now? Martinez flipped his phone over and placed it on the desk, screen down. Let's not respond yet. Carvalho stood beside him, arms crossed. Until when? Martinez picked up his phone, finding Mendes' number. Let the procedure wait for the procedure. He pressed the dial key, walked out of the office, and at the end of the corridor, Ronaldo's door was already closed with no light showing beneath the door. Before the call connected, he whispered a sentence that only Carvalho could hear. He's playing tomorrow. You don't let any... For hours before kickoff, Cristiano Ronaldo sat at the desk in his hotel room, his training log spread open, a ballpoint pen resting across the curve's endpoint. He did not retrace the statistics of his previous matches. Instead, he wrote 4 characters on the page. Declining criticality. 3 goals across 2 friendly matches. His body regressed from 41 to 38 years old. 3 goals and 2 assists across 2 group stage matches. His body regressed further from 38 to 35. 6 goals across 4 matches, 6 years erased. Yet the curve on paper stiffened, beginning with the second World Cup match, its inflection points growing increasingly resistant to downward pressure. 1 goal and 2 assists against DR Congo yielded only 1 year. A brace against Uzbekistan, coupled with the strategic value of securing qualification ahead of schedule, restored his body to 35. But that night marked the first intrusion, gray static flickering at the periphery of his left eye, his right ring finger for the first time refusing command. Portugal had already qualified with 2 wins and a goal difference of 7. Colombia also held 6 points, but with a goal difference of 4. A draw would secure Portugal top spot in the group. A loss, however, would hand first place to Colombia. In the system's calculus, the match's intrinsic value was steadily diminishing. Ronaldo picked up his pen and drew a question mark at the curve's terminus. Unless the goal itself proved exceptionally difficult. Unless that single strike compelled the system to acknowledge it could not be subsumed by ordinary group stage waiting. He recalled the thunderous shot against Uzbekistan, 118. For KMH, its raw velocity starkly distinct from the clinical precision of a unknown finish or a long-range strike. Though all were goals, his body responded differently to each. The system registered both outcome and process. The harder the execution, the sharper the pain, the greater its worth. Sanchez, far more seasoned than Husinov, would close early, engage physically before shoulders opened, and never casually cede space for a right-footed strike. If he could score under such tight marking tonight, would retain meaning. His phone screen lit up on the desk. Messi leads Golden Boot with 6 goals. Will Ronaldo respond tonight? 3 group stage matches, 6 goals for Messi. Ronaldo had scored 3. 1 match fewer. 3. He never acknowledged competing with Messi. Yet that number now trended worldwide, each discussion dragging his name into the fray. Ronaldo flipped his phone face down onto the desk and rose toward the wardrobe. He retrieved the red No. 7 jersey, laid it flat across the bed, pressed his palm over the number on its back, then folded it neatly into his match bag. Tonight was not merely about winning. Winning was no longer enough. He needed 35 to descend further, even by a fraction. Inside the VIP box at NRG Stadium, Barrejo sat opposite Mendez, his suit jacket buttoned to the collar, fingers crushing a plastic water bottle until its shape warped. Mendez did not glance toward the pitch. His assistant placed a printed document on the table. Mendez scanned only its cover, application for proximity blood sampling authorization. Barrejo stared at the line, throat dry. They truly passed preliminary review. Mendez slid the file back toward his assistant. Preliminary review is complete. Barrejo's fingers tightened on the bottle again. What comes next? Mendez lifted his gaze. Review panel, confirmation, club consent letter, execution window, player informed consent. Each gate requires signatures, every signature subject to legal scrutiny. Barrejo set the bottle down. Its base struck the glass with a muted, resonant tap. What if they expedited? Mendez raised his wine glass, rotating it slowly beneath the light, the liquid within undiminished. Expedited still means procedural. Procedures walk, they do not fly. Barrejo remained silent, eyes shifting to the floor-to-ceiling window. Warm-up chants echoed through the stadium. Portuguese substitutes emerged from the tunnel, their redandiyellow jerseys merging in the stands as waves of sound pressed rhythmically against the box's glass. His hands settled on his knees, still rigid. What about emergency clauses? This time Mendez smiled. Emergency clauses demand 3 conditions: reasonable suspicion of prohibited substances, explicit rejection of standard procedure, and imminent risk of evidence destruction. He tapped the table 3 times. WADA's unannounced doping tests have been fully compliant. Condition 1 fails. We have not refused, we are merely awaiting due process. Condition 2 fails. He trains daily, plays every match. His data streams publicly across the globe in real time. Condition 3 fails. Barrejo leaned back into the sofa at last. So I do nothing now. Mendez set down his glass and turned to him. You certainly have something to do. Barrejo sat upright instantly. What? Mendez tilted his chin toward the pitch. Watch the match. Barrejo paused, startled. Mendez closed the folder and handed it to his assistant. Sponsors settle at month end. The Youth Academy land transfers next week. You need only appear when cameras pan the box as a chairman who believes in this team. Barrejo adjusted his tie. And if they ever find something? Mendez did not turn, his profile lit by the overhead glow reflected in the glass. That day will never arrive. Barrejo waited. Mendez glanced only at his wristwatch. Kickoff is in 2 hours. You may begin practicing your smile. In the Portuguese dressing room, the starting lineup was posted beside the tactical board. Leo approached first, spotted his name at left wing, and immediately turned to Cancelo. See that? Cancelo yanked his cleats from his bag, the laces snapping taut with each tug. I see it. Left flank gains another player who needs reminding to track back. Leo pointed at him. You're jealous. Cancelo shoved the shoes into his locker. I'm worried for Nuno. Nuno, wrapping his ankle, didn't look up. Worry about whether you'll even play. Laughter rippled through the room. Bruno tapped his shin guard against the locker. No noise. Save your criticism until he concedes in the first minute. Leo turned. Vice captain, why so sharp today? Bruno gestured to the lineup. Because I'm starting. Ronaldo stepped before the list, scanning backward. Costa, Dalot, Diaz, Inacio, Nuno. João Neves, Vitinha, Bruno. Neto, Ronaldo, Leo. Bernardo Silva absent from the starting 11. Ronaldo turned toward the corner. Bernardo sat, lacing his boots, met his gaze, and spread his hands. Rotation. Normal. Ronaldo asked nothing. As Bernardo stood and passed him, he noticed Ronaldo's right knuckles subtly contract. No words were spoken. Bernardo simply placed an already opened water bottle into his own locker. Don't kick the ball too hard on people. Ronaldo bent to fasten his shin guards. You call that tactical advice? Bernardo headed for the door. I call it after-sales service. The door clicked shut behind him. Ronaldo pressed the edge of his shin guard deep into his sock cuff. His right fingers lay perfectly still. No tremor, no spasm, for now. Martinez emerged from the coach's office, marker in hand. Starters stay, subs head out for warm-up. Cancelo slapped Leo's shoulder as he passed. Track back in the first minute. Don't make me lose face from the bench. Leo shrugged off his hand. You're unusually talkative today. Cancelo glanced back. Because I'm idle. Once the door closed, silence settled. Martinez sketched Colombia's double pivot on the board, pausing his marker beside Lerma. Vitinha, your primary task today is to draw Lerma out of position. You needn't push forward constantly. Only ensure he vacates the central corridor. Vitinha nodded. Understood. Martinez turned to Bruno. When you receive the ball, your first option isn't Cristiano. It's a diagonal pass to Leo and Neto, forcing Sanchez to shift laterally first. Bruno tucked his shin guard into his sock. What if he's already aligned? He didn't utter the name, only tilted his chin toward Ronaldo. Martinez looked directly at Ronaldo, then confirmed first whether Sanchez is pressing his right shoulder. Ronaldo sat before his locker, palms resting on his right knee. No old injury, flared thigh muscles coiled beneath his trousers, the body of a 35-year-old poised silent, awaiting release. Martinez approached standing, not kneeling, and placed the tactical sheet into Ronaldo's hands. You have 90 minutes today. He paused. But raise one hand to stop, and I substitute you instantly. Ronaldo lifted his eyes. You won't see it. Martinez held his gaze a moment longer, then faced the squad. Then we play to the final whistle. He clapped twice. Let's go. In the tunnel, studs struck concrete in rapid percussive succession. Colombia's yellow kits lined the opposite wall. Sanchez stood mid-formation, eyes lifting over teammates' shoulders, fixing on the back of Portugal's no. 7. Diaz tapped his back. Ready. Sanchez didn't turn. He opens his shoulders before receiving the ball. Diaz smiled faintly. I asked if you're ready. Sanchez pulled his wristband higher. I'll close before he opens. Diaz followed his line of sight to Ronaldo. What if his body truly is 27? Sanchez smoothed the final fold of his wristband. Then we play him like he's 27. Staff signaled entrance. Light flooded the tunnel's mouth. The roar of NRG Stadium poured inward as the procession began moving. Ronaldo led Portugal onto the pitch, captain's armband secured on his left arm. His right elbow rested motionless, his right knuckles curled quietly in his palm. No tingling, no twitch. That slender filament still hummed deep within bone. Tonight, it would resonate. Messi's 6 goals glowed on another scoreboard. Social media comparisons refreshed ceaselessly. The world waited for his voice. Ronaldo stepped onto the grass, never looking back. No reply. Only goals would speak. The concrete floor of the players' tunnel was tightly pressed by the cleats, with the Portuguese in white on the left and the Colombians in yellow on the right, separated only by a distance of a little over 2 arms. Cristiano Ronaldo walked at the front, the captain's armband secured on his left arm, as the light at the end of the tunnel poured in while the sounds from outside crashed against the walls and reverberated back, heating up the eardrums. He did not rush out. His right foot first touched the edge of the grass, pressing down on the blades, which immediately flattened. He looked up, scanning the center circle and the penalty area before shifting his weight into the field. His right foot pressed down on the same patch of grass 3 more times, embedding the roots into the mud, effectively claiming this piece of land for himself. The yellow-clad team across had already emerged, with Luis Diaz leading the way, his gaze sweeping from the center circle directly to Ronaldo's face. The two exchanged a glance across the grass, neither pausing for long. Bruno approached from behind and quietly nudged him. You seem to be watching the grass longer than in previous matches. Today's match is worth more, Ronaldo replied, adjusting his armband. This game is more valuable. Henrik raised the laptop screen where the live broadcast showed both teams lining up for a handshake. He did not pause the recording when Ronaldo swept past the camera. On the desk lay a file, the cover's name already weathered from being flipped through. 20 pages. 3 days ago it was 14 pages, and now it had reached 20. The latest page was tucked in at the back, titled Request for Blood Sampling Permission, with the status bar reading Awaiting Response. He placed his coffee cup next to the file, the bottom's water-stained, perfectly covering the marks left from a few days ago. On the screen, the referee was checking the positioning of both teams. Henrik pulled his chair closer, arms crossed in front of the keyboard. He usually did not watch the game. Tonight was an exception. Good evening, fans. Welcome to the final round of Group B in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, where Portugal faces Colombia. Pedro Azevedo's voice came through the broadcast signal, deep and steady, like reading an important opening statement. Both teams have already secured their spots, and tonight's match will determine the group leader. Portugal has won both matches with 6 points and a goal difference of 7, while Colombia also has 6 points with a goal difference of 4. A draw would be enough for Portugal to secure first place. He paused for a moment, slowing his speech slightly. But tonight everyone is focused on more than just the points. Argentina's Messi has scored 6 goals in 3 group matches, leading the Golden Boot race, while Ronaldo has 3 goals, having played 1 match less and trailing by 3. The scene shifted to the VIP box where Mendes and Vallejo sat side by side behind the floor-to-ceiling window. Vallejo had already crushed his water bottle in his hands. Mendez did not look at him, his gaze fixed directly on the field with a glass of red wine resting on the armrest. Moreover, the discussion sparked by ESPN's data feature 2 days ago is still brewing, and debates about Ronaldo's physical condition on social media have not ceased. All these matters will ultimately need to be resolved on the field. The match has begun. The Colombian 42-31 formation was clearly established within 30 seconds of the kickoff, like a pre-laid net. Sanchez was not in his original defensive position. He had moved directly behind Ronaldo. Ronaldo took 3 steps to the left, and Sanchez matched his pace. Ronaldo stopped, and Sanchez also halted, his right hand resting lightly on Ronaldo's back, neither pushing nor pulling, simply indicating he was there. Lucumi stood 3 meters behind Sanchez, providing support, while the coverage area in front of the penalty area was tightly compressed by the 2 players. In the 4th minute, Bruno received the ball and looked up for options. Ronaldo, with his back to the goal, called for the ball, taking a gentle step back with his right foot. As he began to open his shoulder, Sanchez's left foot had already stepped in to block him on the right side, his body pressing close from behind, low and stable, perfectly cutting off the angle for a turn. When the ball arrived, Ronaldo's path to the right had been completely blocked. He only grazed the ball's surface before Sanchez used his body to push it away. The ball changed possession. As Azevedo commented during the broadcast, Sanchez's anticipation was spot on. In the 8th minute, Vitinha dropped back to the defensive midfield position to receive the ball. According to the pre-match plan, he needed to draw Lerma out, creating space for Bruno. However, Lerma remained stationary, his cleats dug into the grass, eyes fixed on Vitinha, not pressing forward. Puerta came in from the side, cutting off the passing line directly. Vitinha glanced ahead. The passage was completely sealed off, leaving him no choice but to pass the ball back. João Neves attempted a long pass after receiving the ball, the arc directed towards the advancing Nuno Mendes on the left side. Munoz stepped in 2 paces early to intercept the ball, cushioning it with his chest before passing it to a teammate nearby. Portugal's possession was first effectively contained by the entire line. In the 11th minute, Bruno made a diagonal pass into the penalty area, the arc perfectly landing at Ronaldo's right flank. Sanchez arrived half a step earlier, not with his foot, but with his chest, using his entire upper body to clear the ball from the penalty area cleanly, without even conceding a corner. Ronaldo's right foot landed on the empty grass where the ball had just flown away, touching nothing. In the 13th minute, Ronaldo retreated to the flank to become a pivot. This time Sanchez did not follow, staying on the penalty area line, while Lerma approached from the defensive midfield position, using his shoulder and foot cadence to keep Ronaldo contained outside the 30-meter zone, forcing him to pass sideways to Neto. In the 15th minute, Ronaldo stood on the right side of the penalty area while the ball was on Portugal's left side. 3 touches, 0 successes. Leo received a through pass from Vitinha on the left, took the ball forward, and easily slipped past Munoz, then sent a left-footed cross into the penalty area, where Lucumi leaped high, heading the ball out of bounds. Leo sprinted back to his own half, covering 40 meters without anyone calling for him or praising him. He did not even glance at the substitutes bench. He simply fulfilled that promise. In the 18th minute, Bruno sent the ball to Ronaldo's feet on the right side of the center circle. This time, it was a ground pass rolling along the grass. Ronaldo, with his back to the goal, received it, while Sanchez's right hand again rested on his right shoulder, his left foot firmly planted, waiting for Ronaldo to open his shoulder. Ronaldo used his right heel to nudge the ball to his left, his body remaining still, while his foot turned, trying to maneuver around Sanchez's right side. Sanchez's body hesitated slightly. He extended his left leg, his cleat sliding along the grass toward the ball's direction. The ball was deflected out of bounds, and Ronaldo's right ankle was clipped, causing him to stumble forward and fall onto the grass. The referee ran over to check Ronaldo's position on the ground, then looked at Sanchez's foot, raised his arm, and the match. Ronaldo lay on the ground without turning, raising his hand, or looking at the referee. He pushed himself off the grass, first lifting his left leg, then his right, standing up and brushing off the grass clippings from his knees. The action was as clean as when he started grinding the grass at the beginning. Then he turned and walked back to his position, his face showing no unnecessary expression. Sanchez passed by him, their shoulders less than 30 centimeters apart, neither speaking. On the substitutes bench, Bisit pressed down on the jacket over his knee, fiddling with the zipper with his fingers. Cancelo leaned against the back of his chair, arms resting outside the armrests, watching Ronaldo stand up, snorting. Sanchez played smart. Bisit did not respond, his gaze following Ronaldo as he returned to the center circle. Cancelo tilted his head, lowering his voice. But he doesn't know who he is defending against. Bisit unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip, the cap still pinched between his fingers, not screwed back on, leaving the bottle wide open at his feet. He said nothing. Cancelo did not need him to speak. In London at the Sky Sports studio, Carragher circled Sanchez's positioning on the tactical board twice, turning to his partner. This is the correct defensive approach: deny space, prevent turning, use the body to disrupt rhythm, forcing him to hit a wall himself. He tossed the pen cap onto the table, spreading his hands. I said, when facing a real defender, all those stats must be set aside. Whether it's 920 meters or 1,000 meters of high-intensity running, you must first gain possession before discussing anything else. His partner glanced at him. Do you think Ronaldo can score tonight? Carragher slowly returned the red pen to the hole. If he can score in front of Sanchez tonight. He reached out to tap his phone, the screen still lit with the Twitter interface. I will delete that tweet. In the 20th minute, Ronaldo stood near the center circle arc waiting for the ball to return, his right hand hanging by his side, fingers spread open, then closing, then spreading again. He glanced up at the scoreboard on the sidelines. 0-0. Then he turned to look for Bruno's position. Bruno was talking with João Neves, pointing towards the left side. Ronaldo started to move. He ran 5 steps to the left, suddenly stopping, then pivoting to cut right. Sanchez followed closely. After 5 steps, Ronaldo stopped again, returning to his original position. Sanchez also retreated, his right hand once again resting on Ronaldo's shoulder, his breathing steady, his positioning precise. Ronaldo kept his head down, focusing on Sanchez's left foot. That foot always stepped in to block him first during his turns. He memorized that distance, the steps Sanchez needed to close in, and how long it took for the opponent's weight to shift from left to right. 20 minutes. 3 times blocked, once fouled, 0 shots, 0 threats. The whole world believed he was being contained. Only he knew that these 20 minutes were not wasted. The more Sanchez proved he could defend against him, the more valuable the goal would be when he finally broke through. The question mark on the training log now had an answer. The system evaluates the process. The harder it is, the more painful it is, the more valuable it becomes. In the 21st minute, Colombian goalkeeper Vargas cleared the ball with a big kick, the ball soaring through the air over the halfway line, bouncing twice before landing on the left side. Luis Diaz received the ball and turned facing Nuno Mendes. Diaz pushed the ball forward, accelerating the force from his left leg, propelling him forward. Nuno followed, and they both rushed for 3 steps, their shoulders almost touching the grass, torn apart by their force. On the 4th step, Diaz cut inward with his left foot, shifting his weight toward the center. Nuno's body was still charging outward, his right foot digging into the grass to break his cleat, scraping a white mark on the wet grass, causing his body to lean outward by half a position. Luis Diaz had already cut inside from the inner side. With his weight shifted, Nuno fell behind as he chased. Luis Diaz did not continue down the sideline, but instead dove into the inner space, nudging the ball forward with his right foot, directly entering the danger zone at the edge of the Portuguese penalty area. João Neves moved over from the center to cover, just as his shoulder met Diaz's. The latter passed the ball horizontally into the center. Striker Suarez charged into the penalty area, Ruben Dias closely marking him, pressing with his left hand to hold him down, then extending his foot to block the shot path. The ball was not shot out, but deflected to near the penalty spot. Lerma followed up for a shot. This time Diogo, he did not dive wildly, his body first shifted, right knees sinking, arms opening, waiting for the ball to truly enter his sight, before going down, his fingertips just grazing the ball as he deflected the low shot out of bounds. A short cheer erupted from the stands. At the same time, the Portuguese substitute stood up with Cancelo's hand already resting on the armrest. Bisset did not stand up, he first glanced at Ronaldo. Ronaldo was walking back to the center circle, his face expressionless, only his right foot lightly brushing the grass, reintegrating the rhythm of his previous chase. He looked up at Diogo Costa. Costa had already stood up, tightening his gloves in his palms, lifting his chin toward the meaning was simple. No worries. Let's do it again. Mendes moved his hand away from the wine glass, watching the save for 2 seconds, tapping his finger on the armrest. This shot didn't score, but trouble is still ahead. Inside the stadium, the corner kick was about to be taken. Sanchez had already moved to the near post. Ronaldo also moved over. The two stood side by side outside the 6-yard box, neither looking at the other. But in the next second, Sanchez suddenly stepped forward, his arm blocking Ronaldo's chest, cutting off his jump path. Ronaldo did not force his way through, he sidestepped with Sanchez's momentum, lifting his knee and sliding his body half a position away from the edge of the 6-yard box. The corner was taken. The first touch was headed away by Lacumi. The ball crashed toward the back post, where Luis Diaz followed up, shooting on the run. Diogo Costa caught the ball in his arms. As he landed, his heels slid out a small mark on the grass, his body making no unnecessary movements as he raised his head directly to look for the defense. Portugal's counterattack finally began. When Bruno received the ball, he glanced up, but did not look for Ronaldo at first. Instead, he focused on Leo. Leo had already dashed out to the left. Nuno had joined the attack. The entire wall of Colombian players that had just pushed forward was truly torn apart by Portugal for the first time. Ronaldo stood in the center, not immediately launching into a run. He looked into Bruno's eyes and at Sanchez's foot. This time he was not looking to touch the ball. What he wanted was that half step. Bruno did not look for Cristiano Ronaldo at the first moment. The crowd that Colombia had just pushed forward was now retreating, and Sanchez's left foot had not yet fully returned. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in the center, not running. He looked into Bruno's eyes as well as at Sanchez's foot, his breath steadily sinking in his chest. What he wanted was not to touch the ball. What he wanted was that little space. Leo received the ball on the left flank. Munoz rushed in, and Leo used his right foot to push the ball outward, moving forward as Nuno joined from behind, accelerating Portugal's left wing. Colombia continued to fight and retreat. Arias followed up on the right, not really trying to receive the ball, but only drawing Nuno to the sideline, while Suarez pushed forward from the center, forcing Ignacio to step right. With this step out, the center became vacant. João Neves saw the gap and raised his hand to shout. Gonzalo inside. Ignacio immediately wanted to retreat, but Colombia's counterattack had already surged in from the other side. In the 27th minute, Lima intercepted Bruno's pass to Vitinha near the center circle. He did not take extra touches nor look for a second option, directly sending the ball to Portugal's right rear. The ball flew low but precisely, passing behind Dalit and evading Ruben Dias' interception, landing at the feet of Luis Diaz, who was advancing. Dalit turned to chase, able to keep up with the first step. By the second step, the distance widened. By the third step, Diaz had already brought the ball into the 30-meter area, gently pushing it with the outside of his left foot, cutting in from the flank. Dalit gritted his teeth and ran back, his right hand open, trying to use his body to push the opponent towards the sideline. Diaz did not give him that chance. He reached the edge of the penalty area, did not shoot, and swept a low ball across into the box. Costa saw Suarez and noticed that Ruben Dias had just been drawn away by the striker's run, while Ignacio was still a step short of returning, leaving a large gap of grass near the penalty spot. Suarez surged from the center, shooting with the inside of his right foot. Costa moved half a step sideways, kneeling on his left knee, right hand reaching out to the ground, but Suarez aimed for the far corner outside of his palm. The ball slid past Costa's fingertips. The net wobbled. 1-0. Costa lay on the ground, slapping the post with his gloves, the sound swallowed by the roars of the Colombian fans. He pushed himself up, first looking at Ruben Dias, then at Ignacio, not cursing, just pointing towards the center. Get back. Ruben Dias raised his hand in response, his expression darkening. Ignacio bit down on his gum, nodding slightly. London Sky Sports Studio. Carragher stood up directly from his chair, pointing at the replay on the big screen, knocking a pen off the table. Did you see that? This is the real opponent. Before his partner could respond, Carragher had already rewound the footage to the frame where Diaz received the ball. The Uzbek defender can't keep up with Ronaldo's shadow, but Diaz doesn't need to chase. He is speed itself. His partner looked at the replay, noticing the vacant space in the center of Portugal, and asked him, "Do you think Portugal can pull it back?" Carragher sat back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, the tension that had been there all night finally easing. Cristiano's fairy tale of revival ends here. He took a sip from his cup and placed it back on the table. Sanchez has locked him down for 27 minutes. Now trailing, he must come out to get the ball. As long as he runs out, there's space behind him. The problem is that Portugal currently has no second striker to push forward. Leo and Neto are both on the sidelines. His partner looked at him. Are you saying this too early? This is a knockout level match, not one to bully weaker teams. Cristiano Ronaldo stood near the center circle, watching the Colombian players rush to the corner flag to celebrate. He did not look for the referee, nor did he throw his hands up to his teammates. The grass clippings from the previous defensive run were still stuck to his sock. He lowered his head to check, bending down to pull his socks up, the motion slow and steady, as if nothing had happened. He looked up at the scoreboard. 1-0. Sanchez retreated back into his half next to him, passing by, without speaking, his chest rising and falling more noticeably than before. Cristiano Ronaldo turned to look at Bruno. Bruno was waiting to kick off at the center circle, his face grim, muttering something under his breath. Bruno. Bruno turned his head. Cristiano raised his right hand, pressing down with his palm. Bruno swallowed the words he had on his lips and nodded at him. At NRG Stadium, the yellow stands erupted in wave after wave of singing, the drum beats resonating from behind the goal, the barriers shaking along as Colombian fans raised their scarves above their heads, the whole area jumping. The Portuguese fans were quiet for a moment. Then someone shouted out first. Portugal. The opposite stand at Portugal. The voices not as frenzied as the Colombian fans came one after another, steadily reigniting the red stands. Azevedo sat in the commentary booth, observing the change in Portugal's rhythm on the replay, his pen circling the edge of the paper. Luis Diaz proved his speed, and Suarez delivered the fatal blow. Portugal is trailing for the first time in this World Cup. He paused, the sound of drums from the stands audible through the microphone. Cristiano has 63 minutes left. In the VIP box, Vallejo finally squeezed the water bottle in his hand, water oozing out from the mouth and cracks spilling onto his suit pants. He did not wipe it off, his eyes still on the field. 1-0. He threw the bottle onto the table and water flowed along the glass surface. If we lose. Mendez looked over from above his wine glass. If we lose, we finish second in the group, facing the top team from Group A, the host, in front of 80,000 fans. Vallejo's hand still rested on his knee, water stains seeping down along his pants seam. Can you still sit still, eh? Mendez's tone remained flat as he looked at the red number 7 on the field. He will score. Vallejo stood up from the sofa, his pants still dripping. How do you know? Mendez did not turn. Because goals are valuable now. After the kickoff, Portugal immediately accelerated. Bruno received João Neves' back pass in the center directly, sending the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo's feet, with his first touch threading it through Lima, the line already opened. Sanchez rushed out early, his right foot blocking the ball cleanly, sending it out for a corner. Cristiano Ronaldo retracted his foot, lowering his head to glance at the grass stain that had been scraped away. Sanchez got up from the ground, brushing the grass off his shorts. Too late. Cristiano Ronaldo ignored him. Bruno walked towards the corner area, muttering a curse. This guy is really annoying today. Dalit ran up from behind. Don't just curse or deliver it accurately. Bruno turned back to glare at him. What do you care about me? The corner was taken into the box. Ruben Dias surged up from the crowd, firmly heading the ball, which pressed toward the right side of the goal. Vargas maintained his positioning, hugging the ball to his chest, immediately dropping down after landing, sealing off all possible follow-up shot routes. Cristiano Ronaldo retreated 2 steps from the back post. Slow down. Leo spread his hands on the left flank. We are trailing. Cristiano Ronaldo's gaze remained unchanged and his tone did not alter. So we must not rush. Leo had wanted to say more, but closed his mouth upon meeting that face, bending down to adjust his socks. In the next attack, Leo took the ball on the left, dribbled past Munoz with his first touch, and tried to charge again from the outside. Munoz extended his leg, blocking the ball out of bounds. Leo looked back at Cristiano Ronaldo, who merely nodded at him. Leo exhaled, bent down to pick up the ball, finally, slowing down the rhythm. Zurich FIFA headquarters, 14th floor. Henrik watched the live broadcast of Portugal's rhythm change, drawing a circle with his pen on the edge of the document. Cristiano Ronaldo did not rush to sprint, did not rush to demand the ball, nor did he increase his touch frequency after losing the ball. This was different from what he had anticipated. He wrote 2 characters in the blank space of his notebook, scanning them, then drew a horizontal line beneath, continuing to stare at the screen. In the 32nd minute, Cristiano Ronaldo walked up to Bruno, the 2 standing side by side towards the left of the center circle. Sanchez stood a few meters away, not getting too close, but not relaxing either. Bruno wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. How do you want to play? Cristiano Ronaldo did not look at him, his eyes focused on the gap between the Colombian backline and Lima. I will move left, but don't give it to me right away. Bruno frowned. Then who? To Vitinha, let them exchange. Don't you want to pull him out of the box? Bruno glanced at Sanchez's positioning, then looked towards Lacumi. Cristiano Ronaldo pressed the edge of the captain's armband with his thumb. No, I want to know how far he can follow. Bruno did not ask further, turning to run off. Cristiano Ronaldo returned to his forward position, but instead of blocking Sanchez, he began to move towards the left flank, slowly distancing himself from the center. Sanchez followed him. Cristiano Ronaldo continued walking, reaching the area where Leo was active, even edging closer to the sideline. Sanchez stopped. He could not follow him there. That was not his area. Once he left, the center would open up for Bruno and Neto. Lacumi came up from behind, monitoring Cristiano Ronaldo's receiving route. Cristiano Ronaldo stood on the left flank, not running nor raising his hands for the ball. Vitinha understood, not passing to Cristiano, but instead passing the ball sideways to João Neves. Sanchez retreated into the center. Lacumi moved forward. At the spot where the 2 were transitioning, Cristiano Ronaldo's gaze fell on that patch of grass, gently stepping on it with his right foot. There was space. Not large, but enough. On the bench B, Silva pulled his jacket over his knees, lightly tapping the fabric beneath with his fingers. Ramos sat beside him, squinting at the field for a long time. Why is he going to the left flank? B. Silva looked at Cristiano Ronaldo near the sideline, then at Sanchez retreating into the box. He is drawing a circle. Ramos turned his head. What circle? Cancelo heard and gestured towards the pull Sanchez out of his most comfortable position, and then see how far he can follow and where he dares not follow. Ramos repeated this in his mouth, looked back at the field, and did not speak again. In the 35th minute, Colombia earned a corner. James stood in front of the corner flag, slowly placing the ball, having mostly moved along the right flank tonight, conserving energy for that one pass in the counterattack. But set pieces were different. This was his territory. Ruben Dias pointed towards the back post, shouting for his teammates. Gonzalo back there. Ignacio retreated. Costa stood on the line, clapping his gloves together. Watch your man. James took a run up, curling the ball with his left foot, the arc drilling towards the back post. Sanchez emerged from behind the crowd, jumping shoulder, checking Dalit, heading for goal. The ball grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Costa turned around, banging his fist against the post, the sound clearly resonating as he pointed to the position behind Ruben Dias, saying just one word. Watch out. Ruben Dias raised his hand. Receive. Ignacio also raised a hand, his lips pressed tightly together, showing no extra expression. Colombia not only counterattacks, their corner kicks can also suffocate opponents. The score remained 0-1, and with 10 minutes left in the first half, Portugal finally kicked the ball out. In the 38th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo returned to the center. Sanchez approached with the 2 standing face to face, close enough to hear each other's studs sinking into the grass. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his head to glance at Sanchez's left foot. The left foot was planted firmly, weight shifted left, and as he turned, his upper body moved faster than his feet, just as noted in the training log. Sanchez also glanced down at his foot, then looked up at him and spoke. You have no chance. Cristiano Ronaldo did not respond, glancing at Sanchez before turning to walk towards the center. Sanchez stood still, his chest rising and falling, his gaze following Cristiano Ronaldo's back. Cristiano Ronaldo, with his back to him, let his right hand hang by his side, fingers slowly spreading, then clenching tightly again. This time, all the knuckles obeyed, none trembling. He raised his head, pressing his right foot onto the grass, firming it up before walking towards Bruno. Taking 3 steps without speaking, he used 2 fingers to flick in his palm, signaling to Bruno. The meaning was in the 38th minute, with 7 minutes left in the first half, it began. Bruno received Vitinha's return pass, just as his instep guided the ball toward the right touchline. Lerma surged diagonally into the passing lane and slid in with his studs grazing the turf, knocking the ball out of bounds. Dalit bent to retrieve the ball, spotted Colombian players closing in, and handed it to Bruno. Hurry up. Bruno turned to seek the center, but Sanchez darted in from behind, shoulder to shoulder, shoving him off balance. The ball jiggled loose beneath his feet. Foul. Bruno spread his hands wide toward the referee, who ignored him entirely. Sanchez passed the ball to Lerma. Colombia did not rush forward. Instead, 3 players circulated it calmly in their own half, gradually drawing Portugal's press outward. Yellow-clad fans in the stands began clapping in rhythmic pulses, each beat reverberating into the pitch. Portuguese chants were muffled beneath them, fragmented and uneven. Azevito's voice emerged from the broadcast feed, markedly slower than at kickoff. Minute 39, Portugal's possession rate had dipped to 43%. The lowest of their tournament so far. More troubling still, Cristiano Ronaldo has yet to register a single shot on goal. Minute 40, Vitinha played the ball leftward. Leao collected it near the touchline. Munoz stood just ahead. Leao pushed the ball forward with his left foot and lunged after it. Rafa, behind you. Nuno called out from behind. Leao heard, but it was already too late to check his momentum. Luis Diaz tracked back from midfield and angled himself across Leao's advancing path. Munoz closed in from the outside. 2 yellow-shirted defenders squeezed Leao tight against the touchline. Gritting his teeth, Leao launched the ball toward the penalty area, a cross soaring over Munoz's knee, then deflecting off Luca's outstretched foot and bouncing out for a corner. Damn! Leao slapped his thigh, breath hissing through clenched teeth. Cristiano Ronaldo stood just outside the penalty arc, not scolding him, only nodding once toward the vacant space behind him. Next time, look back first. Leao raised a hand in acknowledgement. Understood. As Bruno strode toward the corner arc, he muttered under his breath. They're doubling up on every man now, and the ref might as well have left his whistle in the locker room. Dalit sprinted up from behind. Just deliver the pass cleanly. Cursing doesn't count as an assist. Bruno wheeled around and glared. Shut up and make your run. The corner arced into the box. Ruben Dias broke forward from the near post, using his shoulder to shield Lerma, his body already meeting the ball's descent. Yet the trajectory rose half a meter too high, clearing his head entirely. Cristiano Ronaldo exploded upward. Sanchez clung to his back chest and arms, locking his ascent, blocking his vertical path. Ronaldo's forehead grazed only the outer curve of the ball. Vargas charged from the goal line, snatched the ball midair, landed hard, and instantly collapsed onto it, pinning it beneath his torso. Ronaldo landed awkwardly, his foot catching Sanchez's cleat edge, lurching sideways before wrenching himself upright with his left leg. Sanchez stepped aside. You can't jump anymore. Ronaldo didn't turn. He kept moving, out of the box past the center circle, before finally halting. His right hand hung limp at his side, his ring finger curled inward instinctively toward his palm. With his thumb he pressed it flat, then opened his hand fully once more. London Sky Sports Studio. Carragher swiveled his chair toward the camera, tapping his tactical pen lightly on the desk. 42 minutes in 0 shots, 0 dribbles, 4 successful passes for Cristiano Ronaldo. He slid the tactics board toward the lens, covered in positioning lines marking Sanchez and Luku. Age isn't the issue, space is. Tonight Sanchez denied him space, so age became the issue again. His co-host glanced at the screen. How do you think Portugal should adjust after halftime? Carragher smiled faintly, clicked the pen cap shut. Substitute someone in. His co-host raised an eyebrow. Who? Ramos. At least he's genuinely 24 right now. A ripple of laughter passed through the studio. Carragher picked up his phone, stared at his pre-match tweet, hovered his finger over the screen, then withdrew it. The miracle has ended. 41 is 41. Biology does not lie. The top-voted reply was even shorter. It's time to accept reality. Another heat map went viral. Ronaldo's touches clustered tightly around the center circle, while vast swathes of the penalty area remained eerily empty. The caption, a single coffin emoji. In the private box, Vallejo glanced twice at his phone, throat bobbing, then flipped the screen face down onto his lap. They've begun. Mendes didn't look at his phone. Let them post. Vallejo turned to him. Still posting. Mendes' gaze remained fixed on the red number 7 moving across the pitch. Minute 44, João Neves intercepted Lerma's horizontal pass near the center circle. Bruno. Bruno took it without pausing, his instep guiding the ball toward the left side of the penalty arc, threading it precisely between Puerta and Lerma. Cristiano Ronaldo surged from central position. Sanchez lunged in right shoulder, driving into Ronaldo's left flank, shoving him wide. Cristiano! Bruno shouted. Ronaldo didn't fall. His left foot planted firm on the turf. He pivoted, using Sanchez's shove as leverage, sliding his shoulder beneath the defender's arm, already swinging his right leg upward. Luku hurled himself sideways in a full-stretch tackle, cleats skimming the ball's surface, diverting it just enough. The ball rolled slowly along the grass, toward the right post, drifting outward, grazing the outside of the upright before rolling harmlessly out. The entire stadium surged forward, then exhaled in one low collective sigh. Ronaldo stood motionless at the top of the arc, his right foot still suspended in the follow-through of his shot. He watched the ball roll away, then saw the linesman raise his flag. Offside. The referee's whistle pierced the air. First half over. That shot didn't count. Sanchez approached, bent over with hands on knees, breathing heavily. He glanced up at Ronaldo. Not even that one. Ronaldo brought his right foot down and walked toward the halfway line. Bruno caught up, face grim. I'll play it early. Ronaldo shook his head. It's not your fault. Then whose is it? He stopped at the edge of the pitch, dragging his right cleat backward across the grass. One more chance. Bruno frowned, about to ask, but Ronaldo had already crouched to untie his laces. His right index and middle fingers hooked the lace curled inward, yet held fast, refusing to loosen the knot. The motion froze above the shoe. Bruno's expression shifted, sharp with alarm. Cristiano. With his left hand, Ronaldo pressed down on his right fingers, forcing the knot apart, then pulled the lace free. Let's go. He repeated the process with his left boot, this time smoothly. Ronaldo rose barefoot, cradling both boots, and walked step by step toward the tunnel. Bruno watched him go, swallowed the curse rising in his throat. In the dressing room, the door swung open. Ronaldo entered first. He placed his boots beneath his seat, pulled a white towel from the rack, draped it over his head, and sat silently. Leao entered, wordlessly sank into his spot, and began unlacing his shin guards. Dallet handed him water. There's still room on the left. Leao accepted it, didn't drink. I know. Bruno entered last, paused at the doorway to glance at Ronaldo, then hurled his water bottle into the trash. A sharp clang echoed. The bottle bounced out, rolling to Cavalho's feet. He glanced down, didn't pick it up. Bruno drew a slow breath, and sat. Bernardo Silva sat against the wall, jacket draped over his knees, eyes shifting from Ronaldo's right hand to the neatly placed boots. Cavalho watched too. Not the scoreboard, not the whiteboard, but Ronaldo's right hand, the one that had just struggled. Martins entered, blue marker in hand. The room quieted. He didn't speak first. Instead walked to the whiteboard, removed the cap, and wrote a single line in the second half adjustment section. Felix replaces Cristiano Ronaldo. The tip scraped softly across the board. Silence thickened around that single sound. Bruno stood abruptly. Coach. Ruben Dias raised a hand to halt him. Let him finish. Leao lifted his eyes from the board to Ronaldo. Felix sat at the far end of the bench, half unwrapped tape pinched between his fingers. Motion stalled. Bernardo Silva said nothing, only flipped his phone face down onto his thigh. Cavalho watched Martins. Martins clicked the cap back on, turned to face the room. He's being double-teamed. His right hand is compromised. He's endured 45 minutes of relentless physical combat. No one replied. Martins looked beneath the towel at Ronaldo. We still have knockout matches ahead. Ronaldo rose barefoot and walked to the whiteboard, stopping directly opposite Martins. Less than a meter separated them. Martins didn't retreat. I'm not asking how you feel, Cristiano. Ronaldo stared at the words on the board. Nor am I speaking about feelings. Bruno clenched his jaw behind them. Then speak about how we win. Ronaldo raised his hand and wiped Felix from the board with his palm. Blue ink smudged across his skin. He turned to face Martins. Give me 15 minutes. Martinez's blue marker paused at the edge of the whiteboard, the cap pressed against his palm. The next stroke he intended to make left unwritten. He looked at CR7. CR7 looked back at him. The locker room was silent, no one spoke. Leo was halfway through unwrapping his shin guards, the tape stuck to his fingertips, yet he did not continue tearing. Bruno had already stood up, but Ruben Dias placed a hand on his chest, forcing him to swallow the curse he was about to. Felix sat at the end of the bench, his freshly wrapped ankle resting on the ground, while the other foot was still out of his soccer shoe. Carvalho took a step forward, then withdrew his foot, shifting his gaze from CR7's hands to Martinez's face. Martinez placed the marker into the slot beneath the whiteboard, picked up the eraser, and slowly wiped away the words indicating Felix had replaced CR7. The blue ink faded into a light gray. Felix's name disappeared. The mention of replacing CR7 vanished as well. The soft sound of the eraser being returned to its slot made everyone in the locker room look up. Martinez neither agreed nor disagreed. He simply stepped aside to clear a path. CR7 turned and walked toward the door, his bare feet leaving wet marks on the tiles. Bruno stepped aside to let him pass, his voice squeezing out between his teeth. Is 15 minutes enough? CR7 did not pause. Enough. Martinez waited for the door to close before picking up the marker again, writing 2 lines on the whiteboard. B. Silva replaced Neto. Ramos replaced Vitinha. He turned to the bench. Bernardo Goncalo get warmed up. B. Silva lifted his jacket from his knees, tightening the cap of his water bottle as he stood. You call me now, it's a bit late. Martinez looked at him. So don't waste it. Ramos had already put on his training vest, nodding in response to this remark. They'll create space for him. Carvalho walked to the door, glancing towards the tunnel. Run smart. Ramos tossed the vest back onto his chair and began to change into his match jersey. I know. Before the second half kicked off, the Portuguese players walked out of the tunnel. CR7 led the way, his right shoe lace tied tighter than in the first half, the sock pulled down below his calf, his right hand no longer touching the shoe's surface. Sanchez emerged from the other side, noticing CR7 still on the field. He pushed his shin guards up, then shouted towards Lukumi. Play the same, don't let him turn. CR7 heard this, but did not turn back. The referee put the whistle in his mouth. Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area, signaling into the field. B. Silva moved from the right towards the center. Ramos stood beside CR7, while Bruno dropped back next to João Neves. Azevedo straightened up in the commentary box. Portugal has made substitutions. Bernardo Silva and Goncalo Ramos are on. Neto and Vitinha have been replaced. He watched the positional play on the broadcast screen, his speech quickening. Martinez has changed formations. João Neves and Bruno form a double pivot. B. Silva moves into the number 10 position. CR7 and Ramos become the 2 forwards. This is meant to tear through the center. The whistle blew. After the kickoff, João Neves passed back to Ruben Dias. Ruben did not rush to make a long pass, instead pushing the ball to the right side to Dalit, who then returned it to the center. Colombia maintained the same defense as in the first half, Sanchez sticking close to CR7, Lukumi standing behind, while Lerma guarded the midfield's front line. But when B. Silva appeared in the number 10 position, Lerma began to feel uneasy. In the 47th minute, João Neves sent the ball to the flank, just as B. Silva stood between Lerma and Puerta. Lerma lunged, but B. Silva did not stop the ball. Instead, he flicked it sideways with his ankle, the ball rolling past Lerma's extended leg and falling at Ramos' feet. As Ramos received the ball, Lukumi had no choice but to come out. Stick with him, Lorenzo shouted from the sidelines. Lukumi followed. Ramos did not force his way through. He passed the ball back to Bruno and turned to sprint towards the right flank. With Lukumi drawn away, a gap opened up in the center of the penalty area. As Bruno received the ball, he lifted his head and immediately looked for CR7. Sanchez noticed this as well. He did not let go of CR7, his palm pressed against CR7's lower back, feeling the muscle tensing up. Davinson covered the middle. Lorenzo shouted again. Sanchez gritted his teeth, not daring to move. CR7 was right in front of him. He could not afford to let go. In the 50th minute, B. Silva once again entered the center. This time Lerma retreated early and Puerta also provided support from the side, both hoping to trap him outside the 30-meter area. Upon receiving the ball, B. Silva pivoted his body, first blocking Lerma, then passing the ball to João Neves. João Neves did not take any extra touches, pushing it right to Bruno. Bruno raised his hand, pointing to the left flank. Leo started moving. Munoz followed. Luis Diaz also returned to the wing as the left flank of Colombia's defense was pulled apart by Portugal. At this moment, Ramos moved from the center to the right flank, with Lukumi forced to follow him. Sanchez glanced at Lukumi, then at CR7. He chose CR7. It was in this moment that CR7 made his move. He first shifted to the left, then cut into the space left by Lukumi, no longer waiting for the ball with his back turned. Instead, he charged directly towards the empty space on the left side of the penalty area. B. Silva saw this. As João Neves' pass reached his feet, he used his left foot to flick the ball up the arc, soaring over Lerma's head, landing in the left side of the penalty area. CR7 arrived before Sanchez. He controlled the ball with his chest, letting it bounce forward on the grass. Lukumi turned around and slid in his right leg, sweeping across the studs, scraping past the ball, sending it out of bounds. CR7 halted his foot, both hands resting on his knees, glancing at Vargas' position. Vargas stood to the left of the goal line, patting the post with his gloves. Azevedo's voice followed. Portugal has already penetrated the Colombian penalty area twice in the second half. The formation change has shown results, but the issue is they still lack the final touch. Sanchez walked past CR7, breathing heavier than he had in the first half. Far from it. CR7 stood upright. Keep going. Sanchez turned back to look at him. CR7 had already moved towards the position for the throw-in. In the 52nd minute, Dalit threw the ball in from the right. B. Silva receiving it with his back to the goal, while Munoz pressed from the front and Lerma surrounded from behind. B. Silva did not pass back. He stepped on the ball with his foot, turning his body with the pressure, the ball rolling towards the top of the penalty arc between Munoz and Lerma. Bruno charged up. Give it to me. The ball arrived. Bruno did not adjust, striking directly with his right foot. The ball lifted from the grass, spinning towards the upper right corner of the goal. Vargas lunged out, fingertips grazing the ball, altering its trajectory slightly upwards. Bang! The crossbar rang out. The entire stadium's sound was momentarily muted by that impact, followed by the roar of the Portuguese fans from the stands. The ball crashed near the goal line, bouncing back into the penalty area. Lucumi rushed out before Ramos, using his chest to clear the ball from danger. Bruno stood at the top of the penalty arc, hands clasped behind his head, cursing under his breath, a phrase no one could hear. CR7 ran past him, offering no comfort, instead raising his hands towards the center circle, pushing forcefully forward. João Neves understood. Push up. Ruben Dias heard this and directly stepped forward. Inácio, Dalot, and Nuno both crossed the halfway line. Portugal's entire defensive line was pushed up by CR7's gestures, forcing Colombia back toward their own penalty area. Lorenzo clapped his hands from the sidelines. Don't retreat. Don't retreat to the goal. Lerma turned back to shout at his teammates, but the words were stuck in his throat as Bruno's forward run pressured him back. Sanchez stood behind CR7 for the first time, not pressing immediately. He watched Portugal's formation close and wiping the sweat off his palms on his shorts. At the 54th minute, João Neves received a back pass, slightly right of center circle, deftly nudged the ball past Lima's outstretched leg, with his left foot pivoted halfway, and threaded it into the central corridor between midfield and attack. Bernardo Silva was already waiting there. Lima chased from behind. Puerta closed in from the side, two yellow shirts converging inward. Upon receiving the ball, Bernardo did not immediately shield it. Instead, he opened his shoulders toward the left flank. Cristiano Ronaldo surged forward from central position. Ramos drew Lucumi leftward, carving an opening just outside the penalty area. Sanchez's gaze flickered once, between Bernardo's feet and Ronaldo's shoulder. He chose Ronaldo. In every previous exchange, that choice had been correct. Close in. Press low on the waist. Prevent him from turning. Bernardo's eyes gazed toward the left flank, his instep angled, as if preparing to pass to Leo. Lima shifted that way instinctively. Puerta's left foot curled inward slightly, yet the ball rolled outward, from the outside of Bernardo's right foot. It skimmed past Lima's extended leg, brushed narrowly before Puerta's retracting foot, delivered not with haste, yet precisely calibrated, so neither pursuer could reach it. Sanchez had already committed his weight. His cleats dragged an extra fraction across the turf. Ronaldo had already entered the channel. Sanchez reached out. His fingertips grazed the fabric of jersey number 7 across Ronaldo's back, but Ronaldo had already drawn his shoulders and slipping past the outer arc of Sanchez's arm. Nothing grasped. Cristiano has broken through. Azevedo rose from his seat, voice hoarse with exhilaration. Ronaldo faced only Vargas now. The goalkeeper advanced off his line, lowered his center of gravity, spread his legs, and dropped his gloves slightly rightward, first sealing the near post, poised to react to Ronaldo's final feint. Ronaldo did not feint. His right instep had already guided the ball, low and true, along the inner side of the right goalpost. The trajectory was unassuming, the power restrained, yet it rendered every anticipatory movement obsolete. As Vargas lunged, his glove slapped the turf where the ball had just passed. The ball struck the inside of the post and rebounded into the net. One. The timer advanced to the 55th minute. Ronaldo had declared 15 minutes. He needed only 10. Ronaldo sprinted toward the corner flag, unbroken in pace, each stride etching crisp definition into the calf muscles beneath his sock cuffs. He left spun midair, arms flung wide, then landed, knees buckling, body crashing deep into the grass. See you. Portuguese fans in the stands roared, their voices rippling downward, causing the corner flagpole to tremble in wind and sound. Cancelo vaulted from the bench, knees toppling the water bottle rack. He bellowed a Portuguese expletive toward the stands, unintelligible, lost in the din. Leo charged in from the left flank, shoulder colliding with Ronaldo's back, shouting half a phrase at the camera, the broadcast mic catching only its fading echo. His laughter refused containment. Bruno approached, still frowning, yet his lips could no longer suppress their upward curve. 10 minutes. You scored in 10 minutes. What'll you do with the remaining 5? Stand there watching me perform. Ronaldo tapped the back of Bruno's head. Score another. Bruno brushed his hand away, retreating, while muttering, "You'd better score, or you'll owe me for that shot I hit the crossbar with earlier." Ronaldo's gaze drifted toward the penalty area where Sanchez was walking slowly away from the goal. "First wear him down." Bruno followed his glance, the smile softened. "That man hasn't yielded yet." In the VIP box, Mendes placed his glass back upon the table, the base meeting the wooden coaster without a whisper. Vallejo remained fixed on the corner flag. Mendes did not look at him, only at the red number 7 now encircled by teammates on the pitch. "That move just now, how old did he seem to you?" Vallejo's phone screen glowed, social feeds scrolling endlessly, but his eyes stayed lifted. "I don't wish to guess right now." "Then don't guess." Mendes silenced his phone and slid it back into his pocket. The more who speculate, the slower those who act. On the medical observation bench, Enrique rewound the celebration footage, tapping twice on the touchpad. Landing absorption. Hip knee coordination. He aligned this sequence beside Ronaldo's celebration from the previous match against Uzbekistan, 2 frames side by side, numerical data pulsing beneath them. The newer set registered higher. Enrique picked up his pen and drew a bold upward arrow on a blank page of his notebook. No explanation accompanied it. The arrow itself was piercing enough. When the referee blew the whistle for the center circle restart, Sanchez stood near the halfway line, hands braced on his knees, chest still heaving. He lifted his gaze toward Ronaldo. Ronaldo had already returned near the center arc, positioned noticeably farther forward than at kickoff, breathing steady, right hand hanging naturally at his side. Lorenzo clapped sharply from the touchline. Push forward. Don't retreat to the goal line. After Colombia's restart, Lima launched a long pass toward the left flank. Luis Diaz seized it and accelerated instantly. Dalit did not retreat. He angled his body to block the Cuban lane, using his shoulder to absorb Diaz's first step. The ball ricocheted wide. Diaz regained possession and drove again. This time Dalit planted his feet, waited for Diaz to draw the ball into range, then extended his leg to deflect it centrally. Ruben Diaz surged forward, clearing the ball beyond the edge of the penalty area. James Rodriguez collected it near the apex of midfield, his 35-year-old left foot barely touching it, before lifting it with his right instep toward the right flank. Arias received it without waiting for Nuno to close in, immediately sliding a horizontal pass into the top of the penalty arc. Suarez met it first time, unleashing a thunderous volley. Costa hurled himself sideways, palm striking the ball toward the corner flag. Rising, he issued no shout, his eyes tracking the second bounce even as he rolled upright. Ruben Diaz had already covered the flank, launching a clearance kick out of bounds. Azevito's commentary quickened. Colombia hasn't crumbled after conceding. They're still chasing first place in the group. Portugal cannot afford complacency. Costa rose, brushing grass from his gloves. Ruben Diaz glanced back at him. Costa uttered a single word. Hold. Ruben nodded, then pushed the defensive line forward. At the 66th minute, Bruno received Dalit's pass on the right flank, swiveled his shoulder past Puerta's challenge, and sent the ball soaring toward the far post. It arced high, dropping precisely between Ronaldo and Sanchez inside the box. Ronaldo secured position, first knees bent, ready to leap. Sanchez pressed in from behind, right hand gripping Ronaldo's left shoulder, palm pressing firmly between deltoid and clavicle, his entire frame driving forward. Still Ronaldo ascended. That hand impeded his vertical lift. His forehead met the ball slightly off-center, sending it skimming over the bar. The whistle pierced the air. The referee raised a yellow card before Sanchez. Sanchez offered no protest, adjusted his shin guard, then turned and walked out of the box. Ronaldo approached the referee, first tapping his own shoulder, then pointing emphatically at the turf inside the area. Inside, the referee shook his head. There was pulling, but not enough for a penalty. Bruno rushed up behind him. Not enough. Ronaldo raised a hand to halt him, then walked away without further argument. Sanchez passed close, words forced through clenched teeth. You won't get past me a second time. Ronaldo did not turn, only used his left hand to resecure the tape around his right wrist. As the tape's edge adhered once more to his skin, 2 fingers of his right hand slowly relaxed, then slowly contracted. This time they obeyed only partially. In the 67th minute, the rhythm on the field slowed down. The pressure from Colombia was not as fierce after the equalizer. Lerma retreated near the defensive midfield line, and Puerta no longer pressed Bruno every time. Portugal was also gasping for breath. Dalit's passes began to soar in height. After receiving the ball, Bruno took an extra touch, and even João Neves did not make consecutive forward runs. Only Cristiano Ronaldo's range of movement continued to expand. He withdrew from the center to the left flank, then circled back to the top of the penalty area, with each movement forcing Sanchez to change direction. Sanchez gritted his teeth to keep up, his jersey clinging to his chest with sweat, and his calves tensed up during the change of direction, yet his hands remained close to Cristiano Ronaldo's side. Don't slack off, Lukumi shouted from behind. Sanchez did not look back, merely pushed his shin guards up a little. Not yet. As B. Silva received the ball in the center, he glanced that way and passed it back to João Neves. He did not rush the pass or take the risk to send it behind. Not yet. The words fell onto the grass and were quickly drowned out by the sounds from the stands. In the 68th minute, B. Silva received the return pass from João Neves again, and this time Lerma did not rush forward immediately. He was slow on his feet, and the space in front of him opened up. B. Silva pushed the ball to the left. Leo rushed up from the inside of the sideline, and by the time he received the ball, there was already a clear path ahead. Munoz was still moving outward, while Lukumi shifted laterally from the center, his steps heavier than in the first half. Leo pushed the ball forward and followed it. With his first touch, he shrugged Lukumi off his shoulder. Rafago, Nuno shouted from behind. Leo did not look back. He extended his right arm outward, cutting inside along the edge of the penalty arc. Lukumi lunged from the side, his toe barely missing the ball, but his knee collided with the outside of Leo's calf. Leo's supporting leg got caught. He stumbled forward, his palms slapping against the grass as he slid a little. The whistle blew. Lukumi immediately raised both hands, still explaining. I touched the ball first. The referee did not listen to him any longer, pulling out a yellow card from behind and showing it directly in front of him. Leo sat on the grass holding his calf with his left hand, looking up at Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo stood just outside the foul spot pointing at him. Leo clenched his teeth, but still managed to smile. Did you see? I really ran. Cristiano Ronaldo walked over and pulled him up. That's what I call a starter. Leo was assisted by the team doctor to the side, limping slightly, but he raised his hand to wave at the Portuguese fans. The foul spot was 35 yards from the goal. Not close. Not comfortable. Just difficult enough. Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno stepped toward the ball simultaneously. The two of them stopped in front of the ball, separated by the white football. Bruno first glanced at the wall, then at the position of goalkeeper Vargas. It's too far. Cristiano Ronaldo did not respond, lowering his head to flatten a small patch of grass that had lifted beside the ball with his shoe. Bruno stared at his profile, cursing after a moment. Fine, you take it. Before stepping back, he gently adjusted the ball, with his foot stopping it behind the white line sprayed by the referee. Cristiano Ronaldo bent down, turning the ball half a turn with the air valve facing up. Bruno stepped back behind him, hands on his hips, still wearing an unwilling expression. Don't miss, or I'll really curse you out. Cristiano Ronaldo straightened up. Get ready for a rebound. Bruno was taken aback, then laughed. You really know how to order people around. Azevedo looked at the distance indicated on the broadcast screen, his voice much quieter than before. 35 yards, that's not a regular direct shot distance. A guest beside him chimed in. But standing in front of the ball is Cristiano Ronaldo. In the English broadcast, Juror's pace also slowed down. The last time he scored a direct free kick from this area in a major tournament was many years ago. The sound in the NRG stadium decreased. People in the stands were still holding up their phones, but the cheers had diminished and the camera lights gradually brightened as everyone awaited those few steps for the run-up. Vargas stood in front of the goal, clapping his gloves and shouting at the wall. To the left, a little more to the left. Colombia's wall consisted of 5 players. Lukumi was in the middle, Lerma on the left, and Sanchez stood on the far side, closest to Cristiano Ronaldo. Sanchez tiptoed to observe Cristiano Ronaldo's position, then placed his heels back on the grass. He raised his hand and shouted to Vargas. He'll shoot toward the goalkeeper's side. Vargas remained silent, merely shifting his body toward the near post. Cristiano Ronaldo took 3 steps back, feet apart, his right hand hanging at his side, no longer adjusting the tape. That ring finger gently curled back toward his palm. He pressed it back with his thumb. In London at the Sky Sports studio, Carragher turned the pen in his hand to the edge of the table and pressed down. A free kick. He looked at Cristiano Ronaldo on the screen, still unwilling to relent. The position is on the left side of the arc, 35 yards. This distance is more suitable for a cross. Shooting directly is too greedy. He hasn't scored in this manner in an official match for a long time. Statistics don't lie. His partner looked at him. You just said that if he scores you'll delete your tweet. Carragher leaned back against the chair, his eyes not leaving the screen. If this goes in, I won't just delete my tweet. The producer reminded him in his earpiece. Cut back to the field. Carragher wanted to add something, but Cristiano Ronaldo on the screen had already started his run. He swallowed the second half of his sentence. Cristiano Ronaldo pressed air into his chest, his shoulders dropping as he shifted his center of gravity completely onto the balls of his feet. With his first step, his left foot tapped the grass, sending his body forward. With the second step, his right knee lifted, and he deliberately shortened his stride, saving the power for the final strike. On his third step, his left foot landed beside the ball, toe pointing at the upper left corner of the goal. Sanchez jumped in the wall. Lerma leaped as well. Lukumi pressed his shoulder against his teammate, trying to elevate the wall higher. Cristiano Ronaldo's right leg had already swung up his thigh, leading his calf the top of his foot, striking the lower left area of the ball. He had practiced that strike in Valdebebas, at Carrington in Turin, and in countless early mornings when no one was watching. The ball rose with almost no spin. In slow motion, the pattern on the ball appeared as if it were pinned in place. The ball shot off the back of the foot, heading straight towards the upper goal. The wall jumped simultaneously. Lerma raised his head to the highest position, his hair almost brushing against the ball's shadow, but the ball swept past him, not even disturbing the tips of his hair. Vargas judged it to be heading for the upper left corner. He pushed off the ground with both feet, his body flying out at an angle, gloves spread wide, sealing off that area to the maximum. The ball began to descend after passing the wall. It did not follow a conventional arc. The first half was straight, and the second half dropped, suddenly pressing down towards the lower edge of the goal frame as it reached above the penalty area. Vargas was still flying towards the upper left corner. The ball had already drifted away from his predicted position. It smashed into a lower inner area, landing closer to the inside than his gloves could reach. Vargas' fingertips grazed the surface of the ball. He made contact. However, that touch could not alter its direction. The ball slipped past the edge of his gloves, continuing its downward plunge. Bang! The ball struck the underside of the crossbar. The goal frame emitted a dull sound, the crossbar trembled, and the netting behind it shook momentarily. The ball bounced onto the grass inside the goal line, crashing into the depths of the net. 2-1. The ball. Azevedo's hand slammed down on the table, causing the microphone to tilt, and a harsh echo echoed through the headphones. He didn't have time to adjust the equipment, already rising from his chair. Beautiful. A lofted ball. 35 yards. Cristiano Ronaldo. He forced himself to repress the breath in his chest. His voice was already hoarse, yet the tone still rose. After 7 years, his lofted ball is back. In another English broadcast, Drury did not shout. He watched the screen where the number 7 was running with arms wide open. His speed of speech slowed down. The elevator has reached the top floor. His partner did not interrupt. Drury waited for the broadcast footage to cut to Vargas kneeling on the goal line before adding a line. Others are still queuing in the lobby. Cancelo rushed out from the bench. His training vest still hung on him as he slid to the advertising board, his knees leaving 2 marks on the grass, a Portuguese curse slipping to the 4th official's ears. The official glanced at him before returning his gaze to the game. Felix did not rush out. He sat at the edge of the bench, hands resting on his knees, leaning back slightly. His face bore no beautiful smile as seen on camera, just a gentle exhalation. He knew the moment Cristiano stood in front of the ball, this shot would be taken, and it would go in. In the VIP box, Vallejo's phone slipped from his lap to the carpet. He glanced down, but did not bend to pick it up. Mendes placed the cup back on the tray, the bottom of the cup touching the wood, without any extra noise. You just asked me how old he looks. Vallejo turned to look at him. Mendes looked through the glass at the field, watching the red number 7 run back to the center circle. 28. Vallejo asked, "Are you talking about his physique?" Mendes shook his head. "I meant the power he exerted at that moment." In London at the Sky Sports studio, Carragher was about to speak when the director cut the camera to his face, and the tactical pen in his hand stopped at the edge of the table, no longer pushed forward. Someone in his earpiece reminded him to speak. He glanced at the screen, then at the phone on the table. The notification bar was full. The pre-match tweet was inundated with the same message. Delete tweet. Delete tweet. Delete tweet. Carragher flipped his phone over, screen down on the table. His partner turned to look at him, neither smiling nor urging. Carragher picked up the tactical pen again, then set it down. Free kicks have always been his strong suit. He looked up at the replay, his tone significantly lower than before. "I admit that." His partner finally spoke. "What about that tweet?" Carragher stared at the ball descending in slow motion on the screen, the words in his throat circling. "We'll talk about it after the program ends." Screenshots on social media had already started to spread wildly. The title was just one sentence. He heard the words delete tweet. In the medical observation area, Enrique rewound the broadcast signal. He was not watching the moment the ball entered the goal. He was watching Cristiano's run-up. The frequency of the first step, the hip rotation after the second step, and the angle of the ankle when landing on the third step. He opened his computer and retrieved another set of data from an encrypted folder. The action analysis data of Cristiano's free kick against Switzerland in the 2019 UEFA Nations League semifinals. The 2 sets of data were placed on the same screen. The knee joint angular velocity deviation was 1.7. The ankle locking angle deviation was 2.1. The peak force deviation at the hip joint was 2.8. The overall deviation was below 3. Enrique entered the results into the file and added a line of comments below. In 2019, he was 34 years old. Now he is 41. The kinematic parameters have not declined and are returning to peak models. He saved the file, encrypted it, and closed the computer. The assistant beside him glanced at him. "Do we still need to wait for headquarters to reply?" Enrique inserted the blood test request into the file bag, pressing down on the seal. "No more waiting." The assistant's expression changed. "Do you want to send it now, eh?" Enrique placed the file bag into his bag. "I want to include him in the post-match target blood test recommendation list." Teammates dispersed back to their positions. Cristiano was the last to walk back to his half. His pace did not quicken. Each step on the grass was steady, his body looking no different from when the match began. His right hand pressed against the seam of his shorts, gripping tightly, then releasing. Every finger was able to move. The timer displayed 70 minutes, briefly dragging a gray edge. Cristiano blinked, and the numbers realigned. 70 minutes. Portugal led 2-1. The top of the group was within reach. Yet his mind was calculating another account. These 2 goals, one a solo shot after evading Sanchez, the other a 35-yard lofted ball. The first goal had confrontation marking and value. The second goal was different. 35 yards, a lofted ball that had disappeared from competitive matches for 7 years, striking parameters reverting to the physical memory of 2019. The difficulty was sufficient. The significance was also enough. Combined, how much could these 2 goals be traded for? That would have to wait until after the match. Before that, he would only do one thing. Win. Cristiano pulled his hand from his pocket, gestured to João Neves, with fingers pointing down. "Control it. Don't rush." João Neves nodded, protecting the ball under his foot, waiting for the Colombian front line's pressure to disperse. Sanchez stood outside the center circle, hands on his knees, his jersey soaked, breathing, no longer keeping up with Portugal's rhythmic passing. He looked up at Cristiano. Cristiano did not respond, but gazed at the technical area. Martinez stood behind the sideline, clutching the tactical board, neither substituting players nor urging him to press forward. The two exchanged glances across half the field. Martinez raised his hand, pressing his palm downward. That's enough. The remaining time is left to time. Cristiano withdrew his gaze and walked over to Ramos. Ramos leaned closer and whispered, "Are we still going for it?" Cristiano tugged at his sleeve. "Not going for it anymore." Ramos nodded and turned to run back to his position. On the sidelines, Lorenzo was still shouting, and Colombia's yellow jerseys began to press forward. James stood at the top of the center circle waving his hands, and Luis Diaz glided along the left flank. They still had time. Portugal also had time. Cristiano spread his fingers and moved them slightly at his side. Each one obeyed, including the ring finger. João Neves passed the ball to Bruno, who did not rush to play it forward. After stepping on the ball, he glanced at Cristiano. Cristiano did not ask for the ball, only stepping back half a position, drawing Sanchez away from the penalty line. Bruno smiled. "Now you know to conserve your energy." Cristiano looked ahead without turning back. "You should lose fewer balls." Bruno returned the ball to Dalit, muttering a curse. "That shot against the crossbar is something I will definitely demand compensation for." Cristiano jogged a couple of steps, positioning himself in front of the Colombian midfielder. 20 minutes. Just hold on. As for the account after the match, he could no longer wait. The grass near the center circle was marked with shallow impressions as Cristiano Ronaldo pressed his right hand against the side, seam pointing with his fingertips towards Bruno's feet. "Don't push forward anymore." Bruno swallowed his teasing words, looking at the man who had just scored a 35-yard free kick, feeling absurd about the decision to abandon the pursuit of further goals. Cristiano Ronaldo scanned Colombia's formation, locking his gaze on João Neves. "It's currently 2-1. A winning is more important than playing beautifully." Bruno cursed in Portuguese and turned back towards his half. "All right, you just scored. You're the biggest." João Neves caught the downward hand gesture and immediately signaled for the defense to retreat. Martinez passed the tactics board to Carvalho. Carvalho ripped off Vitinha's training vest, his broad hand heavily patting on Vitinha's shoulder, reminding him not to only think about proving himself once he was on the pitch. Martinez flipped over the tactics board, where the only tactical arrow pointed directly to the defensive area on the left side of the center circle. "Receive the ball, turn around, and pass it out." Leo limped off the pitch, dragging his injured calf. After Vitinha came on, Portugal's midfield line immediately spread out horizontally. Cristiano Ronaldo retreated behind Ramos, completely blocking the passing lane between J. Rodriguez and Luis Diaz. Bruno approached to confirm whether he was pressing forward. Cristiano Ronaldo shook his head, staring at the ball at J. Rodriguez's feet. "Then what are you standing here for? Make him uncomfortable." J. Rodriguez stopped near the arc of the center circle. The most desired decisive pass was blocked by Cristiano Ronaldo's body, sealing off the most comfortable line for support from Puerta. Bruno saw through the defensive trap and muttered a curse in annoyance. Cristiano Ronaldo ignored him, shifting half a step to the right to tighten the defensive net. J. Rodriguez placed the ball under his foot, glancing at Luis Diaz sprinting down the left side. Dalit's positioning was tilted inward, exposing a gap behind him. Just as J. Rodriguez was about to make a penetrating pass, Cristiano Ronaldo suddenly pressed forward, cutting off the left side route with a half-side body posture, deliberately leaving Puerta unmarked. J. Rodriguez was forced to pull the ball back, passing it to Puerta, while Colombia's first wave of counterattack was forced to take a detour. Diaz, after receiving the ball, charged directly at Dalit's defensive area. Dalit retreated while defending, using his physical advantage to drive Diaz towards the sideline. Near the baseline, Diaz feinted and turned, pulling the ball back with his right foot and sending a low cross with his left. Ruben Diaz sidestepped and headed the ball out of the danger zone. João Neves controlled the second drop and turned his body to pass the ball to Vitinha. Vitinha's first choice was still a safe back pass. The stands erupted in boos. Bruno threw up his hands and shouted towards the stands. "Boo all you want, we're in the lead." With 15 minutes left in the match, Colombia pressed forward. Martinez tossed the tactics board aside. Carvalho asked if they should substitute Vega to strengthen aerial defense. Martinez shook his head, refusing, stating they would wait for the opponent to exhaust their last breath. Cristiano Ronaldo maintained a steady jog on the right side of midfield, positioning himself to block J. Rodriguez's receiving direction, forcing Colombia to make an extra pass. In the 82nd minute, Colombia pierced through Portugal's right defensive area with consecutive passes. Puerta made an immediate diagonal pass behind Dalit. Luis Diaz received the ball while sprinting. Dalit immediately closed in, resisting the urge to stretch out for a tackle. Diaz quickly flicked the ball twice, pulling it outward before cutting in. Dalit's defensive center of gravity was slightly off, completely opening a gap in the penalty area. Ignacio rushed in from behind. "Don't reach out." Ruben Diaz's voice exploded from behind Ignacio. Ignacio still reached out his foot. The ball cleverly circumvented Ignacio's outer foot, allowing Diaz to slip into the heart of the penalty area. The space for a shot at the far corner opened up, and Costa stepped towards the near corner, quickly stabilizing his center of gravity. Just as Diaz prepared to shoot with his left foot, Ruben Diaz slid in with a tackle from the side. His left leg extended along the grass, the toes poking the ball first. The ball was cleanly deflected out for a goal kick. Diaz kicked air and lost his balance, falling to the ground. The referee decisively pointed towards the corner flag area. Diaz placed his hands on his waist, watching Ruben Diaz get back up, unable to utter a single word of argument. The tackle only touched the ball, leaving no room for dispute. Cristiano Ronaldo sprinted back to his own penalty area, heavily patting Ruben Diaz on the back. Ruben Diaz didn't look back, merely raising his arm to signal a defensive position to Costa. Bruno leaned closer to Cristiano Ronaldo, saying that tackle was a lifesaver. Cristiano Ronaldo's gaze fixed on the corner flag area. He's always like this. Colombia took the corner kick and Portugal's defense worked together to clear the ball. In the 87th minute, Dalit sent the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo at the right side. Cristiano Ronaldo received the ball with his back to the goal, using his physical advantage to pin Lilma, behind him carrying the ball towards the corner flag. Munoz approached from the side. Lilma extended his toes, attempting to poke the ball away. Cristiano Ronaldo placed the ball under his foot, evading the tackle, using his thigh to block Lilma's attacking route. Bruno shouted for the ball from the center. Cristiano Ronaldo protected the ball firmly beside the sideline, only passing it back to Dalit leisurely once Munoz attempted to tackle him for the second time. With a brief delay of 6 or 7 seconds, Colombia's attacking rhythm was completely extinguished. Lorenzo slapped his forehead in frustration from the sidelines. J. Rodriguez patted Munoz's shoulder, advising, "Don't rush, they are just waiting for us to disrupt ourselves." Munoz gasped, complaining that guy is already 41 years old and still so competitive. J. Rodriguez looked at the Portuguese captain, retreating back to the midfield, coldly ending the topic. "Don't use this to convince yourself." Just as the sign for 4 minutes of stoppage time was raised, Colombia earned another corner kick. J. Rodriguez placed the ball at the corner flag and took 3 steps back. He didn't rush to run up, first glancing at the penalty area. Sanchez positioned himself in front of Ruben Diaz. Lukumi circled around to the far post. Lilma stood near the penalty spot, and Luis Diaz waited outside the small box for the second drop. Costa stood at the edge of the small box, his heels almost touching the goal line. The whole team was shouting, but he remained silent. Cristiano Ronaldo retreated outside the small box, his right hand hanging at his side, fingers slightly spread. The ring finger was a fraction late. He didn't lower his head. J. Rodriguez began his run. The ball flew towards the far post with an inward spin. Lukumi burst out from behind the crowd, shouldering Ignacio aside, launching himself upwards. Ruben Diaz was caught by Sanchez, unable to turn around immediately. In that moment, it felt like someone pressed the mute button in the Portuguese penalty area. Costa stepped forward. Just one step. Then he leaped, raising his knees, stretching his hands over Lukumi's head, firmly pressing the ball into his embrace. Lukumi's forehead brushed against his arm, not touching the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo had already turned and sprinted towards the outside of the penalty area, confident that Costa would securely catch the ball. After landing, Costa did not fall. He charged forward with the ball for 2 steps, seeing Cristiano Ronaldo already turned and sprinting to the right, immediately tossing the ball into the empty space near the midfield. That was not a counterattack. It was throwing away the last half minute. The ball bounced on the grass. Cristiano Ronaldo arrived at the drop point, not sprinting any further, simply extending his right foot to stop the ball. Sanchez collided from behind, his arm pressing against Ronaldo's waist. Cristiano Ronaldo turned away from the pitch, lightly nudging the ball towards the sideline with a gentle flick, using his body to block Sanchez. Sanchez still wanted to reach out. The referee glanced at his watch. The whistle blew. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds. The match ended. Portugal defeated Colombia 2-1. 3 wins in 3 matches, finishing first in the group. Cristiano Ronaldo let the ball roll out of bounds. He did not celebrate, first looking down at his right hand. The 5 fingers slowly spread apart. As he brought them together for the 3rd time, the ring finger caught slightly in his palm. It felt as if a thread gently pulled from his bones. He tugged down his cuff. Carvalho stood at the tunnel waiting for him, holding a folded piece of paper. His face showed no smile. "Henrik has put you on the FIFA post-match doping test list." Cristiano Ronaldo did not stop his footsteps. "When?" Carvalho glanced at his right hand. Now. Cristiano Ronaldo did not halt his steps, his voice echoing down the corridor, half drowned out by the distant sounds of celebration from the locker room. Carvalho walked beside him, tucking the folded paper into his coat pocket without offering it again. Post-match target detection recommendation, list a name signed by Enrique. The document has already reached the FIFA medical team. Cristiano Ronaldo passed through the narrow passage behind the mixed zone. When the staff saw him approaching, they lowered their phones that were raised in anticipation. "Who approved it?" "Not yet, so you can still return to your room now." Carvalho spoke, plainly, his gaze sweeping over 2 individuals in FIFA uniforms at the end of the corridor. Mendez is handling it. Martinez is also aware. Cristiano Ronaldo halted in front of the elevator, raising his hand to press the button His ring finger lagged behind the others, brushing against the edge of the metallic panel. The button light delayed in illuminating. Carvalho noticed. He did not inquire, but shifted his body to block the line of sight of the two people in the distance. Cristiano, don't bear it alone tonight. Cristiano Ronaldo watched the elevator numbers descend. I just won the match. I'm referring to something else. Carvalho's tone held neither persuasion nor anger. Your hand is off. The elevator doors opened, revealing it was empty inside. Cristiano Ronaldo stepped in and turned to look at Carvalho. Tell Mendes to postpone until tomorrow. Carvalho reached out to block the closing doors. What if they come up now? Cristiano Ronaldo placed his right hand into his coat pocket, thumb pressing against the disobedient ring finger. Then let them wait. Carvalho stared at him for a moment before retracting his hand. I'm on the 14th floor. Before the elevator doors closed, Cristiano heard him add that. Don't be so stubborn that you won't even answer the phone. The doors completely closed. The elevator ascended. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Cristiano Ronaldo took it out with his left hand. The screen displayed Mendes' name. He answered the call without switching to speaker mode. You've been listed on the recommendation list. On Mendes' end, the sound of paper rustling could be heard, accompanied by Vallejo's muffled complaints in the background. I know. They can't just take people upstairs directly. Target detection requires notifications, the team doctor's accompaniment, and representatives witnessing the process. All samples must be signed. Mendes spoke quickly yet without losing composure. Don't sign anything tonight. I'll let Carvalho check IDs first for anyone who knocks. Cristiano Ronaldo gazed at his reflection in the elevator mirror, a small gray spot forming on the edge of his left eye. How long can we delay? Tonight is sufficient. Mendes paused. Tomorrow we need to see who replies first from headquarters. The elevator numbers lit up to 23. Cristiano hung up the call, placing the phone back into his pocket. When the doors opened, the corridor contained only carpet and wall lamps. As he swiped his card, his right hand failed to read it successfully for the first time. The red light illuminated. Cristiano Ronaldo glanced down at the room card sandwiched between his index and middle fingers, with his ring finger sticking out at the edge, not making contact. He switched to his left hand. The green light illuminated. The door opened. After the door locked behind him, the room fell into silence. Cristiano Ronaldo did not turn on the overhead light, only activating the bedside lamp. The light settled near the edge of the bed, casting shadows around the suitcase and the water cup on the table. He took off his coat, zipping it up to his chest, when a wave of warmth surged through his right arm. Faster than the last match. He tossed the coat onto the back of a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, pressing his left hand against his right wrist. A habitual action. The last time warmth traveled from the elbow pit, forearm, shoulder, sternum, collarbone, back to the right arm, a complete loop. He awaited its departure from the elbow pit. The elbow pit resonated first. That sound didn't actually reach the ears but crawled along the bones, letting the entire arm know it had arrived. Then the route changed. The warmth surged from the inner elbow, pressing against the inner upper arm, drilling toward the armpit. Up to this point it remained the same as before, but it did not follow the old path along the sternum. It crossed horizontally over his chest, surpassing the midline, halting behind his left rib cage. Cristiano Ronaldo's breathing involuntarily slowed. This was the first time it reached the left side. He looked up at the television on the wall. The TV was off, reflecting his shadow sitting by the bed in the dark screen. The gray snowflakes at the edge of his left eye spread out, consuming the reflection in the lower left corner of the TV, leaving only the dancing gray spots. His ring finger curled inward first. The little finger followed suit. The two fingers curled towards the palm on their own, the nails scraping against the fabric of his shorts, producing a soft sound. Cristiano Ronaldo did not attempt to pry them apart. The last time he forcibly pried them open, the recovery was slower. He stared at the black screen of the TV, waiting for the two fingers to return on their own. The phone on the bedside table lit up again. It was a message from Mendes. Do not sign tonight. Do not submit samples. Do not accept any separate contact. Cristiano Ronaldo saw it, but did not pick up the phone. His ring finger curled even tighter, pressing the little finger into his palm. The gray snowflakes in his left eye continued to shift inward. A section of the trash can in the corner of his vision disappeared. He began to count his breaths. The first breath, the horizontal line behind his left rib, was still warm. The second breath, there was no reaction from his right hand. The third breath, the gray snowflakes halted. The fourth breath, the two fingers in his palm began to loosen. First the little finger, then the ring finger. The fingertips departed from the palm, resting back on the edge of the bed. Cristiano Ronaldo glanced down at his right hand. All 5 fingers were spread wide. The ring finger returned to its place last. He noted this change. The path had crossed to the left side for the first time. Both fingers lost control simultaneously. The recovery time took an extra breath compared to the last match. After the cold white light in the bathroom illuminated, Cristiano Ronaldo stood in front of the sink, pulling the match jersey off over his head. The scent of sweat mingled with grass clippings, the fabric falling into the laundry basket, the edges hanging outside. The line of his jaw in the mirror appeared sharper. From below the ear to the chin, the line had regained its firmness, the muscles at the neck clearly defined under the light. Cristiano Ronaldo raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and then relaxed. The response of his biceps and deltoids was clean. There was no stiffness when rotating the shoulder joint. He bent down and performed several deep squats. His knees made no noise, his ankles were unhindered, and his hips bore no traces of old injuries. 34. Cristiano Ronaldo gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The faucet was not tightly closed, a gentle stream falling into the sink, the sound echoing. He reached his right hand under the water, cool water washing over his palm. His ring finger moved slightly in the flow. This time it obeyed. He turned off the faucet, the towel brushing against his palm, slowing down when it reached the ring finger. Rewind a year. The cost flipped a layer. The field of vision in his left eye advanced. The time of loss of control in his right hand lengthened. The path in his chest crossed the midline to the left side for the first time. He tossed the towel back onto the rack and turned to walk out of the bathroom. He retrieved the training log from a hidden compartment in the suitcase. When the lock was opened, the metal pieces made a light sound in the quiet room. Cristiano Ronaldo flipped to the page with the rewind curve, writing 34 beside 35. The pen tip moved down quickly, filling in 2 lines in the goal record section. Then he paused. There were 4 matches left in the knockout stage. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. Each match was more valuable than tonight. Each match would also be more perilous than tonight. He wrote a sentence in the blank space. Key goals take priority, ordinary goals to be forsaken. After a moment, he added the final line below. 7 years until I turned 27. Cristiano Ronaldo stared at this line of text. The pen tip did not immediately leave the paper. 7 years. For matches. He closed the log and fastened the lock back in place. The phone screen lit up on the bedside table. A message from Georgina popped up. I'm in the lobby. The next message followed closely. Mini Ronaldo has fallen asleep. I'm holding him. The third message paused in the center of the screen. What's your room number? Cristiano Ronaldo's hand holding the log halted above the suitcase. The only sound left in the room was the low hum of the air conditioning. He glanced at the bathroom door. The mirror was still lit, reflecting his shoulder line and profile, which appeared rejuvenated. Georgina would notice. She was more familiar with his body than any reporter. She knew the depth of his eye bags after sleepless nights, knew which leg would hit the ground first after overtraining, and understood how much the muscle lines on his back differed between 38 and 35. Now he was 34. She was just downstairs. Cristiano Ronaldo stuffed the log back into the hidden compartment, zipped up the suitcase, and put his training jacket back on, zipping it up to just below his neck. He turned off the bathroom light. The phone lit up again. Georgina did not rush him, she sent a photo instead. Mini Ronaldo was asleep on her shoulder, still clutching a small jersey bearing the number 7 of Portugal. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at the photo, his thumb pausing on the screen for 2 seconds. He entered the room number 2307. Sent successfully. He placed the phone back on the bedside table, walked to the door, and placed his hand on the doorknob. The sound of the elevator arriving echoed from the end of the corridor. Immediately after, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling over the carpet followed. Cristiano Ronaldo glanced down at his right hand. The ring finger curled back into his palm once more. He pressed it back down with his thumb. As Cristiano Ronaldo placed his phone back on the bedside table, the outside world had already been turned upside down by that 35-yard free kick. Cristiano 5 goals. Messi 6 goals. The scrolling ticker on the American Sports Network repeatedly flashed across the screen: 3 matches with 5 goals versus 3 matches with 6 goals, as 2 legendary players over 38 years of age turned the World Cup scoring table back into an old record from 20 years ago. The top post on the football forum surged to tens of thousands of comments in less than an hour after the match, its title translated into various languages, all conveying a similar meaning. These 2 individuals combined are nearly 80 years old. What has happened to football? The most liked comment was even more cutting: God does not retire, but simply rotates between his left foot and right foot. The third trending topic was even more direct: Carragher deleted his tweet. London Sky Sports Building. The closing theme music was still looping outside the studio as Carragher stepped into the makeup room. He tossed his headphones onto the table, the microphone clip still hanging from his collar, and placed his phone in front of the makeup mirror, notifications scrolling down endlessly. Each notification reminded him of the same thing: delete the tweet. The producer walked in holding the live broadcast. Jamie, you're currently the most retweeted in all of Britain. Carragher twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a couple of sips, and then set the bottle down. Did advertisers call? The producer glanced at him. 3 calls, all asking if we want to make the deleted tweet into a program clip. Carragher picked up his phone, his thumb swiping across the screen, the pre-match tweet still pinned at the top. If Cristiano scores against Colombia today, I will go live to delete the tweet. All the comments below were the same word: delete. Someone captured the moment of Cristiano's free kick soaring over the wall. Someone turned his profile picture into an eraser. Others made a gif of his expression from the Champions League final years ago, captioned with "Please begin your performance." Carragher opened the menu. The delete option was on the 3rd line. His finger hovered above the screen, the producer next to him, not urging him, only holding the schedule rolled up in his hand. Carragher pressed down. Confirm deletion. The tweet disappeared from his homepage, but screenshots had already flown across the internet. The producer's phone buzzed. He glanced down and couldn't help but laugh. They say you deleted it too slowly. Carragher placed his phone on the makeup table, reaching to pull off the microphone clip. That free kick was indeed unblackmailable. The producer raised an eyebrow. Are you ready to concede? Carragher opened his laptop from his bag, logged into the internal editing system of Sky Sports, created a new document, typed a few words in the title bar, then deleted them. The final title left on the top was "The Knockout Stage is the Real Test." The producer looked at the line, laughing even more obviously. Aren't you afraid of getting killed in criticism? Carragher saved the document and pushed the water bottle aside. I make my living from this. He couldn't learn to keep quiet. He also had no intention of learning. Houston Studio 2307, the late-night program, was still being recorded. Sports scientist Matthew Davis had 3 fitness reports in front of him, each with the FIFA official data watermark in the upper right corner. Host Tom Wrigley put down his cue cards. Matthew, tell the audience in one sentence what we saw tonight. Davis paused, took off his glasses, cleaned the lenses with a cloth, and stacked the 3 reports together. One sentence won't suffice. Wrigley turned to the camera. Then we'll give you some time. The director projected the data onto the big screen. 3 lines appeared side by side, with the horizontal axis representing the match number and the vertical axis showing peak sprint speed. Davis picked up a pen, the tip pointed next to the first set of data. The first official match against the Democratic Republic of the Congo peak sprint speed was 32.8 kilometers per hour. The tip moved to the second set. The second match against Uzbekistan, 33.4 kilometers per hour plus a shooting speed of 118.4 kilometers per hour. He paused the pen beside the third set of data, not pressing down immediately. Wrigley looked at the continuously rising curve. And the third match against Colombia? Davis put the pen down. 34.1 kilometers per hour. The studio fell silent. The voices in the staff's headsets grew softer. Davis turned to the camera. Continuously rising. Davis nodded. For a 23-year-old winger, this is called a state increase. He pushed the report forward a bit. For a 41-year-old forward, this is not a regular phenomenon. Wrigley asked, what's a reasonable explanation? Training, diet, recovery, technology, stem cell therapy, hyperbaric oxygen chambers, can these explain it? Davis looked at the curve on the screen. His hand that was originally prepared to turn the page paused beside the report. They can explain maintenance, they can explain slowing decline, and they can explain short-term rebounds. He turned his head to face the host. But they cannot explain this continuous inverse curve. Wrigley pressed, what is your conclusion? Davis remained silent for a moment. The indicator light in the studio still lit. The director didn't cut the camera. My conclusion is I don't know. Zurich, Switzerland, FIFA headquarters on the 14th floor. At around 4 in the morning local time, the desk lamp on Henrique's desk was still on, while the automatic door at the other end of the corridor had entered nighttime lock mode. He had not left the office after the match, entering data, comparing movements, heart rate, recovery models, muscle output, curves, target detection requests, all files compressed into an encrypted package and sent to the email of the Director of Medicine and Science. Now he received a reply. The sender was Antonio Martino. The body only contained one line, approved, notify the team to cooperate, 48-hour window. Enrique opened the attachment. A standardized notification letter for target blood tests popped up with the addressee already filled in to the Portuguese Football Association and the national team's medical team. Regarding the post-match target blood test notification for Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro, the assistant sat up from the sofa, her coat still draped over her legs. Did the director approve? Enrique saved the file and forwarded the letter to the Houston work email. He approved. The assistant walked to the desk, and upon seeing the name on the letter, the drowsiness on her face vanished. 48 hours. This is not a routine post-match sample. It is an additional blood analysis. The procedure is different. Enrique closed one of the paper reports and placed it in the folder. The team can choose the time and location, but cannot refuse. The assistant looked at the trend graph on the screen, all 4 lines moving upward. Sprint speed, shooting speed, recovery heart rate, muscle output. Not one line is going down. What if the Portuguese Football Association delays? Enrique picked up his coat, glanced one last time at the notification letter before turning off the desk lamp. Then there's nothing more to say. The record will reflect refusal to cooperate. The assistant did not respond. He understood the weight of that statement. Refusal to cooperate does not equate to a violation, but it is enough to push a championship contending team to the judgment of public opinion. Enrique packed his laptop into his bag. Houston, 8 in the morning, deliver the letter. The assistant looked down to confirm the time zone. They just finished their match over there. Enrique walked to the door. The access light flickered in the darkness. Starting tomorrow, they want sleep soundly again. Miami. Messi dragged the progress bar back to the 68th minute. Cristiano stood in front of the ball, his left foot forward, right foot back, shoulders opened, his body weight pressing down on a familiar position. The first step of the rune up, the center of gravity activated. The second step, the hips rotated. The third step, the supporting foot landed, the ankle locked, and the right leg swung out. The strike. Messi dragged the progress bar back again. When he watched it a second time, he did not focus on the goal, but on Cristiano's knee and ankle. On the third watch, he was looking at the extent to which the shoulder opened before the strike. 35 yards. The ball soared over the wall without any wild spins, reached its apex, then fell striking the underside of the crossbar before bouncing into the net. He had seen that kick before. Ronaldo in 2019 could pull it off. Ronaldo in 2024 could not. Now he had done it again. Antonella was already asleep. The sound of the air conditioning filled the bedroom, and the light from the tablet illuminated Messi's face, casting a small bright spot on his profile. He turned off the screen, sitting on the edge of the bed, without lying back immediately. Kazifa was lying at the balcony door, raising his head at the sound, his tail sweeping across the tiles. Messi walked over, opened the sliding door a crack, and the humid night breeze slipped into the room. The dog approached his feet, resting its head against him. Messi bent down to rub its head. He's back. Kazifa didn't understand, only looked up at him. Messi remained silent. He closed the sliding door, returned to the living room, and turned on the television. The sports channel scrolling ticker was updating the scoring list. Messi 6 goals. Cristiano 5 goals. Mbappe 4 goals. Haaland 4 goals. Vinicius 4 goals. The two names once again stood side by side on the same list. 20 years have passed. Ballon d'Or, Champions League, National Team, World Cup, they are always placed in the same row. Messi took a sip from his cup. The water was no longer cool, warm to the mouth. The television picture switched back to Cristiano's free kick. The ball flew up, descended, and struck into the net. After watching it this time, Messi turned off the TV, and the living room fell silent once more. He walked toward the bedroom, passing the family photo on the wall that still shone beside the night light. Thiago was hugging his neck. Matteo was making gestures behind him. Ciro smiled with a missing tooth. Messi paused in front of the photo for a while before pushing the bedroom door open. Antonella turned over, not waking. He lay back down, closing his eyes. The last image left in his mind was not the goal. It was Cristiano standing in front of the ball, the posture just before the run-up. Hands hanging down, shoulders opened, chin tucked. He had seen it 20 years ago. He had seen it 10 years ago. He saw it again tonight. The knockout stage matchups were already released. No need to look, Messi already had the answer in his heart. They would definitely face off in the quarterfinals. Houston room, 2307. Cristiano stood inside the door, hand resting on the doorknob as footsteps echoed outside in the corridor. Georgina hadn't knocked yet, he had already opened the door. She stood at the entrance holding Mini Ronaldo, the child's face buried in her shoulder, clutching that Portugal number 7 jersey. Georgina's hand, which had been raised, hovered in the air, originally meant to touch the door panel, now merely brushing against the cool light in the corridor. The first time she saw Cristiano, she fell silent. Her gaze moved from his face to his neck, then down to the collarbone, hidden beneath the training jacket, finally returning to the corner of his eye. Cristiano stepped aside to let her in. As Georgina walked past him with the child, her pace slowed. The proximity allowed her to see more clearly. His face was tighter than the last time she saw him. The lines at the corners of his eyes softened, and the contours of his neck had changed. This was not the result of rest. And this was not due to weight loss. The door locked behind them. Georgina placed Mini Ronaldo on the bed. As the child turned over, the jersey slipped under his arm, mumbling a dream before falling back asleep. She tucked him under a light blanket and turned to look at Cristiano. The bedside lamp illuminated her face. She neither cried nor got angry, just placed her handbag on the chair, the zipper not fully closed, the passport's corners peeking out. Cristiano. Cristiano leaned against the doorframe, hands in his jacket pockets. You came. Georgina did not acknowledge the pleasantries. She stepped closer to him, reaching out to touch the side of his face, her fingertip sliding from the edge of his jaw to below his ear, then stopping at the clearest muscle line on the side of his neck. Your face has changed. Cristiano looked at her, not turning his head away. Georgina's hand paused there. I know you lose a bit of weight after a match. Oh, I also know how tired you get after consecutive games. She lifted her gaze to meet his. This is not from being tired. Cristiano extended his right hand, grasping the back of her hand, pulling it away from his face. This time, all 5 fingers obeyed. Georgina. Georgina looked at their intertwined hands. Are you ready to tell me I've misread it? Cristiano did not evade. No. Her fingertips brushed lightly against his palm. Then are you ready? The room fell silent. Mini Ronaldo on the bed breathed steadily. The phone screen on the bedside table dimmed, the suitcase sealed with its zipper, and the training log hidden in the innermost compartment. Cristiano held her hand, his tone steady. Not now. Georgina's eyes remained locked on him. Why? Because there are things tomorrow. Because of the match. Cristiano paused. Also because of other things. Georgina understood the implications hidden in that sentence. She did not continue to press, turning to the bedside to smooth out the blanket corner Mini Ronaldo had kicked off. You always do this. Cristiano watched her back. How so? Georgina did not look back, her fingers smoothing the edges of the blanket. You think that as long as you win, everyone will believe you're okay. Georgina turned to face him. But I'm not a fan. After she spoke, a tingling sensation traveled from the fingertips of his right hand in his pocket. He did not take his hand out, simply pressing his palm against the inside of his jacket, allowing that slight tingling to fade away. Georgina noticed his arm tense. She asked nothing. Cristiano approached her. After the World Cup, I will tell you everything. Georgina looked up at everything. Yes, everything. Do you promise? I promise. Georgina studied him for a moment before finally shifting her gaze to Mini Ronaldo on the bed. He woke up once on the plane asking if you scored a third. Cristiano also looked at the child. I still owe him one. Georgina adjusted the number 7 jersey Mini Ronaldo held. Then you'd better stay alive to repay it. Cristiano did not smile. Georgina's words were not a joke. The phone on the bedside table lit up. A message from Carvalho popped up on the screen. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Martinez's office. FIFA's letter has arrived. Cristiano picked up the phone and read the line. Georgina looked at his face. Don't tell me this is also about the match. Cristiano placed the phone back on the bedside table. Tomorrow morning, don't leave the hotel. Georgina stared at him. What are you going to do? Cristiano walked over to the suitcase, pulling the jacket zipper up to the top. To make them wait. Cristiano turned towards the bathroom after speaking those words, his left hand already grasping the tie of his bathrobe, fingers poised to pull it open. Cristiano. Georgina's voice was soft, yet pinned him in place. She did not ask what had happened, nor did she pursue the content of the message from Carvalho, merely standing by the bed and watching his back. Are you planning to bear it alone again? Cristiano's hand paused on the tie. I need to rest now, I have things to do. Georgina did not accept this dismissal. She stepped closer, her footsteps almost silent on the carpet, until her palm pressed against his shoulder blade, her fingertips resting on the most defined line of muscle. That hand did not move away, the warmth of her palm seeped through the fabric of his back, as if replacing words with her body heat. Your trapezius is a full circle harder than it was last month, and the connection between your deltoids and latissimus dorsi is tighter than when you were 35. Her voice was low, hovering just beside his shoulder. You don't have to lie to me. Cristiano turned around. He looked at her, his right hand already slipped into the pocket of his bathrobe, his thumb pressing down on the base of his ring, and little fingers, the action completed before he even realized it. Georgina's gaze lingered on his pocket for a moment before lifting to meet his eyes. You used to hide your left knee when you were hurt, shifting your weight without even noticing. Now you're hiding your right hand. Cristiano did not deny it. He leaned his shoulder back, slightly pressing against the bathroom door frame, his gaze shifting from her face to the curled-up little figure on the bed. I can play. The 3 words left his mouth with the same tone he used before a match, when he told Martinez, give me Georgina was struck by this statement, stepping forward, lifting her chin to look at him, her voice now laced with a sharp. What I asked is, can you not play? The room fell silent. The sound of the air conditioning vent was amplified, and Mini Cristiano turned over in bed, half of the small jersey slipping from his grip, draping over the edge of the blanket. Cristiano looked at his son. He walked over, bending down to tuck the little number 7 jersey back into the child's hand, casually pulling the sliding thin blanket back to his shoulders, the motion gentle, as if afraid of breaking something. Mini Cristiano's lips moved slightly, mumbling a sound, gripping the jersey tighter before sinking back into. Georgina stood in place, watching his silhouette crouched by the bed, a posture that bore no relation to someone who had just scored a 35-yard free kick, merely a father tucking a blanket around his son. He woke up once on the plane. Georgina's voice softened just a little, but only just. He asked me if his dad would still score, asking 3 times. Cristiano's hand lingered beside the child's shoulder, fingers not retracting. He will. But what I want to ask is, when he wakes up tomorrow, will he still see you? Cristiano stood up, still with his back to her, not turning for a long time. Georgina approached him, circling around the foot of the bed to stand behind him, her eyes brimming with unexpressed emotions. Cristiano, you can win the whole world, but don't use that to win me. Cristiano turned to look at her. The bedside lamp illuminated only half the room. His profile was half in light and half in shadow, his eyes reflecting weariness, fierceness, and something he could not articulate. I didn't lie to you, I just don't know how to start. Georgina's gaze fixed on his face, as if trying to discern whether this statement was genuine or veiled in another layer. Then don't speak of reasons, but of results. Cristiano looked at her. The air conditioning in the room switched speeds, the sound shifting from white noise to a finer hum before returning to normal. He offered a phrase. Some things need to be repaid. Georgina's expression changed. Will it die? Cristiano opened his mouth slightly, the negative syllable hovering on his tongue, yet it did not come out. He did not know where the warmth crossing his chest would ultimately stop, so he could not bring himself to utter the word no. Georgina took a half step back, her back hitting the edge of the desk. Cristiano stepped forward, his left hand holding her wrist, pulling her back from the desk. Georgina struggled, but did not fully break free. His fingers were not tightly gripping, but were steady. You bastard. Her voice was low, audible only between the two of them. Yes. Cristiano did not argue. Georgina looked up at him, her eyes red, but the glimmer of tears remained at the edges without spilling. You know I'm not here to hear your apologies. Cristiano lowered his head, his forehead touching hers. I know. Then what answer will you give me? He did not mention the system, did not speak of scoring goals in exchange for age, did not refer to the finish line of 24, nor the encroaching presence at the edge of his left eye. He embraced her. Georgina's body was initially stiff, one hand pressing against his chest, the heel of her palm resting on his sternum, as if confirming that the heart beneath was still beating with a normal rhythm. It beat heavily, each thump transmitting through the fabric of his coat into her palm. Her hand shifted from pressing against him to holding him, and then from holding to resting against him. As Cristiano's right hand tightened around her waist, that hand trembled slightly, as if something within her bones had pulled and then released. Georgina pressed his hand back with her own, her 5 fingers covering his, securing that unruly right hand again. She did not ask. Cristiano thought she would press for more answers, but she merely lifted her head closer to him. The bedside lamp was slightly tilted, casting light that flickered against the wall, and mini Cristiano curled tighter under the blanket, his lips brushing against the sleeve of his jersey. Someone dragged a suitcase past outside the corridor, the sound of wheels rolling over the carpet filtering in through the door before fading away. Cristiano guided Georgina to the side of the window away from the bed. Even in such moments, he was the one who ensured the child could not see. Georgina leaned close to his ear, her voice laced with lingering anger. You can choose not to tell me the reasons, but you cannot let me learn about your affairs from the news. Cristiano tightened his grip slightly. I won't. Georgina pursued with a second statement. And you can't let Carvalho know before I do if you can't hold on. Cristiano's actions hesitated in a place where he could not immediately agree. I'll try. Georgina bid him, leaving a mark on his collarbone above his neck, not hard, but firm. Not just trying. Cristiano looked into her eyes, city lights filtering through the curtain, seams casting a little brightness in her pupils. I promise you. Georgina stared at him for 3 seconds, confirming that this time he was not just saying it for appearances. She did not speak again, merely pulling his head down by the nape. The bedside lamp was turned off. As Georgina's breathing became steady, Cristiano still had not closed his eye. She lay beside him, her hand loosely wrapped around his right wrist, 5 fingers resting on the back of his hand, as if holding onto a sleeping habit formed over many years. The ceiling was indistinguishable in the darkness, only the light filtering through the curtain, seams casting a thin line on the wall. The presence at the edge of his left eye resurfaced, larger than when it first appeared after the match, its edges blurry, spreading in the darkness. He did not move. His right hand's ring finger curled slightly in her palm, the fingertip pressing against the inner side of her hand. Georgina tightened her grip in her sleep, pressing down on his curled finger, pushing it back into place. She did not know what she was doing. Cristiano tilted his head to look at the outline of her profile in the dark, his lips moving slightly. I will come back alive. The phone screen on the bedside table lit up, a notification appearing on the lock screen. Carvalho. He picked up the phone with his left hand, unlocking it with one hand, the light illuminating his face and the expanding gray boundary at the edge of his left eye. The message contained only one sentence. 7:45, I'll come to pick you up. He closed his eyes. His right hand's ring finger shifted again in her palm. Georgina's fingers tightened, refusing to let go. As Cristiano Ronaldo withdrew his right hand from Georgina's arm, the sky had brightened. The light seeping through the curtain gaps fell upon the carpet. She turned over, her lips moving slightly, but she did not wake. Mini Ronaldo curled up on the bed beside them, clutching the number 7 jersey wrinkled in his grasp. Cristiano stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The reflection in the mirror stared back at him, the jawline sharper, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes nearly invisible, and the relaxed look typical of a 40-year-old man was dissipating. He turned on the cold water tap, and the stream splashed into his palm, sending tiny droplets flying. Raising his hand to pat his face, his right hand moved slowly. The ring finger and little finger faltered for a moment during the motion, like a delayed signal. He looked down at that hand. Opening and closing, there seemed to be no obvious abnormality, but those 2 fingers had not fully recovered. Turning off the faucet, he stepped out of the bathroom. Georgina was sleeping soundly, the blanket covering her shoulders, her right hand resting beside her pillow palm, facing up, as if still waiting for him to hold it. Cristiano did not wake her. At 7:43, he dressed in his team uniform and left the room. Carvalho stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall, hands in the pockets of his coaching jacket. They locked eyes for a second, and Carvalho turned to walk toward the elevator, Cristiano following. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the carpet, even the elevator's arrival chime sounded faint. The elevator doors closed. Carvalho pressed the button for the 14th floor, the number light illuminating steadily, jumping rhythmically upwards. Mendez has arrived. Carvalho stared at the metallic reflective opening of the elevator door, his tone flat. Cristiano nodded. Martinez was in the office at 7:30. Carvalho added, turning his head to look at him this time. Cristiano's right hand was in his pants pocket, his thumb pressing down on those disobedient fingers, the pressure tight. The elevator stopped at the 14th floor. The door opened, and the administrative suite at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar, voices discernible from the gap. The suite's living room had been temporarily converted into an office with a conference table set in the center, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the cold light of a Houston morning. Mendez sat on the armrest of the sofa, legs crossed, the watch reflecting the morning light. On the table lay an A4 sheet. An official letter from FIFA printed with the heading of the FIFA Medical and Scientific Department with Antonio Martinez's signature at the bottom right. Martinez stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding a coffee cup and turned to look when he heard footsteps. Sit. He gestured toward the sofa. Cristiano walked over, but did not sit standing next to Mendez. Carvalho leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. Martinez placed the coffee cup on the table, picked up the letter, and turned to face Cristiano. FIFA has given a 48-hour window for blood sampling. We can choose the time and place. Non-cooperation will be documented. He spoke in a very even tone, as if reading a routine schedule notice. Mendez stood up from the armrest, walked to the table, and examined the letter for 15 seconds. He placed the paper back down, his fingertip pausing at the header line. Who else was this letter copied to? Martinez replied quickly. It was only copied to the medical department of the Portuguese Football Federation in Vallejo. Mendez nodded, his expression unchanged, but his gaze softened slightly. It's still in the internal process stage, not yet in the public channel. He turned toward Cristiano. Cristiano shifted his gaze from the letter to the window, the Houston skyline, casting a pale blue hue on the glass curtain wall. When will the sampling happen? This was the first question he asked after entering. Mendez blurted out, this afternoon, the sooner the better. Delaying this matter will count against us. Martinez glanced at Cristiano, his gaze lingering on his face for 2 seconds, without pressing further, merely waiting for his reply. Cristiano nodded. Good. Carvalho's shadow at the door frame shifted slightly, his gaze resting on Cristiano's right hand in his pocket, lingering for 3 seconds. Martinez picked up the phone on the table, the screen lighting up with an unread message. The team doctor will arrive at 9, and I will have him prepare the blood sampling room. Mendez smoothed out the hem of his suit. I will be present, overseeing the entire process. He looked at Martinez. Sealing, numbering, signing, and recording the whole process. We will take their samples from FIFA, and we will retain a complete record on our side. Additionally, I will arrange for a third-party blood marker re-examination within compliance. Martinez did not object. Follow the standard cooperation process. Mendez turned to Cristiano. 2 o'clock this afternoon, 14th floor medical room. You just need to extend your arm. He spoke as casually as if arranging a routine checkup. Cristiano remained silent, merely glancing again at the letter on the table. The edges of the paper were pressed down by the coffee cup, the signature glaringly clear. Carvalho pushed open the door frame, walked to the table, flipped the letter over to find the back blank, then flipped it back, and stared at the signature line for a while. This Martino, I have checked his background. He placed the paper back on the table. He is a procedural person, does not take sides, only looks at the data. Mendez nodded. So he approved this letter, and did not leak the matter to the media. He paused. He is waiting for the results. If the results are clean, he will close this case, otherwise he will make all data public. Martinez lifted the coffee cup and took a sip. Then give him a clean result. Mendez smiled. We will. The office fell silent for a few seconds, and the brightness of the skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows increased slightly, with edges of clouds starting to become visible on the glass curtain wall. Cristiano turned and walked toward the door. I'm going for breakfast. Mendez followed. Together, the two exited the office and entered the elevator. As the elevator descended, Mendez leaned against the handrail, his gaze on the metallic reflection of the elevator door. You seem to be in good shape. He spoke without looking at Cristiano, merely fixating on the reflection. Cristiano's gaze remained fixed on the digital display screen. Training has been demanding. Mendez nodded, not pressing for more details. The first-floor restaurant was still empty, with the waiter replenishing the buffet area, the sound of metal clashing resonating clearly. Cristiano took a tray, walked to the meat section, grabbed half a steak, and added a full serving of scrambled eggs. Mendez followed behind, his tray containing only a cup of coffee and 2 slices of toast. The two sat down by the window. As Cristiano cut into the steak, the knife fell steadily. Mendez observed that right hand gripping the knife. When he reached the third piece, the knife tip paused at the edge of the plate for less than half a second before continuing to slice down. 10 minutes later, both the steak and scrambled eggs were gone. Cristiano aligned the knife and fork, took a sip of water. Mendez set down his fork. Your appetite has increased. Cristiano looked up at him. You used to control your food intake to the gram. Today you had an extra half steak and a full serving of scrambled eggs. Cristiano placed the cup back on the table. The intensity of the knockout rounds is high, requiring replenishment. Mendez nodded, not responding further. His gaze moved from Cristiano's wrist to his jawline, lingering there. Cristiano's jawline was sharper than 2 weeks ago, the muscle definition on his neck clearer, his face taut, as if reshaped from within. Mendez, with 25 years in the industry and countless superstars handled, faced a client state he could not fully comprehend for the first time. He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. Cristiano looked at him. You don't need to tell me the reason. Mendez set down the coffee cup, the bottom of the cup producing a light sound against the tray. I just need to know how to protect you. Cristiano remained silent. The parking lot outside began to fill with vehicles, the morning light reflecting blindingly off the windshields. After breakfast, the two walked towards the elevator. Only the two of them were in the elevator lobby. Mendez pressed the button for the 14th floor, and the number light illuminated. This afternoon at 2 o'clock in the 14th floor medical room, the Portuguese team doctor will be present to oversee the blood sampling process. The samples will be sealed and numbered on-site in triplicate, Mendez stated while looking at the metallic reflection on the elevator door. Follow the standard procedure, clean and efficient, leaving them no grounds for any attitude issues. Cristiano nodded. The elevator doors opened. Mendez stepped out, turning back as he reached the end of the corridor. When are you flying? Cristiano asked this as he stood by the elevator door. Mendez smiled. I can take off any time. He turned and continued walking, his suit disappearing around the corridor corner. Cristiano remained in place, pressing the button for the first floor, and the elevator doors closed. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket, opening it to examine those two fingers. The ring finger and little finger curled slightly in his palm, before straightening out, the motion smoother than in the morning. He clenched his fist, the knuckles tightening. The elevator stopped at the first floor. The hotel lobby had come alive, luggage carts being pushed in from the revolving door. Mendez's driver stood by the revolving door, dressed in a black suit and sunglasses. Mendez walked out from the other side of the elevator, adjusting the hem of his suit, moving towards the revolving door. He paused momentarily as he passed by Cristiano. Morning light streamed in through the revolving door, illuminating Cristiano's face, sharply defining his profile. Mendez turned around to look at him. His gaze lingered on Cristiano's facial contours for 2 seconds. Cristiano looked at him. Mendez took a step closer, lowering his voice. You've changed. He stared into Cristiano's eyes for 3 seconds, then smiled. It was the kind of smile that conveyed understanding without saying anything. Turning to get into the car, the black Mercedes drove out of the hotel parking lot. Cristiano stood inside the glass doors of the lobby, his right hand in his pocket, his thumb pressing down on the two uncooperative fingers. His reflection was cast in the glass door, the crowd behind him flowing, the sun rising outside, and the street gradually bustling. He stood there for a long time until his phone vibrated. A message from Carvalho popped up on the screen. 1:50, I'll come up to pick you up. Cristiano put away his phone and turned to walk towards the elevator. Zurich FIFA headquarters building. Mendez's private plane landed at 2 a.m. local time, and he had slept for 6 hours on the plane, feeling energetic upon arrival. At exactly 10 a.m., he appeared in the visitor reception area on the 14th floor of FIFA headquarters. Dressed in a dark gray suit without a tie, the cuff of his sleeve revealed a discreet Patek Philippe, its dial shimmering softly under the fluorescent lights. The receptionist looked up at him with a polite smile. Mr. Mendez Dr. Henrik is waiting for you in the meeting room. Mendez nodded and walked down the corridor in the direction she pointed. The corridor was carpeted in deep gray, adorned with commemorative photographs from past World Cups, their glass frames reflecting the light. The meeting room was at the end of the corridor, with the door slightly ajar. When Henrik de Vries was informed of a visitor, he was in his office comparing heart rate recovery data from 3 matches played by Cristiano Ronaldo. He glanced at the visitor registration sheet and noted the name Jorge Mendes from Gestifute Sports Management. He closed his laptop and stood up to head towards the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, there was only a round table, 2 chairs, and a coffee machine. Mendez had arrived first, pouring himself 2 cups of coffee, placing one in the opposite chair and the other in front of himself. He took off the Patek Philippe from his wrist and placed it on the table with the dial facing up, counting the time discreetly. Henrik pushed the door open, his gaze lingering on the watch for a moment before shifting away. He sat down across from Mendez, opening a folder containing all the physiological data charts from Ronaldo's 3 matches, a mechanical analysis report, and a copy of the approved 48-hour blood test notice. Mr. Mendez. He looked up at Mendez. I thought we would talk over the phone. Mendez took a sip of his coffee and set the cup down. Some matters cannot be clarified over the phone. His tone was flat, reminiscent of a casual chat between friends. Dr. Henrik, I want to settle an account with you. What account? Henrik lightly tapped on the cover of the folder with his fingers. Mendez did not look at the documents, his gaze remained fixed on Henrik's face. If FIFA initiates a mandatory investigation on a 41-year-old legendary player during the World Cup and finds no banned substances, FIFA will not face just a minor issue of an inconclusive investigation. He paused. It would be a global PR disaster. Henrik remained silent, simply watching him. Mendez the whole world is watching this World Cup. With billions of viewers, if news leaks that Ronaldo was taken for a blood test before the knockout stage, no, it doesn't even need to leak. Just a photo of the needle mark on his arm captured by a reporter. Where do you think public opinion will stand? He left the question hanging in the air, not hurrying to provide an answer. Henrik's fingers halted their tapping. A 41-year-old man giving his all in his last World Cup. Football fans around the world will juxtapose that image with FIFA's suspicions of him cheating. Who do you think they will sympathize with? I don't need to prove what he has ingested. Henrik took a sip of coffee, the drink a bit hot, causing him to frown. He set the cup down, looking at Mendez. My data shows that his body is defying biological laws. Muscle output, power, sprint, peak heart rate, recovery speed. All 3 indicators are rising simultaneously in reverse. I only need to make this data public, and the scientific community will raise questions on its own. Mendes' expression remained unchanged. He waited 2 seconds before responding, the pause itself serving as a response acknowledging the weight of the issue. Public data, he repeated. And then what? Scientists will discuss it for 3 months without reaching a conclusion. Because you have no conclusion, only an inexplicable curve. Those 4 words were spoken by your own sports scientists on television. You lack an explanatory framework, Henrik. You have no banned substances, no abnormal metabolic products, no evidence of violations that can be documented formally. All you have is confusion. Henrik fell silent. His fingers pressed down on the cover of the folder again, applying pressure until the edges of his fingernails turned white. Mendes' voice softened. I am not here to threaten you. I am here to help you. If you push for an investigation now, and the results show everything is normal, what cost will your professional credibility bear? He paused. An official from the FIFA Medical Committee pulling a completely clean legendary player for repeated testing during the World Cup and ending up with nothing. How will you ever request a second investigation again? How will your superiors view you? Henrik stared at the edge of his coffee cup for a long time. Tiny water droplets condensed on the cup's wall, refracting light into a ring of pale hues. He picked up a pen and wrote a line on the blank cover of the folder. Execution is postponed, not terminated, retaining the authority for subsequent additional testing. Mendes glanced at the line of text and smiled. He picked up his watch from the table and put it back on his wrist, his movements calm. A reasonable decision. If the data continues to rise during the knockout stage, I will restart the program. By then there won't be any coffee. If the data is still rising, it would indicate that my client at 41 is playing at the intensity of a quarterfinal while getting faster. He walked towards the door, turning back at its edge. Dr. Henrik, that is not called suspicion, that is called a miracle. The whole world wants to see a miracle. He pushed open the door. Thank you for the coffee. The door closed. Henrik sat alone in the meeting room with 2 empty coffee cups in front of him, the water droplets on the cup walls slowly sliding down, falling at the tray's edge. He opened his laptop and typed a line in the evaluation section of Ronaldo's profile. The cursor blinked for a long time before he pressed enter. Waiting for knockout stage data. He pressed the save button, closed the laptop, and stood up to leave the meeting room. The fluorescent lights in the corridor were still on, illuminating the commemorative photographs from the World Cup on the walls clearly. He paused as he passed one of the photographs. It depicted the moment Zinedine Zidane lifted the World Cup trophy during the 1998 final, with the stands of the Stade de France in the background, thousands cheering. Henrik looked at the photograph for 3 seconds before turning to walk forward. Houston. The night before the knockout stage at 1:12 a.m. On the 23rd floor of the hotel, the corridor lights were lit, casting a neat row of light spots on the carpet. B. Silva was walking down the corridor in slippers. This was his routine before a major tournament. It was not anxiety, but an inability to stop his mind. He had already walked 3 laps since leaving his room, and each time he passed the wall lamp at the end of the corridor, his shadow flickered against the wall. Halfway through the 3rd lap, the door of room 2307 opened. Cristiano Ronaldo leaned against the door frame, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, looking at him. 3rd lap already. B. Silva stopped, feeling a bit embarrassed. Am I disturbing you? Ronaldo shook his head. The carpet has good sound insulation. It's your shadow. He pointed to the shadow cast by the wall lamp at the end of the corridor, which flickered each time he passed. B. Silva glanced at the shadow, but did not reply. The two stood in the corridor for a while. The warm yellow light from the wall lamp stretched their shadows long, one slender and upright, the other compact and sturdy. B. Silva spoke. I can't sleep. Ronaldo did not ask why. He fell silent for a few seconds before saying that pass to Colombia. No one else in the world could have made that pass. B. Silva was taken aback. He had played alongside Ronaldo for nearly 10 years in the national team and often spoke with him at Manchester City and Al Nassr, but he couldn't remember Ronaldo ever complimenting his skills outside of a competitive context. Are you talking about that through ball? Ronaldo looked at him. Every single pass. He turned and returned to his room, closing the door silently. B. Silva stood still in the corridor. The wall lamp buzzed above him, casting a stable and warm halo of light. His right hand lifted, his index finger hovering beside his nostril, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. But this time the finger remained suspended in midair, not scraping down. The corridor fell silent again, leaving only the buzzing of the wall lamp and the sound of air conditioning from the vents. Ronaldo did not turn on the light. He withdrew his gaze from the door and returned to sit by the bed. 40 minutes. He listened to B. Silva's heavy and irregular footsteps for a full 40 minutes. This was the weight of the knockout stage pressing down on every Portuguese player's spine. He spread his right hand on his knee, using the faint light filtering through the curtain to observe the two fingers that had previously been out of control. The ring finger and pinky gently curled in his palm, then fully extended. The motion was smooth, without any hitch. The sense of sluggishness pulled by an invisible thread entirely vanished. He clenched his fist and then relaxed it. His hand was completely fine. However, at the moment he released his fist, a warmth that had crossed his chest suddenly stirred a small jolt near his left rib, close to his heart, occurring without warning. It was not painful, just a faint spasm, as if something that had been dormant for a long time gently brushed against his nerves, announcing its presence. Ronaldo's face showed no excess emotion. He pressed his left hand against that rib. The room was completely silent. He slowly lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. The last image left in his mind was not of his own hand, but of B. Silva's shadow that had flickered in the corridor for 40 minutes. At 2 in the afternoon in the medical room on the 14th floor of the hotel, the white fluorescent lights illuminated the entire room without leaving a shadow. The blood collection technician dispatched by FIFA was in his 30s with short brown hair, latex gloves stretched over his knuckles, and his badge number facing outward. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the blood collection chair, extending his left arm, with his sleeve rolled up above the elbow. The technician disinfected and applied the tourniquet, pausing briefly as his fingers pressed on the vein to find the right spot. His gaze shifted from the needle to Cristiano Ronaldo's forearm muscles, lingering for a few extra seconds. The muscle definition and subcutaneous fat ratio of that arm did not match the 41 years old written in the files. "Go ahead," Ronaldo said in a flat tone without raising his eyelids. The technician averted his gaze, inserted the needle, and the dark red blood flowed into the collection tube along the wall of the tube. Carvalho stood with his arms crossed nearby, while Portugal's team doctor held a clipboard following each step. Mendes' lawyer stood at the door, the red light of the camera constantly on. 3 tubes of blood were sealed, numbered, and labeled, 3 copies in total. The technician applied an alcohol swab to the needle point, but Ronaldo tore it off in less than a minute, leaving only a nearly invisible red dot at the puncture. He stood up and glanced at the technician as he let his sleeve down. "Had enough?" The technician's hand paused momentarily, shaking his head professionally. "Standard procedure, sir." Ronaldo's lips twitched slightly, but did not form a smile as he turned and walked out. Carvalho followed behind, their footsteps muffled by the carpet in the corridor. Upon reaching the elevator with no one around, Carvalho finally spoke. "He stared at your arm for quite a while." "Let him look." Ronaldo pressed the elevator button. "He can't write in the report that your muscles look too good." Carvalho didn't laugh. "Are you sure they won't find anything? What's there to be afraid of? I haven't consumed anything unclean. Every drop of blood flowing through my veins." The elevator doors opened as the two entered. Ronaldo pressed the button for the 23rd floor, his right hand resting at his side, his ring finger curling slightly, before relaxing, a subtle movement concealed by the seam of his pants. Carvalho watched the elevator numbers light up without asking further. That evening at 7 o'clock in the tactical conference room, the projector displayed Ghana's formation chart on the white wall, with 10 red dots congested in the defensive area, looking as if they were blocking a wall. Martinez stood beside the screen, the red dot of the laser pointer landing on that dense area of red. "This is Queiroz' team." He glanced at the front row. "Cristiano, you should be quite familiar with this." Ronaldo leaned against the back of the chair, nodding slightly, not responding. In the 2010 World Cup, Queiroz managed Portugal, and he was well aware of this man's defensive philosophy. 5 defenders, 2 holding midfielders, the entire team pulls back within 30 meters, abandoning possession, just waiting for you to make a mistake. Martinez moved the laser pointer forward. If you give him 70% possession, he doesn't care. What he wants is for you to become anxious and attempt a risky pass, then he'll counterattack from both flanks to pierce through you. Bruno leaned forward, focusing on the red arrows on the screen, representing the 2 flanks. Who was their first outlet during counterattacks? Party. Martinez flipped to another page, revealing Party's passing heat map. He's the only one in the entire team capable of delivering the ball cleanly from the back to the front, but his stamina will drop after 65 minutes. He looked at João Neves in the corner. "For the first 65 minutes, he's yours." Neves tapped his fingers on his knee twice in acknowledgement. Martinez switched to the next page, displaying the sprint data of Semenyo and Sulemana side by side on the screen. On the left flank, Semenyo, a Manchester City player, has a starting speed faster than any of our defenders. His gaze shifted to Nuno Mendes. "Nuno, he is faster than you." Nuno leaned back in his chair, a slight smirk on his lips. "Fast or not, he still has to get past me." Someone next to him chuckled softly, but Martinez didn't smile. "If you get caught out of position by him again, he'll directly substitute you for Cancelo." Nuno's expression tightened, sitting up straight. Ronaldo spoke from the front row, his voice low, but commanding enough to silence the entire room. "Nuno." Nuno looked over. "When you push forward, take a glance to see if Inacio has arrived. If he has, then go for it. If not..." Nuno bit his lip and nodded. On the right flank, Sulemana, cutting in with his left foot, is a threat. Martinez moved the laser pointer to the right side. "Dalot, force him to the sideline. Don't give him an angle to cut in." Dalot nodded. Martinez flipped to the final. The screen displayed Ghana's statistics from 3 group matches, 9 corner kicks, 3 of which created substantial threats. Set pieces. He tapped the screen. Inaki Williams won. 86 meters tall, explosive in physical confrontations, always attacking the near post during corners. He glanced at Ruben Dias. "He's your responsibility, and do not let him slip by at the near post." Diaz nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the name on the screen. Ronaldo leaned back and added the final remark. Queiroz' team will lose speed in their defensive recovery after 70 minutes and don't rush in the first 65 minutes. Getting anxious is exactly what he wants to see. Martinez glanced at him, his lips twitching slightly, neither contradicting nor adding anything further. He switched off the projector, leaving only the white light backdrop on the wall. Ghana will not let you play comfortably. They will make the game ugly, force you to rush and become agitated, and then strike you down with a single blow. He paused for emphasis. Therefore we must be patient, more patient than they are. Leo yawned in the back row, nudged by B. Silva's elbow, immediately sitting up straight, as if nothing had happened. Martinez pretended not to see. Get some rest, we depart at 10 tomorrow. The next day the bus rolled out of the parking lot outside Kansas City Airport at 9 in the morning. Leo, wearing noise-canceling headphones, sat in the middle row by the window, feeling the vibrations of the bass drum even from 3 rows away. Bruno turned his head from the front row. Leo, the whole bus is appreciating your taste. Leo removed one earphone, raising an eyebrow. Just say you're jealous. I'm jealous that you can still hear at this volume without going deaf. Bruno turned back and ignored him. Neto across the aisle took a picture of the view outside, posting it in the team group chat with 3 flame emojis. Felix leaned over to look at his phone. Looks like a travel check-in. Tomorrow when 75,000 people fill the stadium, you won't be so calm. Neto put his phone away. Felix smirked slightly. I'm a substitute to staying calm is my duty. Neto glanced at him, but didn't pursue the conversation. In the last row by the window, Ronaldo wore headphones, but wasn't playing any music, his gaze fixed on the endless flat horizon outside. Georgina sat beside him, little Cristiano asleep, his head resting on his mother's shoulder, still clutching the crumpled number 7 jersey. Georgina's left hand rested on the back of Ronaldo's right hand, her fingertips pressing against the second joint of his ring finger, not heavy, but never loosening. Ronaldo turned to glance at his son, then at her hand resting on his finger. He did not pull away. Outside, the skyline of Kansas City began to emerge from the distance. That evening in the hotel room, the bedside lamp cast a warm yellow light over half the bed. Ronaldo retrieved the training log from the hidden compartment of his suitcase, the first few pages filled with numbers, arrows, and hand-drawn curves. Turning to a blank page, he picked up a pen. The pen tip hovered over the paper for 2 seconds before making contact. He wrote not a declaration, but a number. 3 matches remain, at most 3 if he wins them all. He closed the logbook and tucked it back into the hidden compartment, extinguishing the light. In the darkness, a small patch near the edge of his left eye, close to the bridge of his nose, was floating, spreading slightly more towards the center than yesterday. When he looked at distant objects, that direction became blurred like a layer of haze on a glass that couldn't be wiped away. He closed his eyes. Deep within his left ribcage, near his heart, that slight spasm returned, not painful, just a flicker with intervals shorter than the last time. It felt like a countdown. Zurich FIFA headquarters. Enrique de Vries opened the encrypted email containing Cristiano Ronaldo's blood test report, and the PDF loaded for 3 seconds. All indicators were marked in green. Red blood cells were normal, hemoglobin was normal, testosterone was slightly high, but within physiological range, erythropoietin was normal, growth hormone was normal, IGF-1 was normal. No banned substances, no abnormal metabolites. Not a trace of impurity. He removed his glasses, rubbed his brow, put them back on, and moved the mouse to the status column of Cristiano Ronaldo's profile investigation. The cursor blinked for a long time. He typed 2 lines, waiting for knockout stage data, requesting an observer seat at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. After saving, he turned off the monitor. The office darkened. The cup of coffee on the desk had long gone cold. Water droplets slid down the cup's curve to the bottom with no one to wipe them. He picked up his coat and walked out, stopping in front of a photo in the hallway. The one from the 2022 Qatar World Cup, where Cristiano Ronaldo knelt on the grass, covering his face and crying. Enrique stared at the profile of that 37-year-old man in despair for a few seconds, then continued on his way. The day after tomorrow he would appear in Kansas City. Sitting at the highest point of the stands, he wondered what that man who had cried had ultimately become. Zoom in on number 7. Queiroz stood in front of the whiteboard, his red pen uncapped, its tip hovering over the blue at the center of the Portuguese formation. The entire Ghana team sat behind him, the folding chairs arranged haphazardly, and no one moved to adjust them. The assistant pressed the remote, enlarging the projected diagram of Portugal's 4-3-3 formation, with Cristiano Ronaldo's number occupying a central portion of the screen. Queiroz raised his hand and drew the first red line in front of number 7. Cut inside from the left flank at the top of the penalty arc and curl it with your right foot into the near corner. The red line landed on the left side of the arc, and he circled the end point. Lucasson looked at the circle, his tongue pressing against his cheek, but remained silent. Queiroz drew the second line, this time slicing through the center towards the front of the small penalty area. At the edge of the 6-yard box, a header timing the jump. Don't give yourself too much time. Inaki Williams tightened his crossed arms, leaning back against the chair. The third line retreated from the center forward position, then cut into the right flank of the penalty area. Lay it back, turn, make a secondary run, and take a shot from around 12 yards. The three red lines on the whiteboard dissected Portugal's number 7 into 3 scoring methods, tightening the air in the room. Queiroz set down the red pen and picked up a blue one. 23 years. He tapped the edge of the whiteboard with the pen cap, drawing everyone's attention back. Cristiano Ronaldo has played top-level football for 23 years. He has changed teams, changed leagues, changed coaches, and changed his physical condition, but the spots where he scores have not changed much. Palti sat at the far left of the front row, his hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed on the endpoint of the first red line. Queiroz added 3 blue triangles on either side of the first red line. He comes in from the left. Lucasson closes towards the center. Don't rush out. Lucasson nodded. Palti, you stick close from behind. Don't go for the first touch, just cover the right foot. Palti acknowledged. Mensah covers Lucasson's back. Don't watch the ball, watch the man. Mensah tightened the cap on his water bottle and set it down at his feet. Queiroz moved to the second line. Corners and crosses. Inaki heads for the near post. Ajeti controls the far post. Sanaya narrows on the weak side. Don't be fooled by his shoulder. Inaki spoke up. What if he doesn't come up to contest the first ball? Queiroz looked at him, the blue pin pausing in front of the 6-yard box. That would be better. Inaki grinned. Coach, that doesn't sound like you. Someone in the room chuckled, but quickly stifled it. Queiroz did not join the laughter. If he doesn't come up, it means Portugal lacks the most dangerous poacher. What you should fear is not his absence, but his reappearance in places you can't see. He moved the blue pin next to the third line and connected it with Palti, Owusu, and Sibo's positions. He drops back to receive the ball. Palti doesn't follow him all the way, cutting the passing line. Owusu follows the man. Sibo guards the top of the arc. Don't let Bruno pull you away. Sibo looked up. What if Bruno runs to the flank? Let him run. Sibo paused for a moment. Queiroz looked at the entire room. Tonight we only solve one problem. Number 7. No one laughed anymore. Queiroz tore down the printed sheet pasted above the whiteboard, revealing a heat map of Ronaldo's goals for the national team, with the left flank and the top of the center arc shaded deep red. Habits can be defended against. One person can't defend against a great scorer, but a team can ensure that he sees a defender every time he looks up. Inaki asked again. What if he doesn't play along these 3 paths tomorrow? Queiroz picked up the folder on the table and flipped to one of the pages. Goals for the national team, goals for the club, goals in knockout matches, they will all revert to these few areas. He closed the folder. People will change tactics, but muscles will instinctively seek the old paths. Queiroz placed the red and blue pens side by side on the table. Tomorrow at 9:30, we'll practice set-piece defense. The players gradually stood up. Semenyo turned back to glance at the whiteboard as he reached the door. The 3 red lines were now circled by blue triangles resembling a net that had been neatly folded. Sulemana patted him on the shoulder from behind. Let's go. I'm curious to know what he would say when he sees this map. Sulemana draped his training jacket over his shoulder. He will score. Semenyo turned back to look at him. Sulemana realized that his comment might be considered unlucky and quickly added another. What I mean is he will want to do so. After the two walked away, only Palti remained in the tactics room. Queiroz was collecting materials when he noticed the chair hadn't moved and looked up at him. Thomas. Palti stood up, but didn't immediately walk to the door. Coach, I want to change a position. Queiroz placed the folder back on the table. Where? Palti walked over to the whiteboard, his finger hovering just above the starting point of the first red line. Here. He turned to look at Queiroz. In the third group match, his top sprint speed was 34.1. In the first match, it was 32.8. Queiroz did not respond. Palti continued. If I stick close from behind, I may not be able to catch up once he starts, especially when he drops back first and then makes a run. Queiroz picked up the board eraser and wiped away the first half of the red line. The red mark was erased, leaving a faint trace on the whiteboard. You want to retreat? Just a bit to give myself space to turn. If you retreat, Bruno will have space. Palti didn't. He pulled back his hand. Then I won't retreat. Queiroz looked at him. Thomas, you are the only one in our midfield who can deliver the first pass, and the only one who can touch him when he drops back. Palti understood. He was both the key and the lock. I know. Queiroz placed the board eraser back. Go to sleep. Palti walked to the door, but paused again. Coach, data doesn't lie. Queiroz lowered his head and fastened the clasp on the folder. Data also won't tell you whether a person will be afraid in a knockout match. Palti looked at his back, but didn't say anything further. After the door closed, Queiroz stood alone in front of the whiteboard. 34.1. He had certainly seen that number. He had seen it more than once. A 41-year-old forward shouldn't be able to run at that speed. Even less so, speed should not be increasing with each match. Queiroz picked up his phone and pulled up a screenshot from ESPN's data feature. On the screen, 3 sprint curves rose from left to right: 32.8, 33.4, 34.1. He stared at that line, pressing his thumb on the lock screen button. The screen went black and the red line on the whiteboard remained smudged. He turned off the light and left. The emergency lights in the hallway emitted a green glow, illuminating the folder in his hands. Inside it was a door. He believed Cristiano Ronaldo would come through it. Henrik de Vries dragged his suitcase into the hotel as the revolving door continued to spin. The front desk handed him a room key confirming his observer seat and room number. He nodded in thanks, his fingers pinching the keycard as he pulled his suitcase towards the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, he opened his phone. 2 unread emails lay in his inbox. The first was from FIFA's administrative department. The observer seat at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City has been confirmed, section A, third row, with a view covering the entire field. The second was from an unknown number. Signed Sophia Lindquist, ESPN Digital Investigation Team. The message was very brief. Dr. De Vries, regarding Cristiano Ronaldo's physiological data reverse curve, I hope to exchange live observation notes with you after the match. Henrik's thumb hovered above the screen. The reply box popped up, but he closed it again. The elevator doors opened. He tucked his phone into his pocket, found his room, and swiped the card to enter. Henrik pushed the suitcase against the wall and opened his laptop. The blood test report for Ronaldo was still on the desk. All indicators were green. Red blood cells, normal, hemoglobin normal. This report was so clean that he had nowhere to write notes. He clicked on Ronaldo's group stage data. Increased running intensity. Peak sprint values increased. Heart rate recovery speed increased. Age profile 41 years. He moved the mouse to the notes section and typed a line. Live confirmation of action quality, initiation method, recovery performance after repeated sprints. The cursor continued to blink at the end. Henrik stared at that line, ultimately not adding any further judgment. He closed the laptop and walked to the window. The day after tomorrow, he would sit high in that stadium. He would witness in person Ronaldo's sprint, change of direction, jump, landing, and shot. His phone lit up again. It was still Sophia. The second message contained only one sentence. Doctor, if a miracle cannot be explained, it will become news. Henrik did not reply. The lights in the ESPN studio were glaringly bright, and host Wrigley sat behind the desk, the large screen behind him playing an old video. At the Lisbon training base, a young Ronaldo dressed in a white training suit repeatedly practiced free kicks in front of the penalty area. Queiroz stood at the edge of the training field wearing a dark coat and holding a stopwatch. Wrigley turned to the camera. If there is anyone in this world who can unlock Ronaldo's code, it must be Carlos Queiroz. The scene switched to another video. 23-year-old Ronaldo received the ball, performed a bicycle kick, changed direction, and shot with his right foot. Queiroz raised his hand from the sidelines to signal him to restart. Cristiano Ronaldo placed the remote control on the bedside table. The video from ESPN lingered in his mind. At the Lisbon training base, 24-year-old him, Queiroz the stopwatch, repeating the reception and change of direction countless times. He had used that set of actions later. He used it at Manchester United, modified it at Real Madrid, adjusted it again at Juventus. After moving to Riyadh, he shifted the first touch point slightly outward to counteract the timing of Asian defenders. At the end of last year, as his body regressed, he also changed the order of his starting foot and support foot. Queiroz's Ronaldo was frozen in the old footage. Now standing here was a different body, a different rhythm, a different passing habit. Ronaldo walked to the window where only a circle of shadows remained in the distance. The mist creeping in from his left eye pressed down again. The city lights blurred in that area, the edges closer to the center than last night. He didn't rub his eyes. Rubbing wouldn't help. The phone on the bedside table lit up briefly. Mendes had sent a message. Sorted, FIFA will not make it public for now. Cristiano Ronaldo read the message and placed the phone back down. He opened the hidden compartment of his suitcase and took out his training log. The latest page contained only one number. He took a pen and added a line of text beneath the numbers. Quillos would seal the old door. After finishing, he paused, gazing at that line. Then he wrote a second line underneath. Then let's enter through the new door. As the pen tip lifted from the paper, a familiar twitch emerged deep within his left rib cage. This time it was not heavy, but it came closer to the heart. CR7 closed the journal and tucked it back into the hidden compartment. He turned off the light and lay down, closing his eyes while the mist in his left eye still clung to the edge of his vision. Quillos drew a door. But it was not Ghana's defense that was closed first. It was the door within his body. Mario flew for 12 hours from Lisbon to Kansas City, landing at 8 in the morning local time, still struggling to adjust to the time difference, with a ring of fatigue casting a shadow beneath his eyes. As he dragged the black toolbox that had accompanied him for 14 years into room 2307, Cristiano Ronaldo was already dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, seated by the window waiting. Mario, boss. Mario set the toolbox down beside the bathroom sink and opened it, revealing clippers, scissors, a razor, and styling spray, each item in its place, just as it had been 14 years ago. He shook out the cape and draped it over Cristiano's shoulders, running his fingers through his hair to gauge the length before picking up the clippers and starting at the right temple. As the blade glided up 2 centimeters against the skin, Mario's hand paused. He pulled the clippers away and leaned in for a closer look. 5 weeks earlier in Riyadh, he clearly remembered the state of that spot while giving Cristiano a haircut. The hairline had receded about 3 millimeters, mixed in with 7 or 8 strands of white hair, its texture coarse and stiff, a typical state after the loss of pigment. Now those white hairs were gone. It wasn't the uniform black from dyeing. The color created by hair dye has a subtle difference from natural black, easily distinguishable by someone who had known Cristiano for 14 years. This was natural black with consistent color from the roots to the tips, soft and resilient in texture, the hairline full and neat, as if pushed back into place by some unseen force. Mario set the clippers down and switched to the razor to refine the hairline, his technique unchanged, but his speed. The left side was the same, the hairline intact with no gray or white mixed in dense and dark, as if it had sprouted from another person's head. After finishing the edging, he looked at Cristiano in the mirror. "Where's your gray hair?" Cristiano returned his gaze from the mirror, his expression calm, as if asked about the weather. "It's gone." Mario's scissors hovered in the air, a strand of hair caught between the blades without being cut. He had lived for 53 years styling clients from 20 to 60, and gray hair only increased, it had never simply vanished. But he was a barber, not a doctor nor a journalist. He closed the scissors, trimming away that excess length, and continued to work upward. Throughout the haircut, Cristiano didn't say another word, only occasionally glancing at his face in the mirror. Mario packed up the tools, shook off the cape, folded it neatly, and stowed it back in the box, zipping it closed. "When's the next time?" "We'll talk after we win." Mario dragged the toolbox to the door, glancing back at the back of Cristiano's head as he opened the door. The hairline was sharp and clean, the nape neatly trimmed, the overall shape of his head tighter than it had been 5 weeks ago. He stepped out, closing the door behind him, stood in the corridor for a few seconds, and walked toward the elevator. Some things were not his concern. Once Mario left the room, returned to silence. Cristiano stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The face in the mirror was familiar, yet unfamiliar, the features unchanged, the contours intact, but everything wrapped around the bones had been replaced like an old photograph, restored, the faded parts regaining their saturation, yet the photo itself seemed out of place in this era. He picked up his phone and took a selfie with the front camera, sending it to Georgina with a pair of scissors emoji. The reply popped up 30 seconds later. "You look better than when I first met you." Cristiano's smile was just beginning to rise when a second message pushed its way up. "How many are coming tomorrow?" Cristiano's thumb hovered above the screen, the glow of the keyboard illuminating his fingernail. The question posed by his 7-year-old son carried a different weight than if it had come from Martinez. One was innocent, the other tactical. He typed 3 words and sent them, "Depends on my mood." Then he set the phone down by the sink and turned to walk. As he passed the wardrobe, he opened the door to grab his training jacket. Halfway through zipping it up, he caught a glimpse in the full-length mirror on the inside of the wardrobe door, reflecting his profile, with the curve connecting his shoulder line and neck muscles taut, and neat, the white short-sleeve shirt clinging to his torso, without any excess wrinkles. He zipped it up all the way and closed the wardrobe door. After the afternoon training session, 6 or 7 people remained in the locker room, changing clothes. Cancelo was huddled in front of his locker, scrolling on his phone. He scrolled to a tweet showing Ghanaian fans hanging a giant banner at the fan plaza with golden letters on a black background reading, "Kairos knows your secrets." The comments section filled with flames and smiley faces. Cancelo shared the screenshot in the team group, adding a line, "They think the old man can outsmart us." Bruno's reply came in less than 5 seconds. "He knows the us from 2010. João Neves chimed in, "I was 6 in 2010. The group exploded with 7 or 8 laugh-crying emojis. Leo sent a 2-second voice message which only contained his muffled laughter, nasal and lazy. Dalit replied, "So Neves, do you know what happened in 2010? João Neves replied, "Yes, we were eliminated by Spain. Ooh, I cried on the living room floor. My mom thought I had fallen." Another wave of laughing emojis followed. B. Silva typed out, "So what he knows is about Cristiano at 25. What about now?" After that message was sent, the group fell silent. The message list stopped scrolling, the typing indicator flashed twice and disappeared. No one actually typed out that sentence. Everyone was aware that the current Cristiano was a topic that everyone could feel, yet no one knew how to express. Cancelo flipped his phone upside down on the shelf, preparing to change shoes, when a private message popped up from Cristiano. A photo from a training session before the 2010 World Cup. Cristiano wearing the red Portugal training kit, standing in front of the goal, next to Queiroz, both smiling, the background filled with the blue sky of Lisbon and the iron fence of the training ground. The caption read simply, "He really knows a lot." Cancelo stared at that photo for quite some time. In the photo, 25-year-old Cristiano beams with confidence, broad-shouldered, radiating the unique audacity. This afternoon, Cristiano sprinted past him during a drill. The way he accelerated completely different from the 25-year-old in the photo. He used to feint with his shoulder first. Now he twisted the defender's hip with the very first touch of the ball. At 6:30 in the evening, the hotel delivery cart rolled into room 2307, setting up meals for 3. Mini Ronaldo sat on a chair, unable to reach the center of the table, so he knelt on the chair to poke at the salmon fillet with his fork, the orange sauce dripping onto the white tablecloth, leaving a small round spot. "Use a napkin." Cristiano handed him a tissue from the side. Mini Ronaldo took the tissue and wiped it around his mouth, but the sauce just shifted from the corner of his mouth to his cheek, achieving almost nothing. After wiping, he held up his fork, staring at Cristiano's face for several seconds. Dad, you got a haircut. Looks good. He then bent down to continue poking at the fish, the fork clinking against the plate. Georgina sat across the table, her steak half-cut, and untouched, her knife and fork resting at the edge of the plate. Her gaze remained fixed on Cristiano's right hand. His movements cutting the steak were steady, the angle and pressure of the knife uniform, the tendons beneath the skin clearly rising and falling with no unnecessary tremors. 3 days ago, that hand couldn't untie shoelaces on its own. The ring and pinky fingers would curl uncontrollably. Now it was indistinguishable from the other hand. Georgina cut a piece of steak and put it in her mouth without speaking. Dinner ended quickly. Mini Ronaldo started to get sleepy halfway through, his head bobbing toward the table. When Cristiano picked him up from the chair, the child's head rested on his shoulder, that little number 7 jersey still clutched in his hand, the sleeves dragging through the air. Georgina came over to take the child, and as Mini Ronaldo was passed over, he let out a small sound, burying his face into his mother's neck to continue sleeping. She walked to the door, stopping at the doorframe. Without turning around, her right hand reached back, her fingers resting lightly on Cristiano's right hand on the second joint of his ring finger, the point where that finger had uncontrollably curled 3 days ago. The pressure of her fingertips was light, pausing for a few seconds, as if listening for any unintended sounds beneath that finger. The sensations from the bones and tendons were steady and quiet, with no unusual tremors or involuntary curling. Georgina released her hand without looking back or speaking, carrying Mini Ronaldo into the hallway, her footsteps quickly swallowed by the carpet. The sound of the door closing was faint. Cristiano looked down at the back of his right hand. The spot where her fingertips had rested still held a bit of warmth deeper than the surface heat of his skin. Turning back to the window, the night of Kansas City spread outside the glass, the lights of Arrowhead Stadium glowing halfway, as if warming up for the match in 2 days. He stood by the window, his right hand resting on the frame, his thumb unconsciously rubbing against the metal edge. A subtle ache rose from the left side of his rib cage, not pain, but an indescribable dull sensation, as if something was slowly expanding in the layer between his ribs and heart, pushing the surrounding tissues outward. His thumb stopped on the metal strip of the window frame, pressing out a white mark. The ache lingered for about 4 or 5 breaths before gradually subsiding, longer than the short spasms he had felt in previous days, and more difficult to pinpoint. It felt less like a point pulsating and more like a small area heating up. Cristiano pulled his hand away from the window frame, leaving an imprint of the metal strip pressed into his palm. He didn't reach to touch that spot. There was nothing to feel. His right hand was healed, his left eye still settling the bill, and now it was time for the depths of his chest to wait in line. The stadium's arched roof outside was left with only a bright edge in the night. Cristiano stared at that light for a long time, until the blurred boundary inside his left eye swallowed a small part of it. He drew the curtains and walked toward the bed. After taking 2 steps, he paused, pulling out his training log from the hidden compartment of his suitcase, flipping to the latest page. The number was still there. 3. He added 4 more words beneath it. The cost is rising. His right hand was healed, his left eye still settling the bill. Now the bill was presented to his chest. In the final team meeting before the match, Martinez did not turn on the projector nor take out the tactical board. Everything that needed to be said had been addressed 2 days prior. He stood in the center of the room, hands in his pockets, glancing at the front row. The air conditioning hummed, occasionally interrupted by the sound of chair legs scraping against the carpet. 4 sentences. He began, his tone steady, and everyone in the room could hear him clearly. First, after 65 minutes, party will lose stamina. Until then, their midfield barrier will remain intact. Do not force a penetration through the center, exhaust them through the flanks. He paused, allowing his words to settle in everyone's minds. Second, corner kick defense. Ruben must tightly mark Inaki Williams, and we cannot allow any gaps at the near post. His gaze shifted to Diaz, who was seated in the middle of the second row, his chin slightly lowered. If he doesn't come up, I will take care of it. If he comes up, I will still take care of it. Third, they will willingly give you the ball. Martinez paused for a moment. The more you try to press, the more they will retreat, until all of you move forward, and then with a long pass they will knife through from both flanks. His eyes moved from the center to the left, landing on Nuno Mendes and Leo, who were seated side by side. Semenia's starting speed is 34. One, he won't catch up on the second attempt. Leo, who had been leaning back in his chair, sat up a bit at the mention. Nuno Mendes turned, his pen in his hand, resting the knuckle against the table's edge without looking up. I can manage it. He spoke, his voice somewhat stiff. Martinez looked at him for a second. Before making a forward run, first check if Ruben is behind you. Nuno Mendes halted his pen. Cancelo shifted his position in the row on the right, a smirk crossing his lips. He knew he wasn't on the starting list, and when that gaze swept over him, he felt a tightening in his back. After finishing the third sentence, Martinez walked to the wall and turned off the projector's standby light, dimming the room slightly, which made the sound of the air conditioning seem louder. Before he spoke the fourth sentence, silence lasted for 3 seconds. His gaze landed on the last row by the window. Cristiano Ronaldo leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, right hand resting on the armrest, his expression unchanged. Fourth, this is Kairos. He will make the match ugly, boring, and grind you until you feel agitated. No one moved in the room. Patience. Just 2 words. Martinez looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. That's it, get some rest early. Chairs began to move, footsteps gradually heading towards the door. Bruno patted his thigh as he passed Martinez, casually brushing away the tightness that had been pressing against his chest, and walked straight out. Cancelo followed behind, pulling out his phone for a quick glance before stowing it back in his pocket. Dowlett walked last, picking up a bottle of water that had fallen at the entrance and placing it on the corridor shelf. Cristiano Ronaldo did not rush to get up. He waited until the first 3 rows had mostly left before standing, draping his jacket over his shoulder. B. Silva followed closely behind the 2, walking down the corridor towards the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator B, Silva suddenly spoke. Do you remember the set-piece routine Queiroz designed for you in 2010? Ronaldo pressed the elevator button. That fake run to create a wall. Yes, I remember. He will have Ghana specifically defend that routine. B. Silva remarked. Ronaldo glanced at him but did not respond as the elevator doors opened and the 2 stepped inside, the doors slowly closing. So you want to use that tomorrow? Ronaldo did not answer, the lines of his mouth softening slightly. The elevator reached the 23rd floor, the doors opening as Ronaldo stepped out, first turning back to glance at B. Silva still inside. You should also get some rest early. B. Silva nodded, pressing the button for his floor. Before the doors closed, he saw Ronaldo pull out his room card from his pocket, flipping his wrist to swipe it and unlock the door. The entire motion was smooth and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, entirely different from the state he had observed 3 days ago in the corridor. At that time, that hand had still been shaking the ring, and little fingers curling uncontrollably, even tying a shoelace took an extra 10 seconds. Now all was well. Yet the word well never signifies an end for Ronaldo. It only means that the next time the bill comes, it will be heavier. B. Silva leaned against the elevator wall, watching his blurred reflection on the door panel, remaining silent. As the elevator ascended, when the doors opened again, the corridor was so quiet that only his own breathing could be heard. At 1 in the morning, Ronaldo lay in bed, unable to sleep. Georgina and Mini Ronaldo were in the room next door. Before leaving, she had pressed down on the back of his right hand, lingering at the second joint of his ring finger for a full 3 seconds before releasing. The room was completely dark, with only a sliver of light cutting in through the curtain seam, slanting to rest at the corner of the ceiling. He stared at the fire sprinkler in the upper right corner, where there should have been a small red, now indistinct, its outline blurred, colors blending together. No matter how he blinked, it wouldn't disappear. He tried to turn his eyes to find that vanished red, but it followed his gaze, forever resting near the bridge of his nose on his left eye, eternally consuming the scenery in that direction. Ronaldo pulled the blanket up to his shoulders, closed his eyes, trying to empty his mind, yet his thoughts kept racing. Tomorrow he would face Ghana, Queiroz's team. The last time he saw Queiroz was in November 2009, after the World Cup playoff against Bosnia. The changing room still held the scent of sweat and turpentine. Queiroz, wearing that gray trench coat, speaking to the assistant coach with his back to the whole team. Players gradually left, some humming a tune, others wiping their heads with towels. Ronaldo was the last to change. He stuffed his training kit into his backpack and zipped it up. When he stood up, Queiroz was still there. He walked over, and the old man turned his head. It was not the gaze of a coach looking at a player, but that of a Sunto Depart person looking at his finest creation, filled with pride, regret, and an indescribable certainty. Queiroz patted his shoulder, the grip, gentle, his palm, resting on the trapezius for 2 seconds. Cristiano. Ronaldo paused to look at him. You will become the best player in history. As Queiroz's hand released, his fingertips lifted off the fabric and his voice softened a degree. But you will never win the World Cup. That was 17 years ago. 24-year-old Ronaldo stood in the changing room, damp hair sticking to his forehead, droplets running down his temples. He was too young to know how to respond, hesitating to speak, ultimately nodding silently, the strap of his backpack sliding from his left shoulder to his right as he turned to leave. The corridor lights were uncomfortably bright, the tiles reflecting glaringly, the sneakers squeaked against the floor as he walked further away, and Queiroz stood still behind him. 17 years. This number surfaced in the darkness, hovering at the edge of the gray fog in his left eye, clearly imprinted on the glass. 17 years later, he lay in the darkness of a hotel in Kansas City, a 34-year-old body and a 41-year-old soul, the gray at the edge of his left eye consuming his vision, something deep in his ribs pulsing every 22 seconds. Tomorrow he would walk into Arrowhead Stadium, facing the one who uttered those words. Queiroz had drawn a door, 3 red lines, a blue triangle, a net neatly folded, and a sealed old path. He believed Ronaldo would enter through there, because everyone had walked through that door over the past 23 years. But the data in Queiroz's hands was stuck at 34. One, he did not know which path the current Ronaldo was running from. Ronaldo opened his eyes. The light from the curtain seam remained still on the ceiling. The lights of Kansas City never dimmed, and the arched roof of the stadium in the distance had only a bright edge left, a small section bitten away by the gray fog in his left eye. He stared at that light, his lips moving slightly, silently. If someone could read lips, they would see 2 words: The room returned to silence, the wind from the air conditioning filling all gaps. He turned over, pulling the blanket up to his chin, and closed his eyes. The fog in his left eye clung to the edge of his vision, neither retreating nor advancing, quietly waiting for something, and the entity deep within his ribs had also ceased its rhythm, coiled within the layers of muscle and bone. The entire room was left with only his breathing, steady and even indistinguishable from any 41-year-old man with a game tomorrow. Except he knew. When the opening whistle blew tomorrow, Kairaz would stand in the opposing coach's box watching the 3 paths he had personally sealed off, waiting for him to come forward. He would walk over. Not through the old door, not through the new door. He would tear down the wall. Cristiano Ronaldo squatted at the edge of the grass by the player tunnel. He twisted a few freshly cut blades of grass in his right hand, rubbing his fingertip back and forth across the tips, with the grass juice seeping out and sticking to his skin. Cool, damp, slightly astringent. Behind him, someone walked across the concrete floor in studded shoes, the clacking sound bouncing back from the tunnel walls, mingling with the shouts of the Ghanaian players and the noise from the Portuguese bench. He released his grip, the blades of grass bending back to their original position, leaving a faint green mark on his fingertip. Cristiano. Bruno approached from behind, still holding his shin guards, glancing at Ronaldo's hand before looking towards the end of the tunnel. Ronaldo did not turn around, merely wiped his hand on the edge of his shorts and stood up. On the other side of the tunnel stood Kairaz. His gray suit jacket was open, the collar of his white shirt loosened his white hair, noticeably more than remembered, but his back remained straight. The fluorescent lights from above cast down, deepening the wrinkles on his face as he stood in that beam of light. Ronaldo's mind flashed back to that figure at the locker room door 17 years ago, the same person, aged yet with the same posture. Bruno slowed his pace, the words he was about to say caught in his throat. Kairaz did not hold a tactical board or check his phone. He just watched as Ronaldo walked by. The two brushed past each other across the white line in the middle of the tunnel. Kairaz spoke first, quietly instructing Jordan Ayew as he passed by. "Don't rush the first touch, wait." Jordan Ayew nodded and walked out. Ronaldo did not stop, only turned his wrist before stepping out of the tunnel. The grass juice on his fingertip had dried, leaving a thin layer of astringency. The roar from Aero Stadium surged in from the exit, the rhythm of over 60,000 people clapping, shouting, and whistling pouring into the end of the player tunnel. "Let's go." Ronaldo turned his face and said to Bruno. Bruno stuffed his shin guards into his socks. "That old man is definitely going to try to annoy us today. Then let's not make it easy for him." Ronaldo stepped onto the grass, crossing out of the shadow of the tunnel sunlight and stadium lights landing on him. Martinez sat on the coach's bench, his notebook already open, Carvalho standing beside him with his arms crossed over his chest, following Ronaldo's entry into the center circle with his gaze. Carvalho tilted his head. He saw Carlos just now. Martinez turned a page in his notebook without looking up. So he won't be in a hurry. In the third row of the A zone, Henrik de Vries opened his laptop, and as the screen lit up, he caught sight of Ronaldo finishing his last set of small steps. Number 7's stride was even, his landing clean, and when he turned, he did not deliberately protect his right side, nor avoid his left shoulder. The coordination of his knee and hip was flawless. Henrik placed his hand on the keyboard. During the pre-match warm-up, his gait was smooth with no signs of protective actions. He paused for a moment and added, "Emotion stable before the match, no urgency to prove himself." The whistle blew. Bruno passed the ball to João Neves, who then horizontally passed it to B. Silva, who lifted his head to scan the field as he received the ball. There were no gaps ahead. The 10 Ghanaian outfield players collectively retreated after Portugal kicked off their green jerseys, stacking layer upon layer in their half-5 defenders spreading horizontally, while 4 midfielders formed a narrow line, with Jordan Ayew remaining up front ready to disrupt the first pass from the Portuguese central defenders. B. Silva carried the ball forward. Partey dropped back to the left side of the penalty arc. Owusu shifted horizontally to position himself between Bruno and Ronaldo. Sibo guarded the other side. Lucasen stood in front of Ronaldo, while Ajeti supported the second line of defense from behind. No one rushed out. No one stretched out a foot. They allowed Portugal to have the ball and see the penalty area, but every line that could genuinely penetrate the box was blocked by the green jerseys. Right side, Bruno raised his hand for the ball. B. Silva passed the ball to Dalit, who advanced along the sideline, immediately confronted by Mensah and the retreating Semenyo. Dalit glanced at the penalty area, but did not take a shot. Back. João Neves had already retreated to offer support. The ball returned to midfield as Portugal reorganized. Pedro Azevedo's voice settled in the Portuguese broadcast. In the 6th minute, Portugal maintains possession, but has yet to turn that possession into a threat. He paused, looking at the complete 541 formation of Ghana on the screen. Kairaz has not prepared them for an attack. He has prepared them with a moving wall. In the 9th minute, Leo received the ball. Nuno Mendes slipped in from behind. Leo did not immediately pass first, carrying it towards the center, nudging the ball with the outside of his right foot and shouldering past, causing Owusu's initial interception to miss. Just as the Portuguese fans in the stands were about to rise, several green jerseys appeared in front of Leo. Sanaya closed in from the outside. Party blocked his route to cut inside from the side. Lucasen stood in front, while Sulemana also chased back into position from behind. Ronaldo called for the ball from the left side of the arc. Leo noticed him. In the passing lane, Ageless stepped forward and Party also positioned himself. Leo did not force a pass. He controlled the ball, pulling it back to João Neves. Closer, Bruno cursed in the center, turning to run back into position. Neves passed the ball to B. Silva, who looked for Dalit. Dalit passed to Neto, but Neto was blocked by Mensah and could only return the ball to B. Silva. The ball circulated for over 10 passes. Portugal's possession rate climbed, but their shots remained at 0. The camera cut to an aerial view. Red jerseys exchanged positions in the attacking third, while green jerseys remained crammed in their defensive area 30 meters back. A large patch of grass lay vacant in the middle, with the ball occasionally rolling past, quickly returned. A green desert. Peter Drury's tone was unhurried. Portugal has the ball, the space, and the patience, but at the moment they lack the most important thing. A guest beside him chimed in. They lack an entrance. Drury glanced at Ronaldo, who stood at the edge of the penalty area. Yes, Ghana is not trying to win the ball. They are trying to seize the entrance. In the 12th minute, Bruno attempted a through ball for the second time. Ronaldo withdrew first, Lucasen followed, and Ageless slightly closed in. This was the moment Bruno had been waiting for. He pushed the ball with the arch of his foot, squeezing it past Owusu, the direction, heading straight for Lucasen. Party's foot arrived early. The ball was deflected, rolling to the right side. Damn it. Bruno rushed over to Party remained calm, shielding the ball, his body positioned between Bruno and the football. Only when Jordan Ayew moved closer to the center circle did he pass the ball back to the central defender. Martinez stood up from his seat, glanced at Ghana's positioning, then sat back down. Bruno ran back to midfield, muttering to himself, patting his shorts. Again. Ronaldo stood up front, turning to look at him. Don't feed him the ball he wants. Bruno looked up. Ronaldo raised his hand, pointing at Party, and then towards the narrow area between Ghana's two defensive lines. Let him run. Bruno understood. Not every time should the ball be fed directly to Ronaldo's feet. Party was both Ghana's lock and key. As long as Portugal continued to send the ball into his most comfortable defensive zone, he could stand and defend. B. Silva received the ball from the right flank, and without waiting for Party to close in, he directly shifted to the left side. Nuno Mendes started his run along the sideline. Give it to me. Nuno's shout came from the wing. B. Silva passed the ball to Leo, who this time did not cut inside completely. He dribbled horizontally, deliberately drawing Sanaya towards the center. Nuno charged up from the outside. Leo flicked his ankle, sending the ball past Sanaya. Beautiful. Azevedo's voice rose. Nuno caught up to the ball, without pausing, delivering a cross with his left foot. Inside the penalty area, Ronaldo had already escaped Lucasen's initial positioning. A jetty came up from behind, and the two collided shoulder to shoulder as the cross sailed past their heads. Mensah at the back post cleared the ball with a powerful kick just before Neto could get there. The Portuguese bench erupted in frustration. So close. Cancelo stood up from the bench, but was pressed back down by Carvalho. Sit down. Cancelo raised his hands in surrender. I just wanted to shout. After landing, Ronaldo brushed off the grass and quickly stood up, shaking off the clippings from his shorts and turning to run back. As he passed the coach's bench, he did not look at Martinez, merely opened his right hand and waved it towards the field. The message clear: continue attacking this side. Martinez understood. He bit down on his pen cap and wrote a line on the paper. Left side induced secondary transfer. Carvalho watched as Ronaldo returned to the center. He has figured it out. Martinez capped his pen. He is not looking for a shot. He is looking for the first loose brick. In the observation box, Henrik inputted new records. In the 15th minute, number 7 had few touches, no shots, no forced breakthroughs, actively lowering his presence. He looked at the words on the screen, his finger pausing at the end. After a moment, he added, physical condition does not match behavioral choices. After inputting that line, he looked up just in time to see Party receiving a back pass near the center circle. Bruno immediately pressed up, and João Neves also stepped forward. Following the rhythm of the first 15 minutes, Party should have made a horizontal pass. He indeed set up for a horizontal pass. His right foot open shoulder facing his central defender, even Jordan Ayew, was ready to turn and run for a second attempt at support. But Party did not pass. His gaze swept over Bruno's shoulder, landing on Portugal's left flank. Nuno Mendes was still running back. During that previous cross, he had surged too deep, and his defensive route had not yet fully returned. Inacio took a step to the left. Ruben Dias remained in the center, leaving a diagonal gap between the two. But for Semenyo, that was enough. Thomas. Jordan Ayew called out. Party did not respond. He lightly nudged the ball forward to his right foot, stabilizing his supporting foot and opening his hips. Bruno sensed something was wrong and stretched out a foot to block. Too late. The football struck Party's foot, producing a muffled sound, slipping past Bruno and bypassing João Neves' outstretched toes, heading diagonally towards Nuno Mendes. In the next second, the green jersey surged along the sideline. Semenyo initiated the attack. This was not Ghana's first counterattack, but it was their first time truly sinking their teeth into Portugal's throat. Semenia's first step landing before the ball touches the ground. As Paltai's diagonal long pass crossed the halfway line, Dalit had just completed his turn. What he saw was not a person. It was a green jersey whipping past him like a shadow swept away by the wind. Ghana on the left flank. Portugal on the right flank. This space was only 6 meters wide. For an average winger, 6 meters isn't enough. For Semenia, 6 meters is a runway. Dalit pushed off the ground to chase after him. In the first segment of the chase, after turning, he had already sprinted to 31.4. This speed was enough to neutralize danger in most matches. But Semenia's peak speed reached 35. 1 body length. 1.5 body lengths. Dalit's fingertips were only 20 centimeters away from the hem of his jersey, yet he couldn't reach it. Semenia did not look back. He pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it rolling along the grass towards the edge of the small penalty area. Inaki was charging in from the back post with Ruben Dias closely marking him. The two collided, the sound muffled as if someone had punched a wooden board. Inaki made contact with the ball, but the football brushed against the outside of his toes, suddenly changing direction, curving towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Costas' weight had already shifted towards the center. For any other goalkeeper, that ball would have gone in, but his right arm shot out. The fingertips of his glove grazed the surface of the ball, and with a push from the palm he redirected it. The football struck the inside of the right post, producing a dull thud before bouncing back into play. Dalit rushed in from behind to the goal line and kicked the ball out for a corner. Corner kick. The Aerosports Stadium fell silent for half a second. In the next moment, the Ghanaian fan section's drumming came crashing down. Costa. Diogo Costa. Azevedo's tone lifted an octave. The ball changed direction, everyone was left behind, only his right hand remained there. Portugal was pulled back from the goal line by that hand. The replay cut to slow motion, with Costa's glove magnified on screen. The moment his fingertips made contact with the ball, the glove's fabric was depressed, altering the ball's spin. Azevedo's pace slowed. Portugal is still standing here. Costa got up from the ground, dusting off his gloves, grass clippings falling through his fingers. He walked over to Ruben Dias, said nothing, and lightly tapped Dias' elbow with the back of his glove. Dias looked up, they exchanged glances for less than a second, and Costa had already turned back towards the goal, his back straight, footsteps steady. Dias stared at his back, pressed his lips together, then turned to find Dalit. When he cuts inside, he'll cover you from behind, don't turn back, keep your eyes on his left foot. Dalit bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat trickled down from his brow. He nodded and adjusted his slipping socks. The corner was taken. Inaki leapt at the near post. Dias' forehead arrived half a body length earlier than his. The ball was headed out of the box, bouncing into open midfield. Threat neutralized, but the signal was already clear. Cristiano stood near the center circle, hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping the entire path of the previous counterattack. Paltai intercepted the ball slightly to the right of the center circle. The long pass landed behind the left flank. Semenia had started his run a step ahead of the ball. The entire counterattack took less than 7 seconds from start to cross. A precise cut. This was exactly what Queiroz was waiting for. He glanced at Nuno Mendes sprinting back. The previous run had torn open a full 12 meters of space on the left flank. Semenia only needed 6 of those meters to accelerate. The remaining 6 meters were left as desperate distance for Dalit. Cristiano lowered his hands from his hips, jogging back into the attacking zone. He didn't turn to say anything to anyone. In the 25th minute, Bruno received the ball at the top of the arc, looking around. Paltai stood 6 meters directly in front of him, neither too high nor too low. Usu blocked the direct pass towards Cristiano, while Lucasen and Ajeti tightly sealed the center. Bruno passed the ball to B. Silva, who then relayed it to Dalit. Dalit pushed along the sideline 15 meters, only to be met by 2 green jerseys, and had to pass back. In the 28th minute, Nuno Mendes cut around the side for the second time. Leal sent the ball out, but Mensah's header cleared the cross, and in the second attack, Neves' long shot went half a meter wide. In the 31st minute, Bruno shot from outside the penalty area. Both power and angle were right, but the ball deflected off Lacassen's knee and went out of bounds. Bruno clenched his fist in frustration, cursing as he turned to run back. In the 33rd minute, Neto headed Dalit's cross, but Asare caught it securely with both hands, not needing to jump for a second time. Possession was 72-28, shots 3-0, threatening attacks 0-1. 0. Portugal's goal count was 0. Jura's voice rang out at this moment, calm and unhurried, carrying a tea, drinking patience. Ghana is not defending, they are performing. He paused for a beat. Everyone knows where they stand. Oh, everyone knows they don't need to do anything extra, just stand there and let Portugal crash against the wall. The view shifted to an aerial shot, red jerseys moving back and forth in the front, while green jerseys remained motionless in the 30-meter area of their own half. Queiroz taught Cristiano how to score, and now he is teaching another group how to deny Cristiano the ball. In the 34th minute, Cristiano retreated to the top of the penalty area to receive a through ball from B. Silva. The moment the ball reached his foot, Lacassen's chest pressed against his back, 187 centimeters and 92 kilograms, the full weight on his spine. Cristiano nudged with his left shoulder to try and turn, but Lucas' son did not back off. Mensah closed in from the right, while Paltai blocked the pass line from behind. Surrounded on three sides, Cristiano shielded the ball under his left foot, his center of gravity, sinking his right shoulder, swaying to the left, and Lacassen's weight indeed shifted a gap open for less than half a second, and his left foot was already moving to nudge the ball in that direction. Mensah's leg arrived before his nudge, not a tackle, just a horizontal stretch blocking the path. The ball hit his calf and bounced back while Lacassen's body pressed back to close the door. Cristiano, caught between three men, finally redirected the ball to João Neves behind him. He stepped out from the crowd, his right hand brushing against the outside of his shorts. His expression didn't change. It wasn't that he couldn't break free. Mensah's positioning was already aimed at him as the first choice. Queiroz had taught these defenders the nudge he had disassembled. Every old move of his appeared like a pre-written script in the eyes of the opposition. He turned and ran a few steps toward midfield, slowing his pace as he passed by B. Silva, turning his head slightly, his voice only audible to the two of them. "Keep looking for me, they will tire." B. Silva tilted his head slightly, said nothing more, and turned back to his position. In the 36th minute, Paltai made an interception in midfield and passed the ball to Jordan Ayew, bending down to rest his hands on his knees. The action lasted just 2 seconds, then he stood straight and returned to his position. Martinez saw this from the coaching bench. He did not take notes. He simply flipped forward a page in his notebook, which had left side bait secondary transfer written on it, pressing his finger on the blank space. Carvalho stood beside him, having also noticed Paltai's 2-second pause. They exchanged a glance without saying a word. In the 38th minute, Cristiano stood at the edge of the Ghana penalty area, Lacassen's left hand resting on his back, not pulling, just gently placed there, ready to become resistance the moment he started. Cristiano did not move. His gaze passed over Lacassen's shoulder, watching Paltai jog back to his defensive position from the center circle. Paltai had reached his position, but he arrived about 1.5 steps slower than he did 15 minutes before the start. 1.5 steps. At the start, Paltai took just over 4 seconds to retreat from the attacking end to the defensive position. Now it took nearly 5 seconds. Cristiano noted this number, storing it in his mind, facing forward with no change in expression. In the third tier of Area A, Enrique de Freitas adjusted the angle of his laptop screen, recording new. In the 34th minute, number 7 received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, surrounded by 3 men, unable to turn, and had to pass back. He paused, his finger hovering above the keyboard. In the 38th minute, number 7 stood still for over 15 seconds, not participating in the team's ball movement, his gaze continuously observing number 5 of the opposition. Enrique looked from above the screen at the pitch. Cristiano was standing there, his feet hardly moving, his body relaxed, even lazily so. He typed another line. Behavior patterns were abnormal, very few touches, minimal movement, but extremely high focus. Not like a suppressed forward, more like someone waiting for a signal. Enrique stared at the last line for 3 seconds, then closed the recording window and continued watching the match. In the 40th minute, João Neves received a back pass in the center circle to prepare for a switch, while Cristiano jogged back from the front to support. The moment the ball reached his foot, the gray mist in his left eye twitched. The time was brief, less than a frame, just at the instant his foot arched to make contact with the leather. In that same second, a twitch occurred deep in his left rib, the rhythm syncing perfectly with his eyes. Cristiano nudged the ball to Bruno, turned, and continued running forward. His stride unchanged, breath steady, his face revealing nothing. After passing the ball, his right hand naturally brushed over the spot where his ribs were, his fingers not lingering, as if he were brushing off grass clippings from his jersey. 5 minutes remained in the half. Paltai had already bent over twice. Cristiano returned to the front, standing in front of Lacassen, quietly waiting for the ball to be passed up from the back. He knew that one brick on that wall was looser than the others. No rush. In the 43rd minute, Nuno Mendes advanced past the halfway line, once more his position 5 meters deeper than the previous time. Throughout the first half, Portugal kept pushing forward. Ghana retreated into the 30-meter zone, refusing to come out. If the fullbacks do not push forward, they can only stand in the middle of the field. For a 23-year-old fullback like Nuno, watching others play for 40 minutes is more unbearable than running 10,000 meters. Leao received the ball in the left flank, with Nuno making a run from the outside. Here, Leao passed the ball. Sanaya did not contest Leao. He had been waiting for this moment. He took a lateral step, poked the ball with his toe, and it was deflected to Lucason's feet. Lucason did not stop the ball, but directly pushed it to Partey. The moment Ghana had been waiting for after 45 minutes had arrived. Partey did not take an extra touch. He lifted his head. He swung his leg. With the inside of his right foot, he struck the lower half of the ball. The football zipped above the grass, sailing over the head of João Neves, crashing towards the back of Portugal's left flank. There should have been someone there. Now there is no one. Sulemana was already running. Inacio's first step to turn was half a beat slow. Half a beat between the center back and the winger is 2 meters. Sulemana caught up with the ball, his right foot unceasing, directly passing across the small penalty area. The first to see was Jordan Ayew at the near post, his center of gravity shifted half a step. By the time he turned back, Inaki Williams had already crashed in from the far post. Shoulder to shoulder, chest to chest. Inaki lowered his body, his right foot's toe poking forward. The ball slipped beneath Costa's gloves, brushing against the inside of the right post, and nestled into the net. The net bulged slightly. The Aero Stadium fell silent for half a second. Then the drums of the Ghanaians came crashing down. Azevedo's voice came through the broadcast room. This time, he did not roar, but spoke with a heavier tone. Inaki Williams. In counterattack, a long pass across a poke shot. He paused, the sound of breathing creeping through the microphone. In 4 actions, Ghana cleared all of Portugal's 45 minutes of possession in under 7 seconds. Jurist's voice on the English broadcast was soft, as if laying a disaster gently on the table. K-Roz waited 45 minutes just for this knife. He paused. Just this knife? Inaki slid forward on his knees, his fists pounding the grass, his shout drowned out by the noise as a wave of green jerseys surged over him, pinning him down. K-Roz stood at the edge of the technical area, his hands in his pockets, motionless, merely raising his chin slightly to watch the pile of celebrating players on the field. 0-1. One knife. He said one knife was enough. In the third row of Zone A, Enrique de Freitas noted down a line in his notebook. In the 4:51 minute, the counterattack goal was scored with number 7 not participating in the defensive retreat, standing still in the center circle. He hesitated for a moment before adding. At the moment of conceding the goal, number 7 showed no emotion, a stark contrast to the team's reaction. Cristiano stood in the center circle, his gaze sweeping past Nuno Mendes, who was running back. Nuno ran back with his head down, his left fist hanging by his side, his knuckles white from gripping tightly, his lips pressed into a line. Cristiano's gaze lingered on him for a moment before retracting. There was no scolding, no pointing, no shrugging. His posture was unchanged from when the score was still 0-0. The referee's whistle blew. Bruno passed him the ball, and he sent it back to midfield. The match continued. But the atmosphere on the field changed. Ghana's 5-back line retreated even deeper. Party's position resumed to the most solid gap between the 2 defensive lines. The whole team closed up like a clam after consuming food. Less than 2 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half. 0-1. The door to the Ghana dressing room closed, and K-Roz stood in front of the whiteboard without a pen. Nothing changes. He spoke in a calm tone, yet everyone in the room stopped their actions. Continue to collect in the second half. They will be more anxious than now, and you will be colder than now. Party sat in the front row, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the towel droplets streaming down his cheekbone. K-Roz approached him and squatted down. 65 minutes. Party removed the towel from his face. No problem. K-Roz stood up, turned, and walked toward the door, stopping halfway, as if recalling something. How many times did he touch the ball in the first half? The assistant flipped through the data sheet in hand. 19 times, 0 shots. K-Roz nodded slightly, his mouth not moving. He's getting anxious. Before he pushed the door open, he glanced at the entire team. Remember, they only have 90 minutes. We just need to hold on for 45 of those minutes. The door closed. He was not wrong. Cristiano was indeed changing the rhythm, but he misjudged the reason. The Portugal dressing room. Martinez stood in front of the whiteboard, the cap of the marker still on, drawing a slanted line from the left-back position directly to the corner of the penalty area in front. When Nuno goes up, Inacio does not cover here. The tip of the pen pointed at the starting point of that slanted line. Party's long pass lands here. The pen tip moved to the end point. Sulemana's sprint is a step faster than Inacio's turn. That step is everything they want. He removed the cap and placed it back, drawing nothing else. One knife is enough. This is K-Roz's game. Nuno Mendes sat in the corner, gripping his socks tightly, his knuckles creasing the fabric, his lips biting down, but not bowing his head. He stared at the slanted line on the whiteboard, wishing he could etch that route into his bones. No one spoke. Cristiano stood up from the back row. The hands in the dressing room that were twisting the caps off water bottles froze, as did those changing socks. Even the hum of the air conditioning seemed disproportionately loud. He took 2 steps forward, not reaching the front of the whiteboard, but standing directly opposite Nuno Mendes. Let Cancelo on. When those 4 words dropped, everyone in the room forgot to exhale. Martinez's finger paused above the cap, lifting his eyes to look at Cristiano. Nuno Mendes lifted his head from the chair, his eyes bloodshot, but tearless, gripping his socks tighter. His lips moved slightly before ultimately swallowing his words. Cancelo sat at the far right position among the substitutes, tearing open an energy gel's packaging. When he heard his name, his fingers paused at the partially torn foil. Cristiano turned to look at Nuno, his tone flat, neither comforting nor accusing. It's not your fault. They were just waiting for this moment. Nuno's Adam's apple bobbed. Cancelo in that position won't pass back the same way. After finishing this sentence, Cristiano turned and walked back to his position, casually picking up his water bottle, twisting it open, and taking a sip, the whole process casual and effortless, as if pouring a glass of room-temperature water in his own living room. Martinez glanced at Cristiano, removed the cap from the pen, and wrote a name in the position where Nuno was on the whiteboard. In the second half, Cancelo on the left, Nuno you rest. Nuno stood up from the chair, tossed his wrinkled socks into the locker, walked to the vacant spot beside Cancelo, sitting down with his back straight, not making eye contact with anyone. Cancelo popped the energy gel into his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and stood up to stretch his ankle, walking to the front of the whiteboard to glance at the slanted line drawn by Martinez. Semenyo on my side or the other? Martinez glanced at him. Your side. Cancelo nodded while chewing his energy gel. All right, let him run. He turned and walked back to his position to change socks, brushing past Cristiano, his knee nudging against the outer side of Cristiano's thigh. The aisle was indeed narrow, but there was a touch of extra force in that contact. Cristiano did not look up, the line at the corner of his mouth barely relaxed. The air pressure in the dressing room shifted, changing from a stifling silence to a tense direction. The string that had been taut for half a match was finally retuned, and the atmosphere in the entire room eased. Bruno stood up from his chair, his fists clenched, and then relaxed. 45 minutes, score 2 against him. He did not look at anyone. This was directed at the 11 teammates on the field, as well as a reminder to himself. B. Silva leaned against the locker, remaining silent as he shifted his gaze away from Cristiano, but he noted the precise motion of Cristiano twisting open the water bottle, cap his left hand steady, while his right hand twisted 5 fingers, cleanly completing the entire intricate action, without hesitation or stutter. 3 days ago that hand could not even hold a spoon steadily. B. Silva drew his gaze back, closed his eyes, the back of his head resting against the cold metal cabinet door. The distance between being well and unwell is never a straight line on Cristiano. A ray of sunlight cut through the end of the corridor, the noise of 67,000 people outside penetrating through the concrete, walls muffled and distant like the pressure of air before the lightning strikes. Martinez capped the marker, placing it back in the whiteboard slot, scanning the faces of everyone in the room. In the second half, do not rush to push forward. Let them feel we are still at the same rhythm. Wait for party's coverage to shrink before accelerating. He glanced at Cristiano. Cristiano was lowering his head, pulling his socks back down below his knees, his fingers folding the sock opening over the edge of his shin guards, the movement slow and meticulous, his full attention focused on those few centimeters of fabric, oblivious to the thunderous beats outside. Martinez did not add anything else. He knew what this person was thinking, and that any further words would be redundant. The referee's announcement for the second half preparations echoed from the corridor, and the footsteps behind the metallic door began to intensify. Cancelo was the first to stand and walk out, slapping the door frame with the back of his hand as he passed, the sound of his cleats striking the cement floor crisp and clear. Cristiano was the last to exit. When he reached the tunnel entrance, he paused for a moment, his right hand touching the left side of his rib cage, his palm pressing against the fabric of his jersey for a moment before he released it, his arm naturally falling back to his side. That position was very quiet. Temporarily, he stepped into the tunnel where sunlight and artificial light mingled ahead, the swell of 67,000 voices flooding in from the exit. 01. 45 minutes. There was a brick on that wall that was looser than the others he had already touched. The referee's whistle sounded. The second half began. Bruno passed the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo, who relayed it back to João Neves. The ball continued rolling backwards until Dias intercepted it, distributing it to Dalot on the right. Portugal maintained control, pushing forward. Cancelo stood on the left flank, his socks pulled down to his knees, the sleeves of his jersey rolled up, revealing the taut lines of his muscular forearms. The ball shifted from the right side to the left, where Cancelo made his first touch. Semenyo had already started rushing in from the opposite side along the touchline. Cancelo did not follow him. He made a diagonal step, positioning his body between Semenyo and the ball. With a slight bend in his knees and a lowered center of gravity, he did not attempt to snatch the ball, but instead forced Semenyo back half a meter. Semenyo tried to sneak past on the right. Cancelo's shoulder pressed firmly against his chest, his toes poking the ball out of play. On the substitute bench, Nuno Mendes sat upright, hands resting on his knees, his gaze following the action on the left flank, fingers curling and uncurling. Martinez stood at the edge of the technical area, his eyes scanning Cancelo's positioning, nodding slightly. In the third row of the upper section, Henrik de Vries flipped to a new page in his notebook, writing the time in the upper right corner, 4612. He looked up at the field, his gaze fixated on Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo maneuvered at the edge of the penalty area, moving from the left towards the center, with Lucasson following him, shifting right. Ronaldo paused, glancing back at Bruno's position, retreating 2 meters as Lucasson followed him outside. He moved left again, causing Lucasson to lose his balance slightly, yet the defense remained tight. Ronaldo did not force his way through. He circled near the wall, turning back to find a new angle. Henrik noted in his notebook that it was now 50 minutes in and the number 7 had yet to attempt a shot, his actions not matching his physical condition. He lifted his gaze, biting on the cap of his pen, continuing to observe. On the field, Portugal maintained control, but failed to break the deadlock. Ghana's 5-man defense line sat deep. Partey positioned himself between the 2 defensive lines like a gate, stepping into the right spot to intercept the ball every time Portugal advanced, clearing it with a powerful kick. In the 48th minute, B. Silva received the ball on the right side with Sanaya closing into pressure. B. Silva passed it to the center, where Bruno received turned looked up at the penalty area and shot. The ball soared over the wall, but lacked height as Saray jumped to deflect it over the crossbar. A corner kick ensued. Bruno placed the ball at the corner flag, stepped back 4 paces, took a run up, and delivered it. Lucasson leaped at the near post, heading the ball away. It flew past the halfway line, landing at Party's feet. Party controlled it, glanced at the front line, and sent a long pass to the right, which Diaz headed out of bounds. Portugal continued to control the ball. In the 50th minute, Bruno received a pass from Cancelo at the left edge of the penalty area. Ageless moved in to block him. Bruno dodged to the right, shaking off the defense, and shot. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a free kick. Bruno stood over the ball, adjusting his run-up distance, stepping back 3 paces, turning sideways, and slowly expanding his chest to take a deep breath. Everyone on the field stopped. 15 players crowded the penalty area, 5 in the wall, while Asare bounced slightly on the goal line to adjust his stance. Bruno took his run-up, striking the lower middle of the ball with his right foot. The ball spiraled upwards, clearing the top of the wall, and heading toward the upper right corner of the goal. Asare remained still. The ball grazed the outside of the crossbar, producing a dull thud as it struck the junction of the goalpost, and crossbar rebounding back into play where a Ghana defender cleared it out of bounds. Bruno stood still, slapping his thighs. The angle was correct, the power was right, the landing spot was accurate, yet it missed by just that 1 centimeter. A sigh of disappointment arose from the Portuguese fans in the stands. Some held their heads, some covered their faces, and some pounded their fists against the railing. Azevito's voice emerged from the broadcast booth, calm in tone, but weighted with each word. The crossbar. He paused, the sound of his breath audible through the microphone. This isn't a matter of luck. Jura's voice during the English broadcast was softer, almost as if he were speaking to himself. The problem is Portugal has 38 minutes left, and this wall has yet to be truly challenged. The match can. In the 54th minute, Leao received the ball on the left flank with Sanaya and Mensah blocking him. Leao cut inward to shake off Sanaya and shot. The ball rolled toward the bottom left corner of the goal, just above the grass. Asare dove to his side, securely pressing the ball against his chest. Leao ran back, adjusting his hair with a side towards Ronaldo, signaling that he had tried his best. Ronaldo's expression was grim, his gaze having shifted from Leao's face to the positioning of the Ghana defenders in the penalty area. Lucasson, Ageless, Sanaya, and Mensah stood in a straight line, with Party positioned 3 meters in front of them, ensuring that the distance between the 2 defensive lines was strictly maintained within 5 meters. That wall had no gaps. In the 58th minute, Bruno crossed from the left side, the ball spinning toward the far post, as Ronaldo and Lucasson leaped simultaneously. Lucasson used his shoulder to pin Ronaldo's right side, controlling the ball with his chest a moment earlier, heading it forward and sending the ball out of bounds. Ronaldo landed firmly, planting his right foot on the grass, glancing at the falling point of Lucasson's return, silently walking towards the center circle. Lucasson lowered his head, tugging at his jersey, feeling that silence was more painful than being scolded. On the substitute bench, Queiroz sat with arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed on the field. An assistant coach leaned in, lowering his voice. They've had 11 shots already. Queiroz did not turn his head. Let them shoot. As long as Party is on the field, they want score. The assistant coach nodded and stepped back. Queiroz's gaze shifted from the field to Ronaldo, pausing for 2 seconds before returning. In the upper section, Henrik noted a new time stamp in his notebook, 5843, marking the 3rd time number 7 failed to win a header in the penalty area with no advantage in physical confrontation. He lifted his gaze, popped the cap off his pen, and then replaced it, continuing to watch. In the 62nd minute, Martinez raised the substitution board at the side of the field. Ramos stood up, removing his jacket and flexing his ankle, waiting for the referee's signal before running onto the field. Neto stepped off, exchanging a high five with Ramos before heading back to the bench. The dual striker system took shape. Ronaldo now had an additional pivot in the penalty area, but the numerical advantage of Ghana's 5-man defense meant that every spot was preemptively marked. Ramos was immediately squeezed by both Lucasson and Ageless upon receiving the ball, the clearance booting it out of the half. Bruno seized the second ball, passing it to B. Silva, who then passed to Cancelo, who delivered a cross. Lucasson headed the ball away again, clearing it outside the penalty area. Portugal maintained possession, pushing forward once more, but once again faced a block just outside the 30-meter zone. That green wall had never opened a seam. Some fans in the stands began to grow anxious, muttering curses, and others pounded their fists against their thighs. Azevito's voice resonated from the broadcast booth, his tone still steady, but each word carried pressure. Portugal has completed 11 shots, with only 2 hitting within the frame of the goal. Ghana has made almost no mistakes in execution today. He paused. Queiroz's team has managed to defend the most complex outcome using the simplest methods. Drury softly added in the English broadcast, the issue is Portugal has 26 minutes left. The match. In the 64th minute, Ronaldo received the ball in midfield, but did not move forward, instead retreating 3 steps to free up the front line. Lucasson followed a step, holding back his legs, choosing not to press. Ronaldo passed the ball to B. Silva, who glanced at him, understanding the gesture. Ronaldo was diminishing his presence, diverting Ghana's attention away from him to create the moment he needed. B. Silva safely passed the ball back to João Neves, and Portugal continued to maintain possession. The pace on the field slowed, Portugal did not rush forward, and Ghana did not actively press. The two teams exchanged passes repeatedly in midfield, the ball rolling across the grass like a die, without a landing point. In the stands, some fans began to boo, others muttered curses, and some stood waving flags. But everyone on the field understood that this rhythm was not stagnation, it was a wait. A wait for the loosest brick to shift again. Ronaldo stood in midfield, his gaze fixed on Partey. Partey moved back and forth between the two defensive lines, maintaining a large coverage area, but the frequency of his returns began to decline, and his lateral movements were slower than in the first half. Ronaldo watched him, calm and composed, like a beast waiting to pounce. The rhythmic thumping from deep within his left ribcage every 22 seconds felt aligned with a certain moment, pausing for a beat before continuing. He was waiting for that brick to loosen. In the upper section, Henrik tapped his pen lightly against his notebook, lifting his eyes to track Partey's movement. The coverage area was shrinking, and the frequency of returns was decreasing. He wrote 2 words at the edge of the page. Critical. In the 66th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo stood at the center circle waiting for the ball, while Partey's positioning had dropped 3 meters compared to 10 minutes ago. His knee had a slight bend in a non-ball state, not a tactical choice, but a reflexive action from muscle fatigue. Cristiano's heartbeat was steady, confirming this detail. The deep pulsation in his left ribcage, occurring every 22 seconds, paused for a moment, then resumed with a slightly slower rhythm, recalibrated to a solid beat. He didn't ponder what that meant. His body had already inscribed the answer in muscle memory. The opportunity was approaching. Bruno pushed the ball forward. Partey stepped up to intercept, but his positioning was half a step late compared to the first half, and Bruno passed horizontally to B. Silva. B. Silva did not lock eyes with Cristiano, but he too noticed Partey's positioning. The next time he received the ball, B. Silva suddenly accelerated diagonally towards Partey, who stepped up to intercept, but was a beat slow. B. Silva easily passed him on the right side, delivering a precise pass to Bruno. For the first time, Ghana's midfield defense showed a real gap. Only 3 people in the stadium clearly saw that gap: Cristiano, B. Silva, and Enrique, who sat in the 3rd row of the A-zone. Enrique put down his pen, tracing a straight line on the edge of his notebook, marking the end with an X, and writing 3 words beside it. Critical point. Partey looked up towards the sidelines at Queiroz, signaling for a substitution. Queiroz was already speaking with the assistant coach, his gestures brisk, eyes fixed on Partey. The assistant coach nodded and turned to shout something towards the bench. Elijah Owusu stood up, removed his jacket, and began to warm up. The match continued. In the 68th minute, Partey's area of coverage shrank again. On one cross, he failed to reach it. The ball slid past the edge of his foot, a point he would have intercepted at any other time. The ball went out of play, and the 4th official raised the substitution board. Queiroz raised his hand. The referee glanced and nodded. Substitution. Partey walked towards the substitution area, covering his face with a towel, his shoulders rising and falling. Owusu ran onto the field. Partey patted his arm and silently walked back to the bench. Queiroz stood at the edge of the technical area, his gaze following Partey's retreating figure, pausing for 2 seconds before shifting back to the field. The midfield barrier vanished. Cristiano looked at Owusu's positioning on the field and shook his head towards Queiroz. It was not mockery, it was confirmation. The opportunity arrived. Owusu exposed the gap on his first touch of the ball. He received it with his back to the play, hesitant to turn, only able to pass it sideways to the center back. On his second touch, he was forced to the sideline by Neves, unable to find a forward passing lane, resulting in a clearance that sent the ball out of play. That diagonal long pass disappeared. Ghana's rhythm of ball distribution was stripped of its backbone, and the remaining passes collapsed towards the center. Cristiano glanced at B. Silva, and neither spoke. Azevedo's voice came through from the commentary box, carrying a tone of confirmation. Partey is off the field. Ghana's midfield barrier vanished in the 68th minute. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, the microphone recording the dull sound. Portugal's chance has arrived, Drury added softly in the English commentary. Queiroz knows what this means, he has no choice. The match continued. In the 70th minute, Martinez stood up on the sidelines and gestured to Bruno. A corner kick tactic designed specifically for Lucasson's blind spot. Bruno nodded and shouted towards the field. Dias moved towards the back post slightly, sinking his position as he passed Ramos. Cancelo received the ball in the left corner area, taking 3 steps back, waiting for the referee's whistle. The whistle blew. Cancelo sprinted, striking the lower middle section of the ball with his right foot, sending it soaring into the penalty area. The arc leaned towards the inside, the ball heading towards the back post, a corner that had long been tightly marked. Lucasson jumped at the front post, heading it away. The ball was stopped by Dias at the back post with his chest landing, turning and shooting. The ball was deflected out of bounds by Mensah. Corner kick. Bruno stood in the left corner area, placing the ball, stepping back 4 paces using his studs to tap the edge of the grass, twice, confirming his footing. 16 players crowded in the penalty area. Dias at the back post, Ramos at the front post, and Cristiano just outside the penalty area, with 2 Ghanaian defenders tight beside him. The referee's whistle sounded. Bruno sprinted, striking the lower middle section of the ball, with his right foot, the arc, curling into the near side. The ball's speed was slow, dropping into the defender's blind spot. Ruben Dias leaped from the back row. Inaki Williams, glued to his right side, tried to use his body to block the drop point. The two collided in midair, shoulder to shoulder. But Dias jumped slightly early. At the highest point, he tightened his neck, the hardest part of his forehead, striking the ball's lower front using the force of gravity to push it down. That was the standard force for a corner header, but today's power exceeded the standard. The ball drilled in, brushing against the inside of the post. Asare's hand touched the ball's surface. The immense force directly rebounded off his fingers, failing to provide any resistance. The net bulged. 11. Party had just sat back on the bench when Portugal cracked open the first fissure. The roar at Arrowhead Stadium surged to its peak, the shouts of 75,000 people pouring down from the stands resonating throughout the entire field. Dias emerged from the crowd, silently raising his right fist, pausing in the air for 2 seconds without sliding on his knees or screaming. Cristiano came over, raised his arm, and nudged his shoulder from behind. We still need one more. Dias turned his face to look at him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he said nothing. Azevedo's voice emerged from the commentary box, carrying a deep resonance with the release of the tension built throughout the match. Ruben Dias. Header. Back post header. 11. He pressed a button on the commentary table, switching the broadcast perspective, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue and relief. They were waiting for this moment. The back post for Ghana had always been the weakest layer in this formation. Marcelo Araujo dragged out the GL for a full 6 seconds in the Spanish Channel, not taking a breath, his voice rising steadily. The sound of a chair being pushed back echoed from the commentary box. Drury lowered his voice by half a notch in the English commentary, but every word carried weight. 2 minutes after Partey left the field, Portugal equalized the score. Ghana's midfield barrier has vanished, exposing the vulnerabilities in their defense. He paused, the tip of his pen traced a line on the paper. Queiroz knows what will happen next. In the upper section of Zone A, Enrique wrote beneath the score, number 7, no celebration delay, no overly excited movements. His gaze remained focused. He looked up at Queiroz. Queiroz stood on the sidelines, hands still in the pockets of his coaching jacket, his gaze fixed on the field, his expression unchanged. But the assistant coach leaned in and said something to him. Queiroz simply shook his head and began arranging the next substitution. The match continued. 11. Ghana kicked off. The ball was passed horizontally in midfield, and Owusu pushed forward, but was intercepted by João Neves, losing possession. Portugal retained possession, pushing forward continuously. The waves of Portuguese fans in the stands rose higher and higher, some waving flags, others banging on metal, and some shouting Cristiano's name. Everyone on the field knew that a draw was not the end. Cristiano stood in midfield, the gray boundary near the bridge of his nose expanded inward by less than a millimeter at that moment. He did not blink or rub his eyes, his gaze locked onto Queiroz. The rhythm deep within his left rib cage shifted from a frequency of 22 seconds to 19 seconds. The match continued. That loosest brick in the wall was still waiting for him to push it open himself. After an 11 draw, Queiroz called over the assistant coach from the sidelines. He instructed to substitute Fatou for Sulemana, while signaling Semenyo to move in from the left-wing position to the center. Switching from a full defensive formation to a dual-wing final assault was the last card Queiroz could play. With Partey off the field, there were no ball outlets in the center. They could only gamble on the speed of the wings to carve open a gap in the last 20 minutes. Fatou sprinted onto the pitch, while Sulemana walked towards the bench with his head down. The match continued. In the 75th minute, Fatou touched the ball for the first time on the right flank, executing a quick change of direction and sidestepping the first defender, Cancelo, on his right. Cancelo turned to chase him down and managed to catch up, using his ankle to trap the ball between Fatou's feet. Foul. The referee showed a yellow card, and Cancelo stood up from the grass, brushing off his pants with an expressionless face. Fatou was indeed quick, slipping through tight spaces with ease, but Cancelo's judgment was already in place before that crucial moment. He wasn't thrown off by the speed, waiting instead for the opponent's center of gravity to shift. On the bench, Nuno watched intently, relaxing his hands on his knees. Queiroz stood at the sideline, his gaze drifting over the field to Ronaldo, one hand resting on the technical area railing, pausing for 2 seconds before retracting it. He was not observing the current Ronaldo. He was studying his step frequency, the angle of his body during the start, and the habitual distribution of weight when off the ball, patterns he had mastered 20 years ago. But something felt off. He didn't speak, turning his head to glance at the assistant coach beside him, who remained silent and looked in another direction. Queiroz sat back on the bench, leaning against the backrest with his arms crossed. In the 77th minute, B. Silva received the ball on the right side, facing 2 defenders, Uso and Mensah. B. Silva feigned a move, shifting Usso's weight, and used the outside of his foot to flick the ball between the two defenders, landing it at Dallet's feet. Dallet received the ball and made a direct diagonal pass into the box, without hesitation. The ball flew with a low arc towards the back post, heading for the dead angle behind the penalty area. Ronaldo spotted the ball's arc between Lucasen and Ageless, paused for a beat in the depths of his left ribcage, then continued. He didn't contemplate what it meant. His first step had already begun. With his weight shifting forward, his first step surpassed the distance that Lucasen could react. The body that seemed 7 years younger than his actual age covered that 0.3 seconds, tearing open a gap that hadn't existed between the two players. The ball landed and bounced up slightly higher than the ideal landing point. In midair, Ronaldo adjusted the shape of his foot, striking with the inside of his right foot, applying a bit of downward pressure at the moment of contact. The ball spun along the grass towards the far corner. A Sore dove to the right, fingertips grazing the ball's outer side. The spin altered its trajectory, and the ball rolled on into the net. The roar of Arrowhead Stadium erupted, sweeping over all the stands. Ronaldo spread his arms wide, sprinting towards the corner flag, shouting "Su." The sound rolled out from his throat, a tidal wave of cheers from 750 fans crashing down from the stands, causing the entire Arrowhead Stadium to vibrate in unison at that moment. Azevedo's voice sliced through the broadcast booth. Ronaldo, what a strike. He was onside. He waited 78 minutes. He paused for a beat, the sound of his breath escaping the microphone. 78 minutes of patience rewarded with a lethal bullet. Marcelo Araujo on the Spanish channel dragged out the word GL for a full 6 seconds without taking a breath, his voice rising to a crescendo, as if to lift the dome of Arrowhead Stadium. Drury on the English broadcast lowered his voice slightly, but each word carried weight. 78 minutes, and Ronaldo finally broke the deadlock. He was waiting for Palti to leave, waiting for the Ghana defense to weaken, waiting for that window to open. He paused for a beat. Now the window has closed. 21. Queiroz stood at the edge of the technical area, and the assistant coach leaned in, mouth opening to speak, but Queiroz turned his head to whisper in his ear, the volume just enough for the two to hear. He is faster than in 2010. The assistant coach did not respond. Queiroz sat back down, leaning against the chair's back, watching as the Ghana players began to scatter in their movements. The match was over. He knew this better than anyone. The game continued on the field. Ghana took the kickoff, passing the ball across the midfield, Usso moving forward, intercepted by João Neves. Portugal maintained possession, pushing forward. In the 82nd minute, Martinez raised the substitution board on the sidelines, with Felix replacing Leo. Leo walked towards the sidelines, whispered something to Martinez at the edge of the technical area, who nodded in response. Leo picked up a water bottle and leaned against the back of the chair, his gaze returning to the field. Felix touched the ball for the first time on the right side, passing it left to B. Silva. B. Silva advanced, with Usso stepping up to intercept, but was bypassed, and the ball reached Bruno's feet. Bruno took a long distance, shot the ball spiraling towards the top right corner of the goal. Asare read the direction, diving to push the ball over the crossbar. Bruno took a deep breath and walked towards the corner flag. The corner was taken. Lucasen headed it out. The ball changed possession several times before being cleared out of bounds by a big kick. Portugal continued to control the ball, while Ghana relied on physicality to defend the front of the penalty area, with the passing lanes becoming increasingly cramped, every clearance consuming time. In the 90th minute, the referee's board showed 3 minutes of added time. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, Ghana made their final push. Fatu made consecutive changes of direction on the right, sidestepping Dallet on the second move, unleashing a left-footed shot. Costa dove to the right, his right hand pushing the ball out of bounds. The corner was taken towards the back post. Ronaldo used his shoulder to firmly block the Ghana defender behind him, sealing the landing point above his head. The ball hit his forehead and bounced outside the penalty area. He took a large step forward, clearing it with a powerful kick towards the Ghana half. The referee's whistle blew. The match ended. 21. The roar of Arrowhead Stadium poured down from the stands one last time as the Portuguese players rushed towards the midfield, some with arms wide open, others embracing, while some knelt on the grass, gazing upwards. In the A-zone, Enrique de Freitas closed his notebook, tightening the cap of his pen, writing a string of numbers on the last line. 78 minutes 22 seconds, a 0.3 second activation frequency, 8.4 step second, exceeding the upper limit of the IAAF Sprint Athlete Peak database. Awaiting verification. He didn't stand up immediately, mentally reviewing the number in his mind. He needed that data. On the pitch, Ghana players walked towards the center circle one by one, shaking hands with the Portuguese players. Some had their heads down, some raised, while others said nothing, simply extending their hands to shake and move on. Queiroz stood up from the bench, zipping his coach's jacket all the way to the top, and walked towards the midfield. Ronaldo emerged from the celebrating crowd, heading towards the center circle, the grass making a slight rustling sound beneath his cleats. The two met in the middle of the field. Queiroz extended his hand first. Ronaldo grasped it firmly, their knuckles locking together for 3 seconds. Not a mere post-match polite gesture, but in those 3 seconds they shared silence with all other sounds on the pitch fading into the distant background. When Queiroz released his hand, his lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, Ronaldo understood those 3 Portuguese words. Orgulho MTI. I am proud of you. Ronaldo released his hand, patted Queiroz on the shoulder, and silently turned to walk towards the players' tunnel. After taking a couple of steps, he paused briefly, not looking back, and continued forward his pace, slowing for a moment before returning to normal. 17 years ago, that prophecy lay on the grass of Kansas City, and no one picked it up. The sound of cleats on the cement floor in the corridor was crisp, and clear sunlight streamed in from the exit ahead. Ronaldo walked in the light, stretched his shadow long, reaching deep into the tunnel, landing on the cold concrete walls. Deep within his left ribcage, there was still a rhythmic throbbing knot, yet stopped every 22 seconds. The match had already ended, but it was unaware. Tonight's tally would wait. He suppressed that feeling, walking towards the changing room, hearing the voices of teammates ahead, laughter, and the sounds of things hitting the floor. Bruno, shouting something inside. Ronaldo turned into the corridor and pushed open the door to the changing room. His left rib was still throbbing. Give me the water. Bruno's voice erupted from the changing room as a bottle of mineral water rolled to the doorway, only to be stopped by Ramos' foot. As Cristiano pushed the door open, Cancelo sat shirtless in front of the locker, practicing the last feint of the Ghanaian winger, his feet still in slippers as he twisted his waist. I tell you, that kid is really fast, but speed is useless. He slapped his chest with his hand. When he runs, I let him run. If he wants to go past, that's another matter. Bruno snatched the water bottle back from under Ramos' foot and rolled his eyes at him. Is that another matter? What you mean is you want to buy insurance with a yellow card. Insurance is also a tactic, dear Manchester MVP. Laughter erupted in the changing room as Nuno, who had already changed into his jacket, sat at the edge, his gaze fixed on the ground, unable to suppress a smile. Martinez walked in through the door. They'll go to the press conference first. Cristiano will follow in 10 minutes. Bruno sat up straight. Coach, can I go? I can explain why that free kick didn't go in. Beseat walked by, drying his hair. Because the crossbar doesn't understand football. Martinez smirked. Save your voice for the next match. Cristiano finished putting on his training jacket and walked out while Cancelo shouted behind him. Cristiano, when the reporters ask you why you ran so fast, just say, it's because I helped you save energy on the left side. Cristiano did not turn around, waving his right hand back. Just pull your pant legs down and act like a normal person. Laughter trailed into the hallway, slowly swallowed by the concrete walls. In the waiting area behind the press conference, Mendes stood next to him, his phone screen glowing. In the third row on the left, Sophia Lindqvist, ESPN's digital investigation team. She will ask about speed. Cristiano watched as Martinez answered questions on the screen. Will the data score goals? No. Then let them ask. On stage, Martinez redirected the topic back to the team as a reporter asked about Cristiano's record-breaking start speed, and Martinez did not pursue it. What I saw was B seats past Dalot's diagonal ball, and the entire team believing that opportunity would arise. He gently pushed the microphone a bit forward. Football isn't a single test in a laboratory. The press officer glanced back, prompting Cristiano to stand and walk out. Mendes lightly pressed his finger on Cristiano's back. Don't give her new sentences. Cristiano turned his face. I give them oil. Flashbulbs started to pop one after another as he sat down in front of the designated spot for the Portugal captain, adjusting the microphone's height. The first question came from a Ghanaian reporter. Today you defeated Queiroz, your former coach. What do you want to say to him? Cristiano leaned back in his chair, spinning the cap of the water bottle with his fingers. He is a remarkable coach. Today Ghana made it hard for us with disciplined counterattacks and control of space, all stemming from the coach's preparation. He paused for a moment. I know him, and he knows me. Today's result shows I know him a bit more. Laughter spread from the front rows of the press area. Even a few Ghanaian reporters chuckled quietly. In the left side of the third row, Sophia Lindqvist stood up, her blonde hair tied back, holding a voice recorder. How do you explain the increasing speed of a 41-year-old player with each game? In the backstage, Mendes uncrossed his arms, letting his right hand drop to his side. Cristiano deliberately paused for 2 seconds before replying, while the 3 reporters in the front row kept their pens hovering above their notebooks. I'm not interested in looking at curves. The only curve I care about is the score. Sophia did not sit down. So regarding your physical condition, do you think it needs no further explanation? Cristiano twisted open the water bottle and took a sip. If you need an explanation, I can give you one. Sophia's voice recorder remained completely still. Discipline. He set the water bottle down. And olive oil. The crowd first fell silent, then laughter erupted from all directions. Someone from the Portuguese press area slammed the table, and even the press officer turned his face away. Sophia remained expressionless, slowly sitting down, writing a line on her notebook. In the background, Mendes crossed his arms again in front of his chest. Another reporter pressed on. Do you feel like you're in your 20s now, eh? I feel like someone who wants to win games. Phones and voice recorders were raised en masse, shutter sounds mixed with the flashing red lights of the recorders. The press conference ended and Mendes approached in the corridor. Sophia asked, but you handled it. Cristiano walked past him. She will ask again. You give them jokes, evidence won't play football by itself. Mendez watched his figure walk deeper into the corridor, the width of his shoulders and the swing of his arms under that training jacket exactly the same as when he saw him 5 years ago in Turin. As the bus started, BC lowered his head to scroll through his phone. The screen was filled with olive oil memes, one with Cristiano's face edited onto an olive oil bottle captioned Portugal's national secret. He chuckled, catching a glimpse of the back row where Cristiano had his eyes closed against the window, arms crossed, his posture relaxed, as if napping, but the intervals of his chest rising and falling were just a bit too short. BC pulled his phone back and turned to look out the window. In the hotel lobby, Sanchez stood in the corner, noticing Cristiano pass by, his body leaning forward slightly. The recovery plan remains the same, cold water pool at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Cristiano nodded and walked towards the elevator. Sanchez glanced at the data interface on his tablet, inputting tonight's 34.8 coordinates at the far right, and the cursor resting. The curve continued to rise, showing no signs of slowing down. This recovery curve had only been seen in athletes under 25 in his database. In the observer's lounge of Arrowhead Stadium's Zone A, Henrik imported tonight's EPTS optical tracking data into FIFA's internal analysis system. Before the goal at 78 minutes and 22 seconds, the first 3 steps took 0.31 seconds, with an acceleration time of 0.89 seconds from 0 to 5 meters. The system automatically popped up a historical comparison panel. Mbappe's optimal value for the first 3 steps in the 2022 World Cup final ranked first 0.34 seconds. Alphonso Davies in the 2026 group stage 0.35 seconds. No football player in the database had a time below 0.33 seconds. Cristiano's point hung lonely at the far left of the chart, with a gap between him and the second place that did not fit the normal human performance decay curve. Henrik hovered the cursor over that point, and a system prompt popped up with a line of text. This data point is outside the model's confidence interval. Manual verification is recommended. The new mail icon lit up, and the email title from Sophia sent 2 hours ago contained only one word: collaboration. Henrik hovered the mouse over it for 3 seconds, dragged it into the pending folder, and wrote a line in the last page of his notebook. Either the measurement is wrong, or our understanding of the human body is wrong. He closed the notebook, planning to return to Zurich tomorrow, but he would come back for the quarterfinals. In the corridor on the 23rd floor of the Hotel BC's door was slightly ajar, the bedside lamp still on. He leaned halfway out from the crack. His phone screen stopped on the news push of Cristiano's press conference. The two locked eyes. Cristiano walked over and patted his shoulder, his palm lingering on the shoulder for half a second. Go back to sleep. BC nodded. See you tomorrow morning. The door closed. Cristiano entered room 2307, took off his training jacket and draped it over the chair, walked to the window, and stood for a few seconds. The night view of Kansas City from the 23rd floor looked like a patch of endless scattered light, with a few lights in the left eye area not quite visible. He turned and walked towards the bathroom. The rhythm that had accompanied him throughout the game suddenly changed frequency in the depths of his left rib, with each interval of waiting becoming shorter. Cristiano leaned against the door frame, looking up at the bathroom mirror. In the mirror, the gray ring around his left pupil was wider than this morning, resembling a dirty lens. He tapped the skin below his left eye with his fingertip, feeling nothing. The bill had arrived.